One is smashed to left field. A towering drive, and it is gone into the Hank Aaron Terrace. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness, indeed. Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area, part of a 4-run second inning as the Giants bounce back from their worst loss of the season with one of their better ones, 9-0 the final, as the Giants look to take the series today in hot Atlanta. It was hot yesterday as Landon Roop continues to pitch just above his skis. I don't know. Maybe this is the Landon Roop we should get used to. Goes 5 innings yesterday. I think some people are like, can we have squeezed him out just an inning longer? It's hot there. He hasn't pitched this many innings before. Let's just keep Roop going the way he is right now, but impressive stuff there. 6 Ks for him. gets the win, and the Giants get the dub. As I say, good morning to you, Joe, Carter, Sam, and all you lovely people just getting off work and getting ready for work, getting ready for the week. School is approaching, so get back to school shopping as well. And by the way, it's still slick out there. It's been drizzling the last couple of days like this rain. I saw, Joe, did you see this? It's been like the coldest, like San Francisco weather in like 40 plus years.
So many whiners.
No, I love it, but it's been cold.
This is what San Francisco is. Where do you think you live? Fresno? Like, hello. The coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco. Do we not know this?
Oh, is that a saying? I'm kidding. I know. It's
If I see that Instagram post reposted by another moron, and here's the funniest part. How many of you are reposted that don't live in San Francisco? That's the part that always cracks me up, but neither here nor there. Yesterday, Landon Roop doing what he did. Let's go back to the beginning of that game. Think about what happened yesterday. I'm talking about the day before, where you lose that way. And Willie Adames, the leader of the team, in terms of the emotion, the spirit, vocally, one of the guys that really steps up to the plate and talks the talk and then tries to go out there and walk the walk. He was questioning their effort level.
Yeah.
I mean, he came out and questioned them. First inning, Raffi Devers, ground ball, double play. You're thinking, oh my goodness. And then in the very next half of the inning, the bottom of the first, Profar strikes out swinging. It goes by Bailey. And you're thinking to yourself, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Matt Olson gets on. Now you got 2 on, no out, and Acuna up. I don't know what yours going through your head, but I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, here we go again.
Yeah, it's going to be the home run, night, see you later. Great.
And he threw some unbelievably impressive breaking balls to Ronald Acuna Jr., struck him out. They get out of that inning, and then boom, they score right away. I just thought that first couple innings was teetering, and the Giants were teetering, and for them to find a way to stick their foot in the ground and make some plays, and then obviously Casey Schmidt hits a big home run. Matt Chapman comes through with a big-time hit. I thought it was a home run. I don't know what the hell they're reviewing. What's the point of having review if you're going to mess this up? But for the Giants to come out and win that game that way, that was impressive. Now, am I ready to swing all the way to the other side after feeling as low as I possibly could the day before? No. You got to do this for 4 out of 5 days. I'd like to see this for a week. I'd like to see this for a week or 2. I mean, geez, I'd like to see them do this for the rest of the year. That being said, you can clearly see why Atlanta is Atlanta. They've got no pitching.
Oh, it's been god-awful all year. You can look at the lineup and say, wow, those are some sexy names, but it doesn't matter if you're not going to pitch. By the way, we're kind of seeing that with the Dodgers right now, albeit the Dodgers still in first place. They are free-falling right now. Shout out Tom Petty. Rest in peace. By the way, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne, who passed away yesterday. Lead singer, Black Sabbath, obviously. Exactly. You all just go there to the Osbourne show, circa, 2002, I think that came out. But yeah, very sad.
And he's very much linked with sports. When I think of Black Sabbath and Ozzy, Crazy Train, and so many
that song,
Mama, I'm Coming Home. I could think of a lot of different songs that Black Sabbath and Ozzy have done that have been associated with sports.
I saw a lot of cool posts from like when they played at the Coliseum back in the 70s, 80s,
very
all that sort of stuff. So very cool stuff. Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. A guy bit the head off a freaking bat, people. All right?
Multiple.
That's showmanship, Carter. All right? So if you want to get on these airwaves, bite some heads off of bats, all right?
If we're being real, he lived a lot longer than people thought he was going to.
Yeah, and he struggled with Parkinson's.
In the early 00s, he didn't move very well on that television show. And I always thought that he kind of played like the Emmitt Smith role. And what I mean by that is Emmitt Smith used to slowly get up from a big hit. And then the next year, he's fine. He's completely fine. And I always thought that Ozzy kind of played into the character on television.
A little bit.
Not that he wasn't authentic, but that he kind of played aloof, and I thought he was as smart as a fox.
Absolutely. Rest in peace to one of the all-timers when it comes to heavy metal, rock and roll, and one of the pioneers for sure. We'll have some Black Sabbath rejoins today. Why not? In honor of Ozzy. But 888-957-9570, that's the number to get involved. And also, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, which is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we're coming to you from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco. So you said you need to stack more of these wins. Well, you need to stack series wins. And you could do that today And it would be the first win potentially for one Justin Verlander. So wouldn't you like that? It comes down to Justin Verlander. If you want to go home feeling happy, taking on the Mets, all that stuff, it comes down to Justin Verlander today, Joe. He's Spencer Strider. Now, this isn't the same Spencer Strider when he was like a Cy Young kind of a guy. He's still pretty good. He's like 3.5 ERA. Still a very good pitcher. Better than Justin Verlander, and he's at home. But how good would it feel for the mentals of this team if you could somehow, after the debacle 2 nights ago, win today, going into a series win after getting swept by the Blue Jays? It's got to, just for the mentals alone, you got to win today, right? It feels like it. It's not a must win, but it feels like a gotta have it.
You could say that for the rest of the season. You got to win every series here on out. But no, like this one is a big one. There's no question about it. Getting back to last night's game, though, you play Matos instead of Yaz, which I was here for. I don't know about you guys, but I think
I didn't mind seeing that. Yeah,
give him a look. I think Elliot Ramos bouncing back. I mean, his defense has been putrid. There were people that were calling for him to be benched that have been covering the team for a long time. So that's surprising to me.
Right.
That tells me that the issues with him defensively run deeper than the average fan wants to admit. And then seeing Casey Schmidt continue to, come up with big hits for this team this year. I think Casey's been a pleasant surprise for this roster this year. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I've been very, pleasantly surprised when it comes to just the at-bats overall and the power a little bit, too.
Yeah.
Now, I think a lot of people forget he had a massive grand slam in Dodger Stadium that got their only win of that weekend, right? On the Logan Webb start, because obviously Root the next day couldn't get through 2 innings. And then the trade itself happened with Kyle Harris and Raffi Devers. The rest is history. But no, Casey Schmidt, hey, when he gets a hold of them, they're not just some like skimming over the wall home runs. There's bombs that he's hitting, man.
When he's pulling the ball down the line, it does feel like he has tremendous power.
Yes.
You're seeing Adames just play really good ball right now. I feel like he's playing excellent. And I do think there are some really positive stories, some momentum moving forward. I feel like Jung-Hoo Lee, the at-bats look better. The results aren't great from yesterday, but it does feel like the at-bats are better. I thought he had a really nice at-bat where he drew a walk late in the game. And I think the big thing from yesterday is, hey, Raffi Devers playing first base.
Yep.
And I was saying it to you guys. I put it out there on social media. I don't think people understand how difficult it is to just be a designated hitter. When you are playing baseball, you hear it a lot, like, don't take your at-bat into the field. Don't take your, whatever happened in the field into your at-bat. Yeah, I actually think they're very connected. When a guy makes a sweet play out in the field, it galvanizes you. It feels like you're contributing. And then you come into the dugout and you've got a bounce to you. And how many times when you used to watch SportsCenter back in the day did a guy make a nice play out in the field defensively and come in and rip a single, rip a double, rip a home run? Happens almost all the time.
Complimentary.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so I think the reverse can happen when you're just a designated hitter. I think it can get very lonely. If you're batting 3 out of 10, if you're a 3 out of 10 hitter, meaning you get on base, you hit 3 out of 10, you're batting 300, you are a Hall of Fame level player. Willie Mays was a 299, 301 hitter. Buster Posey, 300 hitter. Will Clark, 300 hitter for their career. You bat 200? Well, now you're in the Pat Bailey zone, where we're like, are you a big leaguer, right? That's how thin the margins are. So when you're just obsessing about your at-bats, it's very difficult to feel like you're contributing in other ways to the team because we're only measuring you off what you're doing at the plate. And then you're living with having to sit there. Let's say it's 30 minutes of real time, 45 minutes of real time in between at-bats. It can become a mental grind. When you go out into the field, every pitch, I'm thinking, all right, it's 3-2. He's going to try to pitch him away. The ball might come my way. If it's hit into the gap, I'm the cutoff in this one. It kind of takes your mind off of just your at-bats because you're living pitch by pitch defensively and worrying about where you are situationally on any given play. I just think Devers playing first base defensively is going to unlock the freedom at the plate. And I feel like you saw glimpses of it yesterday.
And there's also an aspect of, hey, listen, I know I'm the highest paid player on the team right now. I want to ingratiate myself to this fan base, to this team, to all my teammates very quickly. And for me not to be able to contribute on the field, it's got to be taxing because if I'm not going to be doing it at the plate, I would still like to be helping out somewhat. It's like in any other job, right? Like I feel like if it's like you move up to the corporate ladder, right? and you feel like you can't get your, like, roll your sleeves up and help the stock workers, help the other employees, right? People that get in early. It's like, I feel like I'm not doing my part. I'm not helping out when I could. And I feel like that's a little bit with what Devers have been going through, albeit at the plate's been a lot better. Post All-Star break, man, he's got a couple of hits yesterday, 227 average now.
Because he was double. He was like the fastest. Yeah, I felt like I've seen him run.
I mean, right?
He looks really good.
He did. He looked energized yesterday. Now, I'm still very concerned about the medical going forward. They're clearly not. They're going to put him at first base. So I just, we have to get over it. If they're just going to keep playing him, they're going to keep playing him. But that being said, yesterday, given the circumstances, Joe, top to bottom with this team, they could not have had a better performance from everyone. I thought Sean Jelly was gutsy.
Yeah.
I thought they were getting it away there a little bit, because that's still a hell of a roster you're going up against in the Braves. I mean, you mentioned it. Profar, Olsen, Acuna, Baldwin, who's been balling, Albies, Sean Murphy, all these guys, the names go on and on and on. So for them to ball out, Lucchesi is looking nice.
He's been
liking
solid.
Me some Joey Lucchesi, by the way.
We rip a lot of the moves that haven't worked out, but nobody wants to give credit where credit is due on a good move. Whatever they've done with Lucchesi, whether it's the coaching staff, whether it's Buster Posey, I think they nailed it.
Yeah.
He's been a big contributor to this team. I always talk about I call it the Yasmiro Petit role, meaning it changes based off what my team needs on a given day. You might come in high leverage situations in the middle of like fifth, sixth, seventh inning of a game. You might be a mop up duty. You might be, hey, we're blowing a team out. We just need you to kind of eat some innings here, take pressure off for other guys. He has been a very valuable piece for this team.
I like that. Shamanaya was like that for the Giants for a minute, where they didn't really know what his role was. I remember Jesse Chavez, who was once a Brave.
I actually always liked Jesse Chavez.
Yeah, me too, but he was like that for the A's once upon a time. He did that same thing. I could be a spot start if you need me to. I can do a long game.
Those guys are valuable.
They're very valuable, and I just don't think they're appreciated enough.
I would agree.
When they're out there. So shout out Joey Lucchesi right now. And again, as you mentioned, one of those few left-handers, if not the only one, that you can really trust.
Yeah, and he has a really nice curveball going on right now. The other thing with Raffi Devers playing first base, I just felt like he was smiling more yesterday defensively than I've seen him smile at any point. Like, think about it. When he makes an out and you have to sit in the dugout, you're thinking about, oh my God, what did I do wrong? And then you're looking at the iPad. You're like obsessing about the at-bat you just had and about the at-bat that's about to come and the situation. I'm watching a guy that just felt like the pressure of hitting was removed because he was able to just have that fun, that joy, that relaxation of playing defense. Conversely, Wilmer Flores, I think, is in the other camp. I think Wilmer Flores is a guy that I don't think likes and enjoys playing first base. I just get the sense from him it's a stress on his body, and not so much the mental grind, but the stress on the body, and I think he will benefit from just being a DH.
888-957-9570. The Giants bounce back. How'd you feel about Raffi Devers playing first base, and is something that you can lean on going forward? There's going to be some hiccups. Let's keep it a buck. Like, this is not going to be some perfect thing right away. This is his first time doing this. He's not at third base. He's at first base right now. The body is still clearly hampered a little bit, albeit a little more energized yesterday. But I'd rather go through these growing pains if it's going to help his mentals and help the on the field production overall, because he talked about it yesterday, Joe, and usually I don't play sound in the first segment, but I'm going to play it because you've referenced it a bunch. Like, you're seeing it. We're seeing it. He's speaking about playing in the field helps his batting. Raffi Devers.
Definitely. It keeps me active. It keeps my head out of just thinking about the next at-bat. I'm the kind of player that likes to be active, likes to be on the field. I'd rather be on the field than be in the cage hitting all the time and just thinking about the next at-bat.
And obviously that's through his interpreter, Erwin Igueros.
Very few guys can just hit and be competent and comfortable with contributing in only one way. Like, I think of the greatest designated hitters of all time. It's not the longest list that you think.
No, it's not. We actually were trying to do it before the show started. It was obviously Big Papi, Edgar Martinez.
The DH came around in the early 70s.
Correct.
So it's 50 years.
Charlie Finley.
Okay. You said Big Papi.
Big Papi.
Edgar Martinez.
I'd say as more recently, JD Martinez.
Okay, but he also played right field for a long time.
He did, but I'm saying I think the last decade or so he's been a that guy. Who else is in there?
I'm not sure, and I agree with you, but I'm not sure how many casuals are going to like rip off JD Martinez.
No, for sure. Frank.
I mean, he played a lot of time in the
Thomas?
National League too.
Frank Thomas.
Yeah,
a
but
little
Frank
bit?
Thomas was a great first baseman for over
See,
a decade.
This is what I'm getting at. Like, it's usually
That's
half
my
and
point.
half. Yes,
That's my point. And typically it's a guy who's conceded his body won't allow him to play out in the field.
Jim Thome, right?
Yes. Like look where Wilmer's at right now.
Yeah.
I think that is about the time when Frank Thomas was like, yeah, I'll just be a DH.
Exactly.
You know, and so a lot of guys have expressed this. It's just difficult. I just don't think we understand the mental, difficulties of just contributing through hitting. It's way harder than we think, man. It just is. And I could feel and see it through the television. The burden was lifted, and I saw a guy enjoying himself. We all know there are some guys, they have to play with joy. That is how they have to play. Now, that being said, there is a reality. At some point, there's going to be a couple of plays in a game that matters where he's going to have to make plays over there. You saw a play where Adames threw the ball over to him. He caught it. There's only a couple of force outs at first yesterday. He caught it, and he jumped off the bag because he didn't want to get his foot stepped on. And there's a whole learning curve of playing first base. I don't know if people were paying attention last night. Anthony Volpe plays for the Yankees. He's been struggling offensively and defensively. This is a Gold Glover last year. Young player, first-round draft pick. He threw a ball in the dirt. I thought the first baseman should have picked it last night. He did not. Ball goes by him in front, drops down, runner safe, big inning happens, there's an explosion. You go into the dugout, the pitcher is slamming his glove. People don't know whether he's mad at Volpe, mad at the first baseman, mad at himself for his performance.
Right.
But those are the things that can happen when a team is teetering, in a playoff, race and whatnot. There's going to be a time and point where this guy's going to have to make plays defensively at first base. And he's going to have to live with it. The team's going to have to live with it. And it's going to be something that we're going to have to monitor.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, something we're monitoring going forward and going on today, training camp, baby. It's officially underway for all 32 NFL franchises. On-field activities starting today. Not padded. That's okay. They're in the shorts. And we're going to be talking to a special guest at 9:30 who's going to be out there today, Joe.
Nice.
His name is Bonte Hill. You ever heard of him? The King, some call him.
Oh.
Yeah. King of Bay Area sports media, television, radio, podcasts, boats. I don't know. It's Bonte Hill, 9:30, courtesy of River Islands. He's going to be joining us to get the lay of the land at training camp in Santa Clara. By the way, we need to get it because we have it in our system. At one point today, we are going to be playing what I think made you and Bonte Hill maybe world famous, kind of like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide, you and Bonte. That Trey Lance take you guys had once upon a time, we're going to revisit it today because, these things happen at training camp. You might see something that wows you. Now,
All right.
in shorts is a little different than pads. So, Mac Jones, I didn't know he had a cannon. Shasky, I like what I'm seeing from Mac Jones. I don't know. Could he push properly? We're joking, people. But you're going to start hearing some things with training camp and storylines. And we're going to have our eyes on certain people and certain position groups as the training camp goes forward. And obviously, all eyes on Juwan Jennings. Is he going to sign? John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan both spoke to the media yesterday. Brock Purdy as well. We're going to get into that. Plus, Shanahan did have a sit down, as he does each and every year, with Tim Kawakami. So we will get some of that sound as well for you. A lot of good stuff from 49ers. It's just good to talk football again.
Yeah.
And by the way, you know when football's really back, Joe? Is when I start seeing all the Jerry Jones press conferences in my feed. Oh no, there's another holdout or hold in. There's another contract dispute in Dallas. You really hate to see that. Who could have seen this coming? Well, Micah Parsons and that personality. Oh, George Pickens is there now. You got a no-name head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. What could go wrong in Big D in Dallas? You know what makes me happy when I hear that if I'm a Niner fan? Thank God I don't have that. Juwan Jennings, sure. I guess, but it's nothing compared to the circus that is the Dallas media coverage of one Jerry Jones, who loves it all, by the way. So I'm so happy you don't have to deal with that BS, and we can just focus on some good old-fashioned football going forward, Joey. I'm excited. I'm so damn happy. I love football so much. You can see it and hear it in my voice. I know. I just need it in my life. I needed it bad.
So are you going to be gambling on preseason games here coming up? Hall of Fame game.
Maybe. That or Little League World Series action, which is coming up soon, right?
You and the landman back there behind the screen. I don't know if you guys know this, but Carter admitted something to me about his family and the fortune that they have and the estate, the palatial estate that they have. He has over 2,000 acres in the Lake Tahoe area, and I think he's underrating it. It's probably more than that.
2,000?
And now I'm calling him the landman. That's my new nickname for him. He's basically...
What is going on
He's
here?
basically Yellowstone.
Oh, my God. Kevin Costner?
Yeah.
I'd never even seen the show.
The
but
more
just put on
things
the
I learn
cowboy hat.
about him, the more I realize he's the richest undercover person that I know. He was at his Instagram feed over the
he's
weekend.
rocking
He
a
was
Rolex
at an
every morning.
all you can eat lobster fest up at his friend's estate in Napa. And I go, hey dog, what's up with the invite?
No, I literally said, I was like, dude, it looks like you're doing like a crab feed. That's awesome. He's like, lobster. I was like, oh.
Flown in from Maine.
Excuse me, Jesus. Well, it was a lobster feed, brother. All right. It's like, all right, not crawdad, not crab. Lobster only for Carter.
Don't be disrespectful.
You know how Batman has what's the butler's name? Come on,
Alfred.
What?
Alfred,
right? Carter, who's your Alfred? Keep it real. Who's your Alfred?
We'll find out next, and it's going to be brought to you by
Tell him to
Fremont
bring us
Bank.
breakfast.
Here for you. Here for good, Carter.
Another base hit for Devers. Ramos to third, and he'll run right through a stop sign and score anyway. All's well that ends well. 6-0 Giants.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Bodoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
You can't do that. And Lord knows Carter doesn't do that at all. Big Lobster guy. A little paranoid action, Black Sabbath.
I mean, running through the text. I mean, running through the whatever it is. The
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line, Joseph.
No, I'm saying running through the stop sign.
Oh, I thought that's where you were going. I thought you were saying the text line.
I mean, the way Flem said that. Could you play that sound one more time of Fleming? Like it's
No!
I've never talked about a third base coach as much as we've talked about Matt Williams this year.
Another base hit for Devers. Ramos to third, and he'll run right through a stop sign and score anyway. All's well that ends well. 6-0 Giants.
Oh, my God.
Poor Matt Williams.
I mean,
even when he's trying to do right, they still say, screw you. I'm going to go right through it, and it's going to work anyways.
It's incredible, isn't it?
See, Matt Williams could have used a win yesterday, and a win for Matt Williams would have been, Ramos getting hosed at the plate. And it's like, he should have listened to Matt Williams, but even when Matt tries to do right, it doesn't matter. Speaking of running through stop signs, someone almost hit me this morning running through a stop sign. Not even a stop sign, a red light.
In a car?
In a car. I was trying to cross the street.
Okay.
All right. The pedestrian sign was on.
Are you in a car?
No, I'm not in a car. Someone in their car was stopped literally right on that intersection right there by Montgomery, by the Starbucks down there at the corner. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's 5 a.m, right? Just trying to cross the street. The light's on. It's time for me to cross. They have a red light. And you know what people like to do at 4, 5 a.m, 3 a.m? They just think, red lights are stop signs.
Yeah, we call it Hollywood, isn't it?
But it's not flashing, so it's not a stop sign. So you have to, follow the law. And someone just wasn't paying attention or didn't care to pay attention. Nearly hit me. Pay attention, people. That's all I'm asking. 5, 4, 3 a.m. This is a city. We're not in rural Georgia. All right? There are rules here, people. Let's abide by them. That's it. That's my PSA. That's my one thing. Just pay attention.
Were you on a bike or were you walking?
I was literally walking with my scooter. I was being very, prudent. I was paying attention, thankfully. Someone that wasn't paying attention probably would have gotten hit. I've seen you on the
scooter. I don't know if you abide by the laws of the road.
Well, it depends. Certain things.
Here we go.
But this case I was.
Don't panic.
Scooter riders get to make their own rules.
That's right. Hey.
I actually think the bicyclists, I'm dead serious on this. Bicyclists and some of you in the motorbikes or whatever.
I stay in my lane, though, Joe. I do. I stayed to the right.
You still need to abide by the rules of the streets.
I do. What are you saying I don't do?
I mean, like, for example, we went on the walk on the Great Highway, and, like, these bicyclists are going 180 miles per hour. It's like, there's kids everywhere.
I can't go that
Lance
fast.
Armstrong, I know you're trying to set, personal records, all right? Just going from one end of the Great Highway to the other. Look around. It's a bunch of, toddlers walking around. Just slow down. It's okay.
I am very slow and cautious.
Yeah, not you. I'm just saying in general.
All right. That's his PSA. That's his one thing right there. And Elliot Ramos said, screw all of you.
They're terrorists, these bicyclists.
Jesus.
And look, my uncle owns a bike company.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can you get a hookup here?
Mary Sales Company.
Schwinn?
No, not Schwinn.
Oh.
Schwinn is it's like the Walmart brand now.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's because it got bought out. It's
I didn't
not
know
what
that.
it used to be.
I haven't ridden a bicycle in
It's Soma
30
Fabrications,
years.
Mary Sales, IRD. He's actually an inventor, my uncle.
Oh.
He's made the Wall Street Journal multiple times for his inventions.
Excuse me.
I mean, he's not on the level of a Chickering, but he's up there.
I was going to say, you might be the landowner.
We got Ben Franklin and Oppenheimer over here, dude. Okay. I'm not mad at it. By the way, we got training camp kicking off with on-field activities. Obviously, the rookies reported last week for the 49ers. Veterans reported yesterday. Brock Purdy sound, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch sound. We will get to it. Bonta Hill joining us as he is heading over to training camp that starts today. The on-field activities, non-padded that is, 9:30 Bonta Hill, courtesy of River Islands. We're talking Giants in the meantime, bouncing back with one of their better wins of the season. Elliot Ramos running through the stop sign. But you know what? I wasn't mad at it. Elliot Ramos is one of these guys right now that has been struggling. He's like, you know what? I need a win right now. I'm going to get it. And he got his win yesterday by scoring. So there you go. Even though Dave Fleming was like, I'm not sure about that. Dave really wanted to say this on the call.
No!
That's really what he wanted to do, but he didn't. And he scored. So there you go. Elliot Ramos, Raffi Devers at first base, 9-0 the final, which leads us to today's game, Joe.
So, what do you do today?
I look
at someone like Luis Matos. Put him in the lineup today. No, I know he went 0 for yesterday, but he had a walk, and I thought he made a couple of nice plays in right field. This is where I talk about the young players and having opportunities. Give him a couple days in a row.
Yeah.
Let him play for a couple days in a row. When you only play once in a blue moon, it's really difficult to get your footing. As we talk about a guy like a DH, it's very difficult to feel like you're contributing. It's really hard to be a role player and a bench guy when you're a young guy and you don't have a consistent role carved out for you. I'd like to see them give Yaz a couple days off in a row. Give Matos the start. Just let him. Let's just see what we've got with him for a day or two.
What do you got to lose is what I'd say. Like that bad of a Mike Yastrzemski, if it was, Babe Ruth or Willie Mays, sure. But
I think there's an argument to be made. Maybe Yaz plays center today.
Okay.
And Jung-Hoo Lee takes the day off.
Which I wouldn't be mad at because Jung-Hoo Lee has played a lot this season. He's played a lot of baseball, and I think he, as everyone does, but he specifically needs some rest going forward for the mentals because he's struggling at the plate right now. As you said, I thought the at-bats looked a little bit better yesterday. Did draw a walk late. But yeah, I wouldn't be mad at them. Plus the heat. You got to take care of some of these guys right now. That was a big factor yesterday for Landon Roop getting pulled the way he did. Obviously, the innings count is going to be something to monitor going forward. 5 innings, 4 hits, 6 Ks, a walk. A lot of people are like, why the hell are you taking him out right now? Because I think Giants fans immediately went, oh, God, our bullpen's going to fall apart. And for a second, we thought that was going to happen with Sean Shelley bounce back there. But the heat was definitely a factor yesterday. And you just got to monitor the innings going forward. So, Luis Maltos, sure. I have no problems with that, Joe. I don't even think that's a hot take. Just see what you got. Yeah.
I just want to see him get an opportunity.
Yes.
But I think we talk a lot about young player development in all these sports. And I just think we underrate how difficult it is when you're not an established player or you don't have a specific role carved out for you. How hard it is to, contribute in this small window, and if you don't, you're yanked.
Well, I think Casey Schmidt's a good example of that this year. I think Casey, for the most part, in the years past, he was just a chase guy at the plate. He just chase. His chase rate was one of the worst in Major League Baseball. Strike out constantly. I know you were high on Casey when he came out. He came into the league. He was red hot. He was awesome. He was fun. And the league adjusted. He said, oh, this guy likes to chase. We're just not going to throw him nothing. We're going to throw him off the plate. He's going to chase every single time. And that's what happened. And then he had to make an adjustment, right? So, but he also got the leeway to do that because of injuries in front of him. And Luis Matos really hasn't been given that thus far. But, there's always going to be opportunities going forward. And you'd hope he'd be able to seize said opportunity when given the chance. And if he gets another chance today, I'd like to see it because it felt like had they won that game against the Dodgers when he had that 2-run blast and it tied it up, it was awesome. It was adios pelota. Everyone was going nuts. It was awesome. Had they won that game, just think of how we're thinking of Luis Matos. Man, that guy's a hero, right?
Clutch.
We won that series. Wow, this was huge momentum builder.
Totally buried.
Yes, and now everyone forgot about it, right?
Such a good point.
Huge moment for him.
It is.
Until it wasn't, because we all forgot about it.
The beauty of yesterday's game was it allowed me to be able to leave with the little guy because they had a huge lead. And I went to a birthday party yesterday.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Topgolf in Burlingame. You ever been there?
Oh, I went for my birthday, Joe, a couple months ago in June, early June 4th. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Did
you have a good time?
It was a great time. It was my first time ever going to Topgolf. I thought the sight lines, it was really nice and sunny that day. There was a slight breeze, so it felt good.
Yeah, they got the heaters too, even if it's not.
They got the space heaters right there. They got the food. They got the drinks. They got a little margarita slushy. They got the big screen in the middle right there.
With the Giants game going on.
So if you get there a little early, you can wait, hang out. There's a bar that's right there.
There's plenty of room.
It's awesome.
And it was, it was packed, yet because the venue's so large.
It's huge.
You don't feel like everyone's on top of you.
You drive in there, the parking lot, first and foremost, is massive. It's huge. It's right there. So you got a lot of different corporate people, corporate parties, but a lot of date nights too. A lot of the buddies, the girls' parties, the bachelorette parties, the bachelor parties, family, right? It's literally for everyone, and it was just such a good vibe when I was there. And really, you don't need to be a good golfer or have golfed at all. That's the fun of it.
No.
And I am anti bringing your own golf clubs to those places, by the way.
I saw a lot of dudes bringing their own clubs in.
Oh, no.
I didn't see any butlers bringing clubs in, but I definitely see a lot of dudes bringing their own clubs in.
A caddy? Is that what you're saying? A caddy's
that's what I'm saying.
in?
I'm like,
I don't think people with butlers are going to Topgolf. They got their own place.
But isn't the fun of, just for me, some of the fun of golf, like when I go to Golf Mart or the PGA Tour Superstore or wherever I go, just hitting other clubs.
Yes.
I
right?
like hitting other clubs.
Well, they have that massive driver with like the massive head. So like
I can't hit that thing at all.
It's horrible, right? I
But
tried
I was
to.
smoking 5 irons.
Oh, it was great. If you're doing like the precision play, you could play Pebble Beach, you could play Augusta, you could play all these different places. Yeah.
If anybody who is listening to me works at Topgolf, I want to partner with you.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're at. I don't know what you do. I don't care. I want to partner with you. I want to do a show outing at Topgolf. I want to have fun. I want to bring our audience to Topgolf. I want to enjoy. I almost want to enjoy it on a Saturday when college football's going on and there's a zillion games. The food is incredible. The vibes are immaculate. They have a lounge area, and then they have more of like the high chair area where like what are they called? The high boys? What are those chairs that are like really tall that you see at like bars?
The stools? Like the really tall ones?
But they're like big chairs. Anyway, I brought the little guy. We had a great time. It was a bunch of 14-year-olds, and shout out Charlie Moylan. It was his birthday. It was just a great time, and the food is unreal. Unreal. We had chicken strips. I had the little cheese balls.
That's where they get
They
you.
had the pretzels. They had the chips. Oh my God, I had like it was like a cookie with ice cream over the top of it.
I mean, bring it on, man.
It was
Jana Mountain View loves her.
incredible.
Yeah, some Topgolf.
It was incredible. Topgolf's hella fun. That's all I'm going to say. I underrated how much fun it was.
Well, I've always seen like videos of it before doing it. I was like, oh, this looks like a good time. It's like a driving range. But really, it's bowling meets golf in that
It is.
you got all your television, you got all your pizza if you want it, your food, your brewskis. Feels like a party atmosphere. It's laid back. It's chill. No one's really good at bowling, but you go out there to fun. But golf, it's the same thing. Like, you don't have to be Tiger Woods out there. Just go out there and try it. Again, I'm dad mode right now. Just try your best. Have a good time. Get some alcohol in you if you want
Laugh
to.
a little.
There you
Laugh a little.
That's all
Make
you
fun
need to
of
do.
people's swings. That's the whole point.
That's the whole point. We'll pick this up on the other side, 888-957-9570. Justin Verlander, Joe. Will he get his first win of the season?
Uh-oh.
We'll discuss it on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Woo, yeah.
Oh, so good.
Crazy. But that's how it goes.
Right. Look. Listen.
76 years old, Ozzy Osbourne passed away yesterday after some complications due to Parkinson's, obviously English singer-songwriter, and I'd say like media, like pop culture icon. Like you can't think of Ozzy Osbourne and just not do the impression, Sharon! And he's just like kind of like in his robe and just has like the glasses on. I was like, what is going on with this guy? But you know what? He had a loving family, and he was surrounded by his friends and family there towards the end. And it was actually really cool to see the clip that kept circulating around that like he performed just 2 weeks ago. And obviously, this battle with Parkinson's, like we've all seen it. It's unfortunate, and you know, he had to sit down in a chair most of it because he just couldn't stand. It was just too much to do a show that long and stand up. And he was sitting down, and the vocals were still there, man. At 76 years old, the vocals were still there. So rest in peace. And that's a great one. I always think of Kickoffs whenever I hear that, just that riff. Yeah. And I also think of the remix with Lil Jon. Let's go, right? Come on. So there you go.
You know, you hear from people like, you know, you got to be, you know, super cautious. You never know. And I agree. Like any day could be your last day. So you want to be as careful as you can. But simultaneously, you got to live life to the fullest. And if you're going to go out, you want to go out doing what you love doing.
Yeah.
And I think that when I see someone like Ozzy still performing at his age, doing what he loved, there's a genuine appreciation the older I get when I see older people just doing what they want to do because they love it.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot about legacy and, you know, what kind of mark you're going to leave on the world when you're all said and done. And I think there was a point in time where I think people thought that Ozzy was going to die young, sad, alone.
Dude, we were referencing the show from like the early 2000s, which was like 23 years ago. He looked like
an old man then.
Yes.
Yeah. So the fact that he lived as long as he did, you know, is a testament, you know, and she did save his life, his wife. And so he always admitted that in I know that they played like a character on television. I love that show, by the way, in the early 2000s.
Oh, it was hilarious.
It was great.
Yeah, Carter's nodding his head. You just think of Sharon.
It was great.
I'm nodding my head because the funniest thing I saw yesterday was Ozzy was asked, you know, who would you like to play you in a biopic? And he was like, oh, it's very clear. Denzel Washington.
I saw Flavor Flav. He also had like a nice post about him, and they were just chopping it up recently, talking about their sobriety and stuff like that, because obviously that's something that Ozzy battled throughout his whole life. And same with Flavor Flav, Flavor of Love, by the way. Talking about early 2000s
Flavor Love's all time.
Reality TV.
All time.
Pour one out when he poured the champagne on the rug. It's next with this like big ass bodyguard there.
What was the girl's name? New York?
New York and Pumpkin. Yeah, Pumpkin and then, spit at her in New York. It was like backhand.
Who was the Bridget Nielsen?
Oh, my God.
Or is it Brigitte?
It's one of them. Right?
Yeah.
I just think of her as the wife from Rocky IV, Yvonne Drago. That's exactly what I think of there. Also, was it Rock of Love, Brett Michaels, another one? There you go.
Dude, the bandana covering the seven head.
Oh, my God. And then what was it? A shot, Tila Tequila, right? Remember that one?
Well, now I think of Sean Merriman.
Oh, God. Lights out. Another lights out. Well, I thought you were going to do a transition there, Joe, from Ozzy Osbourne and legacies and you know, when to hang it up kind of a thing. I thought you were going to transition to Justin Verlander.
No, I actually wasn't thinking about it.
I actually thought, no, literally, when you were saying
going out doing what he wants to do.
But
my God.
But in a way, kind of, right? Because
so is he going to pitch sitting in a chair because he can't get through 2 innings?
Well,
is that what you're getting at?
I mean, would it be any worse than what's going on right now? I mean, the guy looks cooked.
Nah,
it looks over, dude.
It's a big one for him.
This is a massive start going up against their ace and Spencer Strider today, dude. Like, if they win this game and he can get his first win taking this series after getting swept in Toronto and after the debacle 2 nights ago, I just think mentally for him and the team, that would be massive going forward. So this is a huge start. Huge. What are you looking for Justin today? Just, can you give me 4 innings? Can you give me 4 or 5 innings?
Can you give me 4 innings?
I know.
I'm with you. They need 4 innings. I mean, like you're laughing, but we all know it's true.
It's true.
I mean, having Hayden Birdsong essentially go no innings, and you had to eat all of those innings with multiple dudes, like you're up against it. You desperately need Verlander to get you into the 5th inning.
Yes, desperately. And again, you're going up against their ace and Spencer Strider. And if it feels like if you could just get to him early, that bullpen is just a mess in Atlanta. The entire pitching staff is just a mess in Atlanta with the heat and everything. The ball could be traveling. I just don't want it to be the opposite of what we were seeing, yesterday with Landon Roop, who was in control, but the heat was also a factor for him yesterday. And Justin Verlander might be a factor early on in this game. He's older. Stay hydrated.
Has Landon Roop been this year's Elliot Ramos, where he kind of came out of nowhere and we knew who Elliot Ramos was. I had no idea who Landon Roop was a couple years ago.
Right.
This is a guy who's only been on my radar for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
But in terms of his impact on winning for this year, is he similar in the sense of like, wow, where would they be without this guy?
In a way, he has kind of been the most valuable Giant, because they've needed his consistency. He's had some rocky starts here and there, but I think you can make the argument he has been the most valuable San Francisco Giant in this perspective. You knew what you're getting from Logan Webb. He is an ace. He's been in the Cy Young, top 2, top 3 voting year in and year out. He's an innings eater. He's a gamer. He's a big-time pitcher. One of the best in baseball. Robbie Ray, former Cy Young winner. Yeah, coming off Tommy John, a year removed from that. Obviously, there were some question marks, but I think overall, we were expected to have a really solid guy that can get a lot of wins in Robbie Ray. After that, it was a hope and a prayer, Joe. 42-year-old Justin Verlander, you didn't know where he was at. You liked the name. I think we all liked the name, but we didn't know what we were getting with Justin at this point. And it's been a little disappointing. Actually, it's been really disappointing, I think, for a lot of fans. Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, yeah, we'll see. And then Jordan Hicks obviously was a part of this conversation. We all knew Jordan Hicks isn't a starter. He's just not. The wear and tear, the guy's looking like he's sweating profusely before the game even starts. It wasn't working with Jordan Hicks. And then you had this guy, Landon Roop. Who? He was an X Factor. He was a wild card. No one knew about it. You said it. You knew him because you followed the minor league system and you're a diehard.
Yeah, but vaguely.
Exactly, but vaguely. He's not a sexy name. Landon Roop, this guy from North Carolina, he's got this, this accent like he's like Madison Bumgarner. Huh? And lo and behold, kept his head down, and he's been captain consistency for the staff that's desperately needed it. And we all keep waiting for the wheels to fall off, Joe. I'm still waiting for this to happen. And it's not. And you know what? Maybe I should stop waiting for that to happen. And this is who Landon Roop is going forward. I hope that's the case because he's been a baller.
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible for this team right now. And I think we just have to ride as we go crazy train. We have to just ride the train as long as this thing can take us. And I don't think anyone knows. I don't even know if he knows. We talk about innings limits and reaching specific spots in your career that's kind of uncharted in terms of how deep into the season that you pitch. I think you just got to kind of feel it out.
So the Giants are 5-1 in his last 6 starts. They're doing a pitch limit, right? 86 yesterday. The heat was a factor. They're trying, which I actually appreciate in this, they're trying to do right by him, the player, too.
Yeah, he throws a lot of breaking balls, though, and I just wonder how much... some guys have elbows where they can throw a lot of breaking balls. Other guys, it's a lot of tension on it. I don't know. I don't know where he's at with that, but he throws a lot of breaking balls.
1.15 ERA over his last 6 starts, 31 in the third innings pitched over that time, 32 strikeouts, 13 walks for Landon Roop. He's been a baller. He's been
amazing.
Look, I just said you the stats. He's been one of the best starters in baseball the last 6 starts, last over a month. Hell, go last 15 games, Joe. I got it right here. 5-5 win-loss record, 2.62 ERA, right? 75.2 innings pitched, right? He's been incredible. You look at 64 strikeouts to 30 walks. All right, could be a little bit better. His whip, though, 1.40. That's the last 15 games. That's the last couple months for Landon Roop. I want to be careful here because we saw flashes with other guys, too, in the past. But this feels like a lot longer of a sample size and a lot larger of a sample size when it comes to Landon Roop than, let's say, a Hayden Birdsong, a Kyle Harrison. This is from basically start to finish from this season. He's been consistent as hell. And if he can keep it going, great. And they're going to need him to keep it going. If they want to get to where they want to go, which is a wild card spot, he's going to have to keep doing it because I can't count on, these other guys that they're calling up, that are quite frankly, not household names. I can't count on a 42-year-old Justin Verlander to all of a sudden turn into 32-year-old Justin Verlander. That's not happening. Hayden Birdsong, he might not even come back up to the big leagues. So it's Ray, it's Webb, it's Roop going forward. They have to be consistent. Have to be.
It's always tough to kind of project how someone's arm is going to, last throughout the year, right? And a lot of these guys that played college, he played college ball. Mm-hmm. I think
Wilmington.
What?
UNC Wilmington.
Wilmington. There you go. I was going to say Charlotte. But usually, like, even the really, really, really good guys, like, they top out at like 120 innings, give or take. Now, they will stop and then play some sort of summer, fall ball. Maybe they'll play in a Cape Cod league, right? And they'll get more innings and stuff, but they get kind of a break, right? They get like a couple of week break, and depending on how deep their team goes in the college baseball playoffs, that doesn't mean they're not throwing on the side, but it's different than I'm making my MLB every 5-day start, right? There's just a different level of stress that goes on the arm. So when you look at his minor league stuff, I think it's like 110, 115 is usually where these guys will top out at. Right. He's in uncharted territory. And I think you're just going to have to go one start at a time. There might be a time, though, Joe, come mid-August, where we're going to have to maybe not skip a start, but go every 6 days or every 7 days. And that's where I look at the staff as a whole and I go, well, who else is even able to give them spot starts?
Well, that's why I was just a little confused by when they came out of the All-Star break and they went Verlander.
I think it was to give guys like Roop a break, though.
I know, and I hear you when you're saying that, but at the same time,
to space it out.
But also, I'm in a spot here where I kind of need to maximize these starts. Like, that's the thing. I can't have that luxury of being able to space them out. Maybe if I have a Philadelphia Phillies pitching staff, maybe if I want to have the best staffs in baseball, I can afford to do that. But I have 3 guys I could trust right now, my starters. Anyone else, I can.
Well, that's where I wonder, is Carson Seymour, is that the name? Yes. I think it's his first name. I wonder if Seymour or Gage gets a look as a starter. Lucchese gets a look. Maybe it's not even like start the whole, we expect you to go 6, but can you give us 3? Can they employ the opener? Is Tristan Beck a guy that gets a spot start here moving forward?
He's looked good as of Tristan Beck.
He has. Yeah. No, it's different coming out of the pen. Correct. Low expectations versus starting a game. I don't know. I wonder what their strategy is going to be in the month of August, because I do think they're in a really tough spot.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. This is the Morning Roast. And Bonte Hill, former host of The Roast and current pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area, Giants and Warriors related, is going to be joining us at 9:30, because not only does he talk Giants, not only does he talk Warriors, he's going to be talking some 49ers with us, because on-field activities start today, Joe. Veterans reported yesterday, rookies reported last week. We got everyone in the building that's healthy outside of one Juwan Jennings, who is obviously holding out right now in hopes for getting a pay bump there. Not officially, according to Shanahan and Lynch, has he asked for a trade on Juwan Jennings. And we're going to get into what Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and Brock Purdy had to say yesterday to the media. A lot of good stuff there, because you just said something in regards to the Giants. This is going to be a massive, massive August. And it's going to be a massive August coming up here for the red and gold, because the expectations, I feel like, within the fan base are all over the place. If you ask just any 49ers fans, you're walking down the street, hey, how you feel about the Niners coming into this year? I don't know. We didn't really make a lot of moves. We brought back, we got Kittle signed. We got Fred Warner signed. Yeah, Brock Purdy. I don't know. Maybe. I think there's a lot of skepticism still within this fan base in regards to the team. Now, you're always going to have the diehards and say, you know what? This is our year. This is our year. This is what's great about football and why we always love football. It's because you could talk yourself into any single team having a worst to first type of a season, right? We see it every single year. Isn't there a record? We keep having this every single year. There's always a worst to first or worst to playoff kind of a team, right? Whether it's the Broncos, right, with Bo Nix last year, right? Who saw that coming? I didn't see that coming.
No.
You know what? I actually didn't see the Carolina Panthers and Bryce Young kind of having a resurgence late last season.
Well, they were really good at the end of the year.
They were really good at the end of that year. Hell, they had that game against the Eagles where we were all like, are the Panthers going to do this thing? Right? So anything could happen. And I think looking at the Niners, a year removed from a Super Bowl, Joe, there was just a lot that took place last year. And I don't need to tell you because you were at Allegiant Stadium when it all went down. And let's just go back to that moment. Let's start from the beginning, right? Walking out of Allegiant Stadium the way you did, you, Bonte, Loveman, right? Demoralizing loss, overtime loss. And then immediately after that, you had Brandon Ayuk basically saying, yeah, I might not be coming back here. Like that kicked off like the off season almost. And you still had that taste in your mouth of losing the Super Bowl. That's how last season started.
We use this term, Super Bowl hangover, and I used to kind of scoff at it because I would see teams like, New England, even if they lost, they were still like amazing the very next year. Very few teams are like, they're the unicorn. The rule is, hey, after you lose the Super Bowl, it's almost impossible to pick yourself up off the mat.
The Chiefs, the Patriots, I think those are like the two most recent examples of teams that could bounce back.
Those are the outlier, not the rule to me.
Yes.
They're the unicorns. And I think that there's a variety of reasons why. Head coach, quarterback are so spectacular. Just organization as a whole. There's a variety of reasons. And we'll see how the Chiefs bounce back this year. Like, I still think they're going to win the division.
I'm not sleeping. Yeah, never
with the Niners losing the way that they did in overtime, we should have saw it coming. I was in denial. We were all in denial. And I think with a lot of Niner fans, you ask, how are they feeling right now? Right? That was kind of how you started that. I think a lot of people were like, you lost 7 of 8 to end the year last year. You were essentially from mid-November on one of the worst teams in football. You played like it. I was tired of you because you drugged me out when it came to contracts and money and disgruntlement. And the word, I want to be traded, or the phrase, I want to be traded, just kind of fell on deaf ears because I was so exhausted. I think we all needed a break. I think the Niners needed a break. I think Niner fans needed a break from them. And I don't think the fervor is there just now, right today. But in about 3 or 4 weeks when they start playing games, I think everyone's going to rear themselves right back up. And I think we're ready for kind of a build-up from the top of the, like, if you were at the top of the mountain, you fell down, I think we all thought, oh, they're starting in the middle of the mountain. Mm-hmm. And they'll be able to just go right back to the top. We were all wrong. They had to fall all the way to the bottom of the mountain and then kind of get some new gear and make that trek again. And I think when we get ready for it, they're going to. And there's going to be a lot of new equipment in that bag. A lot of new equipment. You referenced Brandon Ayuk. I mean, John Lynch spoke yesterday. I don't even know when he's going to be ready. It sounds like he'll start on the PUP list, which means he'll miss the first 4 games of the season. You play on a short week 5. If I had to guess, my guess is Brandon Ayuk, we won't see him till week 7, 8, 9, 10.
And quite frankly, that's how you have to go into the season with that thought process, because that's kind of what I was thinking last year when it came to one Christian McCaffrey. Everyone saw that injury early on. And I think Bonte, I think I did. We were all like, yeah, I'm going to be under the assumption he might not play at all this year. Because
the coach said week 1 on a Friday, he's going to miss Sunday's game.
And then we figured out why. And they used that word that we all have strikes fear into our heart, the Greek mythological figure, Achilles. It's like, oh, great. So our best player on our team, quite frankly.
They downplayed it like crazy.
It was actually low-key insane in hindsight.
And then they also said that Dre Greenlaw was going to be back way sooner than he was, and that was obviously just way too optimistic. So I think that they're taking a really good, cautious approach. So you're asking where we feel. I just think last year was a lost year. And I think this happens in sports. And again, outside of a couple of in football, outside of a couple of outlier type organizations, teams, players, when you lose the way that they did, we should have saw it coming. I should have saw it coming. It's just the bottom fell out. They needed a reset. They were bloated. They were slow. They were expensive. They were disgruntled. They needed a complete reset, both spiritually, roster-wise, salary cap-wise, and you needed to be able to kind of start fresh.
I want to take a temperature check from the fan base right now, 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Again, 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about this 49ers team heading into on the field activity starting today. All 32 teams reporting for training camp. Rookies reported last week. Veterans reported yesterday. We're going to hear from the quarterback that got paid, the highest paid player in the history of the San Francisco 49ers, Brock Purdy, speaking yesterday. We're going to hear from the head coach, the polarizing man himself, Kyle Shanahan, and John Lynch, as you referenced, obviously, Joe, get his thoughts on when are we going to see these guys? What's going on with DeMarcus Robinson? What's going on with Juwan Jennings? What's going on with this wide receiver room? Is that a concern for Niners fans going forward? The defensive tackle, the defensive depth in general. Who's going to be the running mate with one Fred Warner? Who's going to be playing in the secondary alongside Deommodore Lenoir, Jair Brown, amongst others? What's going on with Malik Mustafa, obviously dealing with an ACL injury? There's a lot to be made of this offseason, and it starts here. It does. It's like a cliche, and we say these things, but it really does. When you watch all those Super Bowl docs, like they start in training camp. This is where they start. Whether it's the Tom Brady's, the Bill Belichick's, the Patrick Mahomes, the Andy Reid's, the Philadelphia Eagles, who look primed to go back-to-back, which I think make a lot of Niners fans throw up in their mouths. But let's call it what it is. They are primed to go back-to-back because they have nailed the draft, they have nailed the off-seasons, and they have nailed their contracts. And I hope that was the case this offseason for the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to get into it on the other side, Joe, 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Long time no hear from Oreo. Where's he at? Double stuffed? Glass of whole milk? Go for some Oreo cookie right now. By the way, we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I don't think Laughing Monk serves Oreos there. Shout out Sam Gadiri and friends. But they do serve basically everything else because they got pizza, they got burgers, Joe, they got pasta, they got lobster in the pasta.
Oh, heck
They got
yeah.
it all. They got the brews. So, like, before you go to Topgolf, you stop by Laughing Monk, is what you're saying, right? That's what you were doing. Always. Always. Siempre. That's what always means in Spanish.
You know, I was thinking about the Niners. Today, everybody's reporting. I'm so fired up for them. I don't know where you're going with this.
I was just shouting out Laughing Monk is what I was going with this because training camp starts today. You go to Sunnyvale. You go to Scotts Valley.
I want to be
San
down
Francisco.
there.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be talking to a guy that's going down there, 9:30, Bonte Hill. He's driving over there. Former host of The Roast, pre- and post-game analyst, NBC Sports Bay Area, Bonte Hill, 9:30. He's going to be calling us on the phone, the king himself, while he's wearing his crown, and the chariot arrives in Santa Clara. They're going to be playing the horns, too.
People can view football however they want. How I view it is different. And what I'm going at is like team building. I think we do this thing like, do you have a franchise quarterback? Is he going to play 15 years for you? It's like, dude, you know how many few guys play 15 years in the NFL, let alone on one team as the starting quarterback?
Well, we do this every year. It's, we're going to go division to division. Who's going to be the winners? Every single year, you're just going to take the best quarterbacks. That's what people do. But every single year, you're going to be wrong because things change. Well, because things change somewhat to that.
No, I would agree.
Because I don't think anyone had the Bo Nix Broncos in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, but they didn't win the division.
They didn't win the division, but they made the playoffs, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
So, like,
there'll be some upset surprises.
Yes.
But, like, in terms of team building, it's really like a 2 to 4 year window, right? Give or take. It might be even, it might just straight up be 3 years. I mean, if you look at the Shanahan era, 2017, 2018, 2019, it felt like they were building up a window to something. And then 2020, a lot went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that was like a 3 year run, if you will. And then, because 2017, they were basically an expansion franchise. But because of the George Kittle draft pick, because of the Jimmy Garoppolo trade, that set you up for that window. Now, are there carryover players from one window to another window? Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. George Kittle's still here, right? Now, that 2021, 2022, 2023 team felt like a 3 year window team. And there were some different parts. Ayuk emerged throughout that time and became a totally different player from 2021 through 2023. Dre Greenlaw really emerged during that time. Talanoa Hufanga had stepped up.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy emerged late in 2023. Late in 2022 and then into 2023.
Who could forget?
Jimmy Garoppolo faded, obviously. But that was like a 3 year run. 2021, 2022, 2023. And then last year, 2024, similar to 2020, just is the end of the run.
Yep.
It just is. So I look at this 2025 as the start of kind of Kyle Shanahan 49ers 3.0. And that's how I'm viewing it. Are there some carryovers? Yeah, there is. There's Brock. There's Kittle. There's Bosa. There's Warner. Now, some of those guys have been a part of different versions of this team. Brock, this is kind of his second little kind of go around with this squad. And they're building the nucleus around them. I find that to be fun and exciting. And I am ready, and I don't know how many other people are with me here. I'm ready to turn the page from the Super Bowl. I don't want to hear about the Super Bowl. Is it a reference point? Yes. Are we going to talk about last year? Absolutely, because everything is going to be contrasted with what you just did last year. Who was the DC last year? Who was your personnel last year? How bad were you on this particular play and that play? And what did you in? And wow, look how much different CMC is this year versus last year because he barely played. Like, we're going to contrast last year, no doubt about it. I am done hearing and talking as a fan base about the Super Bowl.
888-957-9570. It's hard for fans to not forget, though, and they're never going to forget.
I didn't say forget.
I know, you didn't say
I said I don't want to talk about it.
But it's hard to, not only you can't forget about it, it's going to be on top of your mind all the time. And it's just going to keep going back. Oh, we were so close. We were so close.
No, we got to move past it.
You have to. Yeah, I'm with you, but it's very difficult for fans to do that. That's why I want to take the temperature right now, 888-957-9570. Niner fans, are we hot or cold on this team right now heading into training camp? It starts today, on the field activities, in the shorts. Pads start next week. Are we hot or cold on this team right now? You spoke about this new iteration of the Niners. It's 3.0.
It's Kyle Shanahan 3.0.
He spoke to Tim Kawakami via the TK show. It launched yesterday, this entire podcast. Really good stuff. Tim Kawakami sitting down with the head coach of the 49ers. He talked about losing key players from the previous core in his sit-down.
But to lose some of these guys, a little depression adds. One, they're really good players. You can't win without good players. Two, I'm very close with some of these guys. I've gone through 8 to 6 years with all of them. So that's also a big deal. And you don't know how you're replacing them either. And then there comes the anxiety of what you talk about of just being a true coach. Well, I'm just a coach. I'm not thinking business. It's like, wait a second. Who is there? Well, we got to find one in the draft. We'll try to find one in free agency, but why don't you go get this guy? Why don't you go get that guy? Because they cost too much money. And sometimes you're in a position where you can go spend that money. And we have. Well, we spend money, but that's the rules with the league. You got to balance it out the right way. So, I will never, I've done this too long, and I grew up doing it, being around it too much, that I will never make an emotional attachment decision. It all has to do with what will get me the most emotionally is what helps us win now. But what is always in my mind is what can help us have sustained success. And those are the two things that you tie together.
And that was Kyle Shanahan on the Tim Kawakami show. By the way, some of those key departures that we're talking about, the unrestricted free agents who did depart, Dre Greenlaw, gone. Charvarius Ward, gone. Isaac Yiadom, gone. Elijah Mitchell, gone. Jalen Moore, gone. It says Tashawn Hufanga. Talanoa Hufanga, gone. And then veterans that were released or cut, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd, Tabor Pepper, your boy, Mitch Wishnowski, Alex Barrett, Deshaun White, and that totaled in $38.2 million in dead cap savings there. So a lot of players from that, 2.0 version of the Niners, as you're alluding to with Shanahan, are gone. And this is going to be a new team. It's going to be different. And it's going to be an adjustment period for fans, for the players, for the coaching staff. This is going to be an adjustment. How much of an adjustment? Can they still be a playoff team? I absolutely think they can. I think they can win the division. I think they have a very good shot at still winning the division because, as you've alluded to, you have all-pro players at key positions still. You have a damn good quarterback in Brock Purdy. I know people want to say, is he a top 5? Is he top 10? Is he elite? I know he's a damn good quarterback when he's on. And that's all I need to know right now. Brock Purdy's a damn good quarterback, and you have him locked up now. Okay? You got George Kittle, who was the best, if not the second best tight end in football in all of last year, and has been 1A, 1B to Travis Kelce for most of his career. You have him locked up. Fred Warner, best linebacker in football. I'm not taking anybody else. All right? So you have key positions that were there. Nick Bosa, I still think he's a top 5 defensive end. Now, has he lived up to the contract? This is a different story. I still think most teams would love to have a Nick Bosa season from last year. Okay?
Would you also, just as we kind of looking at this, there's got about 6 or 7 new starters on defense.
Yes.
So
that isn't, again,
I think that's going to be a big work. We're predicting divisions and wins.
No.
I think we have to let the process play itself out, and we've got to see who's playing where.
Yes.
That's
why I said adjustment. It's going to be adjustment period for everyone, but we're impatient as fans when it comes to baseball, when it comes to basketball, and especially football, Joe. But this team, we are the most impatient when it comes to our football teams. We just are.
But this team, I think, similar to the Rams a couple years ago, it's really impossible to project what the defense is going to look like we don't even know the personnel. That's number one.
Correct.
We think some of the rookies are going to start where they start, but we don't even know if they're any good as players.
And there might be injuries. Listen, no one saw the Ricky Pearsall situation happening last year. No one.
Yeah, but they headed into the season thinking that they didn't need him.
Exactly.
They thought that I think at the time, most people thought that, hey, he was a luxury pick. We've got Juwan as the 3. We've got Ayuk and Debo as the 1 and 2.
Turned out it actually was a depth pick that no one saw coming because, and the Niners didn't feel like it was a depth pick at that point. They thought, I don't know what the hell is going to happen with Brandon Ayuk. I don't know what's going to happen with Debo Samuel. but clearly they missed Ricky Pearsall just having the body out there, right? As he was recovering both physically and emotionally from the gunshot wound.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the team right now. I mean, just look at who your depth chart is right now. Like, it's an interesting look. Like on defense in particular, I don't know how anyone could sit here and have any idea of what their defense is going to look like. Obviously, Saleh coming back as a DC. We really haven't seen him up close and personal outside of that one Jets game in the last 3-4 years. Right. So I don't know what he's evolved into. I don't know what his principles are currently. I don't know what he's going to lean into. Going off what he did 5 years ago, like I think he's grown since then, right? And the personnel is dramatically different. D Winters. We saw a little bit of D Winters in the Dre Greenlaw spot. But if I told you Nick Martin took his spot, and who's the rookie that they drafted, okay, I don't even know what kind of player D Winters is currently. How could I even begin to assess what Nick Martin's going to look like? When I had Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, I had a pretty good idea what the D was going to look like.
Well, it's a good point, and I'll say this, because you like to give credit to Shanahan when it comes to mixing and matching the wide receiver core. Whoever's doing it, if it's John Lynch, if it's Kyle Shanahan, if it's both of them in tandem, whoever the scouts are when it comes to linebackers for San Francisco have been crushing it in the Lynch Shanahan era. Whether it's Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner, Azeez Al-Shaair, right? Felt like they kind of missed that guy, just having that depth there.
He was also a guy that would get an ugly flag, too.
Well, he did that last year for the Houston Texans,
I love that about him.
Was it Trevor Lawrence? Is that what it was, right? Yeah, so.
I look at their, we talk about linebackers. This team has been led by their linebacker play. I know we always say, the D-line, and there's no doubt the D-line has been a strength of the team when they've been good. But the linebackers
the heart and soul have been the linebackers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, when these two play the way that they play, they're unbelievable. So we'll see, who's sitting there next time. Then I look at the defensive line. All right, Elliott Jordan. We got a little look at him last year.
Jordan Elliott?
Elliott Jordan. Jordan Elliott. Thank you. Most people recognize him from his time with Cleveland, right? They have an idea, but D tackles, that's not a sexy thing that we talk about much, unless you are one of the Aaron Donalds or DeForest Buckners.
Chris Jones, exactly. There's 3 or 4 of them that you're going to talk about. That's it.
Right now they have projected, whether it's Kevin Givens, who was here a few years ago and is now back, whether it's him, whether it's Alfred Collins, who's the rookie that they drafted. I don't know.
We'll
Davis.
See. Yeah.
Kalia Davis, again, Kalia Davis has been here a couple years. Yeah. Haven't seen a lot of them. And then, you got Bryce Huff, who was iced out in Philadelphia, who was good with the Jets when Saleh had him. I don't know what he is currently. And I don't know if Michael Williams is ready to contribute. Could he be Manny Lawson? Sure, I could see that. Could he be Aldon Smith? Okay, that would be a leap because Aldon was incredible. Or is he somewhere in between? I don't know. So I'm looking at just the front 7. There are so many question marks to make a projection on 11 wins, 12 wins. I got to see these guys.
888-957-9570 is the number. And another player that was just added to a, thin grouping, Equanimous St. Brown, wide receiver, 6'5", started his career with the Green Bay Packers, played most recently with the Chicago Bears. Obviously, you look at just the size, it's okay, is this a guy that they're going to have just in case Jennings in this holdout lasts longer than you think? Is he a camp body? Who knows? But that's something that they're adding right now. It's just a great name. I just
how many career catches for him?
Let me see right here. Can you guess?
I bet there's more consonants in his name than there are catches.
Obviously, brother of who? Amon-Ra St. Brown. And by the way, that dad is something else. Amon-Ra.
I actually love the dad.
I was watching something with him. He's like
a Mr. Bodybuilder.
I don't know where it started when someone said that 5 and 6-year-olds can't be lifting weights and it stunts their growth. I don't know who said that, but it's ridiculous. I was like,
that's the reason I get pissed.
He also believes in drinking soda to heal cramps. He's all about. No, he's dead serious.
I've heard pickle juice for players. They drink pickle juice for that, which is an interesting one.
How many career catches for this guy, St. Brown?
63.
Okay.
Career highs 21 and 22 with the Bears, and also in 2018 with the Green Bay Packers.
I'm not going to knock it, but I told you.
He didn't play last year, by the way. Played in 2023. I don't know if he was rehabbing from an injury or not. 6th-round pick out of Notre Dame. You remember him in Notre Dame, don't you?
Yeah.
No, you don't. That's your favorite team, and you didn't even know he played there.
No, I know he played there, but I didn't. He didn't. He wasn't very.
No, it was just a name. You just thought of the name.
Yeah,
the name.
So anyway,
there's no Golden Tate, obviously.
You're all over the place with the old school.
Well, I just like feeding.
Tim Brown's the greatest wide receiver, and Jack Snow. I mean, that's who are the best.
Jeff Samardzija, right? Tight end, legend.
Well, I mean,
come on.
He actually played wide receiver, I believe.
Was he not? He was not a tight end.
Wide receiver.
Well, might as well turn into a tight end in Major League Baseball.
He was definitely big. He'll always have that game against USC.
There you go.
But look, the offense we'll get to. The defense has so many questions. I don't even know who's starting in the secondary at safety right now.
Yeah.
Right? So I just named, there might be 7 faces that we don't know about today. There might be 7 jobs up for grabs. 7.
Yeah. Again, adjustment period for the next couple months for the players, the coaching staff, the fan base. And are we feeling hot or cold about it? 888-957-9570 as we're taking a temperature check of the San Francisco 49ers offseason. And here's Kyle Shanahan again on with TK talking about how this offseason was different than previous ones.
The biggest difference going into this offseason was just that we wanted all the people to show up and put that work in. It was also that how different our team was going to be. And we've known this is coming for a while. You know, the time that it hit me the most was like halfway through the year in 2023. Like when and that's how everything does. But when you talk about a trade deadline there, everyone's talking about what trade do we need to make to make a run to win the Super Bowl and stuff, which you always want to look into. But there was a lot of issues coming up on the horizon that you could see possibly in 24 and 25, especially anytime you have a quarterback in a rookie deal that allows you to have all these guys, but you knew that was ending. So there had been some stress about that for a while.
Kyle Shanahan on with Tim Kawakami, and I just think this offseason, at least for me, it's just been so refreshing to just putting all the drama aside. And I know the Juwan Jennings thing. So on the drama scale for me, though, that's like if we're grading it from A to like an F, that's like a D. It's like whatever. It's not the Juwan Jennings thing is going to get sorted out. I'm not worried about it. It'll figure itself out. Like he's not Jamar Chase. He's not Justin Jefferson. Hell, he's not Brandon Ayuk. He's not even Deebo Samuel. He was the de facto number 1 last year, but I'm not worried about that. It's going to get handled. So all the drama for the most part getting pushed out the window, and we don't have to deal with it as a fan base, and I'm sure as a head coach, was really refreshing. It had to have been.
Like contracts aside, I think the most important thing to monitor just over the first couple of weeks is like CMC. And it's not like, does CMC look like CMC? Can CMC just play every day? Does he practice every day? Can he get in and out of these practices? I think that's the most important. Not like how hard is he running, how explosive does he look? We know they don't tackle to the ground when it comes to the running backs, and they're definitely going to pick and choose their spots with him. Kittle doesn't play a lot in preseason. No. In practice, he wears specific colored jerseys that are off to the side, and he does a lot of like individual work, and then like he'll mix in and out. Trent will take certain days off.
He's older. Yeah.
But I think when I look at them, like those are the guys, Fred, Trent, Kittle, CMC, can those guys just all get through this particular training camp's time, this first couple of weeks, just practicing as much as possible with no setbacks?
Well, that's just it right there. No setbacks for me. It scares the hell out of me, and we're going to do Spadoni's Circle of Trust at some point today in regards to the group positions, all of it, and how we're feeling about it, whether they're in my circle or not. And if you just would ask me, as I'm just going to say it right now, a little makeshift, a little preview for it. If you were to ask me if Christian McCaffrey is in my circle of trust right now, I don't know if I could put him in there just because of the medical, Joe. Like, how could I feel confident about that guy starting or playing in every single game next year? Hell, can he be available in week 1? Because he wasn't even able to do that last year. Like, just real quick on that, like, how crazy was that leading up? Because obviously Christian McCaffrey was drafted number 1 overall in how many different fantasy leagues, right? It was incredible. And, whoa, what do we got? We got food? We got food getting delivered? Yeah, I saw you were pointing behind me like you were a quarterback, Brock Purdy. Oh, Carter, burritos in the back. Grab them. All right, we got it. Who is this guy? Did a DoorDasher just make it up all the way to the 10th floor?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
He infiltrated the building.
What kind of security do we have here?
The butler let him in.
It was Matt Williams. What? Matt Williams was waving him in.
No, Matt Williams telling him to stop, and the guy just came in anyway.
Oh, my God. Yeah, some security we got here, by the way. Anyways, that's fine. Where was I? Christian McCaffrey, the medical. Yeah, I'm not feeling great about it. Last year, week 1, everyone's heads were falling off in fantasy. What do you mean Christian McCaffrey's not going to play? And they kept milking it and milking it and milking it.
Well, they slow played it.
They slow played the entire thing. They hoodwinked all of us.
And then Jordan Mason came out after having a monster game against the Jets and was like, yeah, I knew on Friday I was going to be starting.
Poor Jordan Mason. Never spoke again after that, or didn't. They just refused to. They didn't want to ask him any questions. He's like, no, I'm out. I'm not getting got anymore. And
I don't blame the guy.
Yeah, he probably should have been the media training should have been on him for there, but it is what it is.
Well, and who knows on these injuries,
you just have to be careful. Yeah.
Maybe they did at one point think that he was going to be available for week 1 and then things changed. I don't know. So whatever.
What I'm saying is, Joe, don't draft Christian McCaffrey with the number 1 overall.
Here's, I think, the bigger, the Christian McCaffrey thing is threefold. Can he get through training camp? Can he last a full season? Those are all fair points.
It's getting older.
Well, can Kyle pick and choose how to use him so that he doesn't overuse him when he's fully available? And does he trust anyone else to be able to carry some of the load?
And he talked about that yesterday, this one with the media, as the 49ers reported to training camp, veterans reported to training camp yesterday. On-field activities start today with both the veterans and rookies. Kyle Shanahan on the workload plan for one, CMC and Trent Williams.
I mean, it's all on paper somewhere. It's too confusing for me to memorize, or I'll forget things that can't just read on paper. But
you have to take into account to try to get these guys through camp healthy.
Oh, definitely. Which we always do. Last year, neither of them did camp, and that didn't help them go through the season either. So I'm glad that they're both here and healthy, and they get a chance to go back to me. Have a chance to build their bodies where they have a chance to get through the season like they have in the past.
And they couldn't work out last year. One of them, Trent Williams, well, he could actually, but he was just holding out for more money. And Christian McCaffrey just physically couldn't do that. And we were all just be like, what the hell's going on? CMC, this is the reigning offensive player of the year. What's going on? And credit to Brian Baldinger, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider. Baldy Breakdowns is better than anyone else, watches all the film. He was the one that told us leading up and during the season when it was happening, yeah, probably should be worrying about the workload of one Christian McCaffrey during the season it happening. He's like, these guys just don't look the same the year after. Whether it's Sean Alexander, whether it's LaDainian Tomlinson, whether it's all these stud running backs that have an incredible usage rate for 1 year, running and passing and all the different touches, they fall off. And lo and behold, a guy that is a workaholic, a notable workaholic when it comes to his offseason workouts, Christian McCaffrey, him not working out, yeah, that's a red flag. And hopefully, as you said, starting right now and starting today, they can just ease him in, and we don't get any update, no flare-ups. I do not want that. No flare-ups with the Achilles. And then if he can get through training camp and get to week 1, I don't know if they play him in the preseason anymore. I don't even know if what the hell the reason is for preseason games anymore if we're not going to play anyone. But if he can get through that and get to week 1, I'll feel a lot better, Joe. Well, it's a lot of time between then and now. It's a long time.
They also need to work in Isaac Orendo, and he's got to be able to get through camp too. There's a guy, I watched his first carry with Sam Lubman at training camp last year, and he got hurt. Yep. First carry, and he came up gimp. So, and we know he got hurt multiple times during the season. He's flashed. There's something there. He's got good hands. Obviously was a former wide receiver. He has unbelievable breakaway speed. But there's a question about him backing up CMC in terms of health.
And obviously, we didn't even know what his status was going to be because Elijah Mitchell, we thought was going to be that guy. No, I know you're scoffing. But
another guy who's hurt all the time.
No, he suffered that hamstring injury. He's out all year. And then that, again, how quickly things change. No CMC, no Eli, Jordan Mason, Garendo. Here you go.
Yeah, well, Mason ended up the season on the IR as well at the end of the year.
That's what I'm saying.
So I want to see the running back room behind CMC.
And Jordan James, obviously, their rookie out of Oregon. We'll see if he gets any action and how's he going to look in the preseason, what have you. So we shall see there a little smaller bit of a running back, 5'9", 207, Jordan James. Maybe get the Grandy Man, our Oregon Duck affiliate, on one Jordan James. Here's more from Kyle Shanahan. As we're talking about that, and we were talking about the depth at certain positions, here he's also talking about, rookies. As you're saying, we could see 7 rookies potentially all over the place starting in week 1 on rookies learning to learn the job.
Yeah, but it's also, is there a better vet behind him? You're going to play the best player, whether he's young or not. We are in a situation where we have a lot of opportunities for young guys to be our best players. We haven't had that in a while, probably since 19. And that's why there's more room for young players to make it here. And I think we got the right young players to do that. But in any situation, if someone's struggling, and we're going to put the best team out there possible, we have a chance for young guys to really earn that. But if there's someone better behind them, we're judged off wins and losses. You're going to do what it takes to win that game and then try to get a guy ready for the next week, but you're always going to put the best guys out there.
I can't tell you how refreshing that is to hear, Joe, though. I know you're laughing. The amount of Warriors coverage we've had in regards to trusting the vets and not trusting the rookies and all that, different sports, I get it. But you can't tell me the expectations are different from the Niners compared to the Warriors. Niners have been in a couple Super Bowls. They've been knocking on the door. They've been trying to win. This is a winning franchise under Kyle Shanahan. And for Kyle to go out day one and say, best player, it's open competition. Different, I know. Steph Curry, made guy. Jimmy Butler, made guy. Draymond Green, made guys. But at the end of the day, Shanahan's in his 3.0 stretch here with this different core, stretch 3.0, and Kyle and John Lynch with them. Like, it was really refreshing for him to say that for me if I'm a fan just listening. Like, also scares me a little bit because he's saying, yeah, there might be a lot of rookies starting this year.
Kyle will play rookies. Like, Dominic Pooney was excellent.
Yes.
He played him.
He will.
But Kyle's got a little Don Nelson in him.
A little bit.
No, a lot.
Smartest man in the room kind of thing?
No. It's called playing favorites. No, every coach plays favorites.
Well, you have
to. Every coach plays favorites. Tevin Coleman was clearly not one of your best options for a long time, and he just kept insisting that he was, and we all knew he wasn't. He did the same thing with Mohamed Sanu. All right, you're laughing because you know it's true.
I was just thinking of how Lo Neal pronounced Mohamed Sanu. Sanamed Hanu. That was a good one.
I love Kyle, but to say that he will play rookies, he will, and if they're the better player, he will. But if it's one of his guys,
yeah,
he will not look to the other person. So he plays favorites at times. And I'm not saying that's a negative or wrong thing. He says that he'll play the best overall player. There's been other points in his career where I've seen him play the lesser player. For example, last year, you cannot tell me Devondre Campbell was the best linebacker on the roster.
Yeah, that was tough. Now, was that Kyle Shanahan? Is that Nick Sorensen? Who's got the final say when it comes to...
I do not think that Nick Sorensen had the final say on anything over Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan runs the team.
Well, he does. He's the head coach. I hear you on that. But if Nick Sorensen felt that strongly about it, maybe he has sway over Kyle Shanahan. I'm not sure. In hindsight, it was a horrible look. Guy quit on the team.
Yeah.
I hear you. No, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
I didn't get the thought process at all. The drop-off between Trey Greenlaw and Devondre Campbell,
it's insane.
It was Grand Canyon-esque.
It was insane. Anybody who watched the Viking game, they were just like pointing at Devondre. They were picking on him. So, but look, again, is that exclusive to Kyle? No. Belichick, who I regard as one of the greatest coaches of all times, same thing. He had his favorites. I get it. Like, he loved the Kyle Van Noys of the world.
Yes.
And those guys rewarded him.
Yes.
At times.
But he's also stubborn to a fault, too, when it came to disciplining players. And Malcolm Butler, who wasn't there when they got their secondary, got absolutely shredded against the Philadelphia Eagles. You're not starting Malcolm Butler?
All coaches have favorites,
yes,
whether you're a position coach, coordinator, head coach. This is not a knock on Kyle. It's funny. Like, you just say, yeah, I'll put, like, for example, do we all think Jake Moody was the best kicker on the roster last year? Or Mitch Wisnowski? If you watched preseason, Harvin III was better than him.
Jake was dealing with some injuries last year. All right. He's going to prove himself this year in preseason.
Jake, I just want to ask you a question. You really want to die on the Jake Moody hill?
I'm not dying on any hill.
Like Denzel in Glory? Like Denzel in Glory, you're like climbing up the hill, getting shot at the end?
It's me.
Give me a break.
Is it Jon Snow in the Battle of the Bastards? Me holding the sword, and Shasky and all the other 49er fans are attacking me, and Jake Moody's on the horse behind me. I got you, Jake. Don't worry. No, I'm just saying, I'm curious to see a healthy Jake Moody in preseason. If he wets the bed.
What are you curious to see?
If he's going to show up.
So he hits every kick in preseason, every kick in practice. I told you this. Yes. I've already told you this take. He kicks every kick in preseason, every kick in practice. He is 100 for 100, okay, on all of these things. Week 1, who do they play? Pull it up. Who do they play? Seattle. We're playing Seattle. Is it in Seattle?
I think so.
It is,
yeah. Their first two games.
Seattle and New
Orleans. We're down 2 points. It's a 53-yard field goal. And you just feel amazing that Jake Moody's jogging out there to kick the game-winning field goal as time expires.
I feel great.
That's going
I don't
wide
like
left.
that the score's that close with Sam Darnold as the opposing quarterback. They got other problems there. If the game comes down to Jake Moody in week 1, I got your back,
Yeah,
Jake.
we're all throwing up.
I got your back. All right,
and
just
he
know.
might, hit the sidebar and get it in. But like, come on,
double doinker.
This is the entire 49ers fan base. Hold on, this is what they're going to be
Give me
saying.
a break.
They see Jake Moody walking out there. They say,
No!
They go Dave Fleming on him. That's, you know what? He has high ankle sprain. Let's see how he responds. There you go. So they got the Seahawks to open up the season. That's going to be a doozy, by the way. I can't wait for that one. Do they have a primetime game? Not till October 2nd against the Rams.
Him getting folded in that Arizona Cardinal game trying to cover a kick is just...
God bless his heart.
I saw that coming a mile like, oh my God, he got crunched.
I think he stinks.
Got crunched.
I'm trying to have his back. I'm trying to.
And then not only was he so bad, the next kicker who they signed off the street better than him, then that guy got hurt on kick coverage. Then the next guy was better.
I was going to say, who was that they got?
There were two different guys who were better.
Not Joey. Was it Joey Slide? No, he's been with like Washington or something. I forget. His kickers are all over the place, right?
First 2 games of the season, though, he was amazing.
Anders Carlson. Your boy Daniel's brother.
No, the guy that LaFleur said, I close my eyes and pray whenever he kicks when he was the Packers kicker. I close my eyes and pray.
You're going to learn this about Niner fans. We have scars. We have war wounds when it comes to special teams.
Oh, I know.
All right?
And Kyle Shanahan doesn't seem to care about it.
Kyle Williams.
Jacoby
Jones.
I mean, and then ironically, one of the great wins in 49er playoff history was on a special teams play. But also, the whole onside kick thing started with us in the 1970s. I mean, we blew a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter, for Christ's sake.
I'm glad we're opening up wounds and we're all optimism, and then it just goes back to just despair and regret. And oh my God, that's what football's great.
Sports, man.
It is. I freaking love it, man. Training camp is on and cracking.
Sports,
on the field activities. Goose fired up. I know it. Well, did we get that Jerry Jones sound, by the way?
I need the depth chart breakdown by Matt Steinmetz today.
Oh, God.
Off the top of his head, too.
Yeah, Brock Purdy. Let's see it.
I was watching Ben Barch highlights, and the way that he plugs that hole.
Stop. You think Ben Barch is like an IPA or something. Stop it.
Actually, I think Ben Barch is going to be solid. He's better than Aaron Banks last year.
We're talking about the defensive line and all defense and the wide receivers. How are we feeling about the O-line right now?
The O-line?
The O-line. How are you feeling about it?
I judge our offensive line one way. Does the quarterback stay healthy? It's that simple.
It's that simple for you? Trent Williams
the year that
back?
Jimmy Garoppolo went down, 2022, for about 3 weeks preceding his injury, I said, dude, this guy's getting hit way too much. Way too much. I remember in the New Orleans game, he got knocked around, and it was just a matter of time.
Well, we always used to like to say, man, he's a tough quarterback. He's tough. He's awesome. And he was. I will say this for Jimmy Garoppolo. He was a tough quarterback. He took some nasty hits and got up. And then towards the end, though, it did feel like he got a little punch drunk there. Then the Jimmy no throws kept happening more and more as he kept getting hit more and more. Continue.
Yeah, it's just like their offensive line hasn't been great, but it also hasn't been the worst in the league. No. But there's been individual games where if you didn't have the mobility of Brock Purdy, I mean, you'd be even in more trouble.
I think you could honestly, though, say, you're just looking at the recent Super Bowls and their winners, the team that prioritized their offensive line the most, well, they end up winning the whole thing. Like Kansas City, their O-line kind of dominated towards the end there. Niners did not, and that was the difference in that game. Whether it was a missed blocking assignment, whether it was sticky man coverage, and Brock Purdy had to get it out very quickly, miscommunicate. I don't know what it was, but I lost the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line dominate last year, and who dominated for the Eagles? Their defensive line over the Chiefs O-line.
The areas that I look at is like center is just, it's always up in the air. Jake Brendel is a very controversial individual. Some people think he's so underrated. Some people think he's the worst. I think he's probably somewhere in the middle.
Football is so interesting because we can always just go to the Pro Football Focus stuff and just like, look at the stats and the numbers.
But I don't know if I believe in some of the Pro Football Focus
Sometimes
stuff.
I don't. Yeah. There's like all stats. Like I'm not going to use it as the end all be all for everything.
Yeah.
You can pick and
Dominic
choose.
Pooney, my eyeballs told me he was really good last year.
Yes.
Really good. But alongside him, you have Colt McKivitz. And I think it's easy to see when a right tackle gets blown by, but he brought some stuff to the table. I don't think he's the worst either, but I would have invested in the tackle position knowing that Trent is the age that he's at, and Colt McKivitz is, I would say mediocre.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got the injury report coming up here shortly. Here's some more from Kyle Shanahan on, the guy that everyone wants to hear about. We haven't got into him yet, and we will on the other side. But the quarterback, Brock Purdy, and the expectations from one Purdy this season.
I think Brock's played at a very high level since he's been here. Since his first game in to his last game, I think Brock's played on extremely high level. I think that's why he's earned that contract. I think the hardest thing with this league and the amount of money and the amount of coverage, when people get contracts, there's all this other expectation of now what do they have to do. And Brock needs to keep playing how he's always played and continue to get better like everyone does. Like, you get better or worse, you don't stay the same. So, like, Brock has had a hell of a short career so far. He had a hell of an offseason. And when you have a guy who is, to me, real in those ways, it hasn't been fake. The way he works, who he is as a man, what he's put on film, what we see every day, he will keep getting better. And that's what we saw throughout OTAs.
We talk a lot about Brock Purdy. If they can run the ball and get this O-line where it needs to be, he's going to have a monster year, I think.
I'm very confident in Brock Purdy. Like, if you're still skeptical on Brock Purdy, I guess my question would be why. People thought he was awful last year. You look at the stats. You just look at the games overall. I did not think he was awful. Was he as,
I thought he was poor in certain fourth quarters.
Was he an MVP candidate last year like he was the season prior?
Close.
Not even close. But the entire team, I felt like, was a step down or step below, outside of maybe George Kittle, who had one of his best seasons he's ever had.
That was a down year. I think we can all admit that.
It was all down year for him.
But if that is what his down years look like, I will take it. That's kind of my setting.
Absolutely.
Would you agree?
Yes, and I want to pick this conversation up on the other side.
And I got a guy on that O-line that no one, and look, O-line isn't sexy, but I got a guy that I'm looking at. I just wonder what's going to happen at this position. And if this guy's good and can have like a Pooney-like year, we're cooking.
Well, and also, what's going to happen with Juwan Jennings? John Lynch, the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, spoke to that yesterday. We'll get into it after the injury report. Some potentially good news for the Giants lefty Eric Miller, who has been on the injured list with a UCL sprain in his left elbow. Miller began a throwing program this week, a positive sign for a guy who is expected to miss 5 or more weeks. The Giants will monitor his progress for setbacks, but the team is feeling confident that Miller will not have to endure a significantly long absence. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're going to hear from the general manager, John Lynch, on Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, Brock Purdy, all of it as the 49ers report 2 on-field activities at training camp today. We're fired up about it. Bonte Hill, 9:30, courtesy of River Islands. It's Bedoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game. Relax over there. Relax. I know you're smashing your burritos. You're feeling great. As I say, good morning to you, Joe Shasky, Carter. Is the delivery guy still here, by the way, that just somehow made it to the 10th floor past security?
I don't know.
Got John Wick over here delivering burritos and Phil's coffee to everyone.
Carter, that burrito hit the spot.
So good.
Oh, my God.
You know what else hits the spot? Football. It's back. It's back.
I thought you were going to cry.
No, dude.
Football.
It's still real to me, damn it. I'm so excited. We got on-field activities starting in Santa Clara with the San Francisco 49ers. All 32 teams are back, rookies and veterans. The veterans reported yesterday. We had John Lynch, general manager of the Niners, talking, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy. We will get to all of it. Also, massive start happening in about, a little bit over an hour. That's right, because West Coast time is going to be starting at 9:15. But on the East Coast, over in Atlanta, Justin Verlander will be getting on the mound, trying to get his first win of the season. It sounds insane. Justin Verlander, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, looking for the first win of the year for him on July 23rd and trying to take the series against the Braves, who are not hot at all. Their pitching stinks, but they got one of their best guys on the bump today in Spencer Strider. Can Verlander get the job done? Can the Giants bat stay hot after winning 9-0 yesterday? How great would it feel for the Mentals winning that series, heading back home against another hot and good team in the Mets over this weekend, Joe? So good morning to you.
Good morning.
You feeling good?
I am. Big Giants win yesterday. I still need them to win, 4 out of 5, 6 out of 7 for me to really, change my tune on them. But that was like exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah.
Great to see Raffi Devers at first base, and great to see him not only, go out there and contribute, but run the bases with some flair. It felt like he just had so much lifted from him by being able to play in the field. And I just think overall we underrate how difficult it is to just DH and just hit. And that's the only way that you can contribute to a team. I think it's just much more difficult than that psychologically. And so that was really good to see. And then I'm just thinking about the Niners and where we're at. And, last year, one of the guys who was like on a camp, kind of a superstar, was Dominic Pooney, coming kind of out of nowhere.
Right.
And right now, when you look around the NFL, D lines, it used to be the outside was where the pressure was coming from. Now there are just as many interior pressure guys as there are exterior pressure guys from that defensive line, meaning guys on the edge versus guys on the inside.
And guys are lining up everywhere, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that too. Myles Garrett will line up over whoever the weak link is. So who's going to replace Aaron Banks has been a question in my head. I thought Aaron was going to be a stud. I thought that he showed flashes, got hurt, and just kind of underwhelmed after showing some promise.
Right.
He ends up leaving in free agency. You got Ben Barch last year toward the end of the year from Jacksonville, and you drafted a kid late in the draft this year, Connor Colby. And I just wonder, he's an Iowa guy. Iowa always produces a lot of high-level NFL players. It's a good school.
George Kittle.
For just a lot of tight ends. Hawkinson, and there's been a variety of them.
Cooper DeJean.
Yeah. There's been a lot of really good players to come out there. I wonder if this is a guy who could maybe leapfrog Spencer Burford, who most people don't trust right now, and just be a factor on that offensive line. If you find another rookie O-lineman to contribute, it's tremendous value when you see what the kid Smith got from Kansas City on the interior of that line, paying $17, $18, $20 million a year for these guys. If he's making under $1 million as a starter, could you imagine if that guy makes this offensive line and is a starter? That would be huge for them moving forward.
I mean, and we heard from Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media yesterday, and if you didn't, we'll play it again. And by the way, you know the number. It's 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Taking a temperature check of this offseason for the San Francisco 49ers as on-field activities start today in Santa Clara. Again, Bonte Hill going to be joining us at 9:30. Bonte Hill, host of Warriors and Giants pre- and post-game live for NBC Sports Bay Area. Also touching on some Niners coverage for them going forward. So we're going to talk to Bonte, who's going to be visiting there today. And at one point, we still got to play it. The Trey Lance video from a couple of years ago. It's going to live on in infamy in a good way, though, Joe. It's one of the all-timers. And that's what makes training camp fun. We're going to have certain storylines. You're going to see certain players that you gravitate towards too and say, wow, look at the Bozzy. Look at that. You're going to start seeing comps all around the NFL of the most ridiculous things you've ever heard. What's the most outrageous player comp that you could remember when it comes to an NFL player, whether San Francisco 49ers or not, for in your past? Because I've heard some outrageous, whenever I hear either certain names, he reminds me of Terrell Owens, he reminds me of Jerry Rice, he reminds me of Randy Moss. Okay, it can't be all three of those players, first of all. Those are the three greatest wide receivers in the sport.
They're all so different.
I literally heard that comp. I think Deebo Samuel's old teammate at South Carolina, Brian Edwards. That was the guy that everyone thought he was like a third-round pick out of South Carolina. He reminds me of Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens in one. I knew the guy was going to be a bust then. You can't say that about a player in his first training
Jerry Rice
camp.
and Terrell Owens in one. Who said that? I have to.
Someone said it.
Who's the guy's name?
We'll get it. Brian Edwards. Exactly. You don't even know who he is in here. Brian Edwards. Who? Exactly.
Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens, a hybrid of the two.
Just two of the greatest of all time. Yeah, why not?
He's Christy Mathewson meets Roger Clemens.
There you go. Right?
What? He's Greg Maddux and Randy Johnson all in one. He's Magic and Bird. Not one. He's both.
John Gruden said that.
John Gruden, there you go.
No, he didn't.
Chucky said it.
He didn't.
John Gruden said on NFL Network, Brian Edwards been looking a lot like Terrell Owens.
Which is even more insane because he coached those guys, right? Like, come on, man.
No, he didn't. There's not a chance.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, by the way. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan.
He's
Apply
Larry
online.
King and Howard Stern.
Or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk
He's
Studios.
Robert De Niro and Denzel Washington.
Righteously brewed in San Francisco. Bonte did have a point.
Okay, no, look, there are some things, like, everyone's going to laugh at, and it's, look, like, we said it, and I stood by it, and it was obviously horrifically wrong regarding Trey Lance. But no one ever gives me credit when I get things right. For example, I walked onto the field. I saw 7 or 8 drills, and I turned to Sam Lubman and I said, that guy right there will start some games this year for the Niners. I don't know how good he is, but I'm telling you right now, he's going to start.
Was that when we first saw Spencer Burford?
When I first saw Spencer Burford. And was I right?
I mean, he has started games for them. I think he's fighting for a starting spot this year, though.
No, but I'm saying he started that year.
He did, yeah.
I knew it like right away.
He's a monster of a human. You and I were. I mean, he made Jake Brendel look like a little itty bitty baby standing next to him.
Absolutely. Like I could just tell right away. Like, oh, that guy looks good. He looks really, really, really good. You know, I really like what I see here. Conversely, I looked at Danny Gray. I'll never forget it. It was when Bonte was on his European excursion, and I was like, Danny Gray is not it, doggy. Just not it at all.
No. They've got a lot of those kind of draft picks, too, where it's just like second, third, fourth. There's been a lot of busts for Shanahan.
I watched Danny Gray try to receive kicks from the jugs machines on punts and stuff. My guy struggled. And I remember hearing all these beat writers, you know, they're really working with him. And it's like, hey, guys, call it like you see it. He can't catch a cold. Ray McLeod was the only one who had any competency in terms of fielding punts and kicks. I saw why he was valuable.
You say Danny Gray, I say Dante Pettis. There you go, right? Like you go.
Dante Pettis actually wasn't a bad punt returner, kick returner. Danny Gray, I mean, look, Pettis is still in the league. Is Danny Gray even in the league? I don't even know.
It's a great question. We'll get on that.
Dante Pettis beat the Niners with Chicago Bears. Caught like a 50-yard touchdown pass.
He did.
In the rain.
In the rain. Justin Fields and everyone was sliding and doing their celebrations.
Danny Gray is with the Eagles right now.
Oh, he's going to win a Super Bowl.
So, yeah, they're going to fix him.
Congratulations, Danny Gray. He's going to win a Super Bowl this year. Good for him. For a guy that's been down on his luck, he deserves to be with a winning. I'm kidding, a winning organization. Let's all relax, take a step back. This is about feeling good about the Niners right now. No drama. Outside of the Juwan Jennings thing, which again, I'm Spadoni's tier of drama. If we're going like Love Island and Jersey Shore, right? This is like Boy Meets World level drama when it comes to Juwan Jennings. It's not really anything, all right? It's the Mr. Feeney of drama. There's nothing there. And John Lynch talked about it yesterday to the media, Joe, when it comes with Juwan Jennings and where things stand with him.
Juwan's reported took his physical yesterday. We anticipate, I won't speak for Juwan, but had a good visit with him, anticipate him being out there. You guys know our feelings on JJ. He embodies what we think a Niner's all about, plays the right way, and we love him. And I think all that stuff, we're not going to get into the contract talks and all that. That takes care of itself. But, we love him, and he's here.
Hey, John, is there any motivation to get this Jennings negotiation done sooner rather than later?
No, it's kind of a sign of the times. It's just, it happens. And I think every team has this. We're probably hyper-focused on our team. And, like I said, I told you what we feel about Juwan. He's an integral part of this team and a guy we'd like to have around here for a long time.
I think he'll get a little bit of a pay bump. He'll be extended 2 years, whatever it is. They'll toss out whatever contract he had, rip it up. It'll all be fine. It'll all work out. And I'm really not worried about it at all when it comes to Juwan Jennings. I'm just not. I maybe it's part of me that just refuses to deal with any of this drama anymore. But the Niners offseason, I think, has just been so drama-free that I'm going to choose to just have that mindset going forward when it comes to this team. And you got Brock Purdy there. You got George Kittle there. You got Trent Williams there. You got Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. You got all the big boys. I'm not worried about it.
Well, what he's doing, too, is he's giving other guys an opportunity to step up right now. And you look at their like just the depth chart for wide receivers. I guess Ricky's going to get activated in the next couple of days. That's what it sounds like.
Hopefully. He's on the PUP list currently, him alongside Brandon Ayuk, Vitor Gross-Matos, amongst others, Malik Mustafa.
And then you have Demarcus Robinson, who's going to have a suspension from the league and some sort of discipline that I'm sure will align with whatever the league chooses. Probably a couple games.
Probably a couple games if it's going off previous DUIs. Yes.
Right? But you got Jordan Watkins, draft pick from this year, Isaiah Hodgins, Isaiah Nair, Malik Knoll, and this guy, St. Brown, who's been in the league. So you've got a lot of guys. And then obviously T.O.'s kid. Yep. So you've got some guys that are going to get opportunities. And they've always rolled super deep in all these training camps because you have so many quarterbacks and so many guys running routes and so many DBs and things like that. You're going to get a good look at the wide receivers. And I actually think it's a good thing for the Niners right now. It's a good thing in the sense of you're going to get opportunities for young people. And in years past, those opportunities have been gobbled up by star players. Debo, who's not a great camp player. No. Debo has never been a good camp player. He's not a great practice player. He's a game day player. There are differences. Garcia was that way. Garcia was a terrible practice player, a great game day player. And I'm not saying like everyone's that way. No. Some guys are like Nick Bosa, and they're great practice players and great ball players.
Right.
But Ayuk has been traditionally not good, dominant in camp. Ayuk, you could say in back-to-back years, was the best player I saw on the field in back-to-back seasons. Anyone, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, he was unreal.
We're just talking about
crazy catches.
The catches and the separation. Just the elite separation when it comes to the footwork and all that. And that's going to be another conditioning. And they're going to miss that presence there, right? And I hope he's going to be there at least on the side, maybe giving some advice to some of these other ones. Like, that would be great. Like, if Brandon Ayuk is he's doing his rehab, he's doing his recovery, wherever he's doing it, hopefully it's at the team facility.
Well, they'll do it usually, like if he's able to do it, they like to do it off to the side.
Correct.
If you're not able to do anything, either you're nowhere to be found or you're sitting in one of those carts off to the side where this little like training facility is.
Right. I think what they're going to miss the most with him not being there is the intensity. He brings it. Oh my Lord.
Him and Fred would go at it, and then he would catch the ball over like 2 or 3 DBs, and then not that he was taunting them, but like, you can't guard me, like kind of a thing. And I saw him and Sammy Womack go at it. I saw him and Darrell Luter go at it. Like, he was going at it with a variety of guys. Charvarius would want to line up against him, and then obviously a young Diomino Lenore would try to go at him. Who was the other guy, number 20 from Oregon that they drafted, who's not very good? Who's the other? Omri Thomas would go up against him. No, but like those camp battles, like I live for those. Those are fun.
Also, and that's a great point that Carter just made, the intensity factor was missing a lot last year because of these holdouts, and also because of the injuries. When you don't have players like Brandon Ayuk out there, Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, talking about explosiveness on the other side of the ball. How many times did you and Bonte come in here and just talk about, Dre Greenlaw and his intensity?
He was out of his mind.
Out of his mind. But
they missed him big last year, I thought.
They missed him badly, right?
I mean, this is a guy that would be like headbutting himself.
Setting the tone is what we're talking about early on here. And it's the tone setter of the season. It starts in training camp. It starts literally today without the pads. I know you're looking.
You know
at
what I'm thinking about is when like Kyle comes onto the field and he's throwing the ball to his kids, and he's just looking super cool,
super red,
and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here comes John Lynch in shorts, just laser focused, like he wants to blast someone in the face.
Well, I love that you brought up John Lynch.
With Shanahan's dad in the Jerusalem Cruisers that Guru wears.
With the whitest hair ever.
Oh, just lobster man in the end zone.
Yeah, the lobster. John Lynch, general manager of the San Francisco 49ers. I know. We'll get there soon. Don't worry. On the mindset that teams need to have this time of year.
Being around this league for a long time, each year is a new year, and you earn everything you get. And, there's some excitement and newness every year in this league with this team. There's a lot of young, new players who we've added. And with that comes some unknown, but it's also exciting. And so, but what I would say is we have a tremendous core of players, and they got to decide what they want this team to be. And a lot of things have to fall in place. But I do know that, what happened last year, and there's a lot of reasons, fell short of our standard. And our guys understand that extremely well. And I think they're very motivated, like Kyle said, to do everything and be very intentional. And it's one thing I love about Kyle and the way he organizes practices. It's all with one intent, to have the team as ready as they can be. And with that, at times, takes some risk. We're not going to go through a training camp 100% healthy. We understand that. We try to do everything we can to account for that and put our players in the best situation, but you have to work. You have to callous up. And I think it's about that work, and it's really exciting.
And they just were missing so many people last year, Joe.
What if I give you a name that I think is going to be the MVP of intensity this year?
Oh, I like the MVP of intensity. That's a good one.
Diamond Lenore.
Oh.
I think we underrate his competitive level, and he's a dude that when I would watch him the last couple years was trying to prove to everyone how good he was. And I think now, like Charvarius was very established. I remember watching Charvarius like, damn, he's really polished. Like he's a very good player. And I think he locked up a lot of guys because of his size. And I would watch him just shut dudes down. Diamond Lenore, I think, is going to come into camp with a similar mindset. There's a confidence of getting paid, and then there's the responsibility factor of now I'm a leader, and I'm going to set the tone for a very young secondary where there's a lot of question marks. If I was going to pinpoint one guy just out of a hat as my MVP of intensity, I bet you Diamond Lenore is the guy that is going to, not that he's going to start fights or anything, I think he's just going to be kind of a camp star this year.
Well,
I really do.
I actually love that name too, because if you ask any Niners player, the biggest trash talker on that team is probably Demo Lenore. Like that's what he does. Remember last year? Him and DK just going at it? That's what he lives for, going up against the big boys.
Yeah.
And I love that from my cornerback. I need that. I need that mentality. I don't want you to be buddy-buddy with these guys. Actually, there was a great post. I'm sure you follow Tom Brady on Instagram. Most of us do, right? He's the GOAT. But he had a great post, and Tom has always been like this. He's like, I'm not going to be friends with these players during seasons. If you're not my teammate, you're not my friend. And and that's an old school mentality, and that's a mentality I think going forward it might be lost here and there because of just where we're at when it comes to off-season. Everyone's buddy. We all give hugs. It is what it is right now. So it feels like a lost art when it comes to just good old-fashioned sports hatred, Joe. But I do feel like Diamond Lenore is one of those guys that has that. Hey, you're not on my team. Yeah, no, I don't respect you. I don't respect your game. I'm going to go at you.
He's a throwback.
He's a throwback player, which I appreciate, and we need more of that in the league. And especially on this Niners team, someone else needs to step up outside of Fred Warner, and especially within the secondary in his own right, because you got the defensive line, you got the linebacking core, and you got the secondary. There's 3 different levels on there, and I feel like there needs to be 3 different co-captains. If you there's the head honcho, and that's Fred Warner. But then you got Nick Bosa, and I think it's going to be Demo Lenore's time to take that over from a Charvarius Ward, who in his own right went through a lot of personal stuff last year.
When you see all the camp videos that come out, and the majority of people that are listening to us have probably never been to a practice. Yeah. I mean, I had not been to a practice until less than 5 years ago. So they do so many of these individual drills, and then they'll break in and they'll go, all right, now we're going to go 11 on 11. And then they'll do a couple of different periods of that, meaning 10 to 12 minutes of that. And then they'll break into individual drills, and maybe they'll come back and they'll do a move the ball drill, right? As David Lombardi likes to call it. And you just grow to hate the other position group because that's who you're going up against every single day. And these little matchups, these one-on-ones, you wait for, and hypothetically, Pearsall gets activated. I want to see Pearsall go up against Diomino Lenore over and over and over and over again.
Well, and that's
what I want to see.
Absolutely. It makes it so exciting too. When you start, iron sharpens iron, right? We always talk about all the old cliches, but it's true. And it starts here because you're going to start having those joint practices. And who are they having the joint practices with? Is it the Raiders again? It's a couple teams, I think, or maybe it's just them. But they've been doing it the last couple of years. And when you're going up against a Devontae Adams, like in the years past, right? That pays off huge. And you can't quantify how important those ones are to set the tone for a season going forward, because it's confidence early on. It's that sort of confidence that instills not only in you, but these rookies that are going to have to be playing some heavy minutes and heavy loads early on in this season. John is in Foster City. He wants to join the conversation.
What's up,
John, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing great. How you feeling?
Fired up for Niner football or what?
Oh, I'm counting the days. I think it was, Sunday? I was like 3 weeks until August 9th versus the Broncos. So, yeah, I'm just counting days. Even though it's preseason, I'm counting days. Yeah, I was excited. I was listening earlier, and I heard the conversation with Brock Purdy, and to be honest, I think Brock Purdy is going to have a year this year. The OTAs are good, training camp is good, and he connects with the rookies, and Pearsall coming back. I'm excited to see what Ricky Pearsall is going to do. He was a first-round wide receiver, and the 49ers wide receiver room is looking a little thin.
Absolutely,
to see those players break out, it's going to be interesting.
Thanks, John. No, it's good stuff. He's fired up.
Hey, Sam.
What? Hey.
Sam, I want to know. Oh, it was Carter. Carter, what did he say? What did he say when he called?
He said, "I think Brock Purdy's gonna have a good year."
Okay.
Which I think he got across.
He said
he was going to have a year.
So the screen of the call was better than the call. It's okay.
It's all right.
It happens. Sometimes
Some guys
callers
are
get nervous on air.
players.
You know what we did?
They're worried about being interrupted by people.
He had to wait on there for like 10, 15 minutes. We iced him right there. We did a Mike Shanahan ice job right there. We Jake Mooded him.
Jake Mooded.
No, Jake could get through the icing, all right? He just needed to ice.
And not get through the icing.
No, he needed to ice his high ankle sprain in the offseason, and he's okay now, all right? He's back. Carter's laughing about it.
Back to
By
what?
the way, I said joint practices. So Niners are gonna have two. All right, it's gonna start first in Santa Clara, August 7th, Broncos, and then they're gonna go to Henderson, Nevada, August 14th with the Raiders. So they got two AFC West joint practices and a lot of sharpening iron for those two teams. 888-957-9570. By the way, we're talking about vibes, feeling a lot better this time around than last year. We're going to play some sound on the other side because this could be how bad vibes, really set the tone for an off season, for a training camp season, for a regular season. Jerry Jones, and I get it, he's shoved down our throats all the time in the Dallas Cowboys, but I felt like there was a level of this last year with the 49ers that we're not having this year when it comes to certain players and holding out or holding in and being distractions, and just where the team is at from ownership to GM, to head coach, to players, for everything. I just feel like they're in a really good place going forward. And again, we're doing temperature checks on the 49ers. And where are you at, Niners fans? Are you hot or cold on this Niners team right now after this off season and training camp starting today with on-the-field activities? 888-957-9570 is the number. And again, you can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I didn't want to squeeze this one in before we hit the break, though, Joe. I just saw this on my soundboard, and I listened to it yesterday, and I love when we get cross-sport analogies. John Lynch likening the preparedness of this team and for him to one Scotty Scheffler. Take a listen to this.
I watched, I think we all sat back and watched Scotty Scheffler, win the Open, and he's starting to talk a little more in terms of what his preparation and things, and the thing he said, and I think it translates to any sport, is how everything he does during the week in preparations is extremely intentional to try to set him up to do one thing, give himself the best chance to win. And that's the same thing we try to do, and how we put our roster together, how they organize practices, and that's what this whole thing's all about. So I would just say the tone is you got to go earn it. And I know we have some very motivated players to do just that.
Scotty Scheffler-like mentality for the San Francisco 49ers. Hey, if we don't win it all, don't worry. I got my kids at home. There's the mentality. I'm kidding. It's okay, everyone. We got Nick at Berkeley. Bob in Reno wants to join us on the other side. 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open, people. Call or text. Hit us up on YouTube. Bonta Hill, 9:30. He's going to be at training camp starting today. Break it all down. Spadoni, Shasky is the Morning Roast. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci Man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Bow, bow, bow.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
No, better wake up right now, JJ. All right? He's got what, Marcus Smart, 2-year deal? Anything happen with Jonathan Kuminga? No. Bueller? No. Great. You know what? I don't care about that right now. You know why? Do we have one? No, we don't. It was a pump fake.
Why would you do that?
I just wanted to hear it.
It is pretty good. You can play it one more time if you want, Carter.
Since you did it, no.
Kuminga crisis.
Let it
go. So, give me any update on Jonathan Kuminga that you got.
What is it?
Where are we at
All right,
right
so
now?
some random Jonathan Kuminga rumors that trickled out in the past few days. Dwayne Rankin of the Arizona Republic reported that the Phoenix Suns had interest in acquiring Kuminga, but they're unlikely to land him because they lack the draft capital and assets to deliver in what will be a sign and trade for the Warriors, because as we all remember, the Warriors want a first-round pick in return for Kuminga. So the Suns, they were in, and now they're out.
So the drama still lingers there. Yes. Is there any more?
There is one more.
But anyway, what's funny is I would love to see Kuminga's asking price be significantly more than what Kevin Durant just got traded for. And then we would all just have a good laugh at why the CBA is upside down.
Kuminga crisis.
It's so American. That whole thing is just incredible. It's
Here's the next
bald
one.
eagle for me.
Marissa Myers of the Right Way Sports Network suggested the Atlanta Hawks should be taking a look at Jonathan Kuminga to pair him alongside Trae Young. So she thinks that could be an asset or a move for the Warriors to make. Now, that's just a trade suggestion. There's no actual rumors or anything developing there, but that is an idea that someone on a blog somewhere has had.
All right, so you've opened the door on the NBA for just a little second. Let me stick my foot in the door. I have the Shams Charania alerts. Do you have them on your phone?
I have 0 alerts on my phone, except for you guys, because I don't like my phone bothering me all the time. I've had to do it because it's actually for me not to get distracted while I'm driving and doing other things. So I turn off everything.
Well, your phone should have like a while you're driving, like automatic.
I don't like. Yeah, well, I just put it down. I don't even look at it. It's down. It's
like when mine goes in movement, it just automatically kind of knows.
Most people have the Shams one on. Yes.
Okay.
You guys are way more responsible with your notifications than I am.
Well, the Shams notifications, dog. If I get another email blast or whatever it's called, notification blast on a crummy Laker transaction, my head's gonna explode. How many times have you Shams bomb? Boom! You go to your phone, you look, and it's like this.
Bronny James exists.
This guy who was on 7 different teams the last 2 seasons has signed a non-guaranteed one-way deal with the LA Lakers minor league team.
No, you had the Lindy Waters notification this morning to the San Antonio Spurs.
Which is ridiculous.
That sent you over the hill.
That's where I draw the line. See, that's where I draw the line. We don't need a Shams notification on a Lindy Waters, whatever, the 10th, signing with the Spurs. We just don't.
My stock is down on Shams right now. Stock up, stock down on Shams after he lied to me saying this was going to be the craziest offseason ever in NBA history, and it's been the worst.
And this is why monopolies shouldn't exist. This is why we need Woj to come out of retirement to bring the best out of Shams. You know, everybody wanted to run this guy out of town. Everybody did.
Every Schefter needs a
Well, that's why Slater's going to ESPN. That's the guy, the next upcoming guy there.
Well, isn't Shams with ESPN?
Yes. Yeah, they're
I know, so Slater's going to push Shams.
No. I don't know how it works. They're going to be
They're going to work together. It's going to be filed by
Yes.
Slater and Shams, right?
Same, just as it was with the Athletic. Shams actually brought him over probably because they were both at the Athletic.
Sure.
And then they come over. So
Speaking of, the worst notifications are actually Rappaport when he goes on and says, I'll be joining this podcast, yada, yada, at this time.
I
It's
don't
like,
do
dude,
Rappaport.
stop.
Oh, Rappaport,
Yeah,
my
I
favorite
learned
is
my lesson.
officially official.
Wait, what?
Rappaport's favorite tweet, officially official. It's him retweeting like a team. We just signed insert random second string guard here.
So is this like we're in sports media, so only we know, or do other fans feel the same
There
thing?
are probably 13 other people in the world who know what we feel right now.
Because, like, whenever I see Rappaport talk, I'm just, quite frankly, I don't think he breaks anything. I don't think what he does, he's just a big nerd. That's all I see him on my TV. I'm like, he's just a giant nerd who kind of knows some people and says the obvious. Like, I've never been like, whoa, Ian Rappaport just uncovered a gem of a trade that might happen.
Well, it's him, it's Schefter, it's all those big-time people. Jordan Schultz.
Schefter I hold in different regard.
Well, no, but they're all just they're regurgitating what all the agents are telling them and what the league is telling them. They're all mouthpieces. I don't take anything they say seriously.
Yeah, but
I just don't.
I draw
After
the line.
all the NFL
so, like,
PA
Schefter
crap
will
that's
tell.
happened.
Yeah, no, I disagree. Schefter will be like, so-and-so is signing with the Broncos. Like, oh, okay. Like that. We didn't see that coming, you know? Rappaport, to me, is more like speculation than it is like breaking news.
He gets him, though. He does get breaking news. He gets him and Pelissero because they're all that same.
I actually think Pelissero is way more breaking news than Rappaport. To me, Rappaport now is more gossip than he is actual news.
You think he's taking a step back there when he comes to breaking the news? Because he doesn't want that. That's honestly like a horrible way to live, by the way, is just having your phone constant. Like Shams talks about it. Schefter talks about it. It really does. Like having that be your livelihood, it's not very fun. It's not very fulfilling either. Now,
it's the life they chose.
It is. Now, they're getting a lot of money for it, but they have to sacrifice a lot of time with their friends, their families. Shams is a lot younger. He talks about it in his dating life. He literally talked about it, I think, with the Up and Adams pod, saying, like, yeah, I've been on dates where, like, I've just had to leave because, like, a breaking news story happened.
Didn't that happen with the Luka trade? He was, like, at dinner with his family. It's like, peace out, fam. Gotta go.
He just left the table.
League.
Yeah, just had to leave. It's like, sorry, I gotta go. I gotta go do this. Which, again,
I'm just gonna let you know. We have a police officer in our family who has had to do that for the entirety of his career. So that's not exclusive to just what Shams is living with. They come with, pluses and minuses. It's the lifestyle. It's part of.
I'm saying it's not fulfilling life.
No,
is what I'm saying.
I mean, it might be to him.
Again,
he might be so selfish he loves that life.
Well, he might, but he might look back at the end of it and saying, like, man, I might have
was it worth it?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is something to be said about the fulfillment of actually being a police officer and protecting and serving, being a firefighter, doing that stuff. That is fulfilling in its own right for some people. Now, it doesn't come without, its own detriments.
Well, it's got tons of stresses.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the most stressful jobs you can have. You're literally seeing every people's worst life every single day. Worst parts of their life are happening every single day.
But
That's
I don't think that
life.
this is like a Shams. Like Shams is getting paid a significant amount of money.
Oh my God, yes.
These are just some of the pros and cons of the profession. Doctors, have the same thing. Where they have get on call and things like that. So I don't think this is exclusive to Shams. And there's a lot of people that have, unbalanced lives that figure it out.
Absolutely. Right now, who's figuring it out in Santa Clara with the San Francisco 49ers? That's the question.
And here's just real quick. Let me just close the loop on Shams. Stop worrying about these two-way players that no one knows and cares about, and you'd have a little more balanced life. All we care about is the top doggies. That's all we care about.
You don't care about Lindy Waters, Warriors legend?
There have been 7 or 8 Laker transactions on the back of their roster that have been tweeted out by Shams that have gotten alerts that are unworthy of the alert button. It's the boy who cried wolf. All I care about is the big stuff, dude.
Well, there's just been none of that, so he's had to do this. Unfortunately, that's his own fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he told us it was going to be
all right, now we can move
offseason.
on. Now we can move on.
And this hasn't been the craziest offseason for the 49ers. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. It's been pretty ho-hum, by the book, cutting a lot of the fat off of the roster. Now, is some of that going to bite them in the ass next year? We shall see. But for now, you got your guy, Brock Purdy, locked up. You got your guy, George Kittle, locked up. You got Fred Warner, locked up. You have obviously made the big boys priorities. Hey, you even brought back old friend, old pal, Kyle Juszczyk. He's staying. A lot of people were all upset.
Longest 3 days ever.
Oh, it was very
Even Jesus thought those 3 days waiting was long.
That's a 4 for the biblical knowledge right there. You know what we don't need right now is any drama. And it's actually nice to sit back and laugh at other teams' drama this offseason because for the longest time, it felt like the 49ers, whether it was Bosa, Debo, Ayuk, Trent Williams, it's just all the ESPN. You're talking about notifications. How many notifications the last couple of years in the offseason were we getting when it came to some of the Niners and negotiations? A lot. And it sucked. Well, now we get to sit back and laugh at Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
So that was owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones loves his press conferences, talking about the negotiations with one Micah Parsons, who's holding in right now, obviously, D-end, linebacker, whatever, is hybrid player, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, and wants to get paid accordingly.
We're going to miss him so much when he's out of the game.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are we going to miss Jerry
Al
Jones?
Davis?
I miss Al Davis. I do.
Okay.
I do.
No, I'm talking about people. Do people who are sports fans?
Okay.
Yeah, we miss Steinbrenner. Look, there's a whole separate conversation. Would you even want him to be your owner?
Yes.
And most people say no. But I'm talking about us, the sports fan.
Sure.
We're going to miss Jerry Jones when he's gone.
Because of how he's like holding the Cowboys back?
Because he's just ridiculous. And I love it.
I mean, what are you doing?
What do you mean? What is he doing?
Taking a shot at
the
Micah
Jerry
Parsons' health for no reason during negotiations.
No, he's basically saying, because every player that wants to hold out, everyone's like, you got to pay him. And he's giving you the reverse side of it, which is, and again, you could laugh at it. You probably shouldn't say it out loud, but he did.
Exactly.
Because he's the owner and the GM. And some would say the de facto coach. And he's basically saying, hey, like, the reverse side of me signing someone to a big deal is guys do miss games. You know, he signed Dak Prescott. How many times has he been hurt?
I mean, that's the risk of all contracts in the history of sports. Injuries.
No doubt.
It's just, it's baked into the equation. So just using that as an example for Micah Parsons, who I want to say has been pretty damn healthy for the most part in his career, at least in the NFL. I don't know, back to Penn State days. Like, I just, and you got Micah Parsons clapping back. I mean, that guy also, I mean, they're actually perfect for each other because Micah has his podcast. He loves the talk. He loves the drama. They all do in Dallas.
He's not going
land.
anywhere.
Like, exactly. Like, they paid CeeDee Lamb. They paid Dak Prescott. Call him Whack Prescott if you want. They're going to pay Micah Parsons.
I actually think Jerry lives for this kind of drama, and I think he does it purposely.
Yes, he absolutely does.
And I love that he does it purposely, because I like to see just people lose their minds, especially Cowboy fans like Guru, who just, know that their guy's going to get paid at the last second, and they're going to pay the most possible money.
Do you think?
Oh, God.
We got Nick at Berkeley and Bob and Reno. We're going to get to Spadoni's Circle of Trust here momentarily, and it's going to be Niners Training Camp Edition, Circle of Trust. Who's in, who's out of Spadoni.
We're going to miss Joe Lacob one day.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
People still miss Eddie D. There's something about the rogue, renegade owner that,
who wins a lot.
I don't know if I always want them as my owner. That's a separate conversation. I'm just saying, as a sports fan, I love those people in the game.
I would actually like to hear them talk more than less, like in the weird way, because that shows me that you care, first and foremost. Now, you might say things to put your foot in your mouth, and you might have, the projector. You might have all this other crazy
Steve Cohen
things.
guaranteeing he's going to win a World Series in his first 3 years and not having it come through.
Exactly.
He's still like, hey, look, the Mets are fun.
Right? And then you got guys like Mike Brown of the Cincinnati Bengals where it's like, all right, shut up, dude. Like you, the proof is in the pudding for you. You've been one of the cheaper owners the last, 2+ decades when it comes to your franchise. And now you're talking about, Trey Hendrickson. You're talking about, the stipulation in the first round pick, right?
Well, they're inept.
They're inept. There's levels to this.
But like, I think about like the Clippers with Steve Ballmer at times, and I go, you know what? As much as I don't really like the Clippers at all, at least they're relevant. At least they're a talking point. Because for the first 25 years of my life, 30 years of my life, they were completely irrelevant.
They were a nothing burger. Now they got their own stadium. They got their own stadium, the Intuit Dome. They got all the toilets.
Like, Ballmer's done some great things.
And he's a character.
He is.
He's a character.
I agree. Just closing the loop on it, as I'm looking at like the Niners and I'm looking at the Cowboys and everything, it could always be worse.
Absolutely.
Jed York is not the best. That's fine. You don't want to say he's the best? Okay. Well, he's certainly not the worst. And for the most part, since the Harbaugh situation, he has paid the money, gotten out of the way, and let people run the team. And I think he's done a really good job.
Nick in Berkeley usually does a good job here on the Morning Roast and 95.7 The Game, quite frankly. Nick, Berkeley, how are you feel about Niners training camp, buddy? Good morning.
What's up, Nick?
Man, I'm fired. What's up, y'all? Hey, I'm fired up. I love your point about Lenoir. I call him Lenoir. But let's go. Let's go, Niners. No drama. We have trimmed the fat. We're ready to rock and roll. We need to get Ayuk back at some point. Do not rush the man back, and let's stack our running backs a little bit, stagger them a little bit, like you guys touched on yesterday. We don't need to run McCaffrey into the ground super in the first game, all right? But I'm super hyped. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, man, we're making moves. I love the draft pick. Salah got me super juiced that he came back. That was like our biggest signing of the offseason. And speaking of signings, Dunleavy, what are you doing? Put the paper football down, please. Anyways, yeah, I will miss Jerry Jones. But see, Jerry Jones, he's a Eddie D wannabe because he may have beaten us a couple times. But let me tell you something, man. Eddie D, he would fire you before you even left to get on the airplane. And then he apologized maybe and let you hire you back during the plane ride home, didn't let you on the plane at all. And that was a beautiful thing by Eddie D. He tried to wash my eyes in one.
Nick, you're cutting out.
there,
I love
Nick.
you, buddy.
I heard a little I don't know what was that
well,
noise
he was talking,
made?
and I heard a little
I think he's meaning Diomede Lenoir, but I do think the French pronunciation, because I do think that is a French last name, it probably is Lenoir. I think it is. The OIR is a UA in French, I believe.
Okay. I'll take your word on that.
Shout out linguistics. There you go. I love Nick and Berkeley, by the way. Whether it's Giants, whether it's Niners, whether it's Warriors.
You know what?
My guy's got takes for all of them.
You know what I haven't heard for like the 2 or 3 weeks leading into training camp?
What?
Nobody's excited to see Mac Jones on the field?
I mean, Kyle Shanahan might be the head coach.
No, isn't there? I'm not saying he's going to take the job at any means. I'm not
Possibly.
talking. Omit Purdy. Just Purdy's QB1. No one is denying that. Just omit Purdy. Isn't there just a little intrigue on, like, is Mac Jones any good at all?
There's intrigue in regards to, like, if this guy needs to be called upon, can he win me a couple games?
I just kind of want to see what he looks like in a functional, team, on a functional team.
Can he be better than Brandon Allen was last year when he actually needed to go to a backup?
I think he is better than Brandon.
I think so too.
I do. But no, I'm actually interested to see what he looks like in a Shanahan system, and like what does he just look like? I think that's interesting. Like, I think about Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
Darnold's not where he is right now without the year he had with Shanahan.
And I'm just going to say the situation matters. Kevin O'Connell and that offense with Aaron Jones being resurgent, with Justin Jefferson,
Addison,
with all the Addison, all those players, right? It was monster. It was massive for them. Hawkinson coming in late for them.
I'm not pretending that he's going to take anyone's job. I want to make that very clear. I'm just interested to see if he looks good. Because one of the things that you can get a lot of value is you shine up one of these backup quarterbacks, and next thing you know, a guy on a 2-year deal nets you a 3rd or 4th or 5th rounder because he's perceived value around the league. Like, if he lights it up in training camp and in the preseason, like, could there be an injury around the league that sparks it? Plus, isn't it just good to know you have a solid backup? Isn't there something to be said there?
I've always liked Mac Jones as a quarterback.
I know you have.
I have. Like, I actually was talking about all my Niners buddies. They're all freaking out. How dare they? They can't trade up and take Mac Jones. I was like, dude, Mac Jones, did you just watch Alabama this last year? It was incredible.
Well, he was thrown to the Avengers.
I don't care. He was still incredible. He was so damn good. And he ended up being a first-round pick because of that. Now he fell later. And then the whole question was, you don't trade up to, the intangibles of a Mac Jones. What are those? Like, you draft Mac Jones because you know what the ceiling is with him. He's got a higher floor than some of these people probably.
I used to believe in low floor, high floor. I don't believe in that. Anyone can bust.
Anyone can.
Kenny Pickett was supposed to have a very high floor.
I mean, I never trusted
No, but Joe, but was he not?
I know.
He was supposed to be a high floor guy. Kenny Pickett sucks.
Super Bowl champion, by the way, Kenny Pickett. Played in the Super Bowl. Did you guys watch him?
Why do you do that? He sucks.
He played in a Super Bowl and won one. All right? Show him the respect. He does have one of the sickest jukes I've ever seen in college football history, though. When he did the fake knee juke, and they banned it immediately after that. It was pretty sick. So was his play on the field.
Mahomes did that fake go down thing near the sidelines. You should be...
banned from the NFL?
No, it should be a penalty. It's ridiculous. It's so hard to play defense, and you're going to fake go down near the sidelines and then turn up field for more yards. And then if I hit you ever so slightly on the sideline, I'm the one that gets a 15-yard penalty. The defense deserves way more leeway than they're given. I find it to be absurd. The NFL doesn't want to see defense have any chance of hitting anyone, and I think it's so unfair.
It's funny you say that because it actually got me thinking of training camp and then preseason coming up. What's going to be the area of emphasis for the officials this year? It's just not a sexy topic and it's kind of random, but it happens every single preseason. The illegal contact was an area of emphasis in recent years early on in preseason, and they've called it a lot in the regular season going forward. Talking about, the defense needs more help, not less. Like, I'm interested to see what are the penalties that are going to be focused on coming up here in the next couple of weeks.
Sauce Gardner was, he just got the big deal.
He did.
And people were talking about him. They're like, what happened last year compared to the 2 years prior? Yeah. Why was he so good for 2 years and what happened? They literally just started calling a lot of his holds where he's holding wide receivers because he's allowed to mug them. And he was saying, like, I want to see is the league going to let me be able to be physical at the line of scrimmage? Right. And when they took that away from him, he can't run with other people in the way that the kid from the Texans can, for example. Right. Like, he's a big physical corner like Brandon Browner, Richard Sherman before him. Those guys want to get up in you at the line of scrimmage. And if they're not allowed to be able to mug you at the line, it changes their game. So it's a good point.
I think the replay assistance and the expansion of that is going to be a massive, massive thing this year. There were some rule changes. Obviously, the tush push dominated the headlines. That's not getting banned. That is here to stay for now. But they made modifications to overtime. The regular season overtime format will now guarantee both teams a possession, similar to the playoff format. I know. The regular season overtime period will remain at 10 minutes, unlike the 15-minute periods in the playoffs, though. And then the replay assistance, as I alluded to, is going to be a big factor. It's going to be expanded use of the replay assistance to include specific and objective aspects of a play when a flag has been thrown. So you've seen some quick pickups, and they say, that looked like it was roughing. And they pick it up and say, there is no foul for roughing the passer. They do an explanation after it. I think you're going to see a lot more of that and trying to get the calls right quicker. And they may throw it, and then they pick it up really fast. I know it's going to drive fans nuts, but they're going to be doing a lot more of that this season, I believe. I know. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's just a fishy, and it's all over the place. You saw something, you called the penalty, and now you're some guy from 40 yards away through 8,000 pounds of bodies is like, no, actually, I saw it differently. All right, we're going to pick it up.
The officials can also use video review to potentially overturn or confirm penalties like intentional grounding, roughing the passer, and hitting a runner out of bounds, but only if a flag was initially thrown. So they can go back and look at some of those things now going forward here.
So now you're just going to throw the flag and take a look at it.
Yeah. And I don't hate
again, I guess going back to
that.
But going back to my original theory is that I think anything along the sidelines, we just need to have more leeway. Because I think when you're running full speed as a defender and the offensive player can ease up ever so carefully and kind of straddle the out of bounds line, and then you want to be able to knock them, but you don't want to hit them too hard. And then if they take one step out of bounds, it's like, I hit them inadvertently, automatic 15 yards. To me, the crime doesn't fit the punishment, number one. And number two, I just don't think people understand how difficult it is to try to tackle these guys so hard. If George Kittle did what Patrick Mahomes was doing and Russell Wilson was doing, people will be throwing a fit.
I would agree with that. And by the way, the league is adopting the Hawkeye system that they use like in tennis. So we're going to have the precise measurements going forward, not the old men in the chain gang. We got precise robotics, Chat GPT. Everything's going to be specific when it comes to the line to the gain. When it comes to the Hawkeye system, we got the Circle of Trust coming up in about 7 minutes.
I'm ready for Hawkeye.
Me too.
That I am absolutely here for.
Not the superhero. He sucks, but the actual, yes.
Yes, the actual, whatever they're going to do with these replays. Like, we need the chip forever. Like, the whole Josh Allen play in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't the fourth down play. It's the third down play.
Yep.
It's the third down play. Like that, who knows what ends up happening, but wouldn't it be nice to have clarity on where the ball specifically was at that particular time? It's got to be synced up to the video, and let's figure this out. I'm tired of doing the measurements by eyeballs.
I'm with you. Bob is in Reno, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Niners training camp's back, Bob. How are we feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling so excited, guys. It's crazy. Like, football's coming back. I already have fantasy football drafts coming up. Like, I got my Dynasty League with Brock Purdy in it, by the way, so I need a big season from this guy. And I just traded for Ricky, by the way, as well in my Dynasty League, so expecting some big touchdowns as well from him. So I wonder...
did you buy low on Ricky?
I was going to say, did you give up a lot?
What did you give up? I'm curious.
Okay. So I went with Ricky and Brian Robinson Jr.
Okay.
I gave up Drake May. Who else? And another. Who else did I give up? I gave up a wide receiver, but I forget the name. But Drake May was one of the names
Drake
in there.
May would not be a keeper for me.
No, I'm not sure. I need to see another season. Mike Vrabel, I am actually a little higher on the Patriots. I think they win like twice as many wins as they had last year, which was like 4, 5, 6, whatever. They'll be better.
They're going to win twice as many games. 4.
I know, it sounded like a backhanded compliment. Bob, what do you got on the Niners training camp and some of the storylines you're looking forward to this season?
One thing that intrigued me was, Ayuk and Ricky being on that PUP list. As a Niners fan, should we be concerned about that going forward? Especially
let's give it 3 days on Pearsall.
Kind of talk.
Yeah, let's give it 3 days on Pearsall. If they activate him and he shows up, we'll all be happy. If it's like 2 weeks in or a week and a half in and he still hasn't been activated, then I think it's time to start worrying about him.
And then with Ayuk as well, what's your guys' concerns and thoughts on that, especially with the Juan Jennings?
How can anyone know? None of us has seen him. We don't know what kind of brace he's wearing. No one's seen him jog, run, walk. I can't even have an educated opinion.
I'll say this, Bob, and I'll let you finish your thought here because I know you have something on Brock Purdy as well. But I'll say this in regards to Brandon Ayuk. He is not a guy that's game is predicated on explosion and elite physical prowess. That being said, if you lose just a millisecond when it comes to your route running, that could be the difference between a touchdown grab or an interception or what have you. So I'm very curious to see the mobility when he does come back. But I think you're wondering is he coming back? No one knows.
You say explosion. He is like a fluid, dynamic athlete.
Sure. Sorry,
Joe, getting off the line, he is filthy. He has these like little jukes.
He's not, a speedster. He's not a guy that's going to jump 10 feet up in there. He's not Justin Jefferson. He's not Amon-Ra St. Brown. I view him as just an elite route runner that can gain ridiculous separation. But some of that is based on explosion. I'm not going to say it's not.
I would just say this, like you're comparing him to the best of the best. I'm just going to compare him to the Niners team. And when I've been at camp, I'm just going off the other wide receivers and then the guys he's going up against.
Sure.
He is one of the best athletes on the team.
Totally.
In every metric, whether it's, I've seen him high point 3 or 4 balls at practice. He's a great athlete. I actually underrated how athletic he was and his speed and his fluidity because he doesn't slow down when he's getting in and out of the breaks. When he was right, he's filthy. Where's he going to be at? I think this is a fair question. The pup list. We hear that a lot. Now, there's 2 different kinds of pups. There's like the preseason pup, and there's the regular season. He will be on the regular season pup, meaning he will be inactive for the first 4 games. Look, if you pull up the schedule, do you have the schedule in front of you?
Yes.
I believe week 5 would be the earliest he'd be activated. That's a Thursday night game against the Rams?
I believe that's their primetime one. Yes,
okay.
I believe so.
So let's just probably scratch that off the list, right?
Yeah.
I think the realistic timetable would be somewhere between week 6 and week 11, week 12?
Yeah.
When did Greenlaw show up? 10, 11, 12?
Late.
10. He came in 10.
Late.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he hurt himself in October. It's a full year recovery. Again, that would get you into the middle of October, which would probably be about week 6, week 7. I would think it would take a couple weeks to get right. At minimum, I'm going to just circle week 10.
And this is what we also have to realize as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast, 1 hour to go, Bonte Hill in 30 minutes. As we're talking about Brandon Ayuk, it wasn't just one ligament that got damaged, people. There was multiple ligaments that got tore up in that knee. It was brutal. So the recovery process, whatever you're thinking it's going to be a straightforward, it's like any other ACL. No, it is not. This thing is going to take some time potentially, and we all have to have patience when it comes to Brandon Ayuk. And as we know, when it comes to NFL football fans, we lack patience. But you're going to have it when it comes to Brandon Ayuk. You also have to have some patience, Carter, when it comes to circles of trust. Am I right? Oh, I just look at Sam's face whenever we play that open. He had his hands over his face like, oh my God, I did that. You got some Italian in your DNA, right, Sam? You're good. You're good, right?
On the mom's side.
There you go. It's a circle of trust time. You know what? Every relationship has its own trust levels and factors, Joe. Sports or not. And we like to have this little thing called a circle. And who's in, who's out of it. It's an all-timer. Hey, between that and the Kuminga crisis, the Oscar award winning Sam Lubman, as far as I'm concerned, with some of these.
Frank Caliendo, get out the way. The new guy when it comes to impersonations is Sam Lubman. He's still trying to impersonate a real Giants beat writer.
Oh, stop. He's crushing it.
I'm teasing.
By the way, he did his bet. He didn't want me to bring this up. I didn't want to, but he was a Boy Scout.
Wait, you just tease something and then immediately eject?
I did, because he told me not to bring it up, and now I feel bad. But we're here, and shout out.
You already let the cat out of the bag.
Shout out the Boy Scouts of America.
Who's putting cats in bags? That doesn't make much sense. I don't get that phrase.
It's Karl Anthony Towns who gets the bag, but that's about it. Boy Scouts of America troop. What number was it, Sam?
153 out of Antioch.
153 out of Antioch, who stopped by yesterday to get their radio badge. So we met some of the Boy Scouts of America from the Antioch chapter.
Oh.
They came over. You said hi to them. You said what's up.
Yeah.
And I learned, and Sam did. Sam, by the way, Eagle Scout extraordinaire over here. The guy gives me the thumbs up.
Wait, you were an Eagle Scout?
He was an Eagle Scout. Sam Lubman.
Am an Eagle Scout, not were. Am.
Oh, is it something that remains for you forever?
Yes.
Okay.
Eagle for life.
Can't you tell when he wears the hiking shoes with the black socks and he's got this Crocs and everything and he's ready to go?
You're trying so hard to make a joke and just fell so flat on your face.
I'm not scoffing at it. Like, being an Eagle Scout's a legit thing. I was legitimately impressed with Sam Lubman talking about being an Eagle Scout and telling the Boy Scouts of America.
Were you a Boy Scout?
I was a Cub Scout. So, like, I did the Pinewood Derby and I was out.
not.
Yeah.
Carter, you?
Yeah, I was a Boy Scout for about a year.
Are you kidding me?
Well,
I mean, you have 2,000 acres. You got to learn how to survive. I mean,
a lot of acres to camp on
that
there.
doesn't surprise me.
But it got me to thinking here at the station, if we were to have like an Eagle Scout kind of game,
survivor off.
Yeah. Who do you think's winning that? Like 5 days in the wilderness, you have like tasks to complete, starting a fire, getting a shelter. Who do you think's winning that? And who do you think's tapping out first?
Well, while he thinks of that, why don't you draw some names out of your circle of hat trust?
Let's do that. Wait, do I draw the names? Or
I got them right here.
Right? Yeah.
All right, first one. Do you trust the defensive line for the 49ers?
Ooh, that's starting out hot.
Can you name 2 defensive linemen for the 49ers?
Michael Williams, Nick Bosa.
That was a joke, not to you, to the audience.
Vitor Gross Matos? He's on the pup list too, isn't he?
So many pups. I mean, we're like a animal shelter.
Right now.
Then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
They're outside the circle right now. I can only trust one player on the defensive line. His name's Nick Bosa. Sorry. Like he's really good. He's top 5. But hey, if you just have a TJ Watt, if you just have a Myles Garrett, if you just have a Max Crosby, it means your defensive line's probably not very good. So I do not have a high level of trust right now to the Niners defensive line. Although, if Bryce Huff shows what he did in New York, maybe, just maybe, they could be something. Michael Williams has a flash. We'll see. But right now, they are outside the circle when it comes to 49ers training camp circle of trust. D-line out.
All right, next one on the circle of trust.
Let's go.
Brock Purdy.
Ooh.
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle of trust.
I trust Brock Purdy right now. He has shown me nothing but being a good to great quarterback. He has not shown that he is a bad quarterback. I trust Brock Purdy. Is he top 5? Is he top 10? Somewhere in there when he is on. He is in that conversation. He is very good to great at times. I have no problems. Although last year, people are going to come down my road and say, well, Spadoni, everything went wrong last year. And when everything goes wrong, a franchise quarterback shows that he can carry a squad and carry a team. Now, is he a guy like a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson? No, he's not. He is a tier below those guys. But that's okay. For this team, you could be a tier below and still be really good and compete and win playoff games, and he has shown that he can do that. I am very, very okay with Brock Purdy getting that contract, being the highest paid player in the history of the organization, and being the leader of this franchise going forward. He is inside my circle of trust, Joe.
What about the linebackers? Do you trust the linebackers?
Unless it's raining real quick. Unless it's raining, then it's all out the window. Continue.
So a drop of water and all of a sudden you don't trust the quarterback?
If the Super Bowl's in Santa Clara at Levi Stadium and the Niners are in it and it's raining, I might take the other team. Continue.
All right. Do you trust the linebackers? Are they in or out of the circle of trust?
then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
Again, it's the same thought process I have with the D-line. If you have one player that I trust only, I can't trust the entirety of the skill position group. I can't. So defensive line, it's just Nick Bosa. Linebacking core, it's just Fred Warner. It's just Fred Warner, Joe, who's really good. He's an all-pro last year. Why do you have that devilish smile on your face?
Because I'm seeing some of the names that I've pulled out in order, and I can't wait to get to them.
So D-line, outside the circle. Linebacking core, outside the circle. Brock Purdy, in the circle.
That being said, Nick Martin, who they drafted in the 3rd round, the linebacker, they are really high on him.
Okay, well, they were on D. Winters too last year, and he had a really good camp. And then Devondre Campbell played way too much, and Winters couldn't stay on the floor. Stay on the court. Excuse me.
I will stay healthy. I am more likely to start trusting the linebacker group than I will the defensive end group and the defensive line because of their ability to draft these guys in years past. I mentioned the Dre Greenlaws, Fred Warner obviously still here, and the Aziz Al-Shires of the world. They're really good at identifying linebacker talent, Joe. But they're outside right now.
Do you trust Ricky Pearsall? He had
and
more
I have
yards
no
this
choice
year.
but to put you right back outside the circle.
He had more yards his rookie year than Jawan Jennings had the year the Niners went to the Super Bowl, which was the year prior to last year. I think we're sleeping on Ricky. I know there's a health factor, but come on.
But that's a big one, though, Joe.
There is with every NFL player.
No, but this guy in particular, when he came out.
shot.
Well, before that, you had Herm Edwards, who coached him in college, and said, yeah, you got to protect Ricky from himself because he's going to work out too much and he gets hurt. And he has hamstring problems dating back to college. And what's the problem right now? Hamstring. Yeah, I can't trust this guy right now. I'm sorry. I like the story, Joe. Don't get me wrong. If he could be on the field, I'm not saying he can't be productive. I'm not saying he can't be a good slot receiver, and he's a good possession receiver. I'm not saying he can't be, but he has to get on the field to prove it to me going forward. He has to get on the field to prove it to me. He just has to. And right now, he's outside the circle because of the medical.
I think he's an easy scapegoat right now for the team, and I'm whatever.
I hope it's not. I'm not making it sound like
you.
a
I think
scapegoat.
everybody's this way. No, how can you not be like, oh my God, again?
Right.
I think whatever anyone wants to sell on Ricky Pearsall, I will buy it up. I will buy that stock. I just have a feeling he's going to be better than we think. Okay. I'm not saying he's going to live up to being this first-round tag and he's going to be amazing. He's going to set all these records. I just think he's going to be good. He's going to be a good player. Like, if you stay healthy, you're going to put up numbers in this offense.
I want to be optimistic about him. I want to. And he has to prove it to me in training camp and staying on the field. That's it.
All right. Offensive line. Do you trust it or do you not?
Right now,
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle of trust.
I will. I will trust this offensive line. Like you have faith in Kyle Shanahan when it comes to the wide receivers. I do, because he always finds a way with some of these offensive linemen. And I think a full training camp with Trent Williams, who was dealing with a lot last year, some of it in the early on, that was his own making. Obviously the holdout, we know that. Dealt with some tragedy in his personal life. But a full training camp with Trent Williams, Hall of Famer, one of, if not the greatest left tackle in the history of the sport. Yeah, I think it's going to pay off. It's going to be huge for a lot of those other young players that are coming in here. Dominic Pooney, building off that awesome rookie season. He's going to be balling. You mentioned Ben Barch. Like, I am higher on this offensive line than I think a lot of other people are going forward. Now, right tackle, that's going to be the question mark for this team going forward. And that's going to be something to monitor because Colton McKivitz, who called in, by the way, said Colton McKivitz is a nice dude, a good guy. Do we have someone on? No, we had someone on earlier in the week. No, was I the only one paying attention to that? It's okay. Colton McKivitz, by all accounts, a good dude, too, in the community. So I'm rooting for Colton McKivitz, but I'd be lying to you if I said that was the one part of the offensive line that doesn't have me slightly concerned. But again, we got Trent Williams back in training camp. I'm okay with the O-line right now. I'm okay with it.
What about Jake Brendel?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Are you mad at Jake Brendel? I don't hate the guy. I don't think he's awful.
I don't hate him. I question if he's good.
Who are 5 centers that you can say are good in the NFL right now?
Humphreys.
I said 5.
Okay, but you're asking, and he was a guy that was drafted just a couple of years ago. Who's outstanding.
You just can't name him like you used to, though, right?
Ruiz.
It's a very difficult position to kind of evaluate.
There's a handful of guys, but look, they've failed to find them. The last one for you, just because we're running out of time. I was going to go CMC, but I think we're going to talk about him ad nauseum. Jake Moody. You trust him?
This is going to be controversial, people. This is going to be a tough one.
Just give me a break.
You're still in the circle of trust, so I'm going to give you one more chance.
One more chance for Jake Moody.
But if you miss one practice kick.
Yeah, if he misses in the preseason, he's done. He's cooked.
Are we going to chart practice kicks the way we charted completion percentage couple of camps ago?
Carter, you're going to go down there for a couple of these practices, right?
I'm going to try to, yeah,
you're
for
gonna
sure.
Let us know how Jake Moody's looking, right?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Are you going to size up Lombardi and Grant Cohn?
Oh, God.
They're tiny. Grant's tiny.
Everyone's tiny to you. You're
Lombardi's
6'8".
bigger.
You're 6'8", brother.
Lombardi's taller.
Sam.
Are you jealous of his worldwide travels?
No. No.
That was the circle of trust. Carter's in the circle of trust. Chasky's in my circle of trust, and so is Sam Lubman, guys. You're in my circle of trust. And that was the 49ers training camp circle. Jake Moody in, offensive line
it's just absurd.
Brock Purdy
Jake
in,
Moody.
Ricky Pearsall out, linebacking core out, defensive line.
I trust Ryan Walker more in a high leverage situation than I do Jake Moody ever.
That would have been a good this or that
This is
topic.
insane.
That would have been a good this or that topic, Sam. What is our this or that topic today? What is it?
Instead, our this or that topic, this or that is going to be a true or false, gentlemen. As in, true or false, at the end of this NFL season, we will look at Brock Purdy as the unquestionable best quarterback in the NFC West.
Oh, in the NFC West. Interesting. True or false? We will look past this next season and say unequivocally that Brock Purdy is the best in the West. 888-957-9570. That's this or that. And it's coming up next. And it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Oh, man, we're rolling. We're rolling. Niners training camp. Circle of trust. Who's in, who's out. A lot of people upset on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line that I dared to have Jake Moody in my circle of trust.
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle of trust.
And I'm going to give him one more chance because he had the injury excuse built in last year, the high ankle sprain. At one point, was the record holder for the longest field goal ever made in the history of the Super Bowl. At one point, that was him, Jake Moody, ladies and gentlemen. Where's he going to be at? Well, we'll ask Bonte Hill where his trust in faith is in one Jake Moody because he's joining us in 10 minutes. Bonte Hill, host, obviously, of Warriors and Giants pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area, host here at the station, and also knows his Niners better than anyone. Speaking of Bonte, Shasky, you want to go a little trip down memory lane before we get to this or that? Well, we'll hit the open in a second, but before we do, we got to remember the practice heard around the world a few seasons ago.
Oh, my goodness, Bonte.
Ooh,
Where you want to begin?
We got to begin with the quarterback position. And Debbie over here. Debbie, she knows
Big
what time
957 The Game
You're
listener.
going to know what time it is. Subscribe to YouTube. Subscribe to Twitch.
Click it.
95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky the Butcher. Bonte Hill. And what we just saw at the quarterback position.
Oh, my God.
Let me just say this, Shasky. I'll start it off like this. I will be shocked if Trey Lance is a starting at quarterback in week number 1.
B, I'm going to be real with you. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks play for the 49ers. Undeniable talent. But it's not just the physical tools. No. It's the little subtleties of how he played the position, the dropbacks, the ability to move in the pocket when there was a little pressure on the left or right side. And then he throws the ball on time, on the money, in the belly button, letting his receiver turn upfield and make plays.
Let me ask you about the presence.
Oh, my
the presence,
God. The
when
moxie.
he steps in the huddle, there's a different swagger to this offense. And I know it's just shirts and skins.
Yeah.
You're wearing shorts. There's no pads right now. And it's only, day 3, day 4.
Oh, it's so good. But that went on for another minute 30, by the way, and we were just fading out there. So that's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky, and Bonte joining us again in 10 minutes. And those are just some of the things you might be hearing in regards to training camp. A field of Adonises. Remember that one?
Look, you guys could all laugh all you want, and that's fine. The guy who's been covering multiple teams and doing play-by-play for 35 years in this market said it was the greatest throwing day he's ever seen from any practice player ever.
Really?
Any practice. That's what he said. He said that on that Monday.
I was there. He looked amazing,
He did.
honestly.
And that's what I'm saying. Look, that video doesn't, and I'll live on it. I said what I said. I saw what I saw. And so did everyone else on the Niners.
We were
and
all at one point super excited for Trey Lance.
Yeah, and I think we're all full of it. When he threw that pass to Danny Gray in that game, you were all thinking what we were thinking. He broke his finger, and it never was the same.
Broke his finger, and it was never the same.
You can laugh all you want.
I'm not laughing at it. I'm just saying, and this is what happens in training camp, and some of these things happen, and you look back in hindsight. Joe, it's okay to laugh at ourselves. I'm not laughing at you.
I'm laughing, but here's the thing.
I thought Johnny Manziel was going to be good.
No, I'm not letting you do that because I'm going to be real with you. We said what we said because literally of how good he did look.
Yes.
So that's the funny part about it is it makes it sound like we were just making stuff up, walking out. That's what we saw. Carter, you said you were there? Carter, you were there.
Yeah.
He looked amazing.
Oh, my God. Outside the hash marks, the throws down the sideline were incredible,
Jimmy looked terrible. You want to talk about bad practice players? Jimmy's not a good practice player.
No.
It's just, I'm calling it like I see it. Now, is he a gamer? Yeah, actually he is. He looks way better in games than he does in practice. In practice, that day, Trey looked unreal. He made a throw to Ross Dwelly coming across the middle that I still think about to this day. Unbelievable. So, yes, it didn't age well. Trust me, I'm well aware. And it gets me angry and defensive. And the reason why I'm defensive is because that's literally what happened that day.
Yeah.
That's what happened. And it just didn't materialize.
It didn't. And maybe it will. Maybe the story isn't fully written on Trey Lance. He gets an opportunity in L.A. Justin Herbert, who gets hurt all the time. You can call him Justin Hurtbert these days because he does get hurt all the time. He misses a game or two. Trey Lance goes in there, looks good, career revitalized. Who better than one Jim Harbaugh to revitalize a quarterback's career. Am I right? Just saying. And then, Joe, you can take your victory lap again.
Well, I don't care about victory laps. I just tell you what I see. Sometimes it ages well, and sometimes it ages poorly. I'm living by the moment. Great example. Having watched, half of a quarter of a guy in a preseason game. Nobody remembers me calling out Dre Greenlaw as this random 5th-round pick doing the postgame with Bonte, and we're talking about it was Cowboys-Niners preseason game, and I was like, I'm telling you, this 57 is ridiculous. And then he started warming up to him, and it was like, wow, look what we see. He saw Matt Breida before anyone saw Matt Breida doing what he would do. So these things happen in camp. You can identify guys who are good or bad or not. Everybody laughs about Trey Lance. Remember this guy who we all were high on. What about Jalen Hurd? Jalen Hurd looked ridiculous.
Didn't stay healthy.
It sounds insane to say today, oh my God, I thought Jalen Hurd was going to be one of their impact players for multiple years moving forward. It's like, what can't this guy do, right? He looked amazing.
Physical specimen, did it all. Yeah. 200-meter dash, 400-meter dash back in college track and field. He was amazing.
It's unbelievable. And again, I will still to this day fall on this one. I watched Brock Purdy in practice, that first ever practice. And look, Larry Krueger said that he really liked him, and he was on it. I remember the vibe from the crowd and everyone because they had signed the tall guy from the Eagles, who was the third stringer at the time that they gave guaranteed $7 million to. Big, goofy guy, number 7, the quarterback. They cut him right before the end of the year.
Sudfeld?
Sudfeld,
yeah.
Nate Sudfeld looked terrible.
Nate the Great.
And so you had Trey, Jimmy was on the baby field, Sudfeld, and they had one other guy in camp, and then you had Brock Purdy. And it was like, yeah, I don't see it with Nate Sudfeld at all. And then Purdy was like getting 1 or 2 reps, and everyone was just like kind of laughing at how small he was. He looked so tiny.
He still does. Like, that's the thing. Like, he
looked tiny.
In comparison to other players at his position, like, you have a Cam Newton and you have a Brock Purdy, and both of those guys play quarterback, which is insane, right?
And Brock's thicker, like lower body. Yeah. He's way thicker than you think.
A thick boy.
But he looks closer to like, Jake Moody's height, who is tiny. He's not very big.
Both inside my circle of trust, by the way. Kind of like this or that.
D Ford did look good in that practice. He did. D Ford looks good.
No!
All right, one more time, Sammy. The this or that topic for today is?
Yeah, so the this or that question today is a true or false question, and that question is, by the end of this football season, Brock Purdy will be looked at as the unquestioned best quarterback in the NFC West. So true or false, we will look at him as a better quarterback than Kyler Murray, than Sam Darnold, which we should already be doing that, and Matt Stafford at the end of this upcoming football season.
I'll start with you, Joe. True or false to that one? Because Matt Stafford is unequivocally right now the best quarterback in that division. Might be top 3 in the conference. He's that damn good. He was a drive away from beating the Super Bowl champions, and maybe the Rams are going back to the Super Bowl, and then who knows what happens there in his legacy. Matt Stafford I have a tremendous amount of respect for. So right now, he is unequivocally heading into the season the best quarterback in that division.
Are we talking nationwide or to the Niner fans?
Let's go to Niner fans.
Okay, because I think nationwide, even if they win the Super Bowl this year, similar to how Jalen Hurts is scoffed at, I don't think Purdy will win over a lot of people. It's like, it's going to take a long time, which is so unfair.
It's ridiculous.
You know who'll get the credit?
Yep.
Shanahan.
Exactly.
And, Saleh with the defense. It'll be everyone but Purdy, because look at what we're doing with Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts literally was brilliant in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. Was brilliant. Yep. And people are like, I don't know.
Do it without A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, and the greatest defense we've ever seen. Like, stop.
We do this with some of the older quarterbacks. They finally win one, and then it's like we retcon their entire careers. Like, well, Matt Stafford's always been this guy. Right? When I, as well as many others, questioned, could he do it in the playoffs? Right. Could he do it in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl? Which, check, he did both those things. So I actually think there's almost no way around it. Purdy, to a lot of people, is not going to be, even if he wins the Super Bowl this year, considered better than Stafford I think that it's going to take time.
I'm also going to go false for this one, only because I think Stafford is still going to be that dude. Now, if he gets hurt, he's getting older, that's going to be a different question, because I am slotting Purdy over Kyler and Sam Darnold. I just am. Not everyone's going to do that. I am right now. Kyler, he shows the flashes of brilliance at times, and like he had some stretches. Like even last year, the Cardinals had like a stretch there. I was like, wait, are the Cardinals good? And then inevitably, they just crap their pants and they're just not good. And Kyler has some stinkers of games. And then you see him sitting on the field, shrugging his shoulders. He talking about first team all bad body language. Kyler Murray's that guy for me. He's really bad body language. It's a small body, but it's a bad body language nonetheless. Sam Darnold, I think everyone's like wanting to see the real Sam Darnold. So I don't know.
I think I actually feel bad for Sam. Was awesome last year.
Hey,
till the end.
Good for him getting paid, by the way. He did get paid. So like he no matter else what happens, he got his money from that season.
But like I think we do this thing, and we did it to Purdy, we've done it to Jimmy, where you have a couple bad games at the end of the year. That's what's left in everyone's mouth, and it negates everything you did during the regular season. It's like, I think he's somewhere in between the two players that we saw. I don't think he's as good as what we saw throughout the regular season because the Vikings were awesome. But I certainly don't think he's as bad as he was in those last 3 games. I just don't. He's got to be better than that.
14-3, the Vikings. Didn't win the division.
But I'm not like some Darnold truther.
No.
I'm not. But I do think he's grown a lot.
I do think I want to give,
because I slept on Geno, and Geno really has been a good player.
Yeah, he's had a resurgence.
Not a great player, but a really good player.
Yes, and I feel the same with Darnold, that he showed why he was a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Last year he showed, it's like, okay,
dude,
I see it.
That throw he made in the end zone against the Niners, I mean, it's just, I don't know how many guys make that throw.
You saw the
doing 50 yards in the air perfectly.
Well, and the scrambling late in that game. Remember the scrambling from Sam? Like he just kept, he has the athleticism to do those things, and he's a big dude.
Oh no,
like,
and he moves
big,
really well,
and he can truck some people if you need him to.
I agree. It's just his thing's always been kind of like decision making.
Correct. The no throws, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And like, I want to know, when you have a defensive-minded coach, they have a new OC up there. What's it going to look like? They also drafted the kid from Bama. So I don't know what they're going to do with him. I'm intrigued by him as a prospect. I don't love him as a passer, but I like the kid from Alabama that they drafted, the quarterback. What's the kid's name?
Hold on. I'll get it for you in a second. Milroe. Excuse me.
I've seen a lot of interviews with him. I like Milroe a lot. Yeah. I root for him, but I just don't know. I don't know.
That was kind of an interesting one for me.
Like 3rd round?
Yeah, the whole quarterback dynamic of this last draft class was fascinating to me. Just the whole Shedeur Sanders stuff, all that, this, that, and the other. You could obviously chime in on the this or that, the true and false question on our YouTube poll, 888-957-9570. Also, call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. In the meantime, we got our very own Bonte Hill joining us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Bonte King, good morning. Is your crown on? Is your chariot awaiting? Are you heading down to training camp as we speak?
See, I was about to give you a compliment for introducing me so well on the River Islands guest line. I thought you were about to steal my sponsorship. Then you had to go over the top with the whole King stuff or whatnot. I will say, I was bumping Jay-Z the Ruler's back earlier this morning, so I am feeling pretty good about myself. I'm not going to lie.
After Diddy got left off the hook, you were like, I think it's okay to bump some Jay-Z.
Relax. Jesus.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what's going on. I know Jay-Z has been making public appearances, so, I feel good about that. I can still bump his music.
Hey, what are you looking for when you get onto that field today? Because you're going down to training camp, and I think that they've switched the direction of where the fields are. I could be wrong, but I think they've changed it. So I'm interested. Like, what are you looking for? Like, what's the thing you're most excited about once you get down there?
Well, first of all, Shasky and Spadoni, it's the first day of a long journey, and what we hope will end in mid-February with Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium. The grass is getting cut, the sprinklers are on, the chalk is getting lined up. I'm excited. You know me, I love to taste the grass. The grass is as green as it's going to get all season long. So everybody's going to talk about wide receiver, obviously pressure with the D-line. But I'm looking at the safety position. And the safety position is up for grabs at free and strong. I was doing a deep dive last night on Richie Grant from the Atlanta Falcons. He started in 2022 and 2023, and then Justice Simmons came last year to the Falcons to take a spot. Then you got Pinnock, who was drafted by Robert Saleh to the New York Jets, and he really loves him. He started off as a corner, transitioned to safety. So this safety spot with Jair Brown really struggling last year, Malik Mustafa coming off the torn ACL. Who's going to play safety? Because with these wide receivers in the NFC West, you got Devontae and Puka down in L.A. You got Marvin Harrison and Trey McBride down in the desert in Arizona. You got Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp, if he can stay healthy, up in Seattle. Having some safety help with this team, I think, is imperative, man. I want a Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame, a true ball hawk. I thought they were going to sign Juan Thornhill, but the safety position, to me, is one position group that's not being talked about enough right now, Butch.
Turn on your mic. There you go.
I like that. Because I keep looking at the guy who's going to play alongside Fred Warner. I think that, to me, is a real, like, right now, there could be 7, 8 different new starters on defense. So everybody's doing all these projections, how many wins. I kind of want to just, like, let things settle for a couple of weeks. Let me look at some exhibition games. Let me see what the depth chart's looking like. Because everything's up in the air. Last year, D. Winters was a hot name. And then Devondre Campbell played way more than anyone wanted. And Dre Greenlaw, it felt like, couldn't get back soon enough. And then he came back, got hurt, whatever. D. Winters, Nick Martin. I think my most important position that I want to see is that guy who plays next to Fred Warner. What do you think about that spot?
Well, yeah, I still think safeties for me is the most important, especially if the pass rush is inconsistent. But whoever plays opposite of Fred Warner, look, you're playing next to a Hall of Famer. You're playing next to one of the best linebackers we've seen over the last 15 years in the NFL. We're talking about one of the best linebackers in 49ers history. I think a guy nobody's talking about, because everybody's talking about Martin and D. Winters. What about Tatum Bethune out of Florida State? I mean, he was on the national championship type of
Don't steal my guy.
when Jordan Travis went down. But Tatum Bethune, I'm telling you, man, he made plays for Florida State. He won that ACC championship when they had a third-string quarterback who couldn't hit a 5-yard slant route. And he made the key turnover in that football game, and he played special teams, and nobody's talking about him. So, yeah, to your point, whoever plays opposite, I think it's going to be an upgrade over Campbell, whoever plays, whether it's D. Winters, whether it's Martin, whether it's Bethune, because Devondre Campbell stunk. And the guy who quit on his team, it's a reason why he hasn't gotten a job this offseason. So, it's an important spot. It's not my most important spot, but it's definitely whoever plays next to Fred Warner, they got to step up. And there's a bar that's been set there by Dre Greenlaw. Can you go sideline to sideline? Can you cover in this scheme? Because you're going to have to cover tight ends. You're going to have to cover backs out of the backfield. Who can do that the best opposite of Fred Warner? It's going to be a very interesting position battle. And I love position battles in training camp. That's what camp is all about. I don't want the depth chart set right now. I want guys who are hungry, who are desperate, who are looking behind their shoulder saying, boy, if I don't make this play, I may get benched. I may be relegated to special teams. So competition brings out the best in everybody.
Talking with Bonte Hill here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Roast. He's heading down to training camp. On-field activities start today down in Santa Clara. And Bonte, we'll just do all 3 levels of the defense right here as we're going secondary, linebacking core. Defensive line for a lot of people. Can we get a running mate with one Nick Bosa? And people are hoping it's going to be this kid, Mykel Williams, out of Georgia. What are you going to be looking for Mykel Williams? Obviously, there's no pads on today, but just the pressure on this guy alone is going to be massive because he was the first-round pick and because really since Dee Ford, we've been looking for a running mate for Nick Bosa for so damn long. Leonard Floyd was not that guy, right? It just didn't work out. We've been looking for anything at a defensive tackle spot. Javon Hargrave was a bust of a signing. It just was. It was one of the biggest busts we've seen. He didn't really do much. I can't think of one moment for Javon Hargrave. But Mykel Williams, that running mate for Nick Bosa this year, how massive is that going to be for this team?
Well, it's not just Mykel Williams. Look, there's going to be pressure on him. I think the most pressure is on Nick Bosa, first and foremost. He's one of the highest paid defensive players in all of football. And after last season, I think Nick Bosa needs to show up. So the pressure, I go to the top dollar guys, the guys who's making the most money. Bosa's got to perform first and foremost. He's got to take advantage of possibly seeing single coverage if Mykel Williams can ball out and if Bryce Huff. Don't forget about him coming over from the Philadelphia Eagles where it didn't work out, and he's playing under Saleh again, so we'll see about him. But, look, Mykel Williams, he's going to play inside. He's going to play outside. He's got to pop, right? He's got to play well. There's no doubt about that. To alleviate some of that pressure off of Nick Bosa first and foremost. So we'll see. When the pads come on, they're not going to wear pads today. We're not going to see pads until probably Sunday or Monday. So he's got to perform. There's no doubt. They need another running mate. And then up the middle, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, these rookies, C.J. West out of Indiana and obviously Alfred Collins out of Texas, whoever's up in the middle, that was a weak spot last year. They were terrible last year up in the middle. They couldn't stop the run. They're getting gassed. How many times did we see last season where a running back would just get through the hole, wouldn't get touched, till he was 8 yards down the field? So up the middle, these guys up in the middle, Alfred Collins, Jordan Elliott, C.J. West, Givens, we'll see about him. I'm not sure about him. But those rookies up there, they got a great opportunity to get a lot of snaps this year for the Niners.
Man, I want to ask you a Jake Moody question, but I think we both know the answer to that. Keep it real. You going to walk up to Mac Jones?
I got to see what's up with Mac Jones. I got to see what's up with Mac. Look, Brock Purdy's a quarterback. I don't want to start anything.
No one's saying he's not. No one's saying he's not.
You know how it works, though. You know how this stuff works, Shasky and Spadoni. You know it's gonna be a content creator, somebody covering it. And look, all these guys cover the Niners at a high level. I'm not throwing shade at anybody. But there's gonna come a point in time where somebody gets bored in training camp in the next 2 weeks and say, boy, Mac Jones looked like the best quarterback on the field. We do it every year. We did it with Darnold. We did it with Brendan Allen, for crying out loud. We did it with Trey Lance and Sudfeld and all this. So at some point, somebody's going to say Mac Jones is going to be the best quarterback on the field. But do I think he's a capable backup? Absolutely. I think Mac Jones has gotten a raw deal. I mean, some of the stuff he brought it onto himself. But, yeah, I'm going to say what's up to Mac Jones and ask him about that deep ball he threw in the citrus ball. Man, first play of the game, they've been dialed that up.
Hey, you talk about these camp battles. I love them. And we were talking about just Brandon Ayuk as a whole for 2 years in a row was the best player at camp. Most intense.
Yeah.
Just outworking, outperforming everyone. And he kept going mano a mano with Charvarius, with Luter, with Sammy Womack, all the different guys. The guy that I'm highlighting this year, I think is going to be the most valuable person in terms of intensity. I think it's going to be Deommodore Lenoir. He's established. He's made a lot of money. I think he's going to see a lot of weak links opposite him, young, hungry wide receivers who are looking to get their opportunities against someone who I think is at the prime of his career in Deommodore Lenoir, and I think he's slept on. What do you think of Deommodore Lenoir heading into this camp as being maybe the guy that sparks it up more than anyone else?
Yeah. That's a hell of a call right there. That is a hell of a call because, look, he talks a lot. And he's already gotten under the skin of the Seattle Seahawks and some of their players up there. And I can't wait to see Seattle week one. I can't wait to expose Darnold once again. I swear to God, the 12s are the thickest fan base in the league. But that's a hell of a call with Deommodore Lenoir because he's going to go to try to punk Ricky Pearsall when he gets on the field. He's going to try to punk Juwan Jennings. And Juwan Jennings has been known to get into camp fights. He's not afraid to mix it up. So I think that's a great call with Deommodore Lenoir trying to spark this young secondary. Because, look, there are going to be a lot of new faces back there. You know, the secondary, you think about Deommodore Lenoir, Renardo Green in his second year. We'll see about Upton Stout, the rookie. And then the safety spot, which is a big question mark. I have no idea who's starting that safety. So I do see Deommodore Lenoir saying, you know what, Fred, I got this. I'm going to start chirping. And he'll chirp at Juwan Jennings. He'll chirp at George Kittle. I think offensively, George Kittle will be that guy for the offense saying, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm the captain. I'm the Hall of Famer. Debo's now gone. So that's a great call with Deommodore Lenoir. I do think he's going to go out there and chirp a lot and try to get under the skin of a lot of wide receivers here. And the wide receiver group that who knows who's hitting, who knows who's catching passes for Purdy today.
Well, no, I was just going to bring me into. You brought up the guy right there that's the talk of training camp right now. Juwan Jennings, general manager John Lynch talked yesterday, said, hey, we've had a good conversation. He hasn't told us that he wants to get traded. He hasn't made that formally to us. You know, he was at training camp yesterday for the press conferences. Do you anticipate him practicing today, being a hold-in? What do you make of the whole Juwan Jennings thing, Bonte, as you head down to training camp?
Yeah, well, I mean, training camp starts at 10:15, so I'll find out in about over 30 minutes whether or not he's on the football field, and we'll see about that. But that report kind of came out of nowhere. Just Juwan Jennings wants new money. I'm like, oh boy, here we go again. Another year, another player wanting more money, which I can't be mad at because he's coming off a big time season. So he needs to be on the field because we don't know when Ayuk's coming back. We don't know, and when he does come back, he's not going to be right probably until next season. Ricky Pearsall, I don't know when he's hitting the field. The hammies worry me. And Herm Edwards, what he told Chasky and I last year, where he said, you got to protect Ricky Pearsall from himself. Well, I don't like hearing that I need Ricky Pearsall on the field, building that rapport with Brock Purdy to be that slot guy, to be that real good, that wide receiver that really takes the top off the defense, as well as being that possession receiver. Also, my guy, Jacob Cowling. Where is he at? Because for the life of me, under Kyle Shanahan, we've been looking for slot receivers, whether it's Trent Taylor, whether it's Richie James Jr. I still think about, the quick.
Oh my
you know where I'm going here.
Speed.
I mean, look, can we get a slot receiver to pop? But look, Juwan Jennings, we'll see if he's on the field or not. And hopefully he is on the field because Lord knows they need him.
Vontae, every time you bring up Trent Taylor, I think of Papa. He's just a small shaving of the spine, and he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. They just shaved his spine.
I think about my guy Papa. He said, "Man, he may have been the best player on the field. The in and outs, the short area quickness, the pivot route."
It was just hilarious. I love you, Greg.
And then I think about Thursday Night Football when he kind of almost died on Thursday Night Football against the LA Reds. Like, poor guy. Wait, by the way, is Trent Taylor still on his roster? Or did he get
I don't
cut?
see him on the
roster last year.
I don't see him, but who knows? What about like CMC's obviously the big question mark. It's not like is he explosive? Does he look 100%? Like, can he practice every day? That kind of goes without saying. Like, where's he at 2-3 weeks from now, right? In terms of workload. Yeah. I'm very worried about what they've got behind him. I like Isaac Guerrero in terms of the flashes, but he hasn't stayed healthy. Jordan James, excuse me. Let's see it. Patrick Taylor Jr., Corey Kiner. Like, what are they going to do behind CMC?
Yeah. Well, you brought up Jordan James from Oregon, right? And they make the pick. And I don't know. I need to go back and watch the Rose Bowl when Oregon got blown out by Ohio State. But Ohio State knocked out their wide receiver and the starting running back. And I'm not sure if it was Jordan James who got knocked out of the game. When he was walking up the tunnel with the Rose Bowl, when the trainer had his helmet, he never got back in the game. I was like, damn, they're getting just physically manhandled. So can he hold up in the NFL? Because that Ohio State defense has some dudes, right? They had dudes, and they were knocking dudes' helmets off in that Rose Bowl down in Pasadena. And then Isaac Guerrero, like you mentioned, can he stay healthy? We know he's got great speed. He gets on the outside. He can burn anybody. But if McCaffrey's not healthy, and he has to miss a game or two, we saw the drop-off with this offense. We saw it last year. This team couldn't score in the red zone. He couldn't score touchdowns. And so, yes, behind him, it is a concern. If McCaffrey can't go and give you 20-plus carries a game, which I don't think the Niners want to do anyway, coming off that injury, maybe they limit it to 15 to 18 plus the passing game. But, yeah, behind him, somebody's got to step up here. So Guerrero's the backup right now. It's his job to lose as a number 2 running back. But I want to see Jordan James. I want to see how big he is, how quick he is. Can he adapt to the system? Patrick Taylor Jr., I think we know what he is. Corey Kiner. Shanahan loves these no-name running backs. He finds them. Give him credit. He's found them in the past. Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida, to say the least. But, yeah, behind Christian McCaffrey, if he goes down, it is a massive, massive drop-off.
By the way, Bonte, I know you were really waiting for this one. Trent Taylor, 2 months ago, placed on the IR. So Trent Taylor on the IR right now currently. I know you're really worried about that.
No, I'm really worried about Verlander right now, to be honest with you.
Oh,
Trent Taylor looks good.
Bases juiced, as we thought in the first inning. By the way, real quick, the number 1 storyline for Bonte Hill heading into training camp today is what?
The number 1 storyline heading into camp. Wow, that's a great question. I haven't really thought about that because
Grant Cohn versus David Lombardi.
Here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm actually going to ask David Lombardi because he's never wrong. I'm going to ask him his SAT score to see if he got a perfect score. Because if he didn't get a perfect score, then I'm like, hey, David, you're actually wrong about something. You got something wrong in the SATs, buddy. I like David. I like Crank. They're both good friends of me.
Sure
they're both great friends. I do. I get along with everybody. You know me. I'm the king, man. I got to get along with everybody.
I want Lombardi to do the shocked you're talking to me.
He likes to talk to me. He came up to me during the draft this past draft, and he goes, "Watch, man, the Warriors can't catch a break with all these injuries. What limits them to championships? Oh my gosh!" I said, "David, they've got their fair share of breaks too. It doesn't. I'm a bloomer, but come on, let's not get ridiculous here. It goes both ways, buddy." But I think the number 1, Robert Saleh is back. Robert Saleh's back, and I don't think enough people are talking about that. His energy has been missed from his defense. We've gone through Wilkes. We've gone through Sorensen. D'Amico Ryans had that energy, so he was able to stabilize that defense. But Robert Saleh's back. how much juice is he bringing to the table, and how much is the defense feeding off of that? We know about Purdy and Shanahan. That's the same old song. I'm not going to go crazy about that right now. I'm going to wait till the preseason to do that. But Robert Saleh, to me, I want to see what he's like. How was this defense responding to him on the first few days of training camp?
Let me ask you this one. Mike Shanahan, John Lynch, Parag, and Jed are standing there. Whose hand do you shake first?
Ooh.
Oh, I always go to the owner, Jay York. Yeah. Or, no, you know what? This Seniority. Is a Monte Hill move. I'm going to go Parag. Parag, what's up, man? And then everybody's like, oh, Parag shakes his hand. Then, instead of going straight to the top, I kind of work my way up. So I'm going to go Parag. I'll go John Lynch. I'll go Jed. I'll shaking Jed's hands a couple times here and there. I'm not a humble brag. And then I'll get the mic and be like, Mike, man, what's up, man? What's up, Mike? TD, Mike, great Super Bowl. What's up? How's to be
You're so full of it.
The People's King, Bonte Hill.
The first thing you're going to say is, Mike, you should be in the Hall of Fame. I know you. I know how you operate.
It's always fun game.
I probably. Hey, you know what? That's a good call. I should tell him that. I probably will do that. I'm like, hey, Mike, Al Davis really screwed you, man. Dude, did you get paid yet?
And Mark tried to hire him again. Then we don't even get down there. Hey, Bonte, good stuff. I know you're probably there right now. You're driving down. Hi. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I just got him, dude. It was traffic down to Santa Clara like it was game day or something. What the hell is going on with this commute?
They knew you were coming down there. Right. They knew you were heading down there, dude.
Where's your police escort?
Yeah, I need one, right? Where's the highway patrol at, man? Somebody's getting fired today.
Oh, my God.
Appreciate it, bro.
You better fix this before the Super Bowl.
There he goes, Bonte Hill, who joined us, courtesy of River Islands. He's going to be down at training camp today. Woo. Number one storyline. I like that kind of Robert Saleh. Like, that's low-key might be the biggest acquisition of the season when I look back if this defense does turn it around. That leads us, though, into Fast Five. Verlander, never a doubt. Gutsy. Oh, that was great stuff, Bonte. If you missed any of that interview, find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube where we have all of our interviews. Final thoughts today, Joe, as on-field activities start for the San Francisco 49ers.
Final thoughts. Topgolf.
Yeah.
Burlingame. Last night. So much fun. So much fun. Bar food was excellent. The vibes were immaculate. It is packed, yet it didn't feel packed, meaning there was enough space to operate within your area, right. But there was a buzz in the air. I cannot wait to go back there. I'm dead serious on this. Topgolf, Burlingame, call me.
Let's do it. Let's
figure something out.
Station event, show event. Let's do it. I am there with you. Hey, I'll broadcast there, and then in between segments for 5 minutes, I'll be hitting some balls out there, and we could be playing some skins.
While you're on air, hey, watch this drive.
No, it's that George W.
We're going to eradicate terrorism.
There's a deep cut.
Now step back and watch this drive. It's one of my favorite videos of all time.
And he did smoke it. It was pretty good.
Hey, G-Dub is an athlete.
They did.
Don't sleep on GW's athleticism. I'll sleep on his politics, but his athleticism I will not sleep on.
It's definitely been slept on in the White House the last 8 years, that's for sure. Sam, what do you got?
My final thought is going to go back to that little poll we did for this or that. Obviously, true or false, Brock will be looked at as the unquestioned best quarterback in the NFC West. 55% are saying false. So not everyone is buying in on Brock on that one. There are some people in the chat, though, who were no, said true. Purdy makes all pro. Brandon IU says, I believe in Brock. Uncle Looney, less on board. What does Brock do well besides a pre-snap read? Bennett Roth, he could put a Toyota Tacoma in drive like no other QB.
That's pretty
good. And Uncle Looney again, Kyler is better than Purdy, but Purdy will have a better team this year.
I don't know if Kyler's better than Purdy. Purdy's already had one season that's been infinitely better than anything else Kyler has done. Coaching matters in this. I'll be the first to admit it. Coaching matters, but Kyler also, I don't know how great of a teammate he is. I will never question that when it comes to Brock Purdy being a good teammate.
Great teammate in COD.
I think Kyler's
in Warzone. Thanks.
I think Kyler's one of the best watches in sports.
Very fun,
but not. I don't think he's one of the best quarterbacks at all. He's got a very Trey Young a feel to me, where he's fun to watch, but I don't think he's a winning player that can win a championship.
He's almost like,
I don't know if I'd want him as my best player.
You know who he gives off, and you get mad at me here. He gives me LaMelo Ball vibes, where he is no. I know he's going to be a fun player.
It's pretty good comp.
He'll be an all-star. He'll be a Pro Bowler, but he's never going to be that guy that I'm going to be looking at as like, oh, he's a great teammate. Oh, he's really going to put us over the top. No, he's not.
What's crazy is any given week, he can outduel anyone, and on any given week, he looked thoroughly mediocre.
And that's right. And that's the difference between good and not good quarterbacks. The good quarterbacks beat you. The bad quarterbacks will get beaten. Some can beat you too, but they'll get beaten more often than not.
Will Arizona ever be good?
I mean, they're still yearning for Larry Fitzgerald, Kurt Warner, and who was it?
A 2-year run.
Yeah, what was the head coach? Ken Wisenhunt. There you go.
Bolden.
Anquan Bolden. Oh, that team was.
Hey, Wisenhunt had him rolling.
He had a moment. He had a moment.
Steelers OC.
Here's your one shining moment.
Yeah,
Carter.
my final thought of the day is Bonte kind of touched on this for a second, which is I think we're overlooking one guy the 49ers drafted. I'm really excited about Alfred Collins. I think that he is going to be a difference maker this year as far as just gutting the run. Like that was something the 49ers were so good at for so long, and it just totally tapered off last year, and I loved his film on what he was able to do up the middle. So I'm looking at Alfred Collins.
You know who he was listed at? 6'6", 333 pounds. Alfred
That'll do
Collins.
it, huh?
It's a large human being, Carter.
That's why I'm looking at him.
A big man right there. Last Alfred to play for the 49ers. Come on.
Alfred Morris, the running back, but he didn't really play.
Thank you. But I'm just saying, he was a Niner technically.
7th round pick.
6th round pick.
There you go.
He was solid for Washington.
Yeah, absolutely.
All-terrain vehicle, right?
He was nice.
I like me some Alfred Morris.
And
Hey,
then Pierre Garçon.
did you like talking football today?
No, I hate it. We all hate football.
You want to talk some more tomorrow? Would you like to talk some more tomorrow?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all. I was trying to be, it's fun. It was fun to do that today. Let's do it more tomorrow. Let's react to Justin Verlander tomorrow. And it's all going to be brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Jake Moody remaining in the circle of trust.
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle of trust.
Matt Steinmetz tentatively in the circle. Daryl the Guru Johnson tentatively.
Then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
Because Evan Giddings is now.
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle of trust.
So it's Steiny and Evan next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Midday mail-in.
Here for you. Here for good.
All righty, it is football season, ladies and gentlemen. The San Francisco 49ers are having their first practice today down in Santa Clara. And I just got to share something with you. I was talking to Evan before the show, and he'll be in the rest of the week for Goo. Goo taking a little well-deserved time off. I believe he's driving down to L.A., and he may even be listening. But
he's always listening.
But I've got to share something that you said to me before the show, and it was not quite a hot take, but it was pretty. I
thought it was pretty obvious,
pretty pointed. Evan Giddings said this is the biggest. This is a legacy training camp for Kyle Shanahan and the Niners. It's the biggest, according to Evan. It's the biggest training camp of Kyle Shanahan's tenure. Please explain.
Well, I'll get to that. First of all, aren't you happy that football's back?
Yeah, I am.
Like, seriously.
Yes.
Every single year, we're just waiting for football to start, and we're dreading football to end. Unless, of course, it's a 6-11 season for the San Francisco 49ers.
You know, I'm not afraid to say at this point, oh, boy, all right, everybody wants to get a hold of me. All right, the one thing...
Well, it's your daughter.
Yes. I would say football's my favorite sport at this point. It's the most fun game to watch on television, and it's not even close.
Yeah, there's so much importance on every single play. I mean, that's why football's king. And I'm glad it's back because, number one, it means that we all get to lock in on a sport. I think the majority of people in America, football is their favorite sport. I mean, maybe it's college, maybe it's professional, but football is king. Like, I was walking in today, and Kieran, one of our bosses here, she goes, God, football. I'm like, yeah, you're right. And she says, don't get me wrong, I like basketball, I like baseball, but football is just something that's easy to kind of follow. It's easy to lock in on every single Sunday. And I think for the 49ers, they're in a really interesting place because there's an equal amount of people on both sides of the fence who believe they could be good or bad. And no one really they're in kind of I would say a delicate position. And that's why I think that this training camp is going to be really important for them because in many ways, Steiny, this season is going to determine which way the next 3 to 4 years go, in my opinion.
Well, the thing I think that's much different this year than it has been in the past is last year they were 6-11. Years before that they were Super Bowl contenders. And if I had to be honest, I don't think they're a 6-11 team, but I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender either at this point. And that's kind of new for 49er fans because they've gone into the last few years thinking that they had a lot of action. And now I feel like if you're a 49er fan, you gotta kind of wait and see. There's going to be a lot of new faces out there. Some of the older faces need to kind of turn back the clock. And I'm interested because I don't know how good this team is. I can't see them going 6-11 again, but I could see them being 8-9 if things don't click. But I could also see them winning the division in large part because of their schedule. And in large part because they still have some pretty darn good players at the top of their roster.
Well, I wonder where they think they're at because yesterday there was no practicing. There was just a lot of sound. And that's what I really want to focus on today is what we heard from Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and Brock Purdy. Basically the three pillars of this franchise, so to speak. So you make the decision to pay your quarterback. He's your guy now for 5 seasons. And Shanahan is trying to figure out, okay, how can we get back? How can we reopen the window? And Goose said the window's closed. And I don't disagree with him about the last Super Bowl window. Like, to me, 2019 to, if you want to put last year in, you can, because I think coming into the season, people thought they could contend for a Super Bowl. So from 2019 to 2024, they were in a Super Bowl window. 2025 is going to determine whether or not they reopen that Super Bowl window because they got a ton of rookies. They have a ton of young talent. But unlike 2017 or 18, they actually have legitimate talent, like you mentioned, at the top of their roster. So they're in a slightly but the same position as they were before they got on their run to trying to, and obviously they got the 2 Super Bowls. They didn't get there, but they had a pretty successful run. Pretty much out of every team in the league, not named the Chiefs, you could put them up there. So to me, there is an immense amount of pressure on this season, and that's why I think between now and August 12th, which is when training camp begins and ends, there's going to be a ton of interest on what is happening day to day. Like I'm excited to hear about the beginning of position battles. Like we haven't had a position battle outside of the kicker for 5 years.
Right.
I mean, Jake Moody was the guy that came in and pretty much took a spot. Brock Purdy obviously usurped his predecessor, but that was by necessity. Like going into camp, every single year it's been about contracts, it's been about hold-ins, it's been about holdouts. And with Juwan Jennings, pretty much he said he's going to practice today. We're all now focused on the actual football. And that's something that, to me, is really refreshing if you're a 49ers fan.
Well, and it also feels like the Juwan Jennings situation, it doesn't feel like it's a huge deal. It feels like, Jennings said what he said, and he's made it clear to the organization he'd like more money. And whether they give it to him or not, I'm not sure. But I just don't, it's not even in the realm of what happened last year during training camp in terms of, the hold-ins and holdouts. The 916, on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line, the former Warriors beat writer says basketball is no longer his favorite sport. Well, it's still my favorite sport, but I like watching football games. Probably more than an NBA game right now. That's all I'm saying. I love watching football.
Well, the level of competition in the regular season is obviously much higher in football. And to me, that's kind of the biggest. Like, baseball happens every single day, so it's really hard, I think, for the average fan to watch 6 games a week. Some do, but I think most people just kind of airdrop in, which is understandable. Basketball, the regular season product has been so watered down that it's really difficult, I think, to just feel engaged when you're watching guys that don't even look like they're trying on a night-to-night basis. So football, meanwhile, every single play, guys are getting hit, guys' jobs and careers are on the line, and it's a gladiator sport. Like, every play matters.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we're going to be heavy on the San Francisco 49ers today. They're having their first practice of the season. It's an open practice down in Santa Clara. I saw a lot of 49er fans down there in attendance. And yesterday we had Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and Brock Purdy. I think Fred Warner spoke a little bit yesterday. So we're going to get into all that sound because we know a lot of you guys haven't heard it. But this is a different kind of season. There's no doubt about it for the San Francisco 49ers. And to me, it's exciting because you don't know what to make of this team. Or do you? If you're a San Francisco 49er fan, what are your expectations for this team? And that's the part that I think, Evan, is the interesting part to me is if you look at the last 3 years, they were Super Bowl contenders the first 2 years. Last year, everything fell apart. And I kind of feel like the way I'm going to look at this season is, all right, all bets are off, meaning I'm not going to judge this team on what they did last year. I'm not going to.
Well, you will.
No. What I'm saying is they went to the Super Bowl. They were 6-11 last year. They got to show me what they are. I don't know what they are. I don't know
but
how good they are.
But there is expectations for this team. Like, it's, again, that's why I think, and I'll tell you on the other side exactly why and explain it, but I think this is the most important training camp in the Kyle Shanahan era because it's not like 2017-18. Like, I think what you're describing is a completely clean slate.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, that's not their expectation for the Niners. Like, I mean, we'll watch every game and figure out what they are, but I expect this team to be a playoff team. Like, if they don't make the playoffs, that's a disappointment.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there, but
we're not just learning about all of these guys. We're learning about the young core, but they still got pressure on them.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It is football season, ladies and gentlemen, and what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ozzy? Tell you what.
R.I.P.
Find Iron Man and come out with that one next break. Woo!
Ghostface?
It's a banger. Huh?
Ghostface?
What?
It's the Iron Man I know.
No, I am Iron Man. You've never heard that song?
No, I've heard Ozzy Osbourne's.
Yeah. It's funny. We're talking about the 49ers, and you said it'll be disappointing if they make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think so.
But I want to parse a couple words here. What are your expectations for the 49ers? And I'll pull a guru here, because here are mine. I don't have expectations this year for the Niners. I just don't. I don't know what they are. But I do agree the goal is make the playoffs. But I can't expect that because I don't feel like I know enough about this team yet. You know what I mean? So, like, what would...
Well, you know enough about their best players. That's kind of where I'm coming from. It's, yes, like, I think it's a big training camp because there's a ton of positions that are open and available for new players.
Right.
Probably even rookies, which isn't a Kyle Shanahan thing. But they still have their quarterback. They still have their left tackle. They still have their running back. They still have the best linebacker in football. They still have a top 5 edge rusher in Nick. But like, they have a lot of things that lead me to believe that they're going to be competitive.
Yeah, I would. They better be competitive, right?
Yeah, but that's my point. Is if this team finishes 6-11 again,
yes, that's no good. If they finish 6-11, I need to see what happened for them to, how they end up 6-11 because, and I get it. Maybe their schedule's not as easy as I've made it, but it is pretty favorable. They can't go 6-11, can they?
Well, they can. They did it last year.
But
we didn't think last season would be 6-11.
But I will say this though. Last season, I almost did feel like we could kind of see it coming, a letdown a little bit. And it feels like this year the goal, and it was to get everybody in and into camp, which they've done. And I just think that they're setting up to find. We're gonna find out that this team feels like right now they're in a much better space than last year going into the season.
Yeah, I think they're much more focused. I also think that, look, when you have a ton of young guys in training camp, people that are hungry, people that like the Niners had no reason to really go all out in training camp last offseason. They just didn't.
Right.
They had a shortened offseason. They had contract disputes, and they had injuries. All of those things lead to a pretty light offseason, and to me, a lack of focus on what the task is. This year, you got a lot of different competition battles that I think are going to lead to iron sharpening iron. And that's why I think that this team is going to be in a better place automatically because obviously injuries may happen, but the team is more aligned than it was last offseason. I also think that they're more motivated. It is incredibly difficult. I don't care what sport you're playing. It's incredibly difficult to motivate yourself when you get to the peak, like the precipice of the mountaintop, and then you get kicked down like you're Sisyphus. Like, it's impossible just to get right back up and try and roll the boulder up the hill again. So now they got their ass kicked last season they were done in week 13.
I know.
I mean, you can make a case that they got they got broken by the Arizona Cardinals. I think it was like week 6. This team knew that it was not going in the right direction very early. Now, to me, everything is reset. And so from that standpoint, I'm with you. There's a reset of, I don't know, we got to figure out who this team is, but they still have, to me, playoff expectations.
Oh, yes.
I expect this team to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think, and they clearly expect that too. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And, the division is there for them, but we'll see. The other thing, about the 49ers that I was thinking about with the Kyle Shanahan era is it doesn't, this does feel different, like this training camp. They're acknowledging there's going to be a lot of new faces, and that's the part we got to see play out. I was just thinking about this team and the injuries last year, and I think it all starts with McCaffrey. I think if he's healthy, they got a shot. I think they'll be in good shape. But how many games right now would you take from McCaffrey? 13 or 14?
No, I mean, I think you need him for at least 14 games.
Okay. Yeah, 13 or 14?
At least.
That's what I said, 13 or 14.
Yeah, but then there's 3 or 4 games that you're not looking good. I mean, I really don't care how many games he play. I mean, you want him to play most of the season. I need him to be 100%. If Christian McCaffrey is playing 13 or 14 games, but he's nursing a calf, or he's got a hip, or he's got a shoulder, then what? I'm going to rely on Isaac Guerrero and a rookie running back? To me, the Niners, yes, their offense is going to operate through Christian McCaffrey. And the fact to me that he's healthy this offseason, Trent Williams is healthy this offseason, that's all perfect. That's kind of baseline what you need. But I think that this is the most important training camp of the Kyle Shanahan era, because in 17 and 18, there were no expectations. They took over a 32nd ranked defense and a 31st ranked offense, and they had to basically build from the ground up. Now they have 6 to 8 spots open that are available for veterans, for rookies, for second, third, fourth year players, for everyone to take. And I just feel like the playoffs being the goal is the difference between 17 and 18. They were trying to figure out if they could catch fire, which they did, and then eventually made a run in 2019 to the Super Bowl. But now you have the previous expectations of being a playoff team, contending for NFC crowns, combined with the reset of your young pool. And so to me, when Kyle Shanahan is evaluating his players during this training camp, he's going to have a lot of work to do. He's going to have as much work to do as he did when he first got the job for the Niners, but he's going to have to figure out how to get more out of those guys, because George Kittle's, he's not going to be happy if he didn't make the playoffs. Trent Williams, you just paid your quarterback $250 million.
Yep.
You better be damn good this season, or I think the seat is going to get hotter for Shanahan and Lynch. So I think it's the most important training camp of their entire regime.
The one thing that I absolutely positively, as Joe Spadoni would say, bake into the equation is the fact that I give them an excuse last year. I absolutely do, because after the previous 2 years, when they came into training camp, there's a couple things going on, but when they came into training camp, it just sometimes it reminded me a little of the Warriors when it felt like they just finished the season and then boom, they were back. And I kept thinking about a guy like Steph Curry knowing that there's 82 games before the playoffs even start. And I think the 49ers kind of succumbed to that a little bit. I think when they got to training camp last year, it was daunting that they had to go through 17 more games to try to reprove that they were a Super Bowl contender. Okay, it fell apart. They went 6-11. So now I feel like they made a concerted effort to be together, to get everybody in there. The veterans understand that this is an important year because of what happened last year. So I think they're way more well equipped to reach their potential as a team. I just don't know what the potential is anymore, because even though I love the names, Bosa, Trent Williams, CMC, all those guys, I feel like in the NFL, after a year like last year, you just got to wait to see what they have left. Or if they can return to their form of 2 or 3 years ago. Like, it's football. It's like different in terms of kind of reacclimating. So that's the part that I want to see. You know, if Christian McCaffrey plays and we're judging him with the eye test, do we acknowledge that he looks just like he did a couple years ago, or doesn't he? Trent Williams, you know, he's had a couple years now where not quite what we've expected. Can he be the player he was 2 years ago? I'm not saying he can't, but I'm not taking it for granted that they will be. That's what this whole season to me is about, or a lot of it is about. How much do your veterans have left?
No, I agree. I think there's reason to doubt the Niners because, yeah, like if you're reliant on a 28, 29-year-old running back and a 37-year-old left tackle, like you might set yourself up for failure. But that's where I think that what they get from their young guys, and we haven't seen a ton of it, but like in a way that to me is kind of what I'm banking on. And like I know that like Michael Williams has never played a snap in the NFL. Alfred Collins never played a snap in the NFL. But we didn't think that in 2017-18 some of these guys were going to turn out to be ballers either. They showed us that they could be, but the team's record wasn't great. You know, granted, they were allowed to fail, but to me, how much their veterans have left, like to me, that really only applies to McCaffrey and to Trent. Like, I think Fred Warner still has a ton left in the tank. Though Nick Bosa is not the best pass rusher or edge rusher in the NFL like he was a few years ago, he's still a top 5 edge rusher. George Kittle is coming off his second consecutive first-team All-Pro season. Like, those guys I feel pretty confident in knowing what I'm going to get. So, like, McCaffrey and Trent, you know, I do wonder if the Niners have to kind of get back to basics in terms of being a defensive, gritty group as opposed to the team that is looking at their offense to sort of carry them. Like they're never going to have a 2023 season again on offense. Like that team was so damn dominant. It felt like every single time they got the ball, they were going to score a touchdown. Not just score a touchdown. And I think they did it, like 6 straight games to start the season. Their first drive, they just would walk and march right down the field every single time and punch it in. That can't happen. But I don't think it's out of the question to learn, especially through training camp, if they got some dogs on defense. Because to me, that's what Shanahan really is about. And we're going to hear from him in a bit, but I think Shanahan, he's a run first, smash mouth, punch you in the face type of coach. And he needs his defense to pick up the slack a little bit. And I think that's why he went out and got Robert Saleh to try and reclaim some of that former 49ers identity, which to me is not just scoring 30 points or 28 points a game. It's making sure that teams aren't running all over you and embarrassing you down the stretch like it felt like happened, I don't know, 6 or 7 times last year.
If you're a 49er fan, do you have expectations for this team, despite the fact that they're going to be younger than they've been in a while, and they're going to play a lot of first and second year guys, it looks like. I mean, do you guys understand? Like, I don't have expectations for this team, but absolutely, the goal is the playoffs. But after that, I don't know who they are. I'm looking at a blank slate right now in terms of even the veterans that we know and they've been around here for a while. They got to kind of reprove themselves after last year. This is Kyle Shanahan on the TK podcast. And let me tell you something. I got to give it up for Tim Kawakami.
Why is that?
Because he gets guys. He gets guys. He gets the big boys. And they must respect him enough to do these podcasts with him, and he gets the big boys. It's that simple. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
The biggest difference going into this offseason was just that we wanted all the people to show up and put that work in. It was also that how different our team was going to be. And we've known this is coming for a while. the time that it hit me the most was like halfway through the year in 2023. Like when
Really?
and that's how everything does. But when you talk about a trade deadline there, everyone's talking about what trade do we need to make to make a run to win the Super Bowl and stuff, which you always want to look into. But there was a lot of issues coming up on the horizon that you could see possibly in 24 and 25, especially anytime you have a quarterback in a rookie deal that allows you to have all these guys. But you knew that was ending. So there had been some stress about that for a while.
Kyle Shanahan on the TK podcast. I get it. It's funny because one of the subjects that has dominated the talk surrounding Purdy before he got his contract was, well, what happens when you pay him and you won't have as many weapons around him? And I just remember talking about that so frequently, and the reality of the situation is the Niners were worried about that too. I mean, Kyle Shanahan essentially said that yeah, they had to figure out what they were going to do if and when they were paying Purdy, and it was something that they were looking at 2 years ago, midseason.
Well, it's because he knew he was good. I mean, I think that's like 2022. Guys are one-hit wonders. Like, you have great seasons and then you fall off. But I think that they figured out, honestly, might have been week 12. Or pardon me, week 13, early December, when they hung 42 on the defending NFC champs, the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, they went into Lincoln Financial and just absolutely dominated them. And maybe that's when Kyle Shanahan's like, all right, we're going to have to pay this quarterback. Like, this is a guy that is producing for us. I also think that when I heard that the first time, I also heard him thinking about, all right, we got some problems that we're going to have to take care of. And that's where, as much as he understood that Brock Purdy was going to be their guy, for better or for worse, he also saw that maybe in the Baltimore game, like, there's some underlying issues with this team. And there's some players on this core, this 2023 core, that aren't really holding up their end of the bargain, are making too much money, and we're going to have to trim that fat. Like, I'm looking at Adebo Samuel, who did not have a great 2023 season. He had a great game against Philly, but he didn't have a great season overall. You know, he might have been looking at Dre Greenlaw. He might have been looking at Talanoa Hufanga, who was hurt for a lot of that. Like, he might have been looking at some players who he felt like were in a couple of years going to be at the end, and saying, all right, this is a great opportunity this year, but it's highlighting who we need to build around and who we're eventually going to have to let go.
Yeah.
And obviously, they haven't made every single right choice. I mean, you could make a clear argument that holding on to Brandon Ayuk was not a good decision, especially considering what they paid. But I think the way that they finished 2023, like, if they had lost, let's say, Steiny, the Green Bay Packers game, which they easily could have in the rain at home, they might have blown it up that offseason instead of trying to run it back. But because they got to the Super Bowl, because they got to overtime against the Chiefs, he felt like that group deserved one more shot at it. And to be fair, I kind of understand why. But it sounds like he saw this a year and a half ago, like, dude, we're going to have to run into some wall financially, and they eventually did.
And I understand that. I mean, the Warriors did the same thing in 2022 when they won the title. After you win a title and you have veterans on your team, you got to try to run it back. And I do think, I get it, they didn't win the Super Bowl, but they got to the Super Bowl. They almost won it. And to me, if you're that close, it's a reason why you would decide to run it back. But I think that's an interesting thing you talked about in the wake of the 2023 season. And here's Shanahan talking about the timing of running that back and whether or not getting to the Super Bowl in 23 kind of changed their strategy for the upcoming season.
You don't want to put it off completely, but you got every decision you make, you got to be thinking about that. That's why I never truly want to sell the farm to go win a Super Bowl. if you're guaranteed to do it, you'll sell whatever. But it's still, that guy person can get hurt. That's just still, you don't want to sell the farm. But we all know what our number one goal is, and I think we are aggressive towards that. But after the 23 year, especially coming up short and losing in overtime, and we look at our situation, I remember what I told the team after the team meeting the day after the Super Bowl. I said it in front of everyone. I know there's a lot of stuff. I know we're all heartbroken right now, and no one knows if they'll be back here because there's so many business decisions. But guys, I wanted to know one thing. We're not even allowed to pay Brock. That's league rules. We're not even allowed to, which means we're capable of finding a way to run at this again. And our goal is to try to fucking do what we missed last year. And we're going to try to get that done if we can. And we have an opportunity at that because we're not even allowed to speak with Brock now. And so that kind of did look at as not a final window for certain guys, but a window for the money in that area. And that's what we did do. And we didn't have the luck with injuries. I don't think our team was as good as we were the year before, just in the preparation we had in the offseason. I think our schedule was a ton harder. We played a lot different quarterbacks than we did the year before. And we lost some of our best. I didn't expect to not have Christian the whole year. I didn't expect to not have Trent the whole year. I didn't expect to not have BA pretty much the whole year. Like, there's a number of things that went into it.
That was Kyle Shanahan. Essentially, what I heard there was one of the things that made it easier to try to run it back last year was they knew they had one more year of Brock Purdy on the cheap. That's a big reason why, is because they had the ability to at that point. Now they've paid Brock Purdy, and so they've got to figure out, they've got to probably make do with a few less big weapons because of the Purdy contract. But what I heard Shanahan say there, Evan, is, well, that's why we figured what the hell, we'll run it back because Purdy's our quarterback. We still have some big names here. We think we can get it done, but it is going to be the last year we're going to get away with not having to pay Brock.
Well, yeah. I mean, they caught lightning in a bottle where I think they were a team that always had good position players, and they were able to pay them because they didn't really know what they were doing at quarterback. And then Brock came in, who turned out to be the best deal in all the NFL, and that allowed them to have one more crack at it. It didn't work. I mean, I do wonder if Shanahan looks at last season and regrets a bit not having the same approach they did this offseason to kind of set themselves up to kind of kick off a new window. Like, again, right. And he talks about this. I think it applies more to football than anything. Like, you're really looking at 3-year windows. And what the Niners did from 2019 to 24, it's kind of out of the ordinary, especially considering they didn't have a franchise quarterback. Like, they found one at the end. They kind of had one at the beginning and then moved off of him in the middle. Most teams, unless you have stability at the quarterback position, are not able to keep a championship window open for 6 seasons.
Right.
So what the Niners were doing was kind of playing with fire a little bit, but I think also extremely rare. Now they're trying to figure out, and I think Kyle got a glimpse of that, is, well, Purdy can keep our window, he believes Purdy can keep our window open after this year. So we're just going to go for it, and if it works, great, and if not, then we're going to pull the plug anyways. But it seems like, I mean, he was looking at this type of season a couple of years from now. He just felt like, based on their result in 23, that they deserved one more shot.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers' first practice of the year is happening right now in Santa Clara. It is football season, and we got a lot of sound to play from the 49ers head coach, Kyle Shanahan, from John Lynch, from Brock Purdy. This is a different kind of year for the 49ers. I think we know that. My question to Niner fans is, what are your expectations for this season? I mean, we don't know a lot about this team. It's probably a team that we're less familiar with at a training camp than that we've seen in the past 5 or 6 years. 888-957-9570 is the number, and that segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I mean, bring it on, man. Oh, heck yes.
Hey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. This is from his it's from his Black Sabbath days. Mm-hmm.
You know the first time I saw Ozzy Osbourne? Because I'm a little younger. It was in Austin Powers.
I didn't see that movie.
Well, there's 3 of them. But he was in the first one when they're describing a piece of genitalia based on the spaceship that's flying over Earth, and they pan to Ozzy Osbourne, and he's sitting there, and you just hear him say, "Boobs, giant." And that was the first time I was introduced to Ozzy Osbourne. I thought he was quite the character.
And that's what life's about. Well, he was quite the character. There's no doubt about it.
Sorry, boss.
So the 49ers, if last year was Super Bowl or bust, clearly last year turned out to be bust. What kind of slogan would you have this year?
What kind of slogan will we have? I got to think on that. Why don't you tell me during the break?
Yeah.
Could have came up with one. But if it's, I guess playoffs or bust is probably the easiest place to start. Like, if they don't make the postseason, I do think that there's going to be a lot of heat on Kyle Shanahan. I don't think it's out of the question to think that he might get fired if they go 6-11 again. I mean, yes, I think he's a really good head coach, and he's gotten this team to pretty damn good places. But NFL stands for not for long. And if you don't start to rewrite the ship, or at least look like you're turning it in the right direction, I don't think it's crazy for us to be sitting here 365 days from now and talking about, well, what are they going to do with their head coach?
Man, it's hard to believe this is his 9th year. He's entering his 9th year, Kyle Shanahan. And time flies. Tempest fugit. That's Latin. You ever take Latin?
No.
Yeah. Well, you should have. I'll tell you why. Because
they didn't offer it in California schools.
Oh, really?
No.
I took it in high school and college.
What year?
What do you mean? Freshman year of college. And in 10th.
What year?
10th grade.
Do they still offer Latin in public high schools?
They should.
Well, they might at the bigger schools, like, Berkeley, there's like 4,000, 5,000 kids. But, no, usually, actually, I feel like a lot of schools, it's obviously English and Spanish. And then even in a school like El Cerrito High School, I think Japanese was the third language they offered. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Or French. Not Latin. Like, when am I going to use Latin?
You would.
When I go to the Vatican once in my life?
Yeah, okay. And this is where your youth is showing.
When will I need to know Latin?
I use Latin every single day.
Well, you just did.
Because Latin is the foundation of many languages. Many languages sprung from Latin.
I'm aware.
So it gives you, if you understand Latin, and you don't have to understand it word for word, but if you've taken Latin, what it usually means is that you can understand words that you may not fully be able to define, because the root of a lot of words means the same thing.
All right, well, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Let me ask you this. What?
Go ahead.
Well, that was mean-spirited. All right, Cardinal Steinmetz. So how has Latin helped you learn any of the Romance languages, which I believe they are all kind of founded on Latin? Portuguese, French, German.
Mm-hmm.
Have you learned any of those languages?
No.
So Latin hasn't really helped you.
No, it has.
How? It's the foundation of a language, but
correct.
You haven't actually learned those languages.
Right.
And you have a head start. I mean, if I tried to learn French, I'd be in trouble. It would take me some time.
Right. I would learn it quicker because I understand Latin. Mm-hmm.
So why haven't you?
Because I'm lazy.
So Latin's for the lazy.
No, I never learned Spanish, but I could learn Spanish quickly, and Latin will have helped if I do that.
Yeah, you and I got to get on.
Not Latinas, Latin. It's a language. Latin is a dead language, dead as you can see. First it killed the Romans, now it's killing me.
Yeah.
Okay. The 49ers have started training camp, ladies and gentlemen. And what kind of year are they going to have? I don't know. Let's get more into this Shanahan sound and Tim Kawakami's podcast with Kyle Shanahan. And Brock Purdy was the big story of the offseason. He got paid. And Kawakami asked Kyle Shanahan whether or not he's given the keys to the car to Brock Purdy.
Even players ask me that. Like, they'll come in, hey, Brock got his new contract. You get him the keys now? And it's just like, I laugh at them because I get it all, but that's not really how it works. Like, Matt Ryan is as big of a veteran there is. Played in tons of offenses. Matt Ryan used to call his own plays and do 2-minute up and down the field, sometimes on Saturday night, the night before the game on other staffs. But for the offensive meeting, instead of the coach getting up and doing the openers and telling him what the plan was, Matt Ryan would get up there and talk about audibles he thinks he's going to do. Guys, I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. It's, how is your offense? Mine, I think that's too overwhelming for guys. And I think they can be more successful if you can take a lot of that off the plate and don't make them think as much on that, so they can play faster and play a position that, to me, only like 10 people in the world can play it at the right level anyways. And so when you put that all on a guy, I think it makes it harder for them to play.
All right, so he still doesn't trust Brock Purdy.
Actually, I think there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, there is.
Number one, he ain't never going to change.
Nope.
Shanahan is never going to change. Number two, he said he only thinks 10 people in the world can play that position at a high level. I think he thinks Brock Purdy's one of them. He might be wrong, but I think he believes that Brock Purdy is one of those 10.
He believes Brock Purdy is one of those 10 only if and when he does what Kyle wants him to do. You know what I mean? Like, I think Kyle looks at Brock Purdy and says, I think he's a top 10 quarterback, and a part of the reason is because of me. Like, I'll put this guy in the best possible spot and give him less to think about, maybe because he's young. But I always do. Like, I feel like a quarterback is never going to learn it all in his career. You know what I mean? I mean, like, sure, Brady was incredible, but it's a year by year by year by year thing. And like Brock Purdy, this is his, third or fourth year? By his 8th year, maybe he will have been given more responsibility. But in general, it's still pretty early in his process. Like,
You don't think he has all the responsibility?
Purdy?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like Shanahan doesn't want to give Purdy or any of his quarterbacks all that responsibility because it feels like he thinks it'll bog him down a little bit.
Well, I think he's talking about in his system because there's so many moving parts that asking a quarterback to like compartmentalize everything is just going to be like you're like overloading a computer essentially. But I actually don't hear him. Like, I think he's a control freak. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think that he's saying that Purdy is going to be a great quarterback because of me.
No, but
I think he has a definition for the position, or he believes that there's a particular skill set necessary to play quarterback the way that he calls offenses. And it's not because he makes a quarterback. I think he just feels like there's certain traits and like Purdy's got them.
I also think that Purdy's traits fit what Kyle Shanahan's philosophy is on offense. I think he does love to spread the ball around, and I think he wants to run the ball. So when you run the ball, whether you like it or not, that takes a little bit off a quarterback's plate. I'm not saying he thinks he made Purdy, but I think Kyle Shanahan looks at a quarterback as he's got to be the right quarterback for his system. You got to make some quick decisions. There's all that pre-snap motion, and I think Purdy's pretty accurate from 10 to 20 yards, and those are all the kind of things that Shanahan likes in a quarterback. I've always wondered if he ever got a big boy quarterback, if he would kind of change his philosophy if he just happened to have a different quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think that he would. I mean, like Matt Ryan I think he's a Hall of Very Great or very good, but he was most valuable player of the National Football League. That's a pretty damn good quarterback.
Yeah.
I know they didn't win the Super Bowl, but Matt Ryan's pretty good. And Kyle Shanahan didn't get him at the foundation or the infancy of his career. So, I do think that Kyle Shanahan is a very my way or the highway kind of play caller, probably a guy to work for. But his rigidity in a sense is not a reflection of what he thinks of a quarterback. It's just like his philosophical beliefs of how the position's supposed to be played.
Right.
I mean, Brock Purdy, he goes on to say, and like Peyton Manning, for example, Kyle Shanahan talked about this during the interview, is Peyton Manning played one way his entire career. So he could handle all the different things as basically the offensive coordinator on the field because that's what he was groomed to do from college with the Colts. So by the time you see Peyton Manning as a 35-year-old with the Denver Broncos orchestrating all the dummy calls and playing everything in the line of scrimmage, he's built for that. Kyle Shanahan is saying, look, Brock Purdy he's not that number one level of quarterback. Number two, he's coming up in a completely different system. So why not try and make his job easier? If Brock Purdy makes a off-script play, which, by the way, he's been known to do, and if it turns out that it's great, I don't doubt that Kyle Shanahan's going to be high-fiving him on the sideline. But assuming that Brock Purdy has to fit into this box, I don't really think that's what Kyle is aiming for. It's just he wants to feel comfortable knowing what his quarterback is going to do on a play-to-play basis.
Yeah, he doesn't like to be surprised by his quarterback.
No, but if a quarterback does something surprising, he's not going to rip the quarterback. That's why I don't think that if I don't know, if Kyle Shanahan coached Josh Allen, who probably is one of the more random but great NFL quarterbacks we have. If Josh Allen takes off for one of his patented 40-yard runs and breaks 3 tackles and plays loose with the ball, but he scores a touchdown, Kyle Shanahan's not going to rip him for doing that, I don't think.
No, I think, and that particular aspect of the game, I think Kyle wants his quarterback to be able to run for a first down. Did I do the... You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go out to Philmo Mike. Hey, Philmo, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I just feel like the media not really talking about the Niners. I love it.
Yep.
Not really. I don't really think we're a threat. So I think that's good. I hope we don't rely on the schedule. I hope we're not in a predicament where we're they got these games versus these teams. And I just want us to play our best football every week to the best ability that we can and then get better every week. And I feel like the schedule can help us possibly, but you never know in football because every Sunday is a different Sunday. And you don't know what these teams going to look like. You don't know what the rookie's going to look like. Now with the restack of the roster, hopefully you remember we went to the Super Bowl in Debo's rookie year. Maybe there's a player out there that starts to step up sort of like a la Gilbert Arenas in his first year. You start to see some maturation in their game. So hopefully that happens. You never know. They may come on defense. They may come on offense. I like the D lineman from Indiana. I don't know why. I like him, though.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. The Matt Nahigian's our boss, obviously. He's not here this week. But are you aware of like Nahigian's outlook on the 49ers season as it pertains to 95-7 the game?
No.
He's scared.
Why?
Matt Nahigian's scared because he's
off this week.
Yeah.
You better be careful.
No.
You're taking shots at him while he's gone.
No, I'm not taking a shot at him. I think he's got a point, quite frankly, and I know I can tell people are already getting sick of talking about how easy the schedule is. But Nahigian feels like he's already thinking about content once the season starts. And I was like, well, we got games to talk about on Mondays and Tuesdays and games. And he said, you know what? With this schedule that they have, it's going to be harder to talk about the Niners this year because he thinks, they're going to beat Atlanta. Let's say they beat Jacksonville. They beat Atlanta. They beat the Giants. It's going to automatically cue up the conversation of, well, how good are they really? Or they look at the teams they've beaten. So he feels like there could be less intrigue to the season because the schedule's so ordinary that it's going to be tough for fans to really get excited about the team, even if they're winning, because they're not playing a lot of quality opponents.
Well, we don't.
And that's his, so don't yell at me. That's not me. That's him. Okay?
Why do you do that?
Because I could tell you're getting
no.
You're a little annoyed, and you were going to come at me.
Well, I want to know why you just pawned his argument.
Because I think it's interesting, actually. I think he's got a little bit of a point.
Well, that's because you are all in on the schedule. Like, you believe that the schedule is the reason why they're going to be good or not good. I actually think he was talking mostly to you when he said that, because you're the person who brings up the schedule for every team quite often. Oh, well, they didn't really beat anybody. Oh, well, that wasn't that great of a win. Steiny, the reason why I don't think there's going to be as much interest, if there isn't this year in the Niners, is because we don't know the players. There's 6 starting spots that are open. So that means there's going to be a lot of different people that are vying for those positions that are going to be rotating into those spots. And God love him. Phil Mo Mike just said he likes the guy from Indiana. They didn't draft the lineman. Oh, it's CJ West? Is that the guy?
I don't know.
But their top 2 defensive linemen, Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins, those guys are going to start. We're not familiar with their games yet. CJ West, he's right, is a D tackle and could help this year, but he's probably going to be a rotation guy. Upton Stout, they need a corner. Is he going to come in and help? He went to Western Kentucky. Nobody's seen him before. So the Niners have a lot of players who I think we are unfamiliar with. And that's why this team's going to look different.
But isn't that exciting to see young players, and maybe a few of them you think are going to pop and turn into stars? To me, there's nothing better than watching a guy on your team that you drafted look pretty good his rookie year, look better his second year, and then all of a sudden you have a star in the making. Then those guys, they become your own, essentially. Let me ask you this, a little bit off the beaten track, but we're talking about Shanahan, quarterback. At his best, what do you think the 49ers thought Trey Lance was going to be? And just keep that, I don't need the answer now, but if Trey Lance were the kind of quarterback that they thought he was, and he were playing now, would the 49ers offense look different? That's what I'm trying to get at with Shanahan.
Would it look different?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because they're different players.
Right, but
Trey Lance has a stronger arm than Brock Purdy does, so you have to build an offense that's more appropriate to the skill set.
Right, but what I'm asking is, would they still have him drop back like Purdy, hold, nothing there, run? Like, I don't know that it would look tons different. Now,
well,
again,
it did when you rate him 13 times up the middle.
Well, and that's because they realized he wasn't accurate, and so he wasn't going to be able to play anyway if he wasn't accurate on the short throws. But I'm saying if he – okay, we're never going to get to this because I was thinking like, okay, if he can't throw the short ball, then he was never going to be the quarterback anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is why he's currently on his third team.
Yes. Yes, he is. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the San Francisco 49ers training camp has begun. Oh, one piece of good news. Jauan Jennings is practicing. So he's practicing today. So it looks like he's either – I'm sure they're working on something, but I think in the meantime, Jauan Jennings is fine.
Well, I think it means he's going to get paid. Like they're going to give him, I don't know if all of what he wants, but they're going to find a place where they compromise. Like if Jauan Jennings was really, by the way, the Niners were never going to trade him. Like how many players have the Niners in Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's time together? How many players that were unhappy with a contract did they trade? How many of them?
I feel like Debo was partly traded because of the number.
No, but that's because he was making too much money. I'm talking about guys that wanted a new deal.
Okay.
Like guys that wanted to get paid.
Oh, you mean like Ayuk?
Trent,
like they weren't going to trade
Christian, Bosa, Ayuk, even Debo the first time, Kittle. Like they don't trade guys. They either get rid of them and they get off them or they pay them. And that to me was always what was going to happen with Jauan Jennings. You know, I think it's like Jauan is, I don't think he's as good as maybe everybody else does, but he's an important piece of their offense because I think he also blocks his ass off. And that's something that Kyle Shanahan demands of every single wide receiver and really every member of the offense. But Jauan Jennings being there it's a great sign because it alleviates any concern of distraction surrounding that position. And I think they're going to get a contract done with him. And unlike Terry McLaurin or if you want to say Trey Hendrickson, guys that have decided they're going to hold out because they want new deals, Jauan Jennings is the Niners, I think, are going to take care of him.
Yeah, they're going to. I mean, they can't. Of course they can, but like they can't really afford to not have him playing at the beginning of the year. I mean, they are so stretched thin at wide receiver. And that's the other thing, and we'll get to more sound on the other side. I don't like what I'm hearing early about Ayuk, and on the other side, more Kyle Shanahan on Brock Purdy. And Kawakami asked him a good question about something that we've talked about over the years, and that is he allowed to audible? Is Brock Purdy allowed to audible? Because that's another way that I think some fans judge whether a coach is given the keys to a quarterback. So we'll get into some of that sound on the other side. If you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Innings in for Daryl, the Guru Johnson. Guru on his way to L.A. Little family time before his daughters and son go back to college, and hope he's doing well, traveling safely. And you know what? The best thing, he'll be able to use the carpool lane legally if he's going down to L.A.
Now, why would you say that?
Because he uses the...
But now you're snitching.
He knows, he brags about it, and it's...
Not on air.
No, but he brags about it.
Well, but for all our friendly officers, male and female, who are listening out there, I don't want them to be looking for, Guru in the car. Come on, man.
Well, he's got 5 people in the car, I think.
Well, he does now, but
right.
you're saying when he's solo dolo, he'll pull off to the left. Like,
I'm not God! I'm going to be honest with you, Evan. As a guy that's always had the sticker, the carpool sticker, I don't like people who abuse that lane.
You're the same.
And I made it clear with Goo that I don't approve of that.
You're the same, by the way. Like, you're a solo person who, you have a specialized car, an electric car? Is it electric?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you're still one person in the carpool lane.
No, but I don't pollute.
Yeah, you do. You do other ways.
I don't.
Yeah, everyone pollutes somewhere or another because you're a human being. And feeling like you're holier than thou because you have an electric car.
No, that's not
doesn't
it.
sit well with me.
I'm not holier than thou because I have an electric car. I'm just a big rule follower. I follow rules, and I would like other people to respect the law and protocol as much as me. That's all.
Yeah, they won't. And I also think, too, that, you're at the stage where rules matter, right? You've accepted your place in society, and you're not a line stepper. You're not a habitual line stepper. But people at earlier stages, or even sometimes later stages in their life, are willing to do that. So I appreciate you live within the boundaries, Steiny. But for some of us, we still got to push. We still got to push boundaries. And I'm not saying I jump in the carpool lane, but the thought in my mind has I've certainly thought about it from time to time.
Well, again, Evan, you don't really know what you're talking about because even as a young person,
thanks 925.
Even as a young person, I was a pleaser, and because I was a pleaser, I adhered to rules. And that's something that I've taken with me all my life. That's why I'm an honorable guy.
I think you are.
No doubt.
But here's some tough news from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. October 1st, that's the last day you will be able to use your carpool lane solo, regardless of vehicle.
Is that true?
I feel like they should have sent you something in the mail, like a heads up. Your sticker's no longer good here. It's just a sticker.
There's going to be a grace period. You got.
Is the carpool lane the same lane that you have to pay for now, like the fast track lane? Is that the same lane or is it a different lane?
That's a great question. I'm just mostly.
Yes.
I love the going over the Bay Bridge where the carpool lane starts about a mile before the bridge, so you can just skip all that traffic. Now, when we're talking about, let's say, 880. And you're going down 880 and you have those signs, I'm not sure what happens there. But you probably get billed, right?
Well, they detect it somehow.
Yeah,
I just don't know at what point.
If you have a fast track, like I have a fast track, so I want to pay, I can jump in the fast track lane to go faster. But that costs a fee. And then I pay that automatically or electronically.
Okay.
You might want to think about that.
Yeah, I don't use the carpool lane. Well, when it says you got to pay for it, I usually don't use it.
But you pay for the sticker, so technically you're paying for the carpool lane.
I don't think you pay for the sticker. You get the sticker because you're doing right by planet Earth.
I think you have to pay for the sticker.
It's marginal then.
Okay.
And it's included in the fees to the car when you buy it. I don't know what you're laughing at. I've got a lot of experience with it.
I know.
Fossey on the YouTube chat said carpool and fast track lane is the same. You have to have the fast track.
Oh, so you can't go in the carpool lane without a sticker.
So
We'll double check.
You've been breaking the rules for some time unknowingly.
No, I haven't been breaking the rules. I think I'm able to pay if I want. All right, let's move on.
I am not Michael Strahan.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Where
Means
did
he
that
can't-
one come
Means
from?
he can't get to the quarterback?
I don't know. I just played it.
Kyle Shanahan. Let's get back to Shanny and Brock Purdy. And this is Shanahan on the perception. I'm interested in this one. The perception that Purdy isn't allowed to audible.
If Brock can do anything, if I tell Brock not to do something because I think it'll hurt us, and he does it anyways and it works, I'm going to be the first person chest bumping him when he comes to the sidelines. And then I'm going to ask him Monday, like, what were you thinking there? And if he says something smart, I'm going to be like, dude, why didn't you bring that up earlier in the week? Like, that would have helped us. That doesn't happen much because we have a plan, and there's not many situations. His plan is to not have 100 thoughts. It's to be locked into your job, and when this look happens, you can have one other thought, touch your ears and run the other thing. I try to make guys as decisive as possible and clutter the noise in their head.
What do you think?
I think that sounds exactly like Kyle Shanahan.
I think it does too.
It sounds like he believes that his way is the best way, and if someone breaks the mold, he's kind of willing to accept that. Like, again, he's saying like he'll be the first to congratulate Brock Purdy, but like, will he? He's also going to be like, that wasn't a very smart decision. That could get you in trouble.
Wasn't there a play last year where he threw across his body into the end zone, maybe 2 years ago, and it was a terrible decision, but they got a touchdown out of it, and Shanahan did, congratulate him, and then on the Monday press conference, he was like, I don't know what he was thinking there, but he better have caught, it better have been a touchdown.
I want to say there was also some play, maybe it was a couple of years ago, where Purdy, instead of running out of bounds or dirting it, he tried to throw it into a tight window and got picked. I think it might have been against the Bengals.
Was that down by the end zone?
Yeah,
that
it was.
Play?
It was deep in their own territory. And Shanahan after the game sounded like Steve Kerr when he was talking about Pajemski's 4-on-1 pass.
Yeah,
it's just what did he call it? It wasn't diabolical.
No,
he called it
insane.
Yeah,
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
An insane pass to attempt. That's how I feel like Shanahan looks at a lot of off-script plays, that it's great when it starts until it goes horribly wrong.
Right.
And all he's trying to do is minimize risk, which again is what he's talking about. He's saying, I'm trying to unclutter the quarterback's mind or remove the clutter.
Right.
And so when Brock Purdy starts to scramble, yeah, I think there's a piece of Kyle Shanahan that he tightens up. He's like, oh boy, what's he going to throw it away, throw it away, throw it away, throw it away. Like that's all he's saying in his mind.
Yeah, it feels to me like the 49ers offense, like there'll be a play called at the line of scrimmage. And then Purdy comes to the line of scrimmage and he sees that either the play's going to work or he likes what he sees, so they run the play. Or if he sees something, if he gets a different look, then there's another option on that play that he should go to first, is what it feels like. But I don't feel like the plays are changing. I feel like Kyle Shanahan calls plays with 2 or 3 options. One of these 3 has to be there, because if they take 1 and 2 away, there's no way 3 can be guarded. So I've always been not confused, but wondering, whether that's considered an audible in Kyle's offense.
Probably, yeah. I mean, an audible is just deviating from the first option. So in his mind, there's probably 3 or 4 things built in to dissuade you from breaking a play.
Exactly.
I think that's what really his biggest issue was with Trey Lance, and we didn't get to see a ton of it in game. But I think that Trey Lance Kyle Shanahan, from the way that he talked about him, didn't feel like he could grasp the concept of going through each and every progression until you had to make a decision. Like he broke off play. And to me, that's another reason why he ran him as much as he did, because he didn't trust him to make the right decision.
Right.
I think that Kyle Shanahan trusts Brock Purdy to make the correct choice. Otherwise, they would not have paid him. I think, he paid Garoppolo. I think that was a position where they kind of had to, because they were searching for a quarterback. But like, Brock Purdy is a 7th-round pick. If Kyle did not feel confident in him doing everything he needed, they would not get to the place where he would have paid him $250 million.
No, I'm with you. And of all the things that happened this summer, now I believe that, and I was probably way wrong at the time, they knew they were going to pay Purdy like a year and a half ago, it felt like. And now it feels like. You know what I mean?
No, Jed York said he's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the league. And he's not.
No. Here's more Shanahan. This team is different. There's no doubt about it. And he was asked about losing some key players on both sides.
But to lose some of these guys, a little depression adds. One, they're really good players. You can't win without good players. Two, I'm very close with some of these guys. I've gone through 8 to 6 years with all of them. So that's also a big deal. And you don't know how you're replacing them either. And then there comes the anxiety of what you talk about of just being a true coach. Well, I'm just a coach. I'm not thinking business. It's like, wait a second. Who is there? Well, we got to find one in the draft. We'll try to find one in free agency, but why don't you go get this guy? Why don't you go get that guy? Like, well, because they cost too much money. And sometimes you're in a position where you can go spend that money. And we have. Well, we spend money. But that's the rules with the league. You got to balance it out the right way. So, like, I will never... I've done this too long, and I grew up doing it, being around it too much, that I will never make an emotional attachment decision. It all has to do with what will get me the most emotionally is what helps us win now. But what is always in my mind is what can help us have sustained success. And those are the two things that you tie together.
Kyle Shanahan on the TK podcast with Tim Kawakami. Talking about losing some guys that have been familiar faces with the San Francisco 49ers. And that, to me, is kind of the theme of the season, or at least the start of the season, is they're going to have a lot of new faces. How good are they? How good are they, and how good can the team be?
I would push back on the money. They didn't have to get rid of Leonard Floyd. They didn't have to get rid of Malik Collins. They didn't have to get rid of some players that they did because of money. Like, I believe that they had no money to pay Joey Bosa. I believe they didn't have the money to pay Devontae Adams, or they wanted to spend it elsewhere. But you walked away from some players that started games for you last year, and sure, they weren't all pros, but it wasn't as if they were the issue. Like, Leonard Floyd played the majority of the season. He was on a 2-year deal. Like, you could have brought him back.
Right.
And now he's in Arizona. So, like, the Niners, I don't think that financially they're all in on this season. Like, sure, they spend, every team spends money. And yeah, they paid out Brock, they paid Fred, they paid Kittle. I think they're about to pay Juwan. But those are players that they feel like are going to contribute beyond this season. I think that anybody that was seen as expendable this year, they just completely removed. And to me, are clearly okay with handing to a rookie or a second or third year player. So like this, I'm optimistic about the Niners. I think they're going to be better than last year. I think they can make the playoffs. But this idea that they're just as much, invested, like financially speaking, in this, that's not true.
Well, the way I look at it is their move this offseason was paying Brock Purdy. And in addition to paying Brock Purdy, I don't want to say they stripped down outside of Brock Purdy, but I feel like, in a way, they paid Purdy and they fielded a roster. And what they first want to see is kind of what it looks like. And I know he's not getting paid the big money this year, but I feel like the organization has planned for that to kick in. And so I feel like they knew they were going to pay Purdy. They paid Purdy. They cleaned up a bunch of other stuff. Now they go into this year seeing how good they are. And then next year, they'll be more aggressive if they feel like they're closer than they thought they were. If they find out they're not closer than they thought they were, then I'm not sure what they're going to do. But I do think that that this is a big year for Purdy because I think you can assess him in a little different way this year. Not only because he's got the stability, but because this is the first year where the 49ers will feel that they've paid their quarterback. I get it. It hasn't kicked in yet, but they've already started to finagle with the other guys. And so that's I think they want to see how Brock Purdy performs this year, and then next season they'll figure out what he needs or what they need on either side.
I mean, I think they've already made their choice.
What do you mean?
That choice might cost them their job, but I don't think they need to see anything more with Brock Purdy. We might as fans and media members. I got my questions about the guy, but I hate to break it to you, he's not going anywhere.
No, I know.
He's under contract now for 6 more seasons, including this one.
But I do think and you're right, it's not like they're going to cut him at the end of the season, but I do, Kyle
if Brock Purdy has a horrible year,
right?
You just got to eat that. I think that's why a lot of people are concerned perhaps about the Niners. It's because they don't believe that Brock Purdy is that caliber of player.
No, what I'm saying is that Shanahan talked about the middle of the 23 season where they saw stuff coming. They knew they were gonna pay Purdy, and they started to, let's just say, plan for paying Purdy. And so now this year, it's he's got the stability of a new contract, and they cleaned up some other stuff. If Purdy goes out this year and is not very good, and they have questions about Brock Purdy, well, at that point, why would you invest a lot of money in other positions to surround Purdy if you feel like he's not the quarterback that you thought you were getting?
Because he's someone who you've seen that if he has help around him, can deliver the goods.
Right, but I mean,
in a way, if they don't do well this year, they might be more aggressive because he's somebody you're attached to. The 49ers married Brock Purdy this offseason. So if he doesn't perform well because he doesn't have a great surrounding cast, the option, I hate to break it, they can't go backwards. And it may sound counterintuitive to some, but that means you have to get him more help. You made the choice. The Niners are going to have to live with the contract that they paid Brock Purdy, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. And you got to figure out, like many teams do in the NFL now, how to surround your quarterback with pieces that make him successful. That's the choice they made.
Right. My question to you is, and I feel like at least through the first 4 games, Purdy's going to quarterback a team that's had fewer weapons than he's ever had before. They're not going to have Ayuk to start the season. They're probably not going to have Robinson. So I think they're going to get a good look at Purdy with, I don't want to say the bare minimum around him, but they won't be whole to start the season. And so, of course, you want as many great players around you as possible. But this is, to me, the first time, at least early in this season, we're going to get a look at Brock Purdy with less weapons than he's had. And that, to me, feels a little bit new.
Well, you saw him last year, and he kind of stunk.
Because of injury, yeah.
Yeah, but the guys you're saying that are going to miss time in the first 4 games of the season are injured. In a way, you can't... I'm sorry, I can't judge Brock Purdy until I see him with Brandon Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson and the guys that he was promised to be playing alongside.
Well, what are your expectations for Purdy? Let's just say
to quarterback this team to the playoffs.
No, I'm talking about the first 4 games. Let's say Ayuk's out, Robinson's out, Pearsall is playing, Jennings is playing. Like,
to not be the reason you lose games.
But what if the players around him aren't good enough to win those games?
Then that's on the Niners to find him better play. Again, like, I'm not excusing Purdy. I'm just saying that you gave him the ring. Like, you got down on one knee and proposed. Next year you're at the altar, and it's like that's your man. So either you surround him with better players, or you shouldn't have married him in the first place. Like, you knew that Brock Purdy, and I think this applies to a lot more quarterbacks than Brock Purdy that are not consensus top 3 or 4 guys. Like, you better get them help, or they're going to look average, or even sometimes subpar, which is what Brock Purdy looked a lot like last year. So what do I think the first 4 games are going to look like? A lot of Christian McCaffrey, because that's where the Niners' bread is buttered. And if he gets hurt, then yeah, I am going to expect the Niners' offense to look a lot like last year, because they don't have a lot going on.
This is Kyle Shanahan talking to Tim Kawakami on the TK podcast about the limitations, and Evan brought this up. What were their limitations financially this offseason?
I knew we had no chance to get Joey Bosa. We didn't have the money to. Like, all the, like...
Devontae Adams.
We had no chance to. We that's why we couldn't go for those guys. It's you don't have the money to. And not because Joe won't spend it. He spends more than anybody. That's awesome. But how we've done this and allocated it, it's times that you have to balance it out better. And we spent a lot of money this year on Brock Purdy, on Fred Warner, on George Kittle. Like, and you do want to spend it on your own guys, which makes it really hard to go chasing free agency, which means you have to hit on your draft.
Kyle Shanahan on the TK podcast. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah. Well, I agree that they couldn't get Joey Bosa or Devontae Adams, but like, you could have retained players that would help this team. Again, to me, it was about stripping fat, and it was about resetting the books. Kyle Shanahan and the Niners, I think, are looking at this year like 2018. This year is supposed to be the year before the year that reopens, in a perfect world, a Super Bowl window or a window to contend. The question is, can you be competitive in the year before the year? Because they were not that competitive in 2018. And then they took the league by storm.
Real quick, why? I mean, I'm not disagreeing. Well, I want to talk about this on the other side, because you said the hope is that this is the year before the year, and that obviously next year they'll be better.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, I don't want you to spring this on you, but I'm going to ask you why you think the 49ers will be better 2 years from now than this upcoming year. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco 49ers they've started practice this season, and it's a different team. There's going to be a lot of new faces. Some of the old faces are gone. Do you have expectations for this team? After the last 2 years, Super Bowl, then 6-11, who the hell is this team? Do we know? Do we have any idea how good this team's going to be? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Bow, bow, bow.
All right. 49ers season has essentially begun. They're having their first practice today. And this is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 510 says, this is T from Oakland. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Last year was a perfect scenario to see if a guy was worth this contract without a top supporting cast around him. And the Niners paid him anyway. The elite quarterbacks that make this money make players around them better. We saw he couldn't do that last year, and the Niners will now have to live with this situation. And I saw that you went inside some numbers, and you were asking questions about that. So, your thoughts?
Well, I'm also operating under the premise that he's going to be here for a long time. Like, whether you think Purdy should have been paid or not, the fact remains, it's done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're married to him. Now, are you going to get a divorce in a couple of years, or are you going to be able to see this thing through thick and thin? That remains to be seen. You know, we were just talking about, well, what happens the first 4 games when Purdy doesn't have his surrounding cast? And I mean, yeah, he's probably not going to be putting up massive numbers. But I don't think that any quarterback that's paid beyond, I would say, the top 4 or 5, which, can we agree Brock Purdy's not a top 5 quarterback?
Yes.
Yeah, I think most people would give us that. It's clear to me. Outside of there, all of those guys have either good situations and are successful, or in bad situations and are not successful. So to me, it's as much on Purdy as it is on the 49ers at this point. And that's why I think they're using this year as a little bit of a retooling season. And how can you still be competitive while doing that? You know, in many ways, you're looking at maybe like a 2023 Rams season when they stripped down a ton. They got rid of all this money. They traded guys away, but they kept a couple of key players. You know, they kept their quarterback, obviously, in Stafford. They kept some of their big wide receivers or big weapons. Cooper Kupp was one of them. And on defense and on offense, honestly, in the draft, they hit on a bunch of guys. They hit on a lot of defensive linemen that are now looking like studs. They hit on a Puka Nacua who looks like a game changer. And that's kind of where the Niners are. Like, I think, you know, you talked about this season's going to be determined by how much they get from their veterans. I don't disagree with that, but in a way, like, this season and the remainder of Brock Purdy's contract is going to be determined by how well they drafted this year. I think that's why they kept all their picks. They didn't trade up. They didn't condense picks. They used all, 10? And now you're looking at a draft class where Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins, their first 2 choices, are probably going to start this year. Nick Martin is maybe not a starter, but he is someone who could compete for the off-ball linebacker spot. Upton Stout is probably going to have to start at some point this year at the cornerback position. C.J. West, who Phil will like Mike's, is going to be in rotation at the D-tackle spot. Jordan Watkins, because of their lack of wide receivers at the beginning of the year, is going to have to play. I mean, like, their top 5 or 6 guys that they drafted this year are going to have to play, combined with the dudes we already got last year. So they're young players to me. Whether they're up to the challenge or not is going to dictate how competitive the Niners are.
I mean, no doubt about it. And that's why I don't have any idea what this team's going to be, because they're probably going to play more first and second year players this season than, I don't know, at any time since Shanahan took over, with the possible exception of the first 2 years, which I can't even remember, quite frankly. Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Montclair. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Love you guys.
Oh, thank you.
It's always a pleasure to hear your show. I got 3 short things. Why is Moody on the team? He cost him the Super Bowl in 2 games last year. He's a choker. Colton McKivitz, maybe the worst right guard the team has ever had, with the hits and pressures he allowed. You know, they didn't really upgrade him or much on the line. Puka Nacua as a holdover. And then Shanahan hasn't really done much in terms of improving the blocking, and Purdy did an incredible job with no blocking, considering, hey, how many hits can you take before you start losing your confidence and start having fear and running around with your head cut off like a chicken, man?
Yeah.
So I think he did a great job.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the call. I'm a little bit with him on Moody.
Jake?
Yeah. I think it's tough to come back from a year like that. There's a lot, like, you know how I feel about pressure. I think it's overrated. And I think most pro athletes handle pressure way better than we think. With that said, Moody, I mean, like, he can't miss a kick early in the season. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to go down that road.
Well, not a pressure kick, but that's why you.
Well, but even if it's,
that's why you're going to have other guys in there that are kicking. I mean, I don't think it. Yeah, kickers are expendable. Like, if Jake Moody doesn't produce at the beginning of this season, he's going to be released, and that is going to be a smear on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, because you used a third-round pick on a kicker. Like, that kicker better be damn good. And I know that was the only position they really had to fill at the time they chose him. But, you know, we're talking about the importance of draft classes. And the last one looks okay. But, I mean, 2023 is not giving you a ton at this point. Even 2022, outside of Brock Purdy, is not a great draft. You know, they're responsible for being in this position because they haven't been able to replenish their talent pool.
Brock Purdy talked to the media also yesterday with along with Shanahan and Lynch. And the wide receiver group looks a little bit different. So how's it working with some new faces there, Brock?
I mean, obviously, I think we're going to need some work with the new guys, the young guys. The receiver room for sure looks different. And, obviously, every single year it's going to be a little different. But for me, this is a crucial time to continue to work with those guys, the new guys, and, for timing purposes and just getting to know everybody's body movements and getting in and out of cuts and stuff like that. So big time a year for that, but that's sort of been the case every year when we get back into, the flow of things. But I think, for the young guys especially, it's going to be cool to see them, compete and learn and go through just more pressured situations and stuff and see how they handle that. But it's good for everybody across the board. So definitely going to be new. It's going to be a challenge, but a good challenge for all of us, and I'm excited for it.
When I hear Brock Purdy talk like that, it does feel like a reset for this team and an understanding that they've got to kind of refigure out who they are, what they do well. And I just, when I hear him talk like that, it's why I don't think the 49ers are a Super Bowl contender. They have so many ifs, and they have a lot of question marks. Maybe not even question marks, but just questions about guys. And now you said you think this could be the year before the year.
I think that's the goal.
Right. The goal is to, you're right, be competitive. It's make the playoffs / be competitive while you think you're retooling and rebuilding with the goal of being better the following year. Now, the question I have is, can we really talk about, being better 2 years from now when they do still have a lot of veterans on this team? Like, me, I don't know what Trent Williams is going to be in 2 years. I don't know what Kittle's going to be like in 2 years, or McCaffrey in 2 years. So, but yes, and to me, Evan, that's why they have to be competitive this year, or that's the goal, because they got some key guys getting up there.
Well, they got to figure out if they have anybody they can build around. Like Purdy's the only dude. I mean, like Fred is closing in on 30, Kittle's past 30, McCaffrey in running back years is past 30. Trent Williams is obviously closer to 40 than he is to 30. Like, all their best players, Bosa is even, I think, 27 now? I mean, these guys have been in the league for some time. they got to figure out who the next group is going to be. And that's why, to me, it's like, yeah, I think Purdy understands exactly where they're at. And he still wants to win. But, like, this is where I think there is pressure on him. He has to be the guy to usher in whatever the next stage of the 49ers is. That's what he's paid to do. And does that mean getting to the playoffs? I hope so. But in a way, it means also if this season doesn't go well, like he's got to wear it. And I think the Niners believe he's up for that. You know, not every single quarterback gets to win year after year after year after year. Guys have down years. Teams have lulls. I mean, look at the 49ers. But to me, holding Brock Purdy to the expectation of this, if we all agree that the window is closed, right? 2019 to 2024, that was the window.
Okay.
If we agree that that's closed, I'm not holding him to that standard because that's done. Like, your team is not going to be those teams. Your defense is not going to be as good as it was in 2019. Your offense is not going to be as good as it was in 2023. And you need to stop breaking the mic. Steiny.
It's not broken.
Why every single day do I see it dangling like a car freshener in your electronic vehicle?
Because we have substandard equipment.
Somebody get Sam. Oh.
No, we don't need Sam. I
was in the middle of a great point and you ruined
screw
it for
it in.
me. I know.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Can you remember?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes greatness just comes and goes. So, I mean, like, I'm not holding Brock Purdy to the standard of the Super Bowl window because I don't think they're in one right now. But what he has to do, in my opinion, what he's paid to do, is to usher this franchise into, hopefully, in a perfect world, another window. Like, I think that's what Shanahan is also, that's what I kind of hear him talking about in his conversations, both at the podium, but also with Tim Kawakami, is if we're looking at like 3-year windows, okay, well, how close are we to that next 3-year window? Is it going to be 2026? Is it going to be 2027? Will they not have one? You know, and I think that's why a lot of the interest in the Niners has waned a bit, is because people are doubting that they got a team or a quarterback that can get them back to a Super Bowl, nevertheless win one.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility they could win a Super Bowl, but I agree.
I mean, I think this season it is.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think they can win a Super Bowl this year.
See, okay, now this is just the difference between you and me. I feel like if you give a team a shot at the playoffs, and you kind of got to give them a shot at the Super Bowl.
Not really.
That's me.
I mean, well, but you also operate under the assumption that any team
first
that gets
of all, don't tell me what I operate under and what I don't unless you know for sure. So tread lightly.
Can I continue?
Sure.
Okay. So you operate under the assumption that any team that gets to the playoffs can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they're
I don't subscribe to that.
Okay, that's fair. But it's like if the 49ers
when the Chargers got to the playoffs this year, I did not think they could win a Super Bowl. Same for the Texans. Same for trying to think who in the NFC have felt that way about. Oh, the Vikings. Like, the Vikings had a great season last year. I didn't think they could win a Super Bowl. Now, they could have proved me wrong, but yeah, I'm absolutely allowed to believe that just because you get to the playoffs doesn't mean you're a Super Bowl team.
I'm just saying if they're in the playoff, like that's step one. Really, you don't give them a chance.
I mean, yeah, sure, any team's got a chance, but no, like going into last year, I'm not looking at the Minnesota Vikings and saying, "Yep, I think that team's gonna run the table. Like that team's got a chance to run the table." Because I didn't believe in Sam Darnold.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, the Niners could be 5-6, 11 games through the season. and get hot, finish 10-7, and then they're that team you don't want to play. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
And that team,
Possible.
That team this year probably would have been the Rams. The Rams were the team that teams didn't want to play. Yeah, and they got to the division round. They got knocked out.
Very close game.
I know. And then the Eagles just dog walked everyone else.
Brock Purdy did he work on anything specifically?
I hope so.
This offseason. And if so, what?
Honestly, just continue to work on my mobility and stuff. I feel like I'm somewhat more of a stiff, quarterback. That's not a bad thing, but something that I always try to work on is just, my arm and mobility with that and keeping it, stretched out and stuff. But outside of that, it's more so, making sure I'm on top of my mechanics when throwing to the sideline, deep ball, some running things and making sure I'm in shape with my legs. So, those are all little things that I just try to hone in on.
I'll tell you what, I love honesty. And it takes a lot of guts for Brock Purdy to acknowledge he's a stiff. That takes guts. He knows he's got a lot of work to do. Oh, he said he was stiff, not a stiff?
No, I think that's projection.
I thought he said...
he's not a stiff.
No, he's
I'll
not.
get you something stiff.
Where was that from?
What was that?
Oh, that might have been from a Saturday show. Pasta knows me. Steiny, there's always things you can work on. There's always things you can get better at. What do you think Brock Purdy needs to get better at? Assuming he's not going to... He can't go to the lab and get a cyborgian right shoulder.
What can he get better at?
Like, what was he working on this summer?
How about those sideline throws, 15 yards?
Well, that means he's got to get a stronger arm.
Yeah. But he said he's a stiff, so how's he going to get a stronger arm?
No, you said he's a stiff. He said he is a little stiff.
Oh, I got you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who out there's excited about football season?
You didn't answer the question.
Which was what?
How can he get better?
I just said those out patterns that are 15 to 20 yards that he needs to get some mustard on. Like P.J. Carlissimo told Sprewell to put some mustard on those passes. I'm hoping Kyle Shanahan tells Brock Purdy to put some mustard on those passes.
Someone in the YouTube chat, San Jose Jazz fan, said you need a cyborgian mic stand. I'm kind of with you. I thought you said you could screw... All right, well, we got 7 minutes until the break, and then we'll get someone here to help you out.
Hey, nobody needs to help me out. I can screw it back in, okay? But I don't want to do it now because it'll make sounds. Somebody says Purdy needs to work on seeing more than 60% of his targets. That's from our P1 Jim Mole on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And the 415 saying he needs wet ball drills. He needs to do drill work with wet footballs.
Yeah, where did he go to train this summer? Antarctica?
Hey, Carter.
Florida. Well, it does get mucky down there.
Do I want to take Marvin Livermore? I do. Now, I want to take Marvin Livermore, even though that's the comment.
Why wouldn't you?
Because it says, Marvin Livermore, you guys are weak and pathetic. Okay, Marv, welcome to the show.
What's up, Marv?
Bring it on, man.
Hey, Marv. Marv.
Part. I did say the weak part.
Oh, hey,
Can
what's
you
up?
hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hello?
What's up?
Hey. All right, good. Yeah, I didn't say the pathetic part. I did say weak. There's 3 or 4 things you're missing. Is one, we don't give grace to the first-round draft picks that go to awful teams like, hey, you got to step up your game and make everybody better. 2, 30 teams would take Kittle, and at least 28 would take a McCaffrey. So there's some weapons still. And so trying to give grace to quarterback now is just weak, in my opinion. And they have the weakest schedule in the history of the league.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
How could he not win games? That doesn't make sense. That's weak on you guys to say no expectations for Purdy when the road is set clear for him.
Well, what are your expectations for the Niners, Marv?
I really think that if they get some surprises on defense based on the schedule, I mean, they should be 12-5. They should. I mean, you look at the schedule, they're not playing anybody, so it's not a matter about the first 4 games. Shanahan needs to put Purdy in position to win. If Trent Williams comes back and plays like a top 10 left tackle, he doesn't have to be the number 1, but top 10 left tackle. McCaffrey comes in and even does 90% of what McCaffrey does. Kittle, he's always going to be Kittle. And then you have Pearsall, if he steps up a little bit, Juwan Jennings does his thing. I don't see how you guys are not are giving excuses for him before the season starts. They are reloading, particularly on defense, but they got weapons all over on both sides of the ball compared to historically bad teams.
What about the offensive line?
No, that's what I mean. So you get some improvement from Trent Williams, and hopefully one of the on the right side they play a little bit better. But again, with McCaffrey, that opens up your running lanes because they're going to put more people in the box to try to stop him, and then you can get his short dink passes past the linebackers. So there's ways to overcome not good offensive line, and Shanahan's supposed to be a genius, so he should be able to figure that out.
Yeah, Marv, what I'm talking about mostly is, and I appreciate the call, and you can stay on the, no, okay, is early in the season, for sure, he's going to have fewer weapons than you'd like to think he's going to have at mid-season. But you know what? I actually didn't have a problem with Marv because he thinks they're going to be 12-5. So, and you know, in another year where we were more sure of the 49ers and saw this schedule, I would probably agree with him, but I don't know about this team. And it's not just Purdy. I mean, to me, Purdy, like I feel like I know Purdy. I think Purdy's the quarterback he's been for 3 years. Like I think he's been essentially the same quarterback. Last year, was there some slippage? Yes. Were there some reasons for it? Yes. But I think we know what Purdy's going to do. And I think it's going to be mostly the other guys that dictate the true success of this team.
Yeah, I mean, 12-5 is, I think that's a lofty expectation, personally. Like, can we agree that the 2023 team was the best team that they've had under Purdy, right?
Okay.
They went 12-5. They made the Super Bowl. Like that was a really good team, and they went 12-5. So could they? Sure. I don't want to, I guess, rob that. I'm not setting my bar that high. I think their expectation, and more, I've said this before, is for them to make the playoffs. If they don't, yes, that's a disappointment. But the first 4 games are not going to dictate your entire season. The year they went 13-3, which was the year in 2022 that Brock Purdy emerged, they started out 3-4.
They started
out, I think, 3-4, and they finished 13-4.
Yeah, they had 2 years during this run where they didn't get off the great starts.
They started 3-5 and made the NFC Championship game in 2021. A bad start is not the end-all, be-all of your season. And I realize that football, we're going to come in on Monday and scream our heads off, and I get it. But when you say the first 4 games, if you're not going to have your complement of characters, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think that the first quarter of the season is the end-all, be-all. Like, that's not what I'm judging the Niners on.
They'll go 0-4.
Yeah,
Don't be digging yourself a hole.
You want to bet they don't go 0-4?
No.
That's what I thought.
No, I only make... Yeah, you're a different kind of better than Goo.
Yeah, because I don't gamble. Well, my neighbor doesn't gamble all the time. How about that?
Gotcha. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Frank. I see Tim. We'll get to both of you guys. We'll get to all 3 of you guys on the other side. And that segment, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got a little nugget for you. I got a little nugget for 49er fans.
There's no need to worry.
About what?
Training camp is off to a rip-roaring start.
Why do you say that?
Well, your boy, Jake Moody.
Yes.
And Greg Joseph, the kicker he's competing with.
Yep.
8 for 8, including a 55-yarder.
With a two-step?
The UTEP two-step.
Even though he only went to 2 steps.
And the first pass of training camp. Perfectly placed bomb down the sideline to George Kittle.
Well, then why did Carter come in here and say Purdy threw 2 picks?
Well, that's just a part of it, but you got to take chances.
I'll tell you what.
Apparently, D. Winters had a sick pick 6.
Oh, boy.
Well, he's the guy who's, at least right now, probably got first shot at being the off-ball linebacker.
So, Evan, just FYI, just to give you a little information on quarterbacks and quarterback statistics, if Brock Purdy threw 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions, and you extrapolate that over a 17-game season, it's not a good season.
Yeah, but he won the game.
Do we know that?
Yeah, of course. He always wins. It's training camp.
All right. We're talking about the Niners and the expectations, and before I take these 2 calls, this is kind of what I'm talking about. We got Frank in Atlanta, says the Niners will not be good. And then we've got Antonio in Oakland saying they'll be back in contention. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta first. Frank, why don't you think the Niners are going to be very good this year?
Hey, you guys. Hope everybody's doing well.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
My thing for the Niners this year's going to be about Shanahan and Saleh. Because on the defensive side of the ball, Saleh is going to have to put together that defensive line so we can get some first down stops and stay out of 2nd and 3 and 2nd and 4. That's going to be the key to our defense. That's what saved us a couple of years ago, and last year we were horrible on defense.
Yeah.
On the offensive side of the ball, it's going to be about Shanahan because last year, once everybody figured out that McCaffrey was cooked, we spent the whole year up against single high 8-man in the box. And we could run the ball till we got to the 30-yard line. But once we got to the 30-yard line, we couldn't run the ball anymore. And that's what killed us. Before, when we had McCaffrey would just run the ball down your throat. But without McCaffrey, we got shut down at the 25-yard line every time.
Yeah.
We ended up kicking field goals, so everybody's mad when Moody's missing field goals. When before, you didn't have to worry about Jake Moody because McCaffrey was running into the end zone with the ball.
Fair.
So without having a number 1 wide receiver, we're going to see 8 men in the box, single high safety from Labor Day on. and Shanahan's got to devise an offense. I think McCaffrey is going to have to spend more time at the third down back than he is as the number 1 primary runner. I think Garendo and that other guy are going to have to split a lot of those carries because to get to 60 plays, which is the 49ers MO, we can't think McCaffrey's going to be able to run the ball 22, 23 times. His workload's got to go down to about 12, and he does the finishing at the end of the game. But in the first 3 quarters, he's going to have to play more on third down and passing downs so he can become check down Charlie, where he doesn't have to carry the load.
Hey, Frank, that's good stuff. And I'll tell you what, since you brought it up about McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan was asked about the workload this year for Christian McCaffrey and what the plan is. And this is what Kyle said.
I mean, it's all on paper somewhere. It's too confusing for me to memorize, or I'll forget things that can't just read on paper. But
you have to take into account to try to get these guys through camp healthy.
Oh, definitely. Which we always do. Last year, neither of them did camp, and that didn't help them go through the season either. So I'm glad that they're both here and healthy, and they get a chance to go back to have a chance to build their bodies where they have a chance to get through the season like they have in the past.
All right, so Kyle says they do have a plan for McCaffrey. It's on paper. And apparently he hasn't memorized it.
Well, we'll see when you get to the season. And
exactly.
you're down 7 early in the third quarter, and You've already run McCaffrey 12 times in the first half. We'll see if Shanahan shows restraint then, because even during blowouts, like I remember that was a big talking point in a lot of games during their Super Bowl run to a Super Bowl game. Why is McCaffrey running 30 times in a 30-point blowout? It's I will wait and see.
Padding statistics. It's called stat padding.
Well, he's not the one who's putting himself in the game.
Possibly.
It's the running back coach and Kyle Shanahan.
But McCaffrey puts a lot of pressure on him. McCaffrey could be a numbers guy. Might be a numbers guy.
The only number he needs to be concerned about is games played this year.
I'm kidding. All right, Antonio in Oakland says they're back in contention. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good, man. I think we got a chance to win the division first, because our division's not that great, man. Matt Stafford, I don't fear him. He's getting old, 37 years old. Kyler Murray's the most overrated quarterback in the league. Like, what has he really done? One playoff appearance in 6 seasons? That's great.
Didn't he, real quick, Antonio, didn't he chew up and spit out the Niners last year? Kyler?
Yeah, but that was last year. But at the end of the day, it's a new year.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's a new year. Sure. So at the end of the day, hey, he only made one playoff. I'm just saying. But the Seahawks, they don't really scare me. Like, we got rejuvenated. We're going to have an excellent defensive line pass rush. We got Bryce Huff. We got our first-round pick. Nick Bosa's going to have more freedom. So, Fred Warner's always motivated. Christian McCaffrey's going to have a big season.
Big season?
So I'm ready, man. And Juwan Jennings, he's a beast, man. Like, he's going to keep getting better. Hopefully Ricky Pearsall can stay healthy. But I like our chances, man, because the NFC, other than the Eagles, do you really fear anybody else? Like, not really. Not me.
I do have I got a question for you, seriously, Antonio, because so you think they can be a playoff team? So if in your mind, if they're a playoff team, are they automatically a team that could contend for a Super Bowl?
Yes, and I agree with you on that part, man. If you make it to the playoffs, you have a freaking chance.
Yeah.
That's how it goes,
Yep.
So, I think we'll be number 2 seed, to be honest with you. Number 2 seed, and then we're going to have home field advantage. The Eagles will probably lose. They're going to be tired from this long playoff run the last couple of years. And then, hey, man, we're going to take over. We're going to be in that Super Bowl.
There you go, E. Thanks,
George Kittle.
Yeah, thanks, appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Antonio. Yeah, I wonder if he thought the Pittsburgh Steelers had a chance to win the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah. Did they make the playoffs?
They did.
Then they had a chance.
Yeah, they didn't. They haven't won a playoff game, I think, in Mike Tomlin's last 4 trips to the postseason. You know why? Because their teams weren't that good. They were good enough to get to the playoffs, but
Tomlin did a great job last year.
I agree.
Yep.
That's why it's called levels, Steiny. When an NBA team makes the play-in, that doesn't mean they have a chance to win a championship, in my opinion.
Okay, that's fair.
Just because a team, squeaks in doesn't mean you give them a legitimate shot to win it all like you give a team that you actually believe in. That's just the way that I look at sports.
I got you. Hey, I got a Niners nugget here.
Okay.
Niners, I'll call it a Niners media nugget. One of the best.
Well, there's an actual injury we should probably tell people about.
Go ahead.
Jacob Cowing injured his hamstring. He's a wide receiver, so he's going to be evaluated day to day.
All right. His career hasn't gotten off to a great start.
He hasn't played much.
No. So I know a lot of 49er fans, watch NBC Sports Bay Area, and one of the best beat writers out there, Matt Mayoko. Matt Mayoko works for NBC Sports Bay Area, synonymous with 49ers coverage. He is not going to be traveling to games this year. He's not going to be doing his normal job with NBC Sports Bay Area. Instead, he's going to be more of a fixture on the pre- and post-game shows and get the drop ready. I talked to Matt today, and he said, it was his choice. 30 years on the road. He said it was time. He said it was getting to be a grind. So,
whoa.
Congrats on
No. He's not retiring. He's just not traveling with the team.
Big change for him.
No. I'm sorry. Save the applause for when he steps down from his career.
No, that's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
No.
I'm still going to be reading from him the entire season. I'm still going to follow him on social media, and I appreciate his coverage of the team. In fact, you know what? I might actually still see him on television.
You will on the pre and post.
That's my point. We're not sending him into the abyss.
It's a completely different opportunity and a completely different job. It's a less
demanding one, which he deserves.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
What, he doesn't have to go on the road anymore? That's more demanding?
You never know what tasks they're going to.
You know what? Well,
no, because
I don't want to go there.
It's the end of an era for Matt Mayoko as a beat writer, and as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best.
He is.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
stop saying
his
he
career. I'm not saying that he's not. All I'm saying is, hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
All right. So eventually, in 15 years when you're done with this business, well, you're done with this job, right? So you take your final leave. You say, it's time. I don't want to come into the studio every single day. I think I'm just gonna do. Warriors. Pre and post from the house. I can't be out that much. I'll go to some games. But I'm not going to travel. You're not going to hear from me every day anymore. But you're still going to hear from me. You didn't retire.
Okay, just FYI.
We're still going to hear from you.
Okay.
And fans of Matt Steinmetz can still get their whatever they want of Steinmetz.
Okay, well, then I have a question for you.
Okay.
You're
not going anywhere, bud.
We had a wonderful morning show host.
I knew you were going to go here.
Bonte Hill. He left the radio business, went full-time to television.
Sure did.
And I'm pretty sure they did a 4-hour show. No, it was just an hour, but they honored Bonte, which he deserved. And he wasn't retiring either, but it was a way for the listeners to say thank you to Bonte Hill. So I thought it was worth it.
But he's still on the station every Friday.
Well, we didn't know that at the time.
No, but there's nothing wrong with that. But Bonte didn't retire. You can still see Bonte on television. You can still hear from him from 9 to 10 a.m. every Friday when he's around. People that enjoy Bonte Hill, and I'm one of them, still get to hear from Bonte.
Yeah.
He didn't retire.
Okay.
Am I wrong about this?
No, but it was the end of it was the end of a chapter. That's all.
Sure.
I don't know about you, but when I finish a chapter in a book, I celebrate.
Well, when the news about Mayoko doesn't have me feeling sad. It's just, I'm honestly happy for him because he's going to do some work that is more appropriate for where he's at in his career.
All right.
I'm so upset.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Probably.
But I got people siding with you today. You know what? Actually, that's what I think I'm here for.
What?
To get people to side with you, because you usually feel like people aren't on your side all the time. Is it? And maybe that's why you're feeling better. You're not as feisty because you got people agreeing with you.
Well, sure. Kyle Shanahan was asked yesterday if the Juwan Jennings situation. By the way, Juwan Jennings is practicing today, and in another piece of news, Jacob Cowing has injured his hamstring. So we'll get more details on that. Wide receiver room gets a little less crowded, which isn't a good thing. But this is Kyle Shanahan being asked if the team foresaw the Jennings contract situation.
Yeah, I think you anticipate all situations that make sense when a player's in that situation. I see the same thing with Colton McKivitz. Those are two guys to me in very similar situations that I think the way they feel about us is the same way we feel about them. that's the easy part. The hard part's the business side. When people talk about how to avoid drama and stuff and things like that, and I'm trying not to say negative about it, I think that's just business. I don't call that drama, I call that business. I mean, if you want to avoid all drama, then just be really extremely bad at business. And just be ridiculous on everything, and then I guess there'd be no drama until you tear your team apart doing that. So, like, you look into all that stuff, but, like, we got a great relationship with these guys. There's two guys that does make sense. We can do everything we can to make that work out, but it's not always easy to make it work out, so we'll see how that goes.
Nah, he's getting paid. That's what I heard. What'd you hear?
He's getting paid?
Yeah, they'll redo it.
Oh, well, I mean, you
contract.
say potato, I say potato. You call it drama, I call it business. Like, it's the same thing. No,
he's saying it isn't the same thing.
Well, yeah, because Juwan Jennings is practicing. But if Juwan Jennings had held out or held in today, then it would be, in his mind, it'd be business. But for us, it would be drama.
Oh, I thought he was saying the mere fact that I thought what he was saying is, we anticipated that Juwan may want this to happen, or this may be the route, but that's just football. Like, I don't think Jennings is a distraction. I don't think he's drama this year. I think you're right.
Well, yeah, but again, I
think I'm right. Rather, sorry.
Yeah, sure. But if he wasn't there, then it would be drama. And I think Kyle Shanahan is saying that, like, these contract negotiations that have happened, umpteen times in the last few off seasons, he looks at as business. That's what I hear him saying. And all that I'm trying to, like, I don't think, to him it's business. To us it's drama. When Brandon Ayuk is unfollowing and scrubbing the team from Instagram, that's drama. So, yeah, he may think it's just necessary and will resolve itself, but, like, what am I to do? Then we come to find out, week 4 or 5 of the regular season, that it took you running to the GM's office to prevent you from trading him.
That's business.
No. That's drama. Like, so I understand that he's trying to downplay it, and that's his job.
Exactly.
It's also our job to be concerned about players that are not available in camp. Terry McLaurin in Washington, to me, that's drama. He's holding out because he wants a contract. What's going to happen there? If T.J. Watt hadn't gotten the deal he wanted, he might have held in like he's done before for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Terry Hendrickson and Cincinnati, that's drama. So, I hear him, and I'm glad that we actually don't have that this offseason. I think it's refreshing.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers' first practice is right now. They're practicing right now. Let's get to some more of this sound. There's some good sound here. What do you want to hear about? How he feels about wide receiver, Kyle?
Well, yeah, he just lost one.
Well, this will be a quote before he knew that.
Anytime we don't have 12 receivers for any NFL camp that I've been in 21 years, I feel light. And so we have 12. That's a hard thing with PUP. Because when a guy's on PUP, it counts on your 90. So even though we have 12 receivers in our building, with BA not being able to go throughout training camp, that means you only have 11. With Ricky not on there, with him on PUP for at least the first 3 practices, it means we only have 10, which you can get by with 10 until one guy has a sore hamstring the next day, and then you go with 9. And when you have 9 in a practice, one of those guys is going to get hurt because you're having to overload a guy because you're now 3 less than 12. And if you do that for a few days, it's tough. So that's the hard thing with PUP guys. Even though it looks like your numbers are there, they're not. So we felt we had to get a guy for the numbers, or eventually you lose one guy, that's going to lead to 2 more. So that's really the thought behind all that. And we have that with every position, really.
Well, isn't that timely?
Wow. You talk about a coach that knows his team. He knew it. He was like Christopher Walken in The Dead Zone. He can see into the future. You ever see that movie?
Well, no.
Oh, my gosh. You should see that movie. It is a great movie. Risotto?
Never seen it.
Dead Zone.
Never seen it.
Are you familiar with Christopher Walken?
I do. Yeah, okay. I know him.
How about Martin Sheen?
Yeah, I know him too.
Well, he's in it too. He plays the President of the United States.
He always plays the president of the United States. Like, I'm dead ass serious. Martin Sheen has more roles as the president of the United States than not.
President Bartlett, right?
Yes, West Wing.
Yeah. No hope for Stilson.
He's a great president.
You know what that means?
What?
Does anybody know what that means? No hope for Stilson. It's how the movie ended.
Well, sounds like a
Should I tell you?
Unhappy ending. No, I want to watch it.
Well, now I'm going to tell you.
No, you don't.
No, it's a good movie. So Christopher Walken has this ability to see into the future if he touches somebody. So, like, if I met you, if I'm walking, Christopher, and I shake your hand, I'll get a feeling about what you're all about and how your life's going to end up. All right. So what happened in this movie was Martin Sheen was the president. I'm sorry, he was a presidential candidate, but he was a bad guy.
Oh yeah.
So they're at some rally and Walken's there, Christopher, and you know how they shake hands, politicians shake hands with everybody.
Well, you're saying his name like there's not another Walken.
Well, I want people to know that I'm not talking about the act of walking.
Okay.
So, they shake hands, and when they shake hands, Walken feels this sense he has, and he gets this vision of Stilson as president pushing the nuclear button to get us into a world war. So the dilemma for Walken now is, as he said, if you knew that you were gonna, you knew you had a chance to, let's say, kill Adolf Hitler, would you have done it?
Yes.
Right. And so that's what Christopher Walken ended up doing. And what happened is, so Christopher Walken goes to one of his campaign rallies with a gun because he's going to try to assassinate him. All right. So Walken fires the bullet and it misses Stilson. But Stilson doesn't know where the bullet's coming from and he's getting scared and he picks up a baby. Stilson picks up a baby and uses the baby as a human shield. And the last scene in the movie is the cover of Time magazine showing Stilson holding up a baby to protect himself with the title, No Hope for Stilson. You see, because he tried to use a baby as a human shield, and that didn't go over well with the American public.
Oh,
they thought it was a little bit of cowardice.
No, I'll definitely check it out.
It's a great movie.
No, it does remind me. Oh God, what's the Will Ferrell Zach Galifianakis spoof? Might be the Candidate, but he too uses a baby as a human shield, and now I'm thinking that
The Campaign.
The Campaign. Thank you, Pasta. That's kind of an ode to it, but it's a comedic movie, obviously.
Yeah, no, this is more of a drama caper.
Yeah. I'm in.
My favorite part about all of that was Steiny trying to make sure people didn't think that he was talking about walking, the act of walking.
No, Christopher.
Yeah, we get it.
Thank you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number on the other side. We got something to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Don't go anywhere. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He's on the board. Justin Verlander. Giants win today. What was it, 9-3?
Playoffs?
9-3?
Thank God.
Justin Verlander, 5 innings pitched, gets the victory, his first win of the year. Raffi Devers. Oh, God, I am so glad Guru is not here right now.
No, we do have to discuss something.
Okay. Rafael Devers with 2 homers today in Atlanta.
And a strikeout.
What? What? Seriously, so
he tried to bunt at a 2-strike pitch.
I don't know what he was doing there.
I'm hoping that he lost track of the count because that might be one of the funniest things I've seen this season. Dude hits 2 bombs. By the way, both extremely impressive. One was a 3-2 ball off the dirt, basically, that he golfed to right field. And the second one, also a 3-2 count, clobbered. He also hit a single 115 miles an hour off the bat. And then he goes up in a 1-2 count and tries to lay down a drag bunt.
Who does
that?
He must have lost track of the count.
Raffi, come on, buddy.
I'm telling you. No, it was really weird. He tried to bunt with 2 strikes. He fouled it off. It's like he was a little puzzled because I don't think he thought it was the 3rd strike. And then, yeah, I mean, he's Jimmy. I'm telling you, he's Jimmy Butler.
You can't.
It's just a little bit off.
All right, you can't claim that. That's not yours.
Whose is it?
It's mine.
Oh.
I texted you that the moment that they traded for him.
No, I don't think so. I don't remember.
I texted you and Guru. They got their Jimmy Butler.
Yes, but okay. I'm talking about they've actually got some similarities personality-wise.
That's why I sent the text.
No, you just meant on the playing field.
No, well, clearly not, because it's his first 2 home runs. Well, first home run in almost a month. Steiny, when I say something, you got to go a little deeper.
Speaking of going deeper,
okay,
which you did twice tonight. You like that? Guru and I said to Guru, well, maybe put him at first base. It's going to get his bat going. I said, Guru, as somebody who's watched a lot of baseball, his bats was warming up before he ever went to first base.
Well, it is pretty good timing for Goo. Because it was last night, too, and the Giants won 9-0.
Yeah.
And then they roll the Braves today. And all of a sudden, things are looking up. It's almost like things weren't that bad. Okay, let me
Go ahead. This is almost like the Evan Guru's gripes.
That's fine. This is something I do believe, seriously. What if I told you that before last night, the Giants were on a 4-game losing streak instead of a 6-game losing streak? Would that make things a little bit better?
Yeah, but okay, yeah.
The All-Star break changes everything.
Oh.
It changes everything. You're starting anew. It's the second half of the season. So when you lose 4 in a row, by the way, 3 of which to the Blue Jays, who are one of the best teams in baseball, I'm not throwing a pity party for my baseball team because they're on some ostensible the longest losing streak of the year. You lost 2 to the Dodgers. You lost 3 to one of the best teams in baseball. And you lost the first game, granted, in an embarrassing fashion, to the Braves. And now you've won a series. You're right in the thick of it. The Giants are not dead. And so for me, listening the last couple of days to everybody write them off and wave the white flag,
it's infuriating, isn't it?
They may still miss the play. I don't know, but they're not the team that everybody is looking at like they're the Pittsburgh Pirates, with all respect to Goo. They're not a bad team. And I'm glad that they showed you the last couple of days that that's the case.
And if he dares,
oh, he will take it. And he kind of deserves it.
No, he doesn't. And I'll tell you why he doesn't deserve a victory lap. Is because he's the same guy that said Devers should be shut down.
All right,
he wanted to shut Devers down. And as soon as he said it, Devers is like 7 of his next 12.
Oh, gosh. That was pretty, well, not only did they not shut him down, it actually kind of seems like he's running harder. And actually, Steven Risotto said today, which I think you agreed with, he looks slimmer.
He does. Did you see him round first? Jet.
By the way,
Raffi the Jet.
Well, but again, like he also could fall off a cliff the next couple of games, and but Devers, he was bound to start hitting. He's not as bad as he's been, which has been all the more frustrating to watch him kind of flounder at the plate. Now, I think the Giants, what they did today was a couple things. Number one, it's been a culmination of them before and after the All-Star break. Like they go through these lulls. Like they've gone through ups and downs. But the one guy that I actually do think deserves credit. Oh
my God. If you take my guy.
I'm not going to take your guy like you took my take. I'm not going to do that. The guy I'm going to give credit to, because everybody's been ready to bash him and throw him in the trash can. Bob Melvin. You know why he didn't go to his post-game presser until a little bit later, 2 nights ago when the Giants made fools of themselves in Atlanta?
Team meeting?
I bet you it's because he spent it ripping his team, and he did it in private, which is where you do it. And then he came and he talked to, NBC Sports Bay Area and the beat writers in attendance, and he was, more frustrated than usual, but he didn't bury anybody publicly because he just spent 15 to 20 minutes doing it in the clubhouse. That's where it belongs.
You know what? You're awfully real strong takes here. Would you be this strong with Guru here? Because let's face it, you're really talking to him. And you know it.
No. Would I be as strong with Goo? Yeah, I would. By the way, I am. You think that I'm not?
I don't listen when you're Guru on, so I don't know what kind of relationship.
Well, would you like to tell people that Guru got really mad at me during our text thread? I think it was 2 nights ago, actually.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
It was about Melvin.
I wish I could find... What was it specifically, though?
He said that
I texted you on the side and was like, oh, boy.
Yeah, I set you up for the next day. But he said something along the lines of Bob Melvin needs to, I don't know, he needs to get mad or he needs to do something in public. And technically, I met him halfway. He did need to do something, but he didn't have to tell us that he did it. Like, good managers or head coaches, I don't think always have to lambaste their team in the public eye. They can do it behind the scenes and it can have just the same effect. And I actually think that he did it because your boy, who you can take a victory lap for if you like, Willie Adames, came out after the game and essentially said the same thing, which was all the things that we've been doing in the first half that have made us successful, we're not doing right now. And we've lost our identity, which is what I guarantee in some way, shape, or form was the message from his manager after, the lowest point of the season based on the defensive haplessness they displayed in Atlanta.
Let's see. Oh, he didn't send it to our group. He must have sent it.
I think it
to
was with Spadone.
Else.
Spadone was in there.
Okay. By the way, a couple things. Did you see Patrick Bailey in the first inning? Did you see? Another pass ball.
No, that's not a pass ball.
That was a pass ball.
Was it ruled a pass ball?
It doesn't matter.
I think it was ruled a wild pitch.
Yeah, drop third strike.
No, let me be clear. It was ruled a wild pitch. It was a pass ball. He's getting a little lazy back there.
Well, that's okay because he's also starting to hit. Okay. So it's kind of evening out.
All right. I would like to
Didn't hurt him, by the way, because Verlander got through 5, 1 hit, few strikeouts, evaded damage after a 35-pitch first inning, and got his first win of the season.
I'm going to praise somebody right now. I'm going to take a minute or two to do it.
Okay.
I'm tipping my cap to this guy. He's won me over. He's the real deal. He's a class act. He's authentic. He's genuine. And there's something about this guy I really like. Willie Adames. And now Mark Willard might say, well, didn't you say Adames a week ago he stunk?
You did.
That's right. He did stink. But you know what? He never changed. When he was hitting 198, he's the same guy as who's hot right now. That guy is a great teammate, a great spam risk, a
Turn your
great
phone off.
Teammate. Willie Adames.
Was that Adames calling you because he paid you to say that?
Nope.
Might have been Mark Willard.
No.
Well, you could be right. It said spam.
No, Adames has been great, but he's got to continue to keep hitting.
Well, I'd like to, yeah, sure, but don't you think it's great that even if he goes 0 for his next 27, that he'll be up on that dugout step?
Yeah, because that's the kind of player he is. Look, I think that's one of the reasons why Adames was brought here is because he's a clubhouse guy, he's a leader, he's a captain, and now he's finally starting to hit. And again, this is probably the first game where Adames and Devers, more Devers, but those two players have produced, and you've won a game purely because of it. Now, they threw well today, obviously. Verlander was good, but Devers hits 2 homers, 4 driven in. Adames walks a couple times, comes up with a knock to drive in Devers. You know, we've been waiting for those two guys who are, right now, Buster Posey's prized acquisitions, free agency and trades, to step up and lead you to a win. This is the first time you can say that that's happened.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So,
was that Willard?
Whoa.
It was a little too late.
Well, he's off for the week.
So, okay, Risotto. I got you. From the YouTube chat, my guy Fozzie, and I say my guy because I don't like him. 3 weeks ago, Steiny was saying Adames needs to figure it out. Yeah, no kidding. What does that have to do with me praising him for being a class act when he's not hitting? Like, what I respect most about Adames is he did stink, but he never let it affect his demeanor and his leadership. And I don't know why people think I'm kidding. I'm absolutely not.
No, I'm just waiting for you to say he's still hitting 231.
He's hitting better.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He couldn't hit any worse. No, nothing. Look, Willie's great. And actually, like he is the kind of guy that you want to root for. And that's what I think you're spot on about. I felt bad that we had to talk about how poorly he was playing and primarily hitting because he seems like a great guy. He seems like the kind of guy you want to play with.
Exactly.
In whatever sport, baseball, basketball, football. He's always the same dude, comes into the clubhouse with a smile on his face, and I think that is important in baseball 162. In fact, I think it's one of the reasons why the Giants, during these, let's say, is it nadir, like the kind of the bottom of things? Nadir, yeah, sure. Nadir. So during the naders of their season, haven't let it completely spiral them out of control.
Yeah, and Fozzie, I'm kidding. I love you, buddy. I love all our YouTubers. Yeah, nadir is like the low point.
Yeah, now, but it could have, again, it can get worse. Like, yes, the Giants lost 6 in a row. But they were able to sustain a 6-game losing streak because they'd played 10 games above 500. I think everybody's like, they haven't been below 500 to my knowledge since the very beginning of the season. Yes,
they were 12-4, so maybe they started out 1-2, but they started out 12-4, and they've never been less than 3 above since then.
Well, I guess that's been my frustration listening to a lot of people talk about them the last week or so. Like, I'm not the highest person on the Giants. I think they're a good but not a great team. But to talk about them like they're a bottom feeder, like they're a sub 500 team, that to me is just it's such an oversimplification. Like, they're playing poorly, but they're one game away from digging themselves. That's what they've done the whole season. Sure, they've had 5 game losing streaks, and then they've responded with 6 out of 7. And who knows? I think this weekend is a big opportunity for them because they play a lot better at home. They got a good Mets team coming in, but they got their aces on the mound and Webb and Ray, and then they got the Pittsburgh Pirates for 6 out of, I think, the following 9 games. Like, this is, again, a portion of the schedule where it gets a little soft, and you're going to see them pick right back up.
Well, I got to be honest with you. My mind had wandered a little bit over the last minute or two because you used the word nadir, which means a low point.
Yeah. I think that's what 2 nights ago was.
But, because my life has been all sports, I was once told by somebody that I had 2 interests, playing basketball and watching basketball, and that was it.
Who told you that?
I'm not going to tell you that.
What?
Evan?
No.
I wouldn't have told him that.
Yeah.
Was it Ed McCaffrey?
No.
You remember we had him on during the Super Bowl?
You were talking about basketball.
Well, you were asking about Pennsylvania high school basketball.
Because he played on a state championship high school basketball team.
Yeah, and all you wanted to talk about was who?
That's right. What, are you talking to Ed about his son?
The guy's won 2 Super Bowls.
Exactly. I loved Ed McCaffrey. But just to show you, like, kind of the way my mind works, when you said nadir, I didn't think of low point. I thought of Swen Nader. You know who he is, right? Swen Nader.
I don't know who Swen Nader is.
Swen Nader. Swen Nader was a UCLA basketball player. What are you laughing at?
Because of course he is. Sorry, continue.
Now, he's got an incredible story. And it's this. You guys are going to miss me when I'm gone. Swen Nader went to UCLA.
I will.
And didn't start. He didn't start. Because they had a guy named Bill Walton. Swen Nader didn't start. But he got drafted 16th. He was a backup center at UCLA. And he was picked in the first round. And then he went on to have a long career. Swen Nader. Swen Nader.
He's Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
In the ABA.
No, that's right. I think he did play in the ABA to start.
He's also Dutch.
Yes, he is. But he wasn't. Now, he was not like Rick Smits. Rick Smits was
Quentin Post,
the dunking Dutchman. That's a great nickname. We were talking about greatest nicknames ever yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we were. There's a lot. There's not a ton recently. Like the chef. Although Guru did point out, he kind of undermined himself at the cafeteria yesterday. Because we were talking about greatest nicknames ever. I think it was on PTI or something, so we're just throwing a bunch out. And naturally, the chef comes up. Steph Curry, the chef. It's a great nickname. And Guru goes, well, Drake gave it to him. And I said, really? He says, yeah. Chef Curry with the pot. That's where the origin of the nickname comes from. And I said, well, hasn't Drake been canceled? Or has, people don't like Drake anymore? And he goes, oh, well, still a great nickname.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's good.
So Curry the chef.
I didn't mention it yesterday when we were talking about it. How about this nickname? Dr. Duncanstein.
Dr. Duncanstein?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's, oh God, why can't I think of his name? Play for the Jazz. Oh God, why I think of his name?
Mark Eaton?
No, this guy was a high flyer, and he went to Louisville, I think.
Daryl
Griffith. God, I just couldn't remember that.
See, but actually, that's a great sign of a good nickname. The fact that you know the nickname, but you don't know well, I guess it's a nickname. Like, we don't call him Irvin. Call him Magic.
Oh, Magic's great.
We call him Magic. Yeah, like
Magic's pretty good. Let's go. I'll squeeze Mike in Santa Clara in here. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
First off, Steiny, you're never going to leave the station, man. We're not going to miss you when you're gone. Station needs you too hard, and I don't even know what Guru is going to do if that ever happened. He might lose his mind.
Hey, appreciate it.
Just wanted to. I actually had a question for you guys with the Giants. Especially seeing what happened today. With the 9-3 win and everything. I think the bats are okay going into the second half. My question to you guys is, after the trade for Devers and everything, I definitely think that we still need another starting pitcher in the rotation. Robbie Ray, Logan Webb are not going to get it done with just the two of them. Yeah, you got Roop there, but then, the whole birdsong thing happened. I was just curious, what level tier pitcher do you think that, Buster in the front office should be looking at? If you actually have names in mind also, like what tier pitcher should we go after if we were to look at another starting pitcher? I just think that's like our biggest need right now is another pitcher that we can give those guys a little bit more rest or at least a little bit more, confidence that the rest of the rotation can do it. So just wanted to throw that to your guys' way. Thanks.
Well, I do think you're going to see one. Not this week and next week. And Goo's been on him because he plays for the team that he enjoys. It's the Pirates, and it's Mitch Keller. I think that one thing that Posey has, and we can get into more on the other side, but I think Posey is trying at this deadline to do something that Farhan could not. And that's not just find a player, but you can acquire people at the deadline that you're going to use to build around in the future. Like, Devers is not just going to be here for a year or two. He's here for 8. I think that Keller, who's someone that's controllable, like maybe not him specifically, but somebody under team control, that's who Posey is looking at. And I think the caller is absolutely right that a pitcher would be fantastic for this team. But it can't be a rental. To me, that's not what Posey is looking for. If he trades for an arm, or for anybody, frankly, it's somebody that he believes can help the Giants this year, can help the Giants next year, and for the next couple of seasons, because that's where I think Posey and his experience comes into play. Like, Hunter Pence was a midseason acquisition.
Right.
He ended up becoming a great Giant. There are examples of players during their championship run that they acquired via trade, and the ones that were rentals, you don't really hear about too much. They didn't provide that much impact. But guys that can become a part of the Giants, those are the ones you want to aim for.
All right, 888-957-9570. One more segment, and then we get to the crossover. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And if you're wrapping up the workday like me, let's flip that mental switch. Let's unwind. And when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka, N-U-E. New vodka, American-made, 7 times distilled for that crisp, clean taste. And you want that in your go-to drink. New is smooth, it's versatile. And it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar at your favorite spot. Real quality with New. No fluff, no pretense, just great vodka that doesn't make your wallet hurt. And what we say is no velvet rope needed. Hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes and make sure you try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. Those are game changers. Remember the name New Vodka. That's N-U-E. It's not just my pick. It can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax, make the right call. Grab New Vodka. That's N-U-E. It's in stores now, or head to newvodka.com to find it near you. Hit me. What's the word stiff in Spanish?
All I know is yo tengo nosotros.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And Guru on his way down to L.A. with the fam. How you doing? How you feeling?
Great, man. You know, actually, it feels like the first day in San Francisco, like the city, that hasn't just been totally gloomy for like the last week.
It's been a little bit strange in the city. Yes, it has.
Been kind of representative of the Warriors' offseason. Just the same, but not a lot.
What's going on with Kuminga, you think?
Nothing.
No, it's not true. There are a lot of reports out there.
Which, you know what? Hey, Steiny.
You want me to go through some of them?
Sure. Which one
heck yes.
Yeah, in order of which one you believe.
Well, the first one makes me laugh.
Okay, what's that one?
Dwayne Rankin of the Arizona Republic.
Well, you don't have to bury him before you...
I got to give credit.
Oh.
No, I mean, it's legit, but it's kind of funny. Dwayne Rankin of the Arizona Republic reported that while the Phoenix Suns have interest in acquiring Kuminga, they are unlikely to land him because they lack the draft capital and assets to deliver in what would be a sign and trade with the Warriors. He also reporting that the Warriors won a first-round pick in return for Kuminga.
Is that the part that you laugh at?
No, it's the part about, well, they want him, but they can't get him. Huh.
I mean, I think that's the whole reason nothing's happened, is because every team that wants him can get him.
Marissa Myers of the Right Way Sports Network suggested the Atlanta Hawks should be taking a look at Jonathan Kuminga to pair alongside Trae Young.
I thought they just got Nikhil Alexander-Walker and Kristaps Porzingis.
Well, you can never have too many good players.
It's true. Kongwu.
Per Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report, the Warriors do not have enough interest in Nikola Vucevic to make a deal centered around him and Kuminga. In this Sports Illustrated trade idea, what would you think about this? The Hawks receive Nick Richards. The Suns receive Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. And the Warriors receive Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick swap via Phoenix. I would do it.
Well, it's a pick swap.
No, I mean, I would do the... Yeah, I know. But I would do the Grayson Allen.
Yeah, I don't think I would.
Really?
Yeah.
Royce O'Neal? Nothing? Under this scenario...
And I mean, Allen's fine, but you're also getting rid of Moody. Like, you're
right.
losing a trade chip and you're losing a starter for two decent guys and a... Like, if you're telling me that pick is unprotected, maybe, but no, it's a swap. That doesn't do much for me.
And under that trade proposal, Kuminga would have to sign a 3-year, $54 million deal, which is $18 a year.
Yeah, that's not what he wants. I don't know. Like, Steiny, it's... honestly, you know what I'm ready to do? I'm ready to re-sign him and tell him to sit out until they can find a trade.
Interesting.
Like, because he's not going to be happy there. And it doesn't... I don't get the feeling that they... If they could trade him, they would. They just don't think that anything is out there that's worth moving off of because he's their last trade chip. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, what do you do? I ask you, what do you do?
I don't know. I really don't at this point. There's stuff out there that we don't know, but I think we can draw some conclusions. And one is, I don't know if there's people out there that would say that's not true, Steiny, but I don't think he wants to be here. I don't think Kuminga wants to be here.
I don't either.
Okay, so if he doesn't, like, that to me is the most crucial part of this, If he does not want to play here, then I kind of don't want him here. I don't want him here. I've seen too many seasons get derailed because of this kind of thing. Guy's unhappy and not playing his best and doesn't have his heart in it. That doesn't work. That's not how basketball works.
I don't think that's how sports work. One of the reasons I'm more optimistic about the Niners this year is because I believe they have players who are aligned. They don't have any distractions at the end of their first practice outside of an unfortunate injury to Cowing. But that's a part of the game. The Niners, to me, they're in as good of a spot as they can be. They don't have. I think the Jennings contract negotiation is going to get solved. With the Warriors, it just feels like there's a player that's stuck in limbo, and I also don't get the feeling the coach necessarily wants him back. That to me is where the beef is. It's between the coach and the player, and to me, he's not big enough or good enough for there to be a hassle. Especially if this is one of your last seasons to legitimately try and put together I wouldn't say a championship team, but a playoff squad. I don't want that being derailed by, God love them, by a sixth man of your team when you're at full strength.
No, I'm with you. It's possible he plays on that qualifying offer.
I agree.
I think it's possible. And again, remember, if he plays on the qualifying offer, he essentially has a no-trade clause. So
and then they're incentivized to play him because...
Yep.
Or, sorry, he's incentivized to try or to play because he wants to get a free agency offer next summer.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. Giants win today. 49ers start practice, and the Warriors... right now are pretty idle. There's no doubt about it. The 49ers, again, they started practice this week. Oh, I know what I wanted to tell you. I ask you.
Okay.
There's a story on ESPN, NBA related, where the guy wrote about the biggest mistake that each NBA team has made over the last 5 years.
Okay.
What do you think the Warriors' big mistake was?
Wiseman?
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of low-hanging fruit.
Do you?
Well, what else qualifies?
Extending Draymond. Trading Poole.
Yeah, but that had to happen. Or you had to choose between one of them, but... if I could take back the punch, sure, that might be something, but... You had the second overall pick and you blew it. That's the most franchise-altering decision the Warriors have made. I know you're not the biggest fan of Draymond, and some people at the station aren't either, and I get it. But missing on James Wiseman is something that is set. That's the reason why they're here.
See, I'm not as harsh on the Warriors about Wiseman because I don't think it was a good draft. Now, they made a mistake. But to me, Halliburton and even LaMelo Ball, they had three guards.
But even if you took LaMelo and you didn't want him, you could have traded him. That's something that's a value. That's an asset. Again, you didn't get anything. You didn't get a player. You didn't get an asset. You didn't get production outside of a lost season. The best thing that James Wiseman helped the Warriors do, and this might sound harsh, is be bad enough to get an extra first-round pick the year after, which I think they used on, I don't know, Kuminga was the Minnesota pick, so that might have turned into Moses Moody.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That's his biggest contribution.
The idea of I mean, yeah. Obviously, if they had it to do over again, they'd probably pick Halliburton. But I never hold it against a team that doesn't draft a guy that doesn't go for another 10 or 11 picks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think the pick would have been Ball.
Yes, exactly. That's why you're right.
And to me, that would you would have been in a much better spot right now with LaMelo Ball than choosing James Wiseman.
You'd absolutely be in a better spot. I wonder how much better, though.
Well, again, if you didn't think that LaMelo was going to amount to anything, you could have used him as a trade chip. You could have traded him.
Yeah.
I mean, also, he's what, 24?
Oh, he's young. He's young.
You know, I think they're like between him and Poole, you might have had some overlap, but it's I don't think it impacts. Maybe I'm out of bounds here. I don't think it impacts their chances to win the championship at 22.
Oh, I don't think so either.
Like I think they still win that title.
To me, the move, looking back, was to trade the number 2 pick in a deal for Miles Turner. That would have been the move, I think, and it wouldn't have wowed a lot of people, and I think there'd be a lot of people at the time that didn't like it. But the way that draft has shaken out, that was the move. And
yeah.
And Okongwu is a guy I love, but 2 was a little too high for him, apparently.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the choice to me was between Wiseman and Ball, and they chose the wrong one. And like, who knows? It might not have worked out anyways. But to me, if you're asking, what's the biggest mistake they've made in the last 5 years? Again, you may not like Draymond Green, but choosing to give him a contract that you've now figured out how to, kind of come to a graceful enough end with because it aligns with Curry and Jimmy, that's not even close to being in the same realm of a mistake as the number 2 overall pick.
You know what? I forgot that was the pandemic year too. That made it a little trickier.
Yeah, no, it did. I mean, it's probably maybe it's one of the reasons why the Niners took Trey Lance, because they weren't able to look at him in person.
It's a good point.
I'm just saying, it's like a lot of teams made bad. Was it Joey Bart that year for the Giants? I mean, I know that it was like Bart, Wiseman, and Lance. Which one's going to pan out? Which one do you have the most faith in? None of them. And I don't know. I mean, to me, the Warriors have definitely made mistakes, and a lot of it has been due to their inactivity, their unwillingness to maybe pull a trade off or pull the trigger on a trade. But as far as choices that they were, maybe forced into, like that's the biggest miss. I mean, there were more players in Kuminga's draft, but that was the guy that we had heard from the beginning of that year that they were pretty fixated on. Like, Kuminga was their dude.
Right.
I think Wiseman people were less sold on. I don't know.
Yeah. You hear what Draymond Green said? What?
No. I kind of have my earmuffs on.
It's funny because when this happened, I thought, it's a little strange. But then Draymond thought so too. Anyway, I just
want to go home.
That's too much for me, Adam.
I'm tired.
He was highly critical of the Mavericks shutting down Cooper Flagg after 2 Summer League games.
Now, this is kind of interesting.
Yep.
Now, why was he critical?
He was critical because the perception out there is that players are the sole determinant of load management. And I think what Draymond
they don't want to play, basically?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think Draymond is using that to say, no, it's, teams bubble wrap guys too much. That's kind of what I heard him say. Like, stop thinking it's always us wanting to load manage when the reality is if you feel like you got a great asset, then the organization almost will load manage you because of that stature.
I I would push back on that. I mean, I think that the people we're accusing of load managing are players that are 10 years into the league, at least on teams that are competitive. You know, like the Jazz to me are in a different category. They load manage marketing because they don't want to win. Last year, the Spurs probably had incentive to shut Wembanyama down because he was dealing with something serious. But before that, he's getting load managed because there's not an incentive to win. I didn't see the Oklahoma City Thunder load manage their players this year. I didn't see the Indiana Pacers load manage their players much this year. Halliburton dealt with injuries even before his Achilles, but like the best teams don't always load manage their players. I think the teams that do it are like, you know, the Clippers, because you got to preserve Kawhi. The Warriors, obviously.
Like, who's the youngest player who gets load managed? It's probably Markkanen.
No, I was going to say maybe one of the Celtics dudes.
Yeah.
Tatum.
I mean, we're going to have to get used to it this year, I think, coming up on the Warriors season.
I mean, you would think, but I didn't think that Draymond was going to be able to play 65 games last year, and not because I thought he was going to get suspended. I thought he was at a stage in his career where he's going to play closer to 50 than 60, but to his credit, he did.
Does the fact that Curry and Draymond played a good chunk of last season, does that make you think one way or the other how this year's going to go?
Sorry, what?
Last year, I mean, all things considered, Draymond and Steph were healthy, and they played, I think, up around the maximum number of games you want them to play. Any lingering wear and tear?
No, I mean, they need him to play as many games as he can. I remember last year we were talking about, Curry shouldn't play back-to-backs, and then he had, the Achilles? No, not the Achilles. He had tendonitis, right? Bilateral knee tendonitis.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was confusing him with McCaffrey. So bilateral knee tendonitis. And then the moment that he was all right, he started playing back-to-backs again. I think that's kind of how you have to play it. If guys are available, they got to play, and if they're not 100% or they're at risk, then you try to load manage them. I mean, like the Warriors, I don't think are in a position where they can just load manage guys to do it. I don't think they're that good. I mean, they were a 7 seed last year.
Were they?
Literally, yes, they were.
Right, literally.
I'm
just saying,
they made the Western Conference semifinals, Steiny.
I know. Well, what I'm saying is some people might think they're better than a 7 seed because they were with Butler. And I don't think that's unfair.
No, but I think if you load manage this team, you're still looking at a 7 or 6 seed, maybe a 5. I mean, to crack the top 4 to me is going to be really hard.
I agree.
In that conference, if we were talking about the East, it'd be different. But the Warriors' goal next season is to get to the playoffs healthy. And I actually thought they did a pretty good job at that last year. They just unfortunately broke down once the postseason started.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Especially with Jimmy Butler playing a full season here. It'll be very, very interesting.
What do you think?
About what?
About what you just asked me.
What was it? I forget.
How the Warriors...
I was listening to you rather than remembering my past question because when we started the show, you said you don't
Well, I
listen.
feel like you've been asking me a lot of questions.
That's what I do to do.
Yeah, but it's taken me 3 hours and 36 minutes to figure out that I just got to start ping-ponging these back at you.
All right, what's the question?
How are the Warriors going to approach this season with their older players?
I would kind of set a goal for each of the 3 players, Butler, Draymond, and Steph. And to me, the number is 65. Can you get all 3 to play 65? I think that would be enough. That would be enough to keep them out of the play-in. If they're clicking and they're relatively healthy, 65 games to me would be ideal because I think it's obviously 17 less, which I think is 20% almost of the season. But you still have them in the lineup enough that you can win games without one of them. And then I guess the last thing would be you don't want to overlap guys missing games. Like you only want one guy to be hurt at a time or load managed at a time. And you want to have the other two guys playing. That would be my goal. Evan has the voice of that strict professor you don't want to see when you walk into your first day of class. Yeah, that's why you don't sign up for his course.
I can't help it. It's not my fault. It's just who I am, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Well, I rub people the wrong way.
Oh, that's not true.
I just do.
Me.
I just do.
Yep. No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Tell that to everybody I meet. It's not my fault. It's just the way that I look at the world.
You are the kind of professor that students would try to stay away from.
See, you say that, but I'm actually a pretty easy grader, I think. I grade on a curve. Well, people are mad at me because I'm not holding Brock Purdy's feet to the fire. So maybe you do want to take my class. A 10-7 year is good enough to get an A.
What would you teach?
What would I teach?
Yeah.
Probably some sort of history, because I'm good at that.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You know nothing about history. That's what
just because I didn't study Latin.
That's what you and I go back and forth about.
Sports broadcasting?
No. Can't you tell I never went to one?
That would be me, and I'm tenured. Trust me.
You would never be able to teach a sports broadcasting class.
You're tenured. That means they wouldn't be able to get rid of you if they
You guys
wanted
are kidding, aren't you? I mean, you're absolutely kidding.
Mark Willard teaches a sports broadcasting class. That makes sense.
Where did he go on his honeymoon? Do we know?
I don't know.
Jamaica.
Okay.
Really?
I love it because I know this for a fact. The Odyssey app does not work overseas or in Mexico. Did you know that?
So producer Carter told us that he went to the same place that Carter went to on his honeymoon.
Oh, that's not what I was getting at.
That's also not something I would have picked.
What I was getting at is, let's be honest. Mark Willard and I are at the same university, and we teach the same course. Come on, guys. People are coming to my class. You know it. Come on.
Actually,
they're signing up for my class, not Willard's.
No. They would sign up for your class, and you would let them down. I think you're pretty strict.
I have rules.
I know, and you don't bend them. I think that Willard is a more flexible teacher than you would be. Now, that doesn't mean he's a better professor or a better teacher, but I do think that, again, like the advertisement of Steinmetz's class is, hey, let's just go on and have some fun. Steiny's, he's kind of a loose guy. He's a
loose cannon?
No, a loose guy. You got to let me finish. Again, this is what people are signing up for. They're in the middle of their first public speaking in the class, and you go, no, that's not right.
You know who the first guest speaker would be, right?
Swen Nader? Hey.
Marcy?
It would be Goo.
Actually, I don't know about that.
It actually wouldn't. I would need... There you go.
Marcy's another good one.
I'm down on Marcy.
I've actually sat in on one of Willard's classes.
Have you really?
I was a guest speaker.
Why'd he get you?
Couldn't afford anybody else.
You got paid?
No.
He paid? Oh,
that's why he could afford me. No, I think he's pretty good.
I'm sure he is, actually. All jokes aside. We know he's
You would have favorites. That's probably the biggest issue.
No doubt. No doubt.
That
I do at this station.
I know, and that rubs people the wrong way.
You hate to see it. They'll get over it. All right. It's we got crossover coming up. That's Willard. Grandy and Dan Dibley coming up on the other side. And that segment, ladies and gents, was sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, crossover time. And let's welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Grandy. I'm Matt Steinmetz, and I'm along with Evan Giddings and the Giants.
Hell of a 24 hours, huh?
Have won 2 in a row.
Playoffs?
Justin Verlander gets his first win of the year. Devers hits 2 homers. And they're back.
You guys get your shovels out? Well, you got to dig them up, but I thought we buried them.
No, I didn't bury him. No, there's no burial. It's baseball. Like, you're a baseball guy. You played baseball, I'm told.
Yeah.
Although I tried to Google it, and I can't really find much on Evan Giddings at your various Walla Walla Wallas.
No, I was never in Walla Walla. But no, yeah, that's the game.
Willamette, right?
Yeah, but that's the game. Like, they get embarrassed a couple nights ago, and I think Bob Melvin undressed his team, and he did it privately the way you're supposed to do it. I think Willie Adames' message was a reflection of that, and they respond with a couple of wins against also a not so great team.
Right.
Like the Braves are not that good. So to me, the 6-game losing streak, you lose to the Dodgers, you lose to a really good Blue Jays team, and then you have a bad game. But to me, coming in here, assuming the season is over, or that they should sell and look to, that's not the team that this has been for the first 4 months of the season. They've been a roller coaster ride, and they hit, as Steiny, who's your guy? Sven Nader?
Sven Nader.
Yeah, they hit a Sven Nader, and now they're on their way back up. And I think they have an opportunity to come home and pick up some wins against beatable teams.
How did Sven Nader make it into the show? Sven Nader.
Evan was talking about the Giants.
He gets distracted easily.
Evan was talking about the Giants, and he talked about them possibly. They've already hit their Nader. And when I hear Nader, I think of Sven Nader.
Right.
Even more than Ralph Nader, quite frankly.
Yeah, fair.
Because I'm a basketball guy, of course. And then I went on to explain that Sven Nader didn't start at UCLA because he was Bill Walton's backup.
Right.
And yet he was still a first-round draft pick.
What, 7'3"?
7'3". He's Dutch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was Dutch.
John Wooden, he can just recruit him, couldn't he?
Yes, he could.
Yeah.
He also...
the guy didn't even play.
And you... Well, they had Bill Walton.
That's what you said. I'm just stating what you said.
No, it just goes to show you how much depth they had. That their 6th man was drafted. Of course, you guys remember Ralph Drollinger.
Who couldn't? Yeah.
Another backup center for UCLA. Of course, he eschewed the pros.
Oh, wow.
And instead played for, remember this team? Athletes in Action.
That's right.
Remember that?
Oh, my goodness. I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, hi, guys.
Well, I don't know what's happening.
Well, kids, what used to happen is...
It sounds like the Navy SEAL show where Dwight Howard is jumping out of helicopters.
In college basketball, you used to have preseason games against not really college teams, and Athletes in Action was one of them. I didn't know that he was an AIA guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And it had a religious overtone. I think they traveled and spread the good word. Pretty sure.
Was he capable of playing in the NBA?
I didn't know.
Okay, but he was capable of spreading the good word.
Another guy who was 7'3", though. So.
Okay, back to the Giants.
Yeah.
If you look at it in 2-week increments, their season has been a roller coaster. But also, if you look at just the middle big chunk, you take out the first handful of weeks when they were 8 games, 10 games over 500 or whatever it was, and what they've been of late, the middle of the season, which is the vast majority of their season, they've just been a 500 baseball team. Like they've just been 500 for the majority of the team. So like I guess it depends how we split it up. But the large piece of evidence suggests that this is a 500 baseball team. For the most part, maybe a little bit better. Now we'll see if they go on a run here. But the evidence to this point is a 500 baseball team, and you could easily say that they have issues that are cropping up now that they haven't dealt with at all to the season up to this point.
Yeah, but I think that they've proved that they're not a team you should sell. Like,
no, they're not going to sell.
No, but I think that they are a team that you could make a case should add. Like, they're not that far away from the playoffs, and the teams in front of them. Like, this is it too. If you look at the teams that are in front of the wild card, like all those teams have issues. The Padres have issues. The Reds have issues. You could make a case even the Mets. Their pitching's starting to get healthy, but they have issues. All of these teams have gone through ups and downs, and I think the Giants are one of those squads. They're not the Dodgers. They're not the Phillies. They're not
the Brewers.
Certainly not the Brewers. Although they're going to run into their own problems because apparently they're shutting down their rookie sensations. But that, like, you don't have to be one of those groups to sneak in. And to me, that's what the goal of this season always was. It was to challenge and to experience a postseason race. Like, the Giants have not been in a spot, I think, where the last couple of years entering September, you're like, all right, we got a shot at it. You've always been kind of floundering. And that to me was hopefully going to be the difference this year is you get your young guys, along with some of your veteran players, the taste of it. And then going into the following years, you can try and put something together.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's – I agree completely. And that's why, yes, you want to make the playoffs. You're going to try to make the playoffs. But this team's got to get into the race first. And look, did you hear my shout-out to Adames today?
I did not.
Oh. I feel
Do
like
it
It's
again.
about time.
Do it again, yeah.
I mean,
it's worth hearing again. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, just that you got to tip your cap to him.
That was it?
Oh, you finally tip your cap after almost 8 weeks of him being awesome?
Well, he stunk this year for most of the season.
Right, but it's been 8 weeks of him being really, really good.
I mean, you saying that you have to tip your cap is equivalent of a shout out to him?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
And the reason is because
I was waiting for him to say he's still hitting 231, but
even when I was down on him, and keep in mind, he and Devers are on my fantasy team, so I am tougher on them than the other Giant players.
This has been a big series for your
I
fantasy
know it
team, man.
has. Yes, sir.
Big day.
But no, like, seriously, he is pretty impressive. He's an impressive dude.
Adames.
Yes, because he is the kind of guy that if he goes 4 for 4 or 0 for 4, he's the same guy. He didn't hit for the first 2.5, 3 months of the season. He was the same guy he is now that he's gotten hot. Clearly, he's a leader, a big-time leader, and now he's starting to hit. But what I like most about the fact that he's hitting now is the way he handled the first half of the season. I mean, he's a great teammate. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you guys were talking earlier about maybe what Bob Melvin said behind closed doors and undressed the team. I would imagine maybe that Adames wasn't a part of that conversation, but Adames felt the same way, and maybe he had a conversation with some of the players as well himself. I mean, he almost said as much after the game on Monday, perhaps before any of that even happened. So I'm with you. I mean, it's you want the dude to hit 300 for the whole year, but it is pretty impressive. When you are going through your biggest struggles in a new place, when you sign the largest contract in team history and still be that same guy day in and day out, that means something. That's important to have in the clubhouse.
And it means a lot, too, that on Monday he comes out and talks to the team, as does Bob Melvin, because Monday was an embarrassment. The way they played, the sloppy nature of it, the way they gave up runs. And so, yeah, you come back, you bounce back, and the bats get hot, and Verlander today was good as well. So that's the way you have to respond if you're a good team.
Well, thank God we got Verlander a win. I mean,
right?
It's about time. He's like, seriously, you cannot send a Hall of Famer out on a 0-win season. In fact, that would have made me more angry at the Giants than anything else. That you get this guy. Like, in a way, I was starting to wonder if Posey was setting up Verlander because he got him in 2012. he basically ruined the best potential moment of Verlander's career in 2012. No, Pablo Sandoval did. But then he brings him onto the Giants just to embarrass him in the final season. Like, that's not that's not very nice.
No, that's classic.
Take $15 million. We're going to embarrass you, Justin.
262 wins. Everyone will only remember 0-10.
He's not 0-10.
Not anymore.
No,
he was 0-8.
Yeah, stop.
Well, he was on pace.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
17th start of the year, first win. Congrats, JV.
So what do you think they're going to do with the pitching? Like, how do they get around Birdsong?
Well, apparently they're going to staff it. Like, I thought that Seymour might have gotten the 5th spot, but he threw out of the bullpen the other night. So I think they're probably going to do what they've been doing, which is throwing Spencer Bivens to the wolves.
Oh, boy.
I mean, that guy's had to eat so many middle innings this year. What, he threw 28 and then 52 pitches on back-to-back days? I mean, in Little League, we would call that a crime. But
and back in the old days, we would call that par for the course.
We're not in the old days anymore, Steiny.
No, but I'm just saying.
Well,
you ever heard of Mike Marshall?
Oh, I got something for you. No, I haven't.
Well, I'm sure I know why, because it's history, and you don't know baseball history.
Wow.
106 appearances out of the bullpen for the Dodgers. Mike Marshall.
I think Tyler Rogers is on pace.
106. No, he was on pace for 80. He's pitched in half the games. Marshall pitched in 2/3.
Did you hear about this? So this is old school.
Nice guru sniff right there. That was awesome.
Maybe you like this old school thing that happened. In New Jersey, apparently there was a state final for a 12 and under team offseason. A kid bat flips in the semifinal on a home run that wins his team the game to put him in the state championship. And you know what your old school baseball organizations did back in New Jersey? They suspended the kid for the state final.
Absolutely.
Because he bat flipped on a game-winning home run.
I would have plunked him too. Am I right, Steiny?
Yeah.
Ask a 12-year-old to dot him.
Yes, exactly. Just don't ask Birdsong to.
I mean, what are we doing?
What do you mean?
You can't suspend a kid
if
for
you
a
don't
final.
teach kids when they're little, they'll never learn.
All they do is see Major League Baseball players throw bats 20 feet into the air.
I thought you said these were 12-year-olds.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because you said something about major leaguers do it.
And
these are 12-year-olds.
And you think you'd be a good professor.
I'd be a great one. I would be a great one.
And this is where people that come in your class would not be getting as advertised.
Yes, they would.
They think you'd be lenient, but you won't.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed.
Can you read that from that far away with those readers? Impressive.
I could do it without them.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
Nice, Steiny.
Yeah, you were locked in. And speaking of 12-year-olds, we've got West Menlo going for the Northern California title tomorrow. So they would go down to maybe represent the West if they can win one more tournament and be in the Little League World Series.
That's sweet.
What happened to Petaluma Little League? Are they out?
They're out. Yeah, they got knocked out. Petaluma National. And I was wrong about Torkelson. He actually played for the Little League that I played for, Petaluma Valley. Petaluma Valley.
Really?
Not Petaluma National, yeah. Spencer Torkelson was a Petaluma kid, and he was like the one guy on his Little League All-Star team who was really good, and then Petaluma National actually went all the way to Williamsport.
I was up in, speaking of that, I was up in that neck of the woods. I went up to the Flamingo in Santa Rosa.
Okay.
They're still not done with 101 North.
It's a nightmare, Steiny.
It's unbelievable.
Boy, he's from Windsor.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you're talking right now to Grandy's...
the Novato Narrows.
Yes.
They've been a nightmare for my whole life.
Now,
it's like 580.
I will say this. It looks like they're going from 2 lanes to about 17 lanes.
Just give us the third lane now. We can get the rest of it later,
please.
Please.
It is so big. Like, it's almost like going to be 5 lanes up there at some point.
2 to 3.
Is it?
Yeah, just 2 to 3.
When's it supposed to be done?
Probably 2038.
Supposed to be done a decade ago.
Was it really?
No, I don't know. Feels like it.
Well, and the real crime is that when Bart actually started, the North Bay said, nah, we're good. We don't want Bart. And so we could have Bart, honestly, if we were a real...
Thank you.
If we were a real area, there'd be Bart all the way to Windsor. Shout out Windsor and even beyond. There'd be Bart to Livermore. There's not. There'd be Bart to San Jose.
San Jose
almost is.
Wrap around.
The whole, like, all four, like, corridors, you'd have Bart.
Agreed.
And if you go to New York, I don't know if you guys have been to New York City, but you can get on that little subway. And famously, I way back went to Coney Island, which, if you ever go to Coney Island, that thing is way out there. And you get on the train, and it's about 37 stops, but the subway goes there. It would be akin to going to, I don't know, Stockton. It is that far out there.
Yeah.
You get there and you get off the train, it's like, what the hell am I doing here?
So you're
This
telling me
was
I
a
could
mistake.
take Bart to 49ers training camp?
Yes, absolutely.
If we actually had a... Well, you could take Caltrain.
Put
And I
it
love
this way.
Caltrain. Caltrain is awesome.
Put it this way. Have you ever been to London?
No.
Okay. All public transportation in any American city must answer to London. London's got the greatest public transportation of all time.
Even New York?
I think it's better than New York. And the reason I say that, Evan, is because they have two things. They have the trains that stay in London, obviously, but pretty big around London. And then you can go to stations where get on a train that'll take you to Liverpool, like other cities. We don't have that here.
New York has that. Like, yeah, you go to New York and you go
You can
to...
take a train to Boston.
Exactly. You can go to Piscataway.
Or Philadelphia.
You go into New York.
That's not the same.
Are you familiar with Grand Central Station in New York?
You're talking about
It's the bathroom here at
Acela.
Odyssey.
The Acela, like, starts in D.C., goes to Philly,
Sure.
New York.
Sure.
Right. That's
Right.
not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you're in New York City and you're able to go to Cleveland.
You can take a train all the way down. You can take a train all the way down the West Coast.
How far do you think?
I'm just telling you, you can take it. First of all, you can take a train from London to Paris.
I can take a train from Portland to L.A.
Yeah, Amtrak. I can go to Sacramento.
That's where,
I've
that's
done
where-
that train ride before. Takes
so
forever,
so
but
is my daughter. That's where my daughter was proposed to.
on Amtrak.
On Amtrak.
Yeah.
On Amtrak?
Yeah. Yep.
That's
Cool.
so awesome.
Yeah, that's...
Did they meet there?
In the bar car?
They met at Cal.
Oh.
But Teddy wanted to do it this way, and she told everybody they were going to do it, and it was special.
That's awesome.
I love it. An
Congrats to them.
Amtrak proposal. That's pretty solid. And now
they got it
they're
going.
like Yeah.
They are married.
1 for 1.
Yep. There
Well,
you
we'll
have
see.
it.
I meant Amtrak. I wasn't talking about.
Oh. Like, you can't go 1 for 1 until death does them part.
Okay.
Wow.
yes.
Technically.
Jury's still out.
Exactly.
Is that what makes a marriage a win? Because, you've been married and then you aren't, and I've been married and then I'm not. I'm remarried. But at what point does a marriage become a win? Because I put in a good solid 23 and 24 by the time I got through all the damn paperwork. But does that not constitute a win?
No, it's a win. It's a win because...
Is it a quality start?
Oh my God, yeah. And the reason is because
Or is it a Verlander?
I'm sorry, you guys.
because even out of a relationship that doesn't go perfectly, you may bear a child, and that
Or two, yeah.
that child is a gift. Like once the child makes it, what'd you say? A success,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, depending on the child.
It's like Verlander and Roop the last 2 days. They got wins, but they were not quality starts.
Right.
They didn't go 6 innings.
No, but I mean,
They got
who
the
goes
win,
six
though.
anymore, right? And the quality start has gone the way of the dodo bird. And I think I asked either Buster Olney or Tim Kirkshin. Well, that's a great question about are they going to eventually move the win threshold to 4 innings? Because we talked about Verlander, And he
barely got through 5 today.
Well, in Verlander,
a miracle. Honestly.
I thought about this year, like he is our last hope for 300 wins.
There's no hope left.
Well, now that he's
37.
I mean,
T-minus 37 now.
Right.
He's 42.
But he's not 37.
A young 42.
My point was that we're not going to ever get a 300-game winner again unless we move the threshold to 4 innings. Oh, that's a great question.
Boxer and Gerson work attorneys.
Hang in there.
Is that on the wall somewhere?
Injury attorneys text line. The Boxer and Gerson.
They're saying Tokyo.
Work injury
Tokyo's
attorneys
got the best
line.
public transportation.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I've never been there.
So we should go.
It's funny about Tokyo. Yes. If you want to do a YouTube dive on Tokyo and rush hour and the train, they have people who are like the train helpers who will push you in with a stick to make sure that they can get the maximum amount of people on the train. They literally have...
They heard you?
They heard you, but with like a... like one of those window cleaning squeegees, they will squeegee you in to the train. So yeah, the train goes everywhere, but good luck having your own personal space. You won't.
Man.
Cattle.
Well, I mean, rush hour on BART's kind of similar.
It can be.
Not anymore.
Can be.
Not anymore. So
go ahead.
I was going to ask if you wanted to steer this train back on the track.
Well,
no, I mean,
I'd
not
like
really.
to, and I'd like to come down your road because you pissed me off about 4 times today, Evan. I don't know, what happened to you this morning that got you in such a bad mood, but your whole thing about the Niners window, it's closed, and the fact that the Niners can't win the Super Bowl, you bum me out, Evan. What's wrong with you?
I thought I was more optimistic on the Niners than Steiny today, but apparently not.
No, Steiny said if they make the playoffs, you got a shot. And you said, even if they make the playoffs, they've got no chance. They've got no chance.
I don't look at them as a Super Bowl team.
Man.
Is that fair?
No, it's not fair. And
Why?
It hurts me. It hurts me. What if they get the number 1 seed? If they go 13-4?
Yeah, I don't see that happening. And I could be wrong.
All right.
I'm willing to admit that I could be wrong. But do you think they're going to go 13-4 this year?
They're more likely to go 13-4 than they are 4-13.
Yeah, what about 7-10?
Oh, they're more likely to go 10-7 than 7-10.
I agree with that.
They're more likely to go 12-5 than they are 7-10.
I disagree with that.
Okay. I mean,
that's a good one though.
I look at 12-5 and I think, 11-6. I would go ahead and rubber stamp 11-6 right now. They will not win fewer than 11 games. This team.
Lock it up.
We could bet on that. I would take that bet, yeah.
What is the number's got to be 10.5.
It is 10.5.
Right? It's got to be, yeah.
And for me, it's not a slam dunk over, but I look at the schedule, and we can play the schedule game all we want. And, the schedule that you have right now is not the schedule that you eventually will have. You know what I mean? Like, the opponents that they're going to face based on last year, they had a 410 winning percentage. And the teams are actually going to either be better or worse than that. But I look at their opponents this year, and their schedule's a joke. It's a joke.
It is unbelievable.
So is your confidence in the Niners about the Niners or about who they play? Because those are 2 entirely different things.
It's both. And I look at a coach who has proven he can do it, and I look at a team that's got in their starting 22, you've got 4 Hall of Famers for sure, 2 other guys who are really good, and, a bunch of other players who I believe in. And then you look at the schedule, and not only the opponents, but the stack. The way the schedule is stacked is mostly, I think, very good.
Yeah, but, to me, I guess I would rather bet on the team than the schedule. There's no doubt that the schedule absolutely helps them. But you heard from the head coach yesterday, they're going to have to fill 6 to 8 starting spots. And to me, if you could find 2 or 3 guys that all right, we got some dudes. That's a good rookie class. That's a good result. I'm not assuming that all 6 of those spots, or even 8, according to Shanahan, are going to be filled with guys that aren't potential problems. And I think that was a big reason that last year they fell off the track was, number one, they were injured, but they had no depth. And the players that stepped in to fill those roles were not very good, in which they still have a few of those on the roster. So, looking at Like, I think that I believe that they can make the playoffs. But, again, my point was simply that every year, just because you're in the playoffs doesn't mean I look at you as a Super Bowl team. Like, how much faith did we have in the Minnesota Vikings last year to win the Super Bowl? And I think they were the 2 seed. No?
Right. I mean, more than Pittsburgh, and you guys threw out Pittsburgh as an example, and, you look at Pittsburgh, it's like, yeah, you're in the playoffs, but kind of barely. And Minnesota, I thought, was a team that, you might have action.
I actually thought Minnesota could have some action, too.
Oh, really? Okay, well.
But then I realized...
And then Darnold started seeing ghosts.
Then I realized it was Darnold and not Kirk Cousins.
Well, he was also one and done.
Well, Darnold was great in the regular season, and then the playoffs came around, and he could not throw the ball away in time.
Yep. All right. Okay. So,
see you tomorrow,
guys,
Steiny.
Yeah, you guys have a great time bringing it home.
Yeah.
And Giants off the schneid.
Uh-huh.
And keep it locked on 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
We're not in the old days anymore, Steiny. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Willard and Dibs. No Willard, though. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. Dibs, what a difference 24 hours makes, huh?
Right. 2 games, 2 wins, 18 runs.
Woo!
I mean...
How many home runs? They hit 3 today? How many did they hit yesterday?
2 yesterday, right? I mean, they're back. They're all the way back.
All the way back?
World Series or bust.
Is that what you think?
I mean, yes, but no. I mean, yes, because that's what we do in sports radio. We react to new information, but no, because it's baseball. And if you think about the road trip, they went 2-4 on the road. You got swept, and then you got embarrassed, and then, yeah, you won 2 games, and so the flight home right now, and I'm sure they're already in the air going from Atlanta, and it's kind of cool that they have an off day tomorrow, so you get to land and chill and family and whatever, and then you
Mets.
get the Mets come in. Whatever, the Mets, that's fine. I mean, Mets,
a good team.
Mets, they're a good team, and I don't even know if Ken's in there. I'm trying to
ignore him.
Exactly, but yeah, you've got that on Friday, so the reality is you went 2-4 on the trip. So are you back? No. You went 2-4 on the road trip. You got swept in Canada, and you gutted out a nice 2 out of 3 against Atlanta. But the one thing that does make me a little bit enthused is Raffi Devers.
Oof.
Hello, Raffi. Welcome to the Giants.
2 home runs today, including one that was about to bounce on home plate. And he golfed it out down the right field line.
That was crazy.
That was incredible. That was like a Pablo Sandoval home run. Like, you don't see many dudes that are capable of hitting a ball like that out. It goes to show just how strong he is, because that was no lower body in that swing. That was one hand. I'm reaching down trying to get it, and he somehow hits it out. I think he hit it like only 93 miles an hour off the bat. I have to dive into the analytics. The percentage of balls that are hit 93 miles an hour off the bat that get out, like, got to be 1%, if not less than that.
Right.
And then he cranked a normal home run the very next inning, a 3-run shot that put the Giants ahead 6-0. That was what turned out to be the winning run, as it all comes at the end. 9-3 was the final score. That was runs 4, 5, and 6 for the Giants. He was also really good yesterday. Had a couple of hits, including a double and an RBI and a run. He played his first ever game at first base last night. DH today, but he was talking post-game last night, Dibs, about how playing in the field helps him at the plate because it just allows him to take his mind off of struggles at the plate or just the plate in general, whether he's going good or going bad. Just don't think about it. Relax. You go into every at-bat, with an easier feeling. And the other thing is, if you're struggling, Dibs, and you're playing in the field, you go 0-for-4 with a couple of strikeouts, you don't commit an error defensively, you still have a feeling like, hey, I contributed to the team today because at least I didn't boot the ball around. I made a nice play here and there. I stretched to get an out, whatever the case is. Playing in the field, as long as you're not messing up in the field, can only be a good thing for a hitter trying to get off to Schneid.
Right, and I think about Elliot Ramos today where he made a great diving catch in left field, and even whether or not he contributed at the plate or not, he did that. And for him right now, that's big to be able to be in the field and actually, not only not make mistakes, but make big plays. And Verlander wasn't shaky, but he did walk 5 guys, and it was
the first couple of innings were right. Oh my God, is he going to even get through 3? Is he going to get pulled in the first?
Right, but he got through it, he got around it, and he allowed no runs and
only 1 hit.
That's right, and the Giants were able to get around it and give him some offense, and they got the win. So when you look at the last 2 days, yeah, you're much more enthused, but I look at the overall road trip, 2-4, and you had to have a team meeting to kind of shake things up, and it worked. And so we've seen it before where you've had team meetings, you've had trades, and you've shaken things up, and it's actually worked. But now come home and show me that what you've done over the last 2 days is something that can be sustained.
Well, yeah, 888-957-9570. I think we said it during the crossover. The Giants season has been, especially of late, a bit of a roller coaster. And the Giants, they hope that they just found their latest low point and that they're now on the upturn and are beginning to climb towards the top of a hill. But just how much do we think they're going to climb? How much did these last 2 games over the course of the last not even 24 hours from start of the game yesterday to end of the game today, we're talking about like 20 hours worth of time where there's 2 baseball games in there and it's a 9-0 win and a 9-3 win. How much does that change your mind, your opinion of what this team is and what they're capable of? Because the one thing that potentially we might have done yesterday, Dibs, and by we, maybe me, maybe I overreacted to just the absolute most embarrassing display of baseball I've seen in a long time. Bottom line is that was just a single game. It was the 6th consecutive game that they had lost, and they hadn't been playing good baseball in those previous 5 losses either. So there's plenty of reason to be concerned and worried. Not because I think the Giants are suddenly the worst team in baseball, but because they're not even close playing up to their standards. But what does 2 games do? How much are 2 games, 2 really nice wins worth? 18 runs in the last 2 days. And now quietly, of late, Dibs, 6 runs, 5 runs, 9 runs, 9 runs. That is 29 runs over their last 4 games. You have some signs of life from the offense, but when they put it all together, the last 2 games, just how much is that really worth? It's going to be hard for me to forget how ugly that 6-game losing streak was.
Right, and you said 29 runs in 4 games, and you went 2-2. So that, for me, becomes the bigger thing to talk about where, Hayden Birdsong, he was unable to get an out, a singular out, and he got sent down to AAA. And so, the offense was there, and, you had some runs, but you still got the L, and you mentioned 29 runs, and you were 2-2. So Verlander, he looked better-ish. I mean, the control was an issue, but he was unhittable. He walked 5. He gave up 1 hit. Landon Roop, I do think, has gotten to a spot where not only do you rely on him, but you can you can't bank on any pitcher, as we saw from Logan and Robbie Ray in their 2 starts coming out of the break. But Landon Roop is a guy who you can say, you're here, you're in the rotation. Verlander today was a little bit shaky, but he was mostly unhittable. But for me, it comes down to, all right, now who's going to be your 5th starter? And that's where I think about Carson Wisenhunt. And maybe it's time in a week or 2. And I know he hasn't been great in AAA, but you need somebody to come up and start. And it's not Hayden Birdsong. So I do think that when you look at the upcoming week or 2 weeks and you got the deadline in 8 days, you need another starter to come here and shore up your rotation.
Birdsong's spot in the rotation is Sunday versus the Mets because it'll be Webb and Ray Friday and Saturday versus the Mets, and then that would be Birdsong's spot. But they do have Thursday off.
Right. So they could be Roop, right?
Yeah, they could just skip that spot in the rotation entirely. I think if they don't do that, there is a possibility they go to an opener, and with today's off day, they're going to go into that Braves series relatively open in the bullpen. They're not going to be terribly winded, although they have had to eat a lot of innings of late, including today and yesterday when Roop and Verlander each only went 5 innings. Like, that's still 4 innings in both of those games the bullpen had to cover. That they did bring some arms up to help them. Carson Seymour and Sean Jelly. Jelly pitched both yesterday and today. Yep. Seymour closed the game out yesterday to save some of their other and their more high leverage arms. So maybe they go to an opener, but if it is not an opener, Dibs, and if they don't just skip the spot, there will be another roster move. Like, Jelly and Seymour did not get called up to take Birdsong's spot. They got called up, as we've seen, to eat innings now.
Exactly.
Because the bullpen is winded. They're taxed.
And Jelly today gave up 3, and you know it was 9-0, so it didn't matter. But, I mean, it was whatever, but they were 1 or 2 more big hits away from, like, oh, God, do we need to, wake up Tyler Rogers and wake up Doval from their slumber? Because 9-0 got to 9-3 in a hurry.
Yeah.
And it was, okay, all right, Jelly, let's go ahead and, get us out of this because, this is getting a little bit uncomfortable. So you're right. It's not going to be Jelly. It's not Seymour.
I mean, it might be. That's just not why. If you're not making the move when they did for Birdsong, you're making the move when you did for right now.
Right.
Now, those guys ultimately could be the guys that take Birdsong's innings. We'll see.
And you're right. But they made the move right now because they needed people to come up and actually get people out. And so
they couldn't get through this series without them.
And Birdsong is in a spot where he needs to have, a month or maybe longer to go down and figure it out and get comfortable and come back. But if you're looking for a 5th starter, for me, it's not Jelly. And I guess it could be Seymour, but that's a big ask of a guy to come up, and now, you're in the rotation. So I wonder what they might do if it is, somebody that they want to go to, like Wisenhunt, if you bring him up, and he has not been terrific in AAA, as Dave Fleming told the guys on the morning roast. But that would require a 40-man roster move. But, you mentioned it. You can skip it, and you can push that thing a little further out, and maybe you actually make a trade between now and the deadline, which is 8 days and 36 minutes.
Yeah. Coming up the 31st. So that's Thursday at 3 o'clock Pacific time.
Week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. So, we're getting there. And I wonder if they would make that sort of a move to bring somebody in. And again, that would require a 40-man roster move as well.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they were to bring a starter in. I don't think they're shopping in the expensive aisle at the trade deadline. I don't really see how they have the ability to do something like that. My only point with the roster moves that they made is just because Wisenhunt wasn't called up because Seymour and Jelly were called up ahead of Wisenhunt does not mean that Wisenhunt is not going to be the guy to potentially take Birdsong's spot. Now, he might not be, but I would not use the roster moves from yesterday as a reason to believe that because, again, those roster moves were made to get them through this Atlanta series. They don't have to answer the Birdsong question for a handful of days, and it might be for another week until that spot in the rotation comes up again. Now, you're right. Dave Fleming was asked by the Joes on the morning roast yesterday about Wisenhunt or about AAA in general, and essentially Dave said something along the lines of, it would be great if he was forcing their hand, but he's not. So it was not a glowing recommendation from Dave Fleming, but the Giants might not have a better option, and maybe that is where they turn to. The other thing, though, Dibs, about skipping the spot in the rotation is then you're getting more appearances, more innings quickly for Landon Roop, who's already approaching a limit. Or not a limit, but his career high.
Right.
And who knows exactly how the Giants are going to plan that one out, because if suddenly Landon Roop falls off a cliff or they can't pitch him anymore, then they got a major problem on their hands.
Right, because you're already down a starter because, you realize that Hayden Birdsong was going to struggle, and, Verlander today was good enough to where you keep throwing him, and, he gave up the 1 hit and 5 walks, and Verlander's a guy that you're not going to move off of unless it's a total, absolute calamity. So you're going to have him, and he's going to eat innings. He's 42. He's done it for long enough to where, you hope that he can be good Verlander as opposed to what he's been most of the year this year, which is bad Verlander. So if Roop is a guy who runs up against that limit, well, then you do have real issues.
Yeah, we'll see. And as far as it relates to Verlander, they don't have any other option but to keep throwing him. They don't have the dudes to fill another hole at that spot. So it's going to keep happening, I think, for a while, even if Verlander struggles after his good start today. All right. We're sponsored by Frontier Ford. Time's ticking at Frontier Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit disappears soon, and our huge inventory of Mustang Mach-E's is ready to roll. Over 60 Mach-E's in stock, all loaded with tech and range. Don't wait for the deadline. Grab yours now. Save $7,500 and drive electric today at Frontier Ford. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. More next here on 95.7 The Game. today, Dibs. He won the Giants this baseball game. He won them the game. He hit the tie-breaking home run to go ahead 1-0 after, it was scoreless for a while. And then Chapman followed up and hit a 2-run homer, 3-0 Giants. The next inning, Devers at the plate again on a 3-2 count, 3-run homer deep to right center field, 6-0 Giants. Giants ultimately win the game 9-3. He hit the two biggest hits of the game, and it was not single-handedly, but games where you hit 2 home runs, you drive in 4 runs, you score a couple of runs yourself, you had multiple balls off the bat above 100 miles an hour. That's who Raffi Devers is, and that's why you acquire someone like that, because he can nearly single-handedly win you a game, not just every once in a while, but like he gets on a stretch like he might be entering into right now. He could win you 2 games in the span of like 4 days, just based on how good his bat is.
Well, and if you look at what Adames has done, Adames has been this player for almost 8 weeks, and it even prompted Steiny to come out and, tip the cap, the virtual cap tip from Steiny. And it's been almost 8 weeks now that Adames has been kind of the player that you thought that you were going to acquire. So if you get Devers to be that, and then you add in either Chapman or Ramos or somebody else, and you get a real middle of the order that is, starting to pop. And Devers is better than what he's been. We all know that. And it takes time, and maybe it was the ballpark today. I don't know what the circumstances were, but he came out and he did the thing. And you can give him credit, and I also give Verlander credit. And we're watching the replay right now of, the game, and it's bottom 1, and there's two on, and Verlander's out there grinding, and he's able to get through it. I know it's spoiler alert, he didn't give up a run, but the way he went about it today was shaky. But as a veteran, when you can do that, as opposed to Hayden Birdsong, and I'm not going to continue to throw dirt on the poor kid in his career, but he got into a similar spot 2 days ago, and it totally got away from him. And this is where you have a veteran, and I'm looking at it, and Verlander just walked him loaded.
Yep.
And still, I know, spoiler alert, they don't score. The pitching coach comes out, he gets the out they needed. And so that combined with an offense that it does actually have the potential to be live and potent, and you saw that today and yesterday.
Yeah, no, and they've now scored 29 runs in their last 4 games. And speaking of Justin Verlander, by the way, his brother, Ben Verlander, is going to join us in 20 minutes here on Willard and Dibs. So Ben Verlander, if you're big on Twitter or X, you probably, and you're a big baseball fan, you probably see him pop up there. Very active on social media, also on Instagram, hosts the Flippin' Bats podcast with Fox. Talk to him about Justin Verlander, his brother, getting his first win of the year, also about this Giants team in general, and everything that they've been going through of late, how terrible they have looked at times, but still, what is the fair expectation for this team going forward? How about this? You were just talking about this, Dibs. This comes courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The 925 writes, Raffi will now be back to Pac Bell Raffi, 210, tons of strikeouts. He's only a hitter's park guy now. I guess at this point, we don't have a ton of evidence to suggest that he's going to keep raking when he gets back home. We'll find out on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and beyond. But Rafael Devers is the kind of hitter, Dibs, that when he's going right, there's no park that will minimize his bat. Maybe it's fewer home runs at one park versus the other, but there will still be tons of extra base hits and RBIs.
And really, for me, it's about the contact and the exit velocity and, loud contact and all the rest of it. And you saw today where the one that he golfed out was probably maybe a fly ball out at Oracle Park.
I'll look up how many ballparks that's a home run at.
Right, and I love the StatCast numbers on that, because that was one of those ones where you just kind of golfed it, and he didn't really crush it, but it goes out, and it's in Atlanta, and it counts as a home run. But if you get to Oracle Park, the second one that he hit for a home run, that's going to be a home run just about everywhere. So for me, it's not even about the ballpark, or, you get to Colorado and, fluky stuff, or you get to Arizona, same thing. But can you get loud contact? Can you get some at-bats where you actually, groove it, you barrel it up, and you actually, look to do a little bit of damage.
That home run by Raffi Devers, and if you missed it, it was in the 5th inning with 1 out, nobody on base. Breaking ball below the knees. It was like less than a foot away from the dirt, and he managed to golf it out. He hit it 92.5 miles an hour off the bat. It went 357 feet, and believe it or not, Dibs, it was a home run in 23 out of 30 ballparks, including Oracle Park. Part of the reason at Oracle is because it's very short down the right field line.
309 or whatever.
And he golfed it out, so it was enough to clear that 24-foot high wall over there in right field. So it actually would have been a home run at Oracle Park. Now, the one thing that this does not take into account is carry factors and, if it's a night game at Oracle or a day game or whatever it is, just based on distance and the flight path of the ball, that's a home run at Oracle Park as well. But it was not like this giant, amazing home run. Now, his next home run, the 3-run homer in the 6th, 101.7 off the bat, 410 feet, and that's safely a home run in every single ballpark, Dibs. So he has a swing that is ballpark proof. Now, again, it might, if he plays at Coors versus plays at Oracle, will he have different numbers when it's all said and done? Yes, of course, but he still has the kind of bat that can be effective. How about this, Dibs? Also from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. A different 925 writes, the Giants are 1.5 games behind the last wildcard spot. I think people are overreacting, and the Giants will eventually edge into the postseason. That's not a crazy take by any stretch of the imagination. I said yesterday if I were to bet, I would bet against the Giants making the playoffs, but I don't think it's an obvious pick one way or another. It would still be incredibly disappointing to me personally if the Giants were to miss the postseason. But there's no doubt, Dibs, that the way that their bats have been going of late, it gives me a lot more confidence. I just have concerns now elsewhere. It's kind of like you're playing whack-a-mole, and you get one, but something else pops up, or you got a hole in your boat, and you cover one up, but then another hole springs. And you're just trying to fill these holes all over the place. Now the bats are working a little bit because Adames is hitting good. Ramos has been good the last 2 days as well after he struggled at the plate a lot of late. Devers, we know what he just did. You have a little bit of momentum going on here offensively, but we got concerns on defense. We've got concerns in the pitching staff. We got concerns base running. So it's almost like one step forward, but at the same time, maybe a step or two backwards as well.
It could be, but you look at the offense, and if the offense can be what we saw the last 2 days, and you mentioned 4 days, but you went 2-2 over the course of those 4 days. So I just think about today, and you didn't even mention the Raffi Devers single, which was 114 miles an hour. So he had 2 homers, and then he had a single that was actually hit harder or hit faster than the other 2 home runs. And Bailey had a double that was 110 miles an hour, and Ramos had a ball that was absolutely scorched. And so you start to look at the offense. If they can all lock in, or as my daughter would say, yak in, because L's are Y's, then you can see an offense that can carry a pitching staff that doesn't have a fifth starter right now and has Justin Verlander, who just finally got his first win, and Landon Roop, who might eventually hit some sort of a wall. So if your offense can be what we think it might be able to be, then some of those other issues get mitigated.
The Raffi Devers single that you mentioned, 114 miles an hour off the bat. All games in baseball today, and today is getaway day for a lot of teams around the league, so a lot of day games that are already happening or have already ended, much like the Giants. Raffi Devers, 114 mile an hour off the bat, that single in the first inning. That is the hardest hit ball of the day across all of Major League Baseball.
All right. Yeah.
And that's a single anywhere you are. That's a hit. He's on base. Doesn't matter where you're playing.
No doubt. And he had 2 home runs outside of that. Yeah. So, you think about Raffi Devers, if he can start to be the player that they expected when they traded for him, and Adames has been great now for almost 2 months, and you start to sprinkle in, other players who could potentially be good and start to lock in, and then this lineup becomes what we thought it might be.
Okay, so Raffi Devers obviously hitting the ball much better now, and it's a small sample of him hitting the ball really, really well. But considering who he is and who he has been in his career, I don't think it is crazy to assume that he's going to hit the ball pretty darn well the rest of the season. Now, not that he's going to hit 2 home runs every single day, and he's not going to single-handedly win you baseball games all the time. But I think it's a relatively safe assumption to assume that he's going to be a whole lot better than he has been up to this point for the rest of the season. Okay, so that's one piece of this. We could be a lot more convinced about Devers, Dibs, but you still got these questions elsewhere. I mean, how much are you buying into what Verlander can do the rest of the year? Yeah, he got the win today, 5 innings, 1 hit, no runs. Like, you'll take 5 shutout innings every single day, but as you just mentioned, walked the bases loaded in the first inning, walked 2 other batters. It was not easy. He had to labor through it. Now, credit to him for clearly not having his best command and his best out pitch and still putting up zeros 5 times. That's impressive in and of itself. But we're talking about a guy who in his 17th start of the year just picked up his first win. This is not as if suddenly the Giants now have 4 locked in, I feel great about all 4 starters. That spot's still a pretty big question, isn't it?
It is, and I think the whole thing is a big question, and it's, Logan and Robbie Ray, they've been good. They were shaky last time, but you would definitely pen them in, maybe in Sharpie, as guys that you can rely on. And Landon Roop, I still think, is a little bit of a wild card as we get into August and September, and he gets up to 130, 140, 150 innings, whatever that number will eventually be. And Verlander, even though he got his first win today, has not been lights out. The ERA goes down. The whip, walks and hits over innings pitched, that probably goes up because, he walked 5 and he gave up just the 1 hit. But
I think 6 base runners in 5 innings, that actually probably his whip went down.
Right. But, I mean...
more so about who he's been than who he was today,
right,
though.
And he's not been that sharp, and then your number 5 spot in the rotation is a big question mark. We don't know who it's going to be. So I do think when you look at that part of it, you've got more questions than answers. But if the offense can start to be an offense that you have to worry about, then I think you worry less about the pitching staff because you're not relying on winning 3-2 all the time anymore. If you've got Adames hot and, Chappie plays like he can, and, Raffi Devers, he's not going to hit 2 home runs every game, but today he showed exactly the kind of player that he should and could be.
Bob Melvin postgame today on Justin Verlander's 5 innings.
We know it every time he goes out there, and guys try extra hard, and for whatever reason, it just hasn't worked out. And for him to be able to get through 5 after throwing upwards of 40 pitches close in the first inning, I mean, there's some toughness involved in that. A lot of heat out there. He knows that bullpen-wise we're a little beat up too. To get through the first was huge for him, and then he ran pretty good after that and gave us 5 and got a win, and it was celebrated pretty good in there.
Yeah, that first inning was a mess. In fact, here is Bob Melvin talking about how close Verlander specifically was to being pulled in the first.
Man, I didn't want him to throw 50. I was willing to let him throw into the 40s, but 50 would have been too much.
And he finished, 41 pitches, I think it was, in the first inning.
Wow.
Could you imagine if he got pulled in the first inning, Dibs? Could not get out of the first inning. That would have been the second time in 3 days the Giant starter could not get out of the first inning. That would have been an absolute disaster, and I'm sure we'd probably be singing a little bit of a different tune right now. The fact that he was able to battle back from that and get the Giants 5 shutout innings, it's a big reason why. I mean, we're seeing a lot of it on the text line right now as well. There is more confidence. I just want to be careful, Dibs, of not overreacting because, yeah, Devers, great, and Verlander, congrats, you got your first win, and I'm sure that feels great. And Bo Mel said there was celebration going on in the clubhouse after, as there should be. You have to enjoy these kinds of moments, but this isn't suddenly a team that has their entire pitching staff figured out and now is one of the best offensive teams in baseball. I'm still looking at this team as like I'm still kind of unsure of who you are exactly as a baseball team because you've been, for a lot of this season, opposite of what you say you're trying to be as a pitching and defense and base running team. We haven't seen that consistently.
No, and base running has been kind of a nightmare, and the defense has been mediocre at best, and the pitching has been great, but you need to have more of that consistently in order to win. And the other piece of it is the offense. And, you play in Atlanta, a place that it's very hitter friendly, and you play against an Atlanta team that doesn't have a ton of great pitchers, although Strider is a great pitcher and you were able to get to him eventually. So that gives you a little bit of encouragement knowing that you went up against one of the better pitchers in the NL and you were able to get the offense going. But I think about coming back home and you've got the Mets, a team that is a very good hitting team, and you're going to throw your two aces, Logan and Robbie, in games 1 and 2, and you hope that they can kind of keep the Mets at bay. But when you come to this park, it's tough for everyone to score, and so that puts a little bit more pressure on your pitching staff.
What do you buy the Landon Roop rest of the year conversation? Because he was obviously very good yesterday, and this, like, the last 2 games, I take away. I mean, I got questions about Roop, I got questions about Verlander, and I got questions about Devers. What we saw from those 3 dudes specifically in these last 2 games over the last 24 hours, how confident does that change our confidence in that trio specifically going forward? I think for Devers, for me, it's yes. A hitter like that who has seemingly broken through his slump, I expect that to continue. With Verlander, I still got a question mark. With Roop, I still have a question mark, Dibs, because, he only threw 5 innings. And he could have kept going. His pitch count wasn't such that it was time to take him out. But the Giants are at a point, Dibs, where he has now thrown 101 in the 3rd innings. His career high as a professional is just over 107 innings. So he's 1 start away from essentially matching his career high in innings pitched in a single season at the professional level. Not at the big league level, but just at the professional level. He's been great. And what he did yesterday was amazing. 5 shutout. You absolutely needed that from him. He was your stopper, and he's your least experienced pitcher other than Birdsong, although probably also as inexperienced as Birdsong is, and he was the guy to do that. So on one hand, it's amazing. Giants needed that. That is a clutch outing. Landon Roop, you get a round of applause. But on the other hand, Dibs, I'm trying to read between the lines, and the Giants taking him out after only 5 innings, that might be a sign that they're trying to limit the innings that he throws the rest of the season.
If you look at his whole year, 5 innings has been his average. He's only gone more than 5 8 times in his 20 starts. And so 5 innings is about what you'd expect from him. And I'm looking at pitches thrown, and he threw 87 pitches in yesterday's game, threw 5. So could you have put him out there for 1 more? Probably, but his 87 pitches, that's right about where he's been all year. He's only thrown over 100 pitches 3 times. He threw 101 in 5 innings against Philadelphia. He threw 100 against Philadelphia, coincidentally, in 5 innings, and he threw 104 against the Dodgers in 6 in that loss that they lost 2-1. So if you want to talk about pitches, not innings, and I do think that pitches is more indicative of where you want to have a guy sit. The majority of his games have been between 75 and 90, and so you get to 87 and you get out of 5 innings against Atlanta. That's going to be it. You don't want to throw him back out there, and so going forward, though, as you mentioned, innings and his limit, you've got another, 10 starts you want him to make? 11 starts, maybe 12, based on
somewhere around there
how it's going to be. So he's going to go by the innings limit. I just wonder about the pitch limit, and if he's only going to go 5 innings, well, that's going to put the bullpen in many spots under the microscope.
Yeah, I pulled this from a couple of weeks ago when he was on with you and Willard, Landon Roop. This was back from July 8th. You guys asked him if there's been any conversation about a potential innings limit. Landon, you're approaching your career high for innings pitched in a professional season. Any conversation? This was again a couple of weeks ago. Here's Landon.
Yeah, that's been a popular question as of recently. But as far as I know, we have not talked about it at all. At least it hasn't been brought up to me. So my plan is to stay healthy, get in the training room, get in the weight room, work out, and just stay healthy and be able to go out there every 5th day and help these guys and our team get to a playoff.
Now, that was 2 weeks ago. A lot can change over the course of 2 weeks. But as of 2 weeks ago, no one in the Giants had come up to Landon Roop and said, hey, we got a target level of innings that we're trying to get you to, and then we're going to have to adjust the plan. Now, maybe that conversation had happened and Landon Roop hadn't been involved in it at that point. Maybe it's happened since then. But that's partly why, Dibs, I'm not totally sold on Landon Roop just being the guy every single fifth game the rest of the season, because we're in uncharted territory, and it's why I'm still not entirely sold that suddenly these last 2 games just fix all the problems the Giants had.
They don't fix it, and I also believe that, a pitcher at his level, you can certainly extend beyond what you're normally used to throwing. He's going to be 27 in September. He's not a young kid, and so every year that you pitch, you try to extend them over what their previous high limit was in terms of innings. So I think somebody joined us and said, I don't know if it's 30 innings more than what you've done or 40 or more, but they can extend him beyond what he's ever pitched before. And the fact that he's 27, I think allows you to maybe think about 150 innings safely or maybe even more.
Yeah, well, they're going to need him, much like they're going to need Verlander, because I don't know what else you can turn to at this point. All right, speaking of Verlander, his brother, Ben Verlander, joins us coming up next. Flipping Bats podcast with Fox. We'll talk about Justin Verlander with Ben Verlander and this Giants team as a whole. That's what's coming up next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
A rare one that was missed by Rodgers, but Adames cleans it up, throws out Baldwin.
Justin Verlander. He did it.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Get a shower. Get the boys fired up. It's going to be a nice flight that you're going to be on.
263 for the great Justin Verlander today. 9-3, the Giants win the season series 5-1 against the Braves.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And Dibs, it's not just any win. It's a series winner on the rubber match. It's a Justin Verlander first win of the year, win number 263 in his career. And it means the flight back to the Bay is a happy one. Big day for the Giants.
No doubt. Big day for the Verlander family and big day for Justin where, you did a lot in Detroit. You did a ton in Houston. You come here and you've been waiting. I've been waiting for a win like you. And you finally get it in Atlanta. There you go.
17th start of the year, he gets his first win of the year. And he's had a number of outings that he deserved to win, but he had to wait all the way until July 23rd. And speaking of the Verlander family, joining us now on the River Islands guest line is none other than Justin's brother, Ben. Ben Verlander with us here on 95.7 The Game. Ben, great to have you. Thanks so much for taking some time. It's Grandy and Dibs with you. Big day for the Verlander family, huh?
Big day, that's right. It took a while, but we got there. It feels great.
5 innings, 1 hit, no runs. It was not easy. 5 walks. He had to really fight through those 5 innings. Just how much did it mean to him to finally get that win in his win column for the first time this year?
Yeah, it's just a massive weight off of your shoulders. As you mentioned, he's thrown well in games that he's deserved to win, and there's obviously been starts that haven't been so great. But for it to get to this point, obviously there's a lot that goes not your way throughout the year. So to have a game where you ultimately don't give up any runs, I don't think it was his sharpest start of the year, but you don't give up any runs just to hit, and then the offense puts up, I think it was 9 in the end for you. It's a good day for him, obviously, a weight off the back, but it's a good win for the Giants when they desperately needed it.
Desperately. I'm coming off yesterday, and Grandy and I were talking about a 2-4 road trip where when you think about a 2-4 road trip, you think, oh, what a letdown. But the fact that they won back-to-back games with 9 runs in each feels definitely better. And, for your brother, it's got to feel like a little bit of a weight off his shoulders. Not that he has much pressure, right? Because he's going to be a Hall of Famer, first ballot most likely. But the burden of being on a new team and not being as good as you've been, how much would that weigh on him?
Yeah, it does. Obviously, I think I was superstitious for the longest time about saying he's a Hall of Famer. I wouldn't say I have much to worry about anymore. He's a Hall of Famer. He's accomplished so much in his career. But that doesn't take away how important steps along the way are for him. And he wanted to be a Giant this year. He wants to perform. He still believes he can. The stuff he has still shows he can. It's been a tough year. So, although he's accomplished a lot right now, his focus is on the 2025 Giants, and it just hasn't worked out to get a win so far. So especially, it's a good ball team, and to have it take this long isn't what he was thinking, but we finally got there. And as you mentioned, it is a huge relief. It's a huge weight off your shoulders. And I'm excited to see his next couple starts now. Just a breath of fresh air, really.
Yeah. Ben Verlander joining us here on Willard and Dibs. You can hear Ben break down everything baseball related on his podcast, Flippin' Bats, available wherever you get your podcast. You mentioned, Ben, I think both you and Justin feel like this is a pretty big or a pretty good ball club. No doubt they have been going through some struggles, but if we were to zoom out and take the Giants as a whole, and you look at Raffi Devers now with this team and struggled a lot as a Giant so far, but 2 home runs today, has been hitting the ball better. How do you view the Giants as a whole, particularly in the National League wildcard race?
Yeah, I think it's been an interesting year. They came out of the gates blazing. It's
largely a good year. Obviously, past few weeks, especially, before this 2-game winning streak, it's been a bit of a tough go. So it's all about getting yourself back under control, and they've seemingly done that. If you were to say at the beginning of the year, at the end of July, you'll be a few games, 5 games over 500 and right around the wild card bubble, a game out of a wild card, I feel like you'd feel pretty good about yourself. And then you have Raffi Devers on your team, who has really started swinging the bat well. It happened to him at the beginning of the year when he was with the Red Sox. Got out of the gates slow, was dealing with a lot off the field and all the drama over there. Got out of the gates slow and then became what he is, which is one of the best hitters in baseball. And now you have to deal with a trade in the middle of the year amidst all that drama and a new team, and you really try and perform. And now it looks like he's back to being the Raffi Devers that he has been his whole career. So, I think the Giants are in a really good place. You're about a game and a half out of a playoff spot. It's the end of July. You have Raffi Devers heating up in the middle of that lineup. You have Justin getting his first win off the Schneid now. He's back. So, I think you take where you are for sure, and now you go.
Is part of what gives you enthusiasm and, I guess, confidence is the fact that the National League is kind of muddled in mediocrity?
Yeah, I think, look, it's very top-heavy, at least so we thought. It looked like the American League was going to be the easier league, and I would say the National League is still stronger, but all those teams that we thought were going to be dominant in the National League are good ball clubs. The Dodgers are good, but they're really going through it right now. The Phillies are good, but they haven't been outstanding. Same with the Mets. So then you just look around and it's like, okay, all of these teams are seemingly having a chance. There's the juggernauts, and then there's that tier below, which, look, I think the Giants aren't yet. I don't think they're quite on par with the roster that maybe the Dodgers have or the Phillies have, but they're in that tier for the conversation of playoffs. So you look around and you think, absolutely. I mean, are they better than the Padres? They can be. Are they better than the Cubs or the Mets or the Reds, who are right behind them? I think the National League is wide open, and that might not have been the case coming into the year like we thought it might be.
Ben Verlander, brother of Giants starting pitcher Justin Verlander, with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, host of the Flippin' Bats podcast. You can find it wherever you find your podcasts. Ben, you played college ball, you played minor league ball, you've been in a lot of baseball clubhouses in your life. I'm curious, when things are going terrible for a club, like it had been for the Giants, and particularly Monday night when their starter doesn't get a single out, when their defense is letting routine balls drop and letting Acuna score from first on a single, when everything you can think of is going wrong, what is it like to be in a clubhouse in moments like that? And a team meeting, a players-only meeting, a come-to-Jesus moment, any of the above. What's it like to experience that? And 1 win, 2 wins, how quickly can things change from as bad as it could possibly be to maybe a team getting on a streak?
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, it changes everything. It sucks coming to the field every day. Everybody's a little more down in the dumps, and the road trip hadn't been good. You sort of see the standings, and you see where you were a month ago, and you feel where you are now, and you feel like it's every day. There's 162 games. It can get monotonous. So winning helps everything. It helps to keep moving along. And when you're not, it can really bog you down. And I can't overstate the importance of finishing a road trip with 2 straight wins, your new acquisition that's supposed to be one of the best players in baseball, finally turning it on and becoming a stud like he is. And then the old veteran pitcher coming on board and getting his first win. And then you hop on a flight back home and salvage at least an okay road trip. Man, I can't tell you how quickly those vibes change. It was a tough go of it, but to win those final 2 games and the way they did and have the players that did step up, and now you get on a long cross-country flight back home, and then you get an off day, and then it changes everything. So it's not just winning this one ball game. It's the couple in a row. It's how it was done, and now it's just the whole vibe changes. You celebrate in the locker room today. I remember I played with Willie Adames in the minors. I remember talking to him I went to the game in Anaheim months and months ago, and I remember talking to Willie then and him saying, man, we just can't get Justin a win. And I know the offense was feeling it and was putting pressure on themselves. And for it to happen, I guarantee you there was a celebration in the locker room today. And to carry that celebration and momentum onto the flight together to head back home to your home and to your families and your home ballpark, man, I can't tell you how high vibes are right now.
So the celebration, and I know that a lot of times there's a shopping cart and there's condiments and there's a whole variety of substances that get put on to the pitcher who gets the win. Your brother's 42. Does he have the countenance and the disposition to allow some of these whippersnappers to celebratory haze him like that?
I think at this point, absolutely. I think this was such a relief. We haven't spoken on the phone yet, but we were texting back and forth a little bit. So I'm excited to hear what the celebration was like. But look, at this point, you take every celebration you can get, and he's one of the guys at the end of the day. He doesn't want to feel like the 42-year-old guy that's supposed to, coach everybody and teach them along. He wants to feel like part of the team. And today he got the team a big win. The offense stepped up for the second day in a row. And I think whatever they wanted to spray on him in the locker room was probably done.
If you could cancel out one of the following, ranch, mayonnaise, mustard, or ketchup, which of the four would you least like to be smeared with in a celebration?
These are the questions I was preparing for this whole interview. And
I was hoping so, Ben, because, that's what I do. I'm a little bit more of the off-the-beaten-path guy.
Yeah, those are all ones that I would have. I don't shy away from any of those. So if I had to pick one, I guess I would say mustard. I don't know. I'm a big ranch guy, big ketchup guy, and I forget the other one you mentioned. So I'm going to go with mustard.
Yeah, mayonnaise can linger now. I mean, mayonnaise with the egg factor, that can stick around now for a while.
Well, good point. We didn't talk about, is there a refrigerator around to keep things fresh? We didn't have that conversation.
Ben, that's a great counterpoint there. Absolutely.
Ben, one more before you get on out of here. I'm curious what it means specifically to Justin, because so much of the talk about, well, he hasn't gotten the win just yet. He hasn't gotten the win just yet, and he finally gets it today on July 23rd. He's now sitting at 263 career wins. And the way that baseball is going, he might be the last guy with the best chance to ever win 300 games in their big league career. Do you know how important potentially winning 300 games is to him? Is that something that he wants to hang around in the big leagues for a number of years more to try to chase down?
Yeah, look, I don't want to put words in his mouth for sure, but I do know what's important to him is continuing to do what he loves, which is pitch. And, he grew up idolizing Nolan Ryan, who obviously did it for a long, long time. And I don't think he's anywhere close to done. I know the numbers don't necessarily say he's having a great year, but the stuff is still there. He still loves to compete. And of course, that number 300 is in his brain. You could potentially be the last pitcher to ever do it. He's still wants to pitch for a couple of years, so I do still think it's a possibility. And what's important to him is going out every fifth, sixth day and competing still. He loves to compete, and if that number's in the future, then we'll see where the cards fall. But you know what they say, you can't get to 300 without getting to 263, and we got there today.
Yeah, Nolan Ryan, 27 seasons, by the way. So Justin's going to have to pull himself up by the bootstraps. He'll have to pitch until he's 49 to get there.
You never know. You never know. I mean,
you never know.
He came off Tommy John a few years ago, and everybody thought he was done because he was almost 40, and then he won a Cy Young Award the next year. So, he continues to be as good as he is, no matter the age. And I'm excited to see what the rest of this year certainly has. The Giants are good, and what the future holds.
Yeah, we're excited for that as well, Ben. Ben, thanks so much for taking the time, and looking forward to hearing your thoughts as this Giant season continues to unfold.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, Ben. That's Ben Verlander, brother of Justin Verlander, host of the Flippin' Bats podcast. You can find it wherever you listen to podcasts. That was fun. Ben Verlander giving us a little insight into the 42-year-old Justin Verlander.
No doubt. And just looking at Nolan Ryan, he won 63 games after he turned 40. And I know it was a little different then because you had a lot more decisions. You pitched deeper into games, and so you had a lot more of those games that you were able to be a part of and deciding them. But the fact that Ben says it's something in his mind, and it makes sense. And, Grandy, you and I have talked a lot about the last 300-game winner, and this might be the last best chance because I'm looking at the current leaders. Verlander's got 263, and he's 42. And beyond that, you got to go to Max Scherzer, who's got 217. He's 40. Kershaw's got 216. He's 37.
Yeah, they're not getting to 230. Neither of those guys.
Or maybe 250 would be, I think, the outlier that would be the stretch for them to even get.
They're not getting
to that point,
Definitely
right?
not.
Well, and now it's so hard because even younger starting pitchers, you don't usually throw more than 6, and so if you only go 5 or 6, you're hoping your team has a lead, and you're hoping you have a good bullpen to be able to get to that point where you can actually get it done. And so Verlander might be the last hope unless they change the qualifications on how you get a win.
Most recent 300-game winner, was that still Randy Johnson with the Giants in 2009? Is that still the most recent? I think it might be.
It has to be. I'm just looking at the list right now, and it wasn't early win or Lefty Grove. And Randy had it after Glavine got his. It wasn't Old Hoss Radburn, was it?
That does not sound like a current name.
No, it doesn't. Anytime that your name starts with old
Hoss.
Right. Tom Seaver, Gaylord Perry, Phil Necro, Don Sutton, rest in peace. No, like Steve Carlton, Roger Clemens got his before the big unit got his.
Randy was the most recent, confirmed. 09 with
Are you
the
sure
Giants.
it wasn't Pud Galvin?
Who?
Pud Galvin.
I don't think so.
He got 365 wins in 15 years.
We talk a lot about the most unbreakable records in sports. It's probably the win record in baseball because Cy Young has 511 of them.
Yeah, no doubt.
511. Also, it might be innings pitched. He threw 7,300 innings.
That's it? I mean, he's mailing it in. Pud Galvin, by the way, rest in peace. He died in 1902, so it's not too soon. Pud Galvin was 365 and 310. The man lost 310 games.
The guy had 670 decisions?
Yeah, 675.
Oh, my God.
And 2 saves.
Wow. Wow.
He had 2 saves.
That's amazing.
Pud Galvin debuted at 18, and he went 4-2 with a 1.16. And then 4 years later, he actually came back and pitched for Buffalo. What were you? Were you in the Civil War? Where you been, Pud? What's wrong with you, Pud? Where'd you go?
Maybe you'd be the winningest pitcher in baseball history had you not, taken some time off.
In 1883, he started 75 games, and he had 72 complete games. Pud, I'm going to need you to get back out there, Pud.
Why do you think he got pulled in those 3 instances? Bubble guts. He had something going on. It wasn't his arm. It was something else that was happening.
He went 46-29 that year. 46, and that's like an NBA team. 46-29.
Wow.
Can you imagine a Warrior, like outside of Buttard, actually playing 75 games? Like Steph didn't, Draymond didn't, Jimmy didn't, Buddy did.
Pajamski didn't this past year because of his ab issue. He might this coming year.
Steve Kerr would have let him.
Oh, too soon.
It is too soon. Your boy Pud, he had a WAR of 20.5 that year.
Yeah, because he threw every inning for the team.
46-29. I mean,
my God.
Anyway,
what was his ERA?
That year it was 2.72.
Wow.
Pretty sturdy.
Wow.
Pud Galvin.
And he lost how many games?
29.
With a 2 ERA, he lost 29 games.
Right. And he completed 72 of them. So you want to talk about getting caned. This poor guy couldn't get any run support.
Just looking at the all-time wins list, we mentioned the three guys that are even in the neighborhood. Verlander now with 263, and we're talking about the three active guys. Verlander 263 now. Scherzer 217 and Kershaw 216. Do you have any idea, Dibs, who the active pitcher with the fourth most career wins is? And it's way down the list.
Yeah.
We're looking at 153 career wins for this guy.
153?
Fourth most active wins.
Oh, I mean, I have no idea.
He has not pitched this year. He's out all year with an injury.
Of course, because that's what happens now. Like, do you think Pud Galvin ever had Tommy John?
No.
Your boy Pud, he had no ligament, and he started 75 games. Like, these guys nowadays are so soft.
He's also apparently a cheater, by the way.
Wait a minute.
What?
Did the research on this. According to a 2006 NPR article, Pud Galvin was referred to as, quote, the first baseball player to be widely known for using performance-enhancing substances. Let me continue here. The Washington Post reported that Galvin used the brown sequard elixir, which contained monkey testosterone.
Hold on a minute. Time out. Time
the what
the
elixir?
Truck out. Monkey testosterone.
No, but what was it called? The what elixir?
Brown sequard elixir.
I mean, do they test for monkey testosterone?
What happened to the sport I love, Dibs?
What happened to the segment that I used to love?
Back in 1989, no one seemed bothered by it. No one batted an eye.
1889.
Yeah, you were about 100 years
Not
off.
1989.
1889.
I wonder if there is something there where modern pitchers would go to the monkey testosterone as the new elixir. I'm sure they don't test for that, right?
We're going to have to do a little bit of research here and figure this thing out. That is an amazing pull. By the way, the answer for the pitcher with the fourth most active pitcher with the fourth most career wins, it is Garrett Cole, 153. Fourth most active wins.
153.
Yeah.
It's not happening. Like 300 wins, it's not happening unless Verlander really loves pitching like his brother says, and he wants to do it for, and I'm not going to use this year, like he would need to pitch, 47 more years?
37.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he's got one win.
263.
But, I mean, honestly, if he wants to keep doing it and he is able to do it, Nolan Ryan did pitch very, very late into his life.
Yeah,
and
he did.
I mentioned it. He was, I think, 47 almost when he pitched for Texas, and he went 5-5 with a 4.88. So, I mean, if Verlander wants to keep doing it, keep doing it, kid.
We'll see. But again, our thanks to Ben Verlander for joining us. He joined us here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Time for a break. Plenty more to talk about. 888-957-9570. Plus, the Niners opened camp with their first practice today. We got a lot to talk about in relation to that. Plus, Kyle Shanahan joined Tim Kawakami for a sit-down conversation at length. You're going to want to hear a lot of the things that Shanahan had to say. We'll get to all that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Dibs and Grandy with you in for Willard on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. And Dibs, I promise we're going to get back to Bay Area sports talk.
I mean, if you must, right?
But the very end of our conversation with Ben Verlander, Justin's brother, who joined us last segment. If you missed it, you can hear it on the free Odyssey app. You can go back on YouTube and find it. Look for it wherever you get your podcasts. It will be up there shortly. Great conversation with Ben Verlander on the River Islands guest line. But we're talking about Justin's chase for win number 300. Today's win for Justin was the 263rd of his Major League Baseball career. Meaning he's only, 37 wins away from joining the 300 wins club. He has the best chance of anybody active to get 300, and he might be the best remaining chance in the history of Major League Baseball.
Right.
As a result, we were looking at some of the all-time winningest pitchers in Major League history, and one name, for whatever reason, Dibs, that you circled and you began to do a deep dive on was Pud Galvin, and then our fearless crack staff behind the glass dove even deeper into Pud Galvin and found out that he was baseball's first juicer, Dibs, the first performance-enhancing substance user, and he is in the Hall of Fame, by the way. But he has a unique story in terms of the substance that he used to help him, Dibs.
Okay.
He injected himself, or he got injected with what's called the brown sequard elixir, which refers to the self-experimentation conducted by a famous physician of the time. That's where it gets its name in 1889, where at the age of 72, he injected himself with extracts of animal testicles.
Wait,
Dibs,
what?
As a purported remedy.
Who is this, and what has he done with Grandy?
For debility and old age, leading to what he claimed was a rejuvenation in general. The concoction gained significant fame and was widely adopted by thousands of physicians in the late 19th century.
Right, because that's what I want to smear on my body. I want to find an animal and go ahead and do the double snip and mince it and smear it, and that's going to help me live longer. Spoiler alert, Pud, he died at 45. So I don't know how much of your monkeying around actually worked out. James Francis Pud Galvin, I'm kind of fascinated by nicknames back then, and I'm just looking at the career list of all-time innings pitched, and you've got Old Hoss Radbourne. At what point do you get nicknamed Old? And I assume that Hoss is his nickname. And there's another one, and I'm going to find this one because I want to make sure I get it right. There's Old Hoss Rodbourne, and there's a guy whose nickname was just Sad.
His nickname was Sad?
Yes. Huh. Let me find it here on the career wins list. It's Pud Galvin. At what point do you get nicknamed Pud? What do you have to do to draw the nickname of Pud?
We just found it out. According to Lucas behind the glass, he got the nickname Pud. Maybe it's pronounced Pud. I don't know. Because he made hitters look like pudding.
Okay. Makes sense. I love a deep dive from Lucas in the 19th century. I mean...
Oh, that is great.
Yeah, totally.
Deep dive.
I mean, this guy is long gone, but...
Can I read a portion of an article from USA Today about this to you?
About Pud?
About Pud.
Please.
And also his doping allegations.
Oh.
According to the Washington Post, I'm just reading from USA Today. Quote, according to the Washington Post, the mustachioed right-hander received an injection of the elixir, a concoction of testicular fluid apparently from dogs and guinea pigs, that was being touted at the time as the elixir of life. Galvin proceeded to pitch a 2-hit shutout in a win over the Boston Bean Eaters the next day. And here's a quote from a local newspaper. quote, if there still be doubting Thomases who concede no virtue to the elixir, they are respectfully referred to Galvin's record in the Boston-Pittsburgh game. The newspaper reported on August 14th, 1889, quote, it is the best proof yet furnished of the value of the discovery.
There you go. And, he's out there pitching 75 games a year anyway. So,
and a 2-hit shutout the day after he received the injection, Dibs. Coincidence? I think not.
I think not as well. And I think about like this modern day and age where, Verlander throws a gutsy 5 innings and it's like, yeah, huzzah. Attaboy, Justin, way to get through 5 innings. This guy started 75 games a year out of 154. So basically you had a 2-man rotation. Hey, Pud, get out there. I don't feel like it today. All right. Who else we got? And his name is Sad Sam Jones. He threw 3,883 innings. And I wonder at what point, do you get the nickname Sad? Maybe he is a guy who just cried all the time. But, the nicknames back then they were kind of lightweight bullying where, you got a nickname based on your overall demeanor. But the reason why we're talking about this is Verlander and can he get to 300? And it had me thinking about Nolan Ryan, who did pitch until he was 47. So if Verlander can go 5 more years, could he get to 300? It still is a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he'd have to win at a much higher rate than he has been this year, that's for sure.
True.
1 win in 17 starts. Giants are now, 5-12 in his starts this year. Obviously, for the Giants' case. And for what Ben Verlander, his brother, joined us. Justin's Verlander joined us last segment. And essentially what Ben said was, yes, the 300-win plateau means a lot to Justin, and he still loves pitching. He's going to do what he loves, and as long as he still loves pitching, then he will keep doing it. We'll see how long that lasts. But Ben, I think, also gave us a good answer, and I would imagine this is the way Justin feels. You don't, go out to a start today, his start in Toronto to begin the second half. You don't go out there thinking, I have to win this game because I need to get to 300 wins. You just go out there and try to do your best every single time out, and the wins will take care of themselves. At least that's the way that you should tackle it. And if the wins come, and maybe you can get to 300 wins. But if they don't, I guess my point, Dibs, is it's not as if this is the thing that's on the forefront of his mind 24/7 when he's out there pitching. He's just trying to get the dude out that's at the plate at the moment.
Right, and I do think that he still enjoys going out there and pitching because he's got enough money, and his wife, Kate Upton, who just gave birth to their second child, I would imagine she did well enough with her career to where she has enough money. So it's not about the money. And if it's about chasing 300, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons. And I don't think that he's doing it for that. I think he really just enjoys pitching, and he is good enough to still be out there trying to get people out. I mean, the stuff is mostly still there, and he's not dominant anymore like he was, a few years back. And Ben, his brother who joined us, talked about, he had Tommy John, then he won the Cy Young Award. And,
no one expected that.
Right, and even at that, though, that's now been, 4 years, 3 years? That was 2022 when he won the Cy Young. He was 18-4 with a 1.75 in Houston. That is an unbelievably dominant year. And, this year now you're 1-8 with a 4.6 or whatever the ERA is now resting at. So can he still go out there and be a major league pitcher? Absolutely. But can he go out there and win 37 more games? That might be tough.
Seems unlikely. If we were taking bets, I think almost everybody would say no. I think we would say no, Dibs, not because we think there might be a lot of people out there who think he's a terrible pitcher now, but the reason I say no is just because I don't think he's going to pitch enough seasons the rest of the way to get to that number. Say he pitches 4 more seasons beyond this one, maybe he gets, let's say, 3 more wins the rest of the year, and he finishes, or just say 2 more, 265, which means he needs 35 wins the rest of the year, and say he pitches 4 more seasons, Dibs, that means he's got to get, we're talking about 8 wins? Yep. 8 wins per season? And that seems like a pretty tall task.
It's a tall task for any pitcher, let alone somebody who's in their 40s. And I also think about the nature of starting pitchers. And, I'm going to pull up the number to get it exactly right. But I do think that of the Giants' wins barely more than half go to the starting pitcher.
Yeah.
And it's just because you don't go deep enough anymore where if you go 7 or you go 8, you can benefit from a late rally even if you're down 4-3 and your team gets you a couple of runs in the 7th or the 8th and you're still out there. You have a better chance of getting the win and you have a better chance of getting the decision. Nowadays, more and more, the wins don't go to the starter anyway.
Yeah. I think the other thing that Ben Verlander told us when I asked him about the, terrible stretch of play and how embarrassing, frankly, Monday was, and whether it's Bob Melvin that calls a team meeting or maybe there was a players-only meeting. Who knows? There hasn't been reporting of that, and we had a question on the Boxer and Gersten Work Injury Attorneys text line from the 650 asking, do you know who called the players-only meeting? I just threw that out there in the question. That there is no evidence that there was a players-only meeting. There was some sort of meeting, I think, with the whole team, Bob Melvin involved and included in that. But anyway, I asked Ben about how quickly things can turn around, and he was talking about the celebration of a moment like today where you can celebrate Verlander getting his first win of the year, and how just the act, Dibs, of getting a win and celebrating something, no matter how big, no matter how small, that can be something that just can immediately lift a team out of the depths of the terrible funk that you're in, and that could be like a really quick way to kind of turn things around. Maybe you're not super convinced that everyone is playing great baseball, but just the act of getting out of your own head and celebrating something like that can kind of just be a release and can turn you around.
No doubt. And you think about the road trip, and I mentioned they went 2-4, and that sucks. If you go 2-4 and you win 33% of your games, well, you're worse than the Nats, you're better than the Rockies, but you're basically the White Sox. If you win 2 out of every 6 games, but you had Raffi Devers, 2 home runs, and he maybe snapped out of his funk, maybe not. You had Adames, who continued to swing a hot stick, and you got Justin Verlander a win. So you get on that plane, and there's a lot of positivity. You don't have to worry about the 2-4 on the road trip. You just feel good about the fact that you took the last 2. Devers is getting woken up. The only bummer, and I haven't seen a report on this, but Matt Chapman, he got drilled on the elbow. So
X-rays came back negative.
That's good.
That's all we know, but he still might not be able to play Friday. Who knows? But negative X-rays.
We had the same thing with Casey Schmidt before, right? When he got hit and the X-rays were negative and he ended up missing some time. So by the time he gets all the way back here, and tomorrow is an off day, which is good, but maybe he gets stiff and sore and he has to miss a game. Hopefully not much more than that if he does. But the positivity from yesterday and today definitely would make the team meeting feel like it mattered.
Yeah, no, it did matter. And that's where, and this is something that Steiny pointed out about Adames on Monday and his comments after the game Monday, talking about how they hadn't been playing with the same energy that they were early in the year. They were kind of just giving in to the struggles. Chapman postgame today talking about no one has really called it a team meeting. But there was some, extracurricular conversation that went on from Bob Melvin to the rest of the team after the game on Monday. Chapman postgame today, quote, "Sometimes you need to hear it and hit the reset button and move forward. We're all big boys here," is what Chapman said postgame today. I would imagine, Dibs, based on what Chapman said, it's not a flipping of the spread. It's not Bob Melvin going absolutely berserk and grabbing players by their jerseys and pulling them aside and something crazy like that. But I would imagine there was some pretty fiery words that were shared in the clubhouse, and the team seems to have reacted in the right way, which is a good sign, because the way that they played on Monday in the first 4 games out of the All-Star break was absolutely embarrassing. Yeah. And they had to win the next 2 games. Otherwise, it's a disastrous effort on this entire road trip. And now, as you mentioned, you turn an 0-4 start into an actual happy flight home, which is really difficult to do. And not a small thing. That is a pretty big deal going into an off day.
Yeah, and it was unacceptable. And you get swept in Toronto, and the offense wasn't there, and it was, kind of disappointing. You never want to get swept anywhere, but then you go to Atlanta, and you play the way you played, which was absolutely sloppy. You were sloppy. Your defense was sloppy. And so, it called for some sort of a come to Jesus or a team meeting, whatever it was. But, you openly air your feelings and what's going on. And every team, you do it differently. Some teams are ready for a flipping of the spread, so to speak, where, you can just go off and, you get mad and everybody yells or whatever. And other teams, sometimes you have to sit down in a circle. And I had one of those teams where we were going through a bad patch, and I was coaching high school boys volleyball, and we had gone through a rough week or a rough weekend. And so we actually sat down, crisscross applesauce on the gym floor, and we just opened it up. Like, express yourself. What's going on? No worries about blame. Nobody's blaming anybody, but let's talk about your feelings. Like, what's going on with the team that we can all address and fix? And so every team, you go about it in a different way. And I do think whatever the modality was after that game on Monday, it seemed to have worked.
Yeah, and I don't think, there's been nothing to suggest that the lineup or the locker room, the clubhouse there's any drama involved, like player to player. Like, it seems like this is a group that gets along and enjoys being around each other. Like, it's not as if towards the tail end of the Kapler era, when you had Jock Peterson and you had all these others and you had all those issues in the clubhouse, where it just seemed like there was a big chunk of that clubhouse who frankly did not really care to be part of the team and to really focus on the job at hand and yada, 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 and all that. I don't think any of that is happening. But the issues that were cropping up for the Giants on the field, Dibs, if, left unchecked and if things don't improve, those could be the kind of things that lead to issues in the clubhouse. You had outfielders dropping easy fly balls, making bad throws from 20 feet away, 25 feet away to the target, that were giving up extra bases, that were giving up free runs, but they weren't technically errors, and those runs are being charged to the pitchers, and the pitchers, that gets charged to their permanent record. Not that, Ryan Walker is going to walk in and throw hands at Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee for dropping a ball, but it's kind of natural being a human, Dibs, and holding potentially in the back of your head a little bit of a grudge. You cost me that run. That's an earned run on my ledger, but you just have to do your job out there. So that sort of thing left unchecked could at some point spiral into something worse. It doesn't seem like that's happening, which means the team can recover from this and then continue to take a step forward.
And you should, and that comes down to the leadership, and that's where when you have a skipper like Bob Melvin, a guy who's been doing it for a very long time, he knows when to use that and fire that bullet, so to speak, where, you can't have a team meeting every time you lose a game, then players will tune you out. So you wait until things get to a certain point, and when you lose the first 4 games of a road trip, especially in the way you lost that 4th game, which was absolutely sloppy, and even earlier in the series, you saw I saw Logan Webb not throw his hands up at Elliot Ramos, but there was a play that he probably could have made, and he cut in too sharply on a ball that actually kind of sailed over his head, and they cut to Logan Webb, and he's looking at it like, what was that? And, those sorts of things need to get aired out, and you have to be able to speak on it man to man and just, express your frustration as a pitcher, as an outfielder. And I do think that the language barrier can make some of this stuff hard, where, if you have a team meeting and you've got some guys who are not English first, Jung-Hoo Lee and, Raffi Devers, I know, prefers to speak through an interpreter. So I wonder if you have these team meetings, how many other interpreters you have in there just to try to...
I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, you have to get the message across, right?
Yeah.
And if you've got Spanish speakers who aren't comfortable with English and you've got Jung-Hoo Lee speaking Korean, like when you have a team meeting, how many other people are actually in there,
Yeah, it's interesting. I hadn't considered that at all. But yeah, big win for the Giants today, 9-3. Big win yesterday, 9-0. Now they fly home. Day off tomorrow. They welcome the Mets into town coming up on Friday night. So big day for the Giants today. Dibs, today, also a big day for the 49ers. First training camp practice. And we had a number of questions answered. Dibs, if I were just to ask you quick, biggest things you wanted to learn or to know about the Niners today, what were some of the things on your mind?
Probably the health report, who's out there, and not only the health, but is Juwan Jennings actually going to show up? Is he going to show up and actually play? Is he going to hold in? Is he going to play? What's going on with Juwan?
So Juwan, that's a big one. You mentioned the health report. Top of mind there is Ricky Pearsall, right? What's going on with Ricky? We had answers to both of those. You mentioned the health report as well. There was a different wide receiver that came up lame today as well. We'll tell you about that as well. First day of practice is over. As far as I know, there was only that one injury to a wide receiver. I don't think there's anything beyond that. The Niners have had worse training camp practices than that.
Yep.
Way worse. So we'll tell you everything you need to know about Niners training camp. Day number 1, practice number 1 is in the books. We'll tell you about Juwan. We'll tell you about Ricky, plus a kicker competition, Dibs. We'll get into that when we come back as well. And you're not going to want to miss what Kyle Shanahan had to say to Tim Kawakami on the TK Show. If you haven't heard it yet, stay tuned. You can also find it, again, on the TK Show, a podcast wherever you find your favorite podcasts, including right here on the free Odyssey app. We'll get to all that and a whole lot more. It's Willard and Dibs, Dibs and Grandy with you. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
The vibes of day one. Well, the vibes were immaculate yesterday. I had a great time seeing all the boys today. I mean, for me, football doesn't really start until we put pads on. But like this kind of getting in shape, just getting through the first couple days, that's really important. You know, like I said, get in shape, stay free from injury as best you possibly can, and then just be ready for the pads. So this is all fun. We're competing. It's not like fully competing yet because we're not hitting each other. It's just great to be back in the building. Just excited that football is on the schedule again because I miss it all the time, and so I get to hit somebody again.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Stop the presses, Dibs. Breaking news. George Kittle says the vibes are immaculate.
Have you
heard that before? I think we've heard that before.
The whole idea of vibes for me is it's nauseating.
Oh, really?
Until we hear somebody come out and go, you know what? The vibes, they sucked. I'll tell you what. The vibes in this locker room, clubhouse, training room, whatever, the vibes right now, they're off. The vibes are really bad in here. Until I hear somebody say that, then stop with the vibes. It's the first day of school. And you remember the first day of school a lot more recently than I do.
Oh, yeah.
But
those vibes are not immaculate first day of school vibes. I hated the first day of school.
But it's fun when you go back to the first day of school and it's like you see all of the people that you didn't see over the summer. Like you see your good friends, but you bump into people that you hadn't seen in whatever 2 or 3 months. And it's like, yeah, first day of school. And the first day of high school in particular, it's like, all right, here are your books. And in college, here's the syllabus, and we're not going to do any real work, and here's what you have coming up. The vibes actually are, the first day of school, pretty immaculate, I would say, in school. It's pretty cool. And, you know, the first day of training camp, for him to say the vibes are immaculate, yeah, no Schmidt, Sherlock.
Well, I think it has less to do with how what is actually happening, because Kittle might have said something very similar last year when the vibes were not immaculate, which I know is what you're getting at.
Right.
But it's also just who Kittle is. Like Kittle, the field could be surrounded by a pit of lava. George Kittle would have to jump over in order to get onto the football field, and he would still say this is the greatest thing in the history of the world.
Right.
In fact, he might like that more than what it currently is. If it's football related, Kittle is like a kid in a candy shop. Like it's his favorite thing in the world. So getting the immaculate vibes quote from George Kittle specifically, take it with a grain of salt, because it is not difficult when it's football related for Kittle to be excited.
Agreed.
Which is what you want out of your football players.
Of course.
But it's also just who George Kittle is.
And I'm thinking about Carolina Panthers and when they reported, and you get one of the various Panthers who comes out and says, you know what, the vibes here are immaculate. You guys stink.
Well, it was funny. I forget. I apologize. I can't remember the name of the Tennessee Titans GM. So apologies.
Okay.
But someone in the media in Tennessee, Lucas and I, you and I were watching this portion of their press conference the other day. And the question was, do you guys think you guys can win the Super Bowl this year? And the GM, had to pause and think about how to answer that for 5 seconds. He eventually was like, well, it's like, okay, you're just like the Carolina Panthers. You're the Tennessee Titans. You have a rookie quarterback. Cam Ward won the Heisman, but a rookie quarterback. Are the vibes immaculate? Do you really think you can accomplish all that a NFL team should be accomplishing year in and year out? They're going to say yeah, but you can kind of tell how they actually feel based on how they answer the question.
And how long it takes to actually
stumble through it.
Right. And honestly, if you're in that spot, the answer is, yeah, we can win the Super Bowl, and you can go out and you can outline what you feel good about and what your path would be. And I do side more with Steiny than Evan. And Evan was kind of ticking me off today, I'll be honest. Just his whole and I told him this to his face, so I can go ahead and rat-a-tat-tat him now behind his back, although he's at the gym, probably not listening, although maybe on the Odyssey app. But the whole idea of, the window's closed and the Niners, they're not going to win the Super Bowl. And I'm more of the mind of Steiny, where if you're one of the 14 to make it in the playoffs, well, then you've got action. And Evan actually came back at him and said, well, what about the NBA and the play-in? And Steiner's like, well, that's a good point. And it's a little bit different, I think, in the NBA.
Yes, it is.
Although now, with all the parity we have, you actually have more of a chance than ever before. And even the Warriors, many people think that if Steph didn't get hurt, they had a real chance to beat Minnesota, and I don't disagree with that. And then OKC, they had to go to 7 games to actually get by Minnesota or get by Indiana rather than the NBA Finals. So I do think that being in the tournament gives you a much more of a live chance now than ever before. But if you're Tennessee, you got no chance.
Yeah. In general, NFL playoffs a little different than NBA playoffs as well. You can just have a team that kind of catches fire at the right time, and win from not a top 3 spot. Although usually you do see a top 3 seed go to the Super Bowl, but it's less often like that in the NFL than it is, say, in the NBA, when almost always the champion is going to be a top 3 and usually like even a top 2 seed. And that was the case today, or this year, of course, when OKC won it all as the top overall seed in the entire bracket. But camp day 1 notes, Dibs. The first thing that came to mind for you was the injury report. Ricky Pearsall, how is he doing? Kyle Shanahan was asked about Ricky Pearsall and his injury process. Here is Shanahan after practice today.
Ricky is someone that, if this was probably a few years ago, we would have practiced him today. When you hit your GPS speed, your max speed that you hit before you were hurt, when you can run all those routes, that's usually your protocol to go back. And he hit all that stuff over the weekend, which we felt good about, but we wanted to make sure his conditioning was right. So we're just doing that for 3 days, and if he can continue to hit all that stuff and his conditioning is good, I'd be surprised if he wasn't out there Sunday.
Okay, so still on the PUP list, the PUP list, physically unable to perform, but Shanahan said essentially he's doing great, no reason to expect a setback, and he should be out there on Sunday, when I believe Sunday is the day that they break out pads for the first time.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he's talking about his GPS, and once you hit your GPS speed mark, that tells you that that's about where you want to be, and that is so new school, where it's not even like, how you feeling, Ricky? It is, let's see what the numbers tell us. And, if Ricky is at his best and he can run, 20 miles an hour at top speed, which is pretty fast, maybe it's faster than that, but once you get to that mark, then the team automatically knows, you're ready to go because you're back at your top GPS.
Okay, so that's Ricky Pearsall. Seems like good news there from the Niners. At least it's not bad news. The other big storyline, Dibs, that you wanted an answer to, Juwan Jennings, who reportedly wants a new contract or wants to be traded. He showed up to camp yesterday. He reported, so he's not holding out, but would he hold in like Ayuk did last year? We can tell you, Dibs, that is not the case. He played. He practiced today, Juwan Jennings did. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about Juwan Jennings and how nice it was to have him out there with the team today.
For anyone at the Niners, but definitely coaching-wise, you want everyone out there on the field, especially some of your better players. And Juwan's been a hell of a player for us here for a while, one of our leaders too, and he had a good practice, and it was great to have him out there.
Notice you gave him a hug at the beginning of practice. Can you share what you told him?
What's up? How you doing? Do that with probably 25 other guys too. But yeah, just what I do.
But Juwan practiced, and he played 11 on 11. In fact, he led the way with, I think, 3 catches, drew a penalty on a 4th target. He looked like the team's wide receiver 1, and he's in the middle of, reportedly, a contract negotiation, but he practiced like anyone else did.
And I wonder if that doesn't actually help his leverage as opposed to hurt it, because many people would look at it and say, well, that hurts your leverage because now you're here, and they don't have to actually do right by you. But considering where this team is with their wide receivers, and Pearsall is not yet out there, and Cowing got hurt, and Ayuk is hurt, so maybe this actually helps the leverage where you show John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, look, we're going through a negotiation, yet I'm still out here. I'm that guy. I'm your guy, and it's the person they need him to be, so I wonder if it doesn't actually help his case.
Yeah, I'm interested in that too. And you mentioned Jacob Cowing. You said he's hurt. That was the big negative for the Niners today. Jacob Cowing, second-year wide receiver. He pulled his hamstring while running routes on air. So not against any DB or linebacker or anybody, just running routes himself with no one guarding him. He pulled his hammy. So that is the bad news. But what you were talking about, Dibs, how the Niners maybe change their tune based on Juwan Jennings being there at practice and actually practicing as opposed to holding in or holding out. Is there any part of the Niners that are maybe more willing to give a player what he wants if they show up to practice like Juwan has been? Here's Shanahan on that with Juwan.
We know Juwan and Juwan knows us. I think the other way makes it harder. But I don't really compare things to other years and other people. People have plans. It's a business plan. It's usually a plan between a player and agent, and I see it happen all over the league. It's happened with us, and it's something that I try not to get too worked up about because there's not always much I can do about it. So I always try to recommend them to do what I think will help them the most, and I think Juwan's doing that.
Do what you think will help them the most, and Juwan is doing that. And I know he said he doesn't like to compare previous years or other players and how they handled things. It's impossible not to, though, and I'm sure Shanahan and Lynch have a little bit more of a smile on their face as it relates to Juwan as opposed to how it went with Ayuk last year.
And for Juwan, I mean, he is looking for a contract that is going to be more lucrative. He's already under contract. He's not looking for $30 million a year like Brandon Ayuk was. He was looking to be next to the top of the market. So it's a little bit of a different circumstance. But I also look at this one, and this is who Juwan is. Juwan is a tough customer. He's a loyal Niner. He's a workhorse. And so if you're going to be all those things, you have to be out there and showcase that.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, those are the big takeaways from day one of camp. We got a little more to tell you about. Plus, we will hear a lot more from Kyle Shanahan, talking big picture stuff, talking team building. You mentioned windows earlier, Dibs. He was talking about Super Bowl windows and did the window close? Is there a new one opening? All that and a whole lot more from Kyle Shanahan. We will get into that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you, back with more on day one from Niners training camp coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Niners camp day 1. Practice 1 is over. And speaking of Nick Bosa, and welcome back, it's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you today. Mark Willard back next Monday. Speaking of Nick Bosa, you just heard there, he apparently is also ecstatic about maybe being more of a team leader this year, Dibs. I think he said earlier today that he's going to be taking on a little bit more of a leadership role on this team.
Well, he needs to. When you've got that many pups on the defensive side of the ball, and we talked about it yesterday, the first 5 draft picks were all on the defense. So he's going to have at least 1, if not 2 guys next to him who are rookies, and depending on who the linebacker is behind him, it'll be either a rookie or a third-year guy. And in the secondary, Diamond Lenore is going to be the OG, and you've got Renardo Green in his second year, and you've got a rookie who's going to play the nickel spot on defense as well.
Upton Stout, potentially.
Thank you, yeah. And so you get into the huddle, and Fred Warner, the green dot guy, he's going to be your vocal leader, but you're going to look around the huddle, and there aren't going to be that many people older than Nick Bosa. On defense.
No, I mean, rookie in 2019 when they went to the Super Bowl for the first time. He's been around for, much lolonger than Diamond Lenore's been around, like quite a bit longer. So, yeah, and it's one thing in terms of production. It's another thing in terms of veteran status. And then when you got, guys that slowly matriculate their way out of here, like he used to be playing with DeForest Buckner and Armstead. Both those guys are no longer Niners, of course, and that was the case also last year, but you had other veterans on that defensive line. I tend to think about the defense in 3 groups, Dibs. It's the D-line, it's the linebacking core, and then it's the DBs. And you have a leader at all 3 of those spots, but Bosa is going to have to be one of them and probably a bit more of a vocal leader. So we'll see how that all plays out. And the reason is, Dibs, because the Niners entered this offseason kind of at a fork in the road. They had to make a lot of really tough decisions. And maybe decisions isn't even the right word because there weren't really decisions to make. They just had to deal with emotionally difficult things that were happening to them. Let me ask you this, Dibs. The way this offseason played out, you let a number of your own free agents go elsewhere, namely Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, and you trade away Debo, right? You don't really go and sign anybody on the free agent market other than like a reserve tight end and a couple of small pieces, special teamer here and there, yada, 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 but nothing special. No one who you expect to be a starter on offense or on defense was added to this roster via free agency. You acquire Bryce Huff, but he's more of a specialist pass rusher as opposed to a 3-down defensive end and pass rusher. Did the way this offseason played out surprise you at all, Dibs, or was this kind of what you were expecting?
It's a little bit what I expected because, I think Kyle Shanahan spoke to this either today or yesterday where, you get into a spot, maybe it was on the TK podcast where I saw the comments, but you get into a spot where you don't really have the money to spend anymore. And I know that he talked about how they couldn't be in for Joey Bosa and they couldn't be in for Devontae Adams because they both were too expensive. And it's not that Jed York doesn't want to spend. He does and stuff, but you get to a spot with the cap and, where you are looking forward where Brock Purdy, not this year, but next year, that contract all of a sudden is going to chomp. It's going to eat up a lot of your cap. And Nick Bosa is near the top of his position. Fred Warner the same. George Kittle the same. And so you can't just go out there and continue to try to get every expensive free agent in the market.
Yeah, so I asked you, does it surprise you the way the offseason played out? And you largely know, not so much. I asked because, as you laid out, this is also what Kyle Shanahan was talking about on the TK Show. Tim Kawakami, his podcast, The TK Show, you can find it on the free Odyssey app. Kyle Shanahan said they knew, everyone in the 49ers decision-making room, they knew that cost-cutting moves, those cost-cutting moves were going to have to happen this offseason. In fact, they knew that they've been coming for quite a while. Here's Kyle Shanahan on the TK Show.
We've known this is coming for a while. The time that it hit me the most was like halfway through the year in 2023. And that's how everything does. But when you talk about a trade deadline there, everyone's talking about what trade do we need to make a run to win the Super Bowl and stuff, which you always want to look into. But there was a lot of issues coming up on the horizon that you could see possibly in 24 and 25, especially anytime you have a quarterback in a rookie deal that allows you to have all these guys, but you knew that was ending. So there had been some stress about that for a while. But when it hit for real, and I had to deal with it, was this offseason. And I knew it was coming. I've been preparing for it for a while. But I'll tell you what, when March happened and that first day of free agency, and you still know it's going to happen, you're preparing for it, but you're still hoping it's not. And you're still hoping you can get lucky with things. And you're hoping that you can sign some guys or not lose guys. And everything, when I look at it from like a business standpoint and logically, everything happened that probably was expected to happen. But it was tough. When you look at that board, when I say the board, it's the roster that sits in front of me that I look at all the time. And when I just see empty holes there, and not just empty holes, but empty holes that used to be Greenlaw, that used to be Debo, like some guys who have been here for a while who we really have counted on, and now they're not there, and we didn't replace them necessarily in free agency. That's a stressful thing, but it was something we didn't have a choice on. The money adds up. You knew it was coming.
There's Kyle Shanahan, and the thing that stands out to me, Dibs, was they were talking about how they could see their big bill coming due and all these emotionally difficult decisions that they had to make, as in trading Debo, letting Dre Greenlaw leave, letting Hufanga leave, right? All these guys, all those moves, they saw that coming as far back as in the middle of 2023 when they went to the Super Bowl that year. And they're already thinking, ooh, is it best for us to go out and try to trade for someone, or is this going to make our issues in a year and a half from now that much more difficult?
Exactly, which is why I talk about Super Bowl or bust last year, and yeah, it was Super Bowl or bust because you kind of had to bust it up, and
kind of what he admitted to. You're
That's right. And I hope Mark Willard is listening right now from his honeymoon on the Odyssey app.
He's not. Don't worry.
He might be, because if the ears are burning, then just hear me now and talk to me later, because this is what I was talking about with Super Bowl or bust, and also the idea of cap schmap, which is what my partner Mark Willard says a lot. Like, the cap. It's cap schmap, and he's mostly right, because you can reconfigure deals and you can push money and you can, juggle this and reconfigure that. But ultimately, what Kyle is saying is you get to a point where you have your quarterback on a rookie deal, and when that comes due and your quarterback actually has to get paid, well, now you have to make decisions that are different than what you did when Brock Purdy was making $900,000. You know,
I mean, it's just an entire it's a different calculus entirely.
Exactly.
It just changes everything that you're doing. So suddenly you have to reevaluate, all right, well, who's the most important, who's the most valuable, and the calculus the Niners made was Fred Warner and George Kittle and Brock Purdy more valuable than Debo Samuel and Dre Greenlaw. That is the decision the Niners essentially made this offseason, and while it wasn't necessarily an easy pill to swallow, I don't think anybody could argue with those decisions that they made.
Right, other than the one that I think is potentially going to haunt them, which is Brandon Ayuk over Debo Samuel. And I don't know if it was Brandon Ayuk or Debo Samuel, because ultimately I don't think it's going to be both of them for that long. Brandon Ayuk has got a big contract that's going to be tough to move, but you essentially, when you paid Ayuk, you chose Brandon Ayuk over Debo Samuel, and you did so thinking that he was a more complete receiver, and I use my two fingers there, Buddy Hield, not air quotes, but two fingers. He was a more complete receiver, and also you thought at the time he would be more durable based on the way Debo Samuel plays football. He plays it very physically. He's a rugged player, and yeah, Debo's now a Commanders, and Brandon Ayuk is on the PUP list. So it wasn't even Brandon or Debo, because now you have neither. But you chose Brandon, you gave him the big contract, and you ultimately had to get rid of Debo. I don't know if it was a cap casualty or if Debo just needed a change of scenery.
Some of both, probably.
Yeah, probably both. But whatever it was, now you're stuck with neither going into a year where you'd like to have one of them ready for week one.
Yeah, but interesting that Shanahan not quite admitting to, that it was 2024, we win the Super Bowl, or we're all done for, but it was certainly like, all right, it's time to kind of reset after 2024, and they saw that coming as early as the season prior when they were beating everybody easily on their way to a Super Bowl appearance. So once Tim Kawakami, again, the host of the TK Show, where this audio comes from, you can listen to the TK Show on the free Odyssey app. One TK heard Kyle say, all right, we saw these cost-cutting moves in our future as far back as 2023. Tim Kawakami followed up and wanted Kyle to explain that further. So here's more Shanahan on kind of kicking the can down the road on this reset that eventually happened this offseason.
You don't want to put it off completely, but you got every decision you make, you got to be thinking about that. That's why I never truly want to sell the farm to go win a Super Bowl. If you're guaranteed to do it, you'll sell whatever. But it's still, that guy person can get hurt. That's just still, you don't want to sell the farm. But we all know what our number one goal is, and I think we are aggressive towards that. But after the 23 year, especially coming up short and losing in overtime, and we look at our situation, I remember what I told the team after the team meeting the day after the Super Bowl. I said in front of everyone, I go, I know there's a lot of stuff. I know we're all heartbroken right now, and no one knows if they'll be back here because there's so many business decisions. But guys, I wanted to know one thing. We're not even allowed to pay Brock. That's league rules. We're not even allowed to, which means we're capable of finding a way to run at this again. And our goal is to try to do what we missed last year. And we're going to try to get that done if we can. And we have an opportunity at that because we're not even allowed to speak with Brock now. And so that kind of did look at as not a final window for certain guys, but a window for the money in that area. And that's what we did do. And we didn't have the luck with injuries. I don't think our team was as good as we were the year before, just in the preparation we had in the offseason. I think our schedule was a ton harder. We played a lot different quarterbacks than we did the year before. And we lost some of our best. I didn't expect to not have Christian the whole year. I didn't expect to not have Trent the whole year. I didn't expect to not have BA pretty much the whole year. Like, there was a number of things that went into it.
Now, there's Shanahan talking a little bit more about it, and he would go on to say later, Dibs, and he ran through all the things that went wrong, all the injuries, and the team didn't play as well, and a lot of that is the preparation, and that's on me, and yada, yada, yada. But he would go on to say, but by the way, I would do it all again. I would do it all over again and put all my chips, or at least a reasonable amount of chips, back in the middle of the table, despite knowing that it ended poorly. There is something, I don't know, it makes, as a fan of the Niners, it makes me smile a bit knowing that Kyle Shanahan, thinking back on what was a disastrous season, knowing the process was we're trying to win a title, I respect him admitting, like, I'd do it all over again, even though I know it ended disastrously.
Yeah, and I love the way he said that, too. He's like, well, you never want to sell the farm and stuff, and so we're not going to sell the farm, but if you could tell me that, I'd be guaranteed and stuff to win the Super Bowl, then we'd sell the farm. So you're not going to sell the farm and stuff, but if it guarantees you the Super Bowl, then you're going to go ahead and sell the farm.
Well, if it guarantees the Super Bowl,
right.
Yeah, but in reality, of course, there's no guarantee. It's like what the Rams did.
Right.
The Rams sold their farm to try to win one Super Bowl.
F them picks.
They did.
Yep.
And now they've done a really good job pivoting since then.
They have, yep.
But if you were the Rams and you never won a Super Bowl and you had to deal with some lean years, was it worth it at that point? They'd probably say no.
It depends on how lean those years are. And if you're the Rams, and I think if you're the 49ers similarly, you don't ever think about lean years. Like last year you went 6-11. That was a lean year, but...
Singular lean year.
Right, and you could look at the reasons why, and... Kyle was right when he, was explaining that and stuff about the schedule. And it was not only the schedule, but it was the fact that the schedule stack was brutal. You had so many games where you played teams who had more rest than you, and you had a back-to-back in Green Bay and Buffalo. One of those games you didn't have your quarterback. You lost your, I'll say, Hall of Fame running back. I don't know if he's a guaranteed Hall of Famer. I like his chances. Christian McCaffrey.
Keep it up for a couple more years. Yeah,
maybe a couple more. I don't even know if he needs to. I mean, a Super Bowl would definitely get him over the hump. And if you look at his career compared with Terrell Davis, he's had a better career already than TD. And TD, he waltzed into the Hall of Fame. I think McCaffrey will be a Hall of Famer, but you didn't have him. You lost Ayuk, and you didn't have Trent Williams a lot, and Mooney Ward, and we can go all the way through the list of guys you didn't have. Last year was, I think, a confluence of bad luck, bad schedule, and a little bit of just a regression. You come off the Super Bowl. I don't know if you want to call it a Super Bowl hangover, whatever you want to call it.
It was, I think.
Yeah, and you had certain things that were your own doing. Your defensive coordinator was not a defensive coordinator. Your special teams were a joke. And your schedule was brutal, and then you had injuries. All those things combined to where you had a bad year. Now, if you have another bad year, now you can't look at last year and say, well, I mean, it was because of A, B, C, D, and E. If you go 6-11 again, now you got to start looking at different, like, real issues with this team.
Yeah. We're going to hear Kyle Shanahan talk. He mentioned the window, the Super Bowl window in that last cut that we played. He talks a little bit more about it in depth, and we'll play that for you in just a little bit. But let's go out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570, and hear from the people. Up next is Dave in Fresno who wants to weigh in. Dave, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy. What's up, Dave?
Hey, fellas. Oh, my God. Where's the violin for all these excuses? I mean, are we the 49ers or are we the Arizona Cardinals? You know, there's a certain expectation with this team and with the big boy teams like the Ravens, the Chiefs, you know, the Bills. I don't hear this excuses. Oh, we had to pay people. Oh, we lost people or people got hurt. I'm tired of hearing the excuses. Like, we're the 49ers. And part of the reason what happened last year, and you had to let people go and money wasn't good, you haven't really been hitting on the draft. I mean, I know we ain't talking about that, but prior to last year, the last few drafts, you didn't draft many contributors. A lot of them never saw the field, and a lot of them never saw another contract, and, you know, you kind of put yourself in a tough spot. But, again, I'm not here for the excuses. You know, all those other teams, the ones I mentioned, they don't win every year. But I don't see them going 6-10. You know, they figure it out. You know, they're in the upper class of the league, and that's where I would think the 49ers aim to be, or we think they are. So I am not in the business of making excuses. I don't care. Outside of losing your quarterback, there's really no excuse for injury. And, yes, you had to pay for vets a lot because you weren't really drafting contributors in that way. So, yeah, this year is a big year. And again, outside of maybe losing Brock, I don't see any excuses. I'm sorry. We're the 49ers, man. It's expectations. I want to bring that energy back. I mean, back in the day under Eddie D, that was the expectation. Even winning 12 games was not acceptable. Now it's like, oh, man, somebody got hurt. We had to pay. This guy had to go. Like, no, I ain't trying to hear that, man.
I hear you, Dave. Hey, Dave.
No excuses, Dave.
Real quick, Dave. You want the Niners to be more like the Ravens and the Bills. Is that what you said?
No, I'm just saying I don't hear that chatter from that side of the country. Every team goes through their ups and downs. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're not an excuse-making business. You got to figure it out, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about.
I hear you, Dave, and I appreciate the call. As far as it goes for the Ravens and the Bills, I will also say during the Shanahan era, the Niners have accomplished way more than the Ravens and the Bills have. They've been to multiple Super Bowls. The Ravens and the Bills haven't been to one in that same era.
Right.
Now, the Niners have also had more down years than those guys, but, I mean, you got to take the good with the bad sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm not here to make excuses. I do look at a year, and I look at reasons, and the difference between excuses and reasons, there's really no real difference. Like, all the things that I laid out as reasons why they struggled last year, they are basically excuses because you still had 3 games that you should have won. Arizona, the Rams, and Seattle, those are 3 games that you basically kicked away. And the schedule, which was hard, yeah, every team has a schedule that can potentially be hard. Last year's schedule turned out to be harder than what you thought. And I wrote this down, Grandy. Going into the year, the teams that they were going to face the previous year had a winning percentage of .505, so slightly above 500. It turned out the teams that they played had a winning percentage of .578. So
that's incredibly tough.
Yeah, the teams that they were slated to face the previous year, 500 in general, which is a tougher schedule than what they have this year.
Way
but
tougher.
It turned out to be a lot tougher when you look at, you know, teams like Detroit, 15-2, Kansas City, 15-2. The Rams were a 10-win team. Green Bay 111, Buffalo
Vikings.
113, Minnesota 114. And the reason why it's more of an excuse than a reason is because you went 2-8 last year against teams with a winning record. 2-8. So if you want to be a good team, you got to at least go 500 against the other good teams, and then you whip up on the bad teams.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can sit out here and list all the reasons why the Niners won only 6 games last year, and it can be completely factual and not opinion-based, and I guess you can interpret that as an excuse if you want. It's just the reality of what happened to them. Part of it was they didn't play as good as they did last year, and Shanahan admitted to that. Like, that is part of it, but you can't tell me the Niners had just a normal injury year. They had a really bad injury year. McCaffrey, who was an MVP finalist the year prior, played, 3.5 games, if that? He played in 4 games, but was not a full contributor in all 4 of those games. Trent Williams, maybe their second most valuable player, period, across the entire team. He missed 7 games this past year. Dre Greenlaw, he missed the entire year other than 2 quarters, more like 1.5 quarters of the entire season. Like, you had an abnormal injury year. Yes, Purdy was relatively healthy throughout the entire year. He missed that game in Green Bay, but he was pretty darn healthy, and quarterback, of course, is the most important one. But I don't care if you call it an excuse or not, Dibs. It doesn't mean that I'm okay with how the season went. Of course not. But injuries were a very, very, very big reason why the Niners struggled last year.
It was a big reason, and that's football. And so if you really are a team that is cut to be a Super Bowl type championship team, then you need to have your 2s be maybe not as good as your 1s, but good enough to hold down the fort. And that was one thing I said last year going into the regular season that I was really concerned about was the depth. And your depth got tested, and your depth wasn't good enough. And so that's another thing as we look at it this year going in. And I know you're going to play more Shanahan sound coming up, but him talking about the offensive line and how
we'll get into that.
I mean, he loves it. He's loving that O-line, and he loves the O-line more than I would say 99.9% of the fans do.
He's the biggest fan of the O-line. There's no doubt.
Well, and he's the expert, honestly. So I'm not going to say that I'm all of a sudden now going to love the offensive line, but I'd like to see it, and maybe you can move me to Missouri, the show me state. Shout out Guru. It's one of his go-tos. But, yeah, I mean, you're going to have to show me offensive line that you really are as good as your coach thinks you are.
Yeah, we're going to hear him talk about the offensive line. He explained the relative lack of investment that they've put into the O-line, and whether you agree or disagree, the least we can do is listen to him explain it. We will do that. Plus, he talked about having Robert Saleh back and what that means. We will get to that as well. But coming up next, when we return, I'm going to use Kyle Shanahan to help explain why the Niners are entering this 2025 season, Dibs, but it feels like it's 2019. That's the Niners' plan. They are turning the clocks back to 2019. I will explain why when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. If you want to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Omar in Oakland, I see you on hold. We'll get to you when we come back. We got plenty more to get into. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Herm has just kind of randomly gone into my lexicon. I'll do the you got to be careful now.
Yes. That's one of my favorites, It's one of my favorites because when you talk to Herm, he'll hit you with that, You got to keep Ricky from hurting himself now.
You got to protect him from himself now.
That's right. And it happens.
I can't wait until Herm is a constant on my television screen because that means it's football season.
Yeah, I can't wait till we get Herm back on the show, which would be sooner rather than later. You get into football, we start to get our steady diet of regular guests and also irregular guests. And, with Ricky Pearsall being a big part of what the Niners are trying to do, it's a perfect time to get Herm on now.
Yeah. And also we asked him about Ayuk. Because he also coached Ayuk at Arizona State.
That's right.
Pearsall and Ayuk were there together briefly before Ayuk went to the NFL, and then Pearsall went to Florida. But they were both there while Herm Edwards was there. So, yeah, definitely. I guarantee you that Herm Edwards will appear here on the station at least a couple of times during the course of the football season.
And we've got real, quote-unquote, football starting in 8 days. 8 days,
the Hall of Fame game.
And I say real because it's not really real, but
Canton, Ohio.
It is football, and it's
Who's playing in the Hall of Fame game this year?
I believe they normally do it surrounding players who played for those teams going in. I think Chicago is one of the teams.
Chargers and Lions.
No, I was wrong. Whatever, Lucas. You don't even know where the buzzer is.
Who's going in?
Go back to sleep.
Is it Antonio Gates and Calvin Johnson? Who's going into the Hall of Fame?
I guess, but I didn't even say anything. I literally uttered an nah.
Yeah, not even that is allowed.
Right.
Antonio Gates, Jared Allen, Sterling Sharp, and Eric Allen are headed in to the Hall of Fame this year.
Okay.
Apparently.
Sounds good.
So, yeah. Anyway, Hall of Fame game 8 days away, which signals the official beginning of the NFL season, Dibs.
Yep, the March through August, which is, mostly, I wouldn't say that it's annoying preseason football, but it's definitely a little bit of a teaser where, you start to get excited and you see your guys, your team. It's like, ooh, Brock Purdy and the starting offense, they got a series in week 1. Boy, let's break down those 7 plays. And
he threw 2 interceptions today in practice. Brock did.
God. I mean, rip
up the contract.
That's right. And you remember Jimmy Garoppolo when they had the joint practice in Denver when he was a Niner and he threw 6 or 7 interceptions?
He's also just a terrible practice quarterback.
Right.
He's always been that.
And this is maybe something I should say for Friday and what's bugging me. But what's bugging me, and it's been bugging me, is camp stats.
Okay, what about camp stats for kickers? Do you buy into that? Because I have camp stats for kickers today.
Okay, and I'm interested just because we've got an hour and 9 minutes left of the show, and I'm required to be interested, but I don't believe that in these kicker stats there were people trying to block the kick or people trying to block the people who were trying to block the kick. These are just kickers who are kicking a football against nobody. Like you said earlier, Jacob Cowing hurt his hamstring running a route against air.
Yeah.
That's basically what these kicker stats are. But give them to me, Grandy. I'm into it.
Jake Moody is in a battle with Greg Joseph, the veteran. Both went 4 for 4 on their field goals today, Dibs, and each of them made one from 50 or more yards. All right.
Okay.
They're both perfect.
All square through one day.
So through one day, Dibs, how do you gauge where this competition is?
Well,
Who has the upper leg?
Thank you. You almost went upper hand, and I love that you went upper leg. Upper foot would have been even better, but who's got the upper leg? It becomes interesting. I think that if they are dead on even, like through Shanahan's assessment and the rest of the staff, I do think you lean toward Moody because you drafted Moody. The 3rd round draft capital, I do think, gives him the tiebreaker. I know that you're not happy about it, and Mitch Wishnowsky was a 4th round pick.
How could you be happy about it?
Well, you could be happy about it if he wins the job and wins you a game.
Yeah, and then he misses a kick week 2 that cost them a game.
Well, Jake Moody, he was playing hurt last year. Which
your words, Dibs. If you're playing, then you're playing.
That's right. And he was playing. And he actually is one of the ones who this offseason admitted to that. Like, I'm out there, and so, yeah, that's on my resume. And I do think that if he's able to get through the adversity of last year, and also now you do have a new long snapper, and you've got a new holder. So the operation, as we like to call it in football, of snapper, holder, kicker, it's a new operation, a new special teams coach, and
knew everything on special teams.
And even Jake Moody himself, he has a new approach to the ball. He cut a step out. I think he was a 4-stepper, and now he's a 3-stepper, or he was a 3 and now he's a 2. I can't remember, but everything about what he's trying to do is new. So if he wins the job, more power to you. And he's got a big leg. I think last year was just a lot of things, not only for him, but for the team, the special teams, the operation, the whole thing. So I do think that if they are even coming out of camp, I think that he gets the gig, because you don't want to be Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch having to answer, hey, you drafted this guy in the 3rd round and now he's gone? What's up with that?
Well, those questions might only last a week when the final cuts happen, but if you have him on the roster and he's not perfect, you're going to have to answer those questions every week, or at least every time when he's not perfect. So
True, but
if it's even, the bigger distraction might be having him still around. But
that's true, but if you replace him, and the guy you replace him with, Greg Joseph, if he comes out and he struggles, it's, why'd you give up on Jake Moody? You know, you thought that he was so good, you used 3rd-round capital to draft him, and now you just threw him out? You threw the baby out with the bathwater? So it's really a can't-win situation with Jake Moody.
If the kicker struggles. If the kicker's fine, then it's not a problem, no matter who it is, obviously.
Well, and he has to be good because you used a 3rd-round pick on him. So if he wins the job and he turns it around and he's as good as you thought that he was going to be, well, now you're kind of exonerated.
Yeah. Anyway, that'll conclude the special teams talk of day 1 of training camp. I'm sure it will be picked up a little bit later on throughout camp. I want to get back to Shanahan and what he told Tim Kawakami, but before we do that, let's go back out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570. Dibs, it seems like Omar in Oakland might want to come down your road a little bit here. Let's see. No. Omar, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy.
Oh, you already know I'm coming down Dibs Road. I'm not even a Broncos fan, but you disrespected the legend Terrell Davis. He only played 7 years, the same amount of years that McCaffrey played with Hall of Famers like Shannon Sharp, John Elway, the legend, and 2 great receivers, McCaffrey's dad, Ed McCaffrey, and Rod Smith, and he still won a Super Bowl MVP. Ran for more than 2,000 yards in one season, only 4 running backs to ever do that, and played in only, I believe, 60 games or 65 games. Way less opportunities, except for more rushing attempts than McCaffrey, but his stats blow away Christian McCaffrey, and he had to do it with stars around him. If you look at Christian McCaffrey with Carolina Panthers, I don't even know who their quarterback was. I think it was Sam Darnold, and then I'm not sure who the other was, probably Mayfield. But it's like Christian McCaffrey has had way more opportunity, and he fumbled it away, literally fumbled it in the Super Bowl, where Terrell Davis won an MVP amongst legends like Shannon Sharp and John Elway. So you can't disrespect Terrell Davis for Christian McCaffrey, who would not go in the Hall of Fame right now if he retired. We all know that.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Thanks, Omar.
Yeah.
Stick it to him, Omar.
Well, and Omar's argument is actually, I think, making my point more than it's making his point. Christian McCaffrey played with nobody in Carolina behind a terrible offensive line and didn't have a great quarterback, and yet he still put up numbers. And if you want to talk about stats, Christian McCaffrey has outgained Terrell Davis in overall scrimmage yards by about 1,500.
And touchdowns by a wide margin.
Yeah, well, TD's got 65 touchdowns, and McCaffrey has 81. So a few more, and he has played, McCaffrey's now played 9 years, and Terrell Davis played 7. And that's always my issue with TD is he only played 7 years, and he had, 3 really good years, and then you look at his last 3 years, the guy only played 17 games over his last 3 seasons.
He got to the Hall on a 3-year stretch.
Right, and the fact that,
He was amazing, all-pro first team all 3 of those years, an MVP once.
Top 3 the other 2 years.
Yeah.
He had 3 unbelievable years. He was Offensive Rookie of the Year. He came in second as a rookie, obviously. So 4 great years, and then 3 really forgettable years, and you're a Hall of Famer. So if that's where the bar is, McCaffrey's already going. And I apologize, Omar.
But, I mean, some of that, I guess, is team success is what Omar is talking about. Now, McCaffrey's been on a team that went to the Super Bowl and lost, been on another team that went to the NFC Championship game and lost. That was his first year as a Niner. But we'll see what the rest of McCaffrey's career plays out as. But this is going to be a big year for him. There is no doubt. All right, 888-957-9570 if you want to keep weighing in. Let's get back to Kyle Shanahan. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studios. All right, Dibs. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Niners, on the TK Show with Tim Kawakami. You can find the TK Show, which is Tim Kawakami's podcast, on the free Odyssey app. And Tim and Kyle were essentially discussing the Niners season ahead, and he was asked about like the window, the Super Bowl window, and it being closed and that sort of thing, or if it's closed, how open is it? How many more years do you have left? And Kyle Shanahan said something really interesting, and he brought it back to 2019. It's a little bit of a long cut, about a minute and a half, but I want to hear Kyle Shanahan explain this, and then I got something to tack on to the end. So here's Kyle Shanahan talking about windows, Super Bowl windows for the 49ers on the TK Show.
We came in and we took over the worst defense in the league. That was ranked 32nd. And we took over the second worst offense in the league. That was ranked 31st. After 1 year, there was one guy left on our offense, and it was Joe Staley. We replaced all 10 guys in 17 and 18. On defense, we had Armstead, Buckner, and Jimmy Ward, and we replaced the other 8. And we did it in 2 years. You got to get lucky with that. You got to work really hard and do good at it. But that's what we had to do there to build it up, and we got to have a chance to win a Super Bowl in 19. And it wasn't luck. Those guys were real, and we were able to sustain that because it was real, and we had made good decisions, so we were able to pay those guys and keep them within the rules of the league. And that's why we've had a good run here the last 6 years. And when everyone says, oh, that window's over, it's a different window because of the things I've been saying. But how can you say it's over when there's still really good players there that have been a part of it? Guys like Trent, guys like Christian, guys like Brock. I can go through our defense, but we know Fred and we know Bosa, and I do think we have new guys who are establishing themselves. I hope Demo can keep jumping. I hope Lenore can become more. Mustafa showed that he can be a player last year. I think he'll fine from this and eventually come back. Can Ricky keep building? All these things go into play. Pooney, how good he did as a rookie. What are the rookies going to do this year? But that's what we hit so well in 7-18, which allowed us to stay this long and us make smart decisions. We weren't always just selling the farm. We had the guys here, and you had to build them the right way. And that's our goal, to do that again. What I like is I don't think you have to go through necessarily a 17 and 18 year to do that, because we didn't just completely get rid of everything and do what I see other sports do sometimes. We still have some good players who can help us be competitive, and let's see how much these young guys come so we can put ourselves in a chance to win a championship, which is all our goal is.
So Kyle Shanahan didn't come out and say this explicitly, Dibs, but the way I interpret everything that Kyle Shanahan said there, and there were hints, dispersed throughout the entire conversation that Kyle Shanahan had with Tim Kawakami on the TK Show. What I take away from that is the Niners are treating this 2025 season, like in their mind, this is 2019 all over again. And you remember what the context was for 2019. They came off of a terrible year in 2018 when they went just 4-12. That was the year that Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL in week 3 in Kansas City, if memory serves.
Oh, that's right.
Because they got beat by Minnesota week 1. They returned home. I think they beat Tampa Bay or someone like that at home. Maybe it was Pittsburgh. And then they lost week 3 in Kansas City to Patrick Mahomes, one of his first starts, and Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL in that one. So it was a terrible 2018. But they went into 2019 with a backbone. They went in with a group of players that were proven that they knew they could rely on. And that group in 2019 was players like their veteran left tackle, Joe Staley. Who else did they have in 2019? They had an established and a paid quarterback, a very highly paid quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo. They paid him a lot 2 years prior after his first stint as a 49ers quarterback. They made him at the time the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. So you got a couple of pieces, right? You've got the established paid quarterback. You've got a veteran left tackle. You've got some, veteran defenders that you believe in DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead and Richard Sherman. And he also mentioned Jimmy Ward. You have the beginnings of a quality group. But you had young, unproven wide receivers, right? You had Deebo Samuel as a rookie. You had an unknown Kendrick Bourne. And the guy who ultimately became maybe your number one wide receiver that year, Emmanuel Sanders, he was a midseason acquisition. He was not on the team to begin the year. And, okay, there seems to be a lot of similarities, Dibs, between that baseline of a team and what the Niners are entering this year with. In 2025, they have an established and a highly paid quarterback in Brock Purdy. They have a veteran left tackle, one of the best in the game, just like Joe Staley was in Trent Williams. They have young and unproven wide receivers in Ricky Pearsall. And Juwan is proven, but not as if he's a superstar by any stretch of the imagination. But you also have defensively some established veterans. You got Nick Bosa, and you've got Fred Warner, and you've got Diamador Lenore, all guys that Kyle Shanahan was talking about. So how did that 2019 team, Dibs, go from 4-12 to 13-3? You had your veterans, Garoppolo and Staley and Buckner and Armstead and Richard Sherman. You had those guys, and they all played well. But then your youngsters, guys that you just had drafted or drafted the year prior, all hit. Deebo, as a rookie, was great. Nick Bosa, as a rookie, was great. Dre Greenlaw, as a rookie, was great. Even some of the other names, a young Mike McGlinchey held down your right tackle spot for the whole year. Emmanuel Mosley at a nickel corner spot, he was pretty darn good. All of those young players who previously were not nearly as good or were not even on your team, they popped to certain degrees. So the way the Niners, Dibs, are treating this year is, all right, we've got our pieces. We've got our veterans that we know that are good. Now we just need what happened in 2019 to happen in 2025. You need your youngsters to take steps and your rookies to play good. And if that happens, Dibs, then you could see a similar trajectory than what happened in 2019, which was when they went 13-3 and were the one seed in the NFC.
And the one commonality is that year your NFC crossover was the NFC South. And you've got it again this year. And that year when you did have the NFC South as your crossover, you were pretty good. You beat New Orleans. 48-46 was that game.
I remember that game.
That game was an absolute shootout.
That was the George Kittle crazy 4th and 3.
The stiff arm, right?
He carried like 3 Saints defenders for 20 yards.
You beat Carolina 51-13 in that season. You lost to Atlanta 29-22, but by and large, offensively, that team was a monster. You averaged 30 points a game offensively, but it's interesting when you talk about that as a comp because you were just, mentioning it and Shanahan said it like the drafts. You had 2017, you got Kittle in the 5th round. 2018, you got Fred in the 3rd. You got 2019, you had Bosa in the 1st. You got Deebo. You got Dre Greenlaw. So that team, 2019, was built over the course of a couple of drafts, 3 drafts where you got core guys, many of whom are still there. And so you look at last year, and we've talked about it a bunch, where you hit on almost every one of your draft picks. And even in 2023, you didn't do quite as well, but D. Winters was a draft in that class, and you hope now that he matriculates into being a starter. Jair Brown has been a contributor. I don't know if he's going to be up for the job and really steps in and
will probably play a lot at least early in the year while Mustafa is out.
But you hope that he can, be at least somebody who's not a starter, but at least a rotational piece. And then last year it's Green and Pooney and Pearsall and Mustafa and even Garendo and Cowing. Those are guys who you're going to rely on. So this year doesn't have to be like the year before the year. if the drafted players this year, if you can get some impact from them and you get some relative health, I do think that you can be a threat considering the schedule you have this year.
Now, that is a big if. Like the guys that they're talking about, that Kyle Shanahan is talking about, that hit that led to that 2019 year. I mean, you're talking about guys that have been all pros for you. Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel and Dre Greenlaw, who's been awesome, and of course Fred Warner the year prior to that, and 1 year prior to that, George Kittle. Like, you're talking about hitting on draft picks to a level that is really difficult to replicate. Now, that is what it's going to take. Like, that's just what happens in the NFL. But, like, if I were to take you back to the beginning of 2019, Dibs, and I were to say, like, forget what happened, if you could, like, we're living in a fantasy land here, but if you could go back to 2019, the beginning of 2019, like July 23rd, 2019, beginning of training camp in 2019, and I were to ask you, what are the odds the Niners win the division and have a legitimate shot to go deep in the playoffs? And I ask you that same question today about this team. You'd feel more confident in this team than you did in 2019.
Probably.
I don't think there's any question about it. Because in 2019, you were coming off of a year when you went 4-12.
4-12, but you lost your quarterback. And, you know, you wound up with C.J. Mullins and Nick Beathard, as I like to call them, because they basically were...
I think that's wrong, but I don't know them enough to really know if that is wrong.
Those guys were basically the same quarterback. Neither one of them was a starter, but you started them both, and you struggled. And, you know, Jimmy Garoppolo, looking back, you can see that he is not an absolute world beater, and Brock Purdy is better now than Jimmy Garoppolo ever was, yet, to your point, 2019, Jimmy Garoppolo was back. He was healthy.
He was great in 2019.
And they averaged 30 points a game. And I'm just looking at the log here, and the one game I do remember, they beat Washington on the road 9-0 in an absolute monsoon.
I remember that.
That was the game that was like, you know, a foot of water on the field.
I remember Bosa doing a belly slide after when the game ended in a puddle that was on the field.
Your defense coming out of the bye, you had a week 4 bye. You gave up 3 points to Cleveland, 7 to the Rams, and none to the Redskins. So your defense was not the best in football, but very, very good. And then the offense, I'm just looking here. You put up 51 against Carolina, as mentioned, 28, 24, 36, 37, 48 to beat New Orleans. When the defense wasn't awesome, the offense picked them up. It was complimentary football at its finest.
Yeah, and the 209 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line writes, the Niners had better depth in 2019. I guess it depends when you are talking about when you thought they had better depth, because you go into 2019 and you're uncertain if they have any starters in 2019. You don't know who Deebo's going to be. You're hopeful that Nick Bosa, you know, a top 5 draft pick is going to be great. Who else did they draft that year in 2019? You don't know exactly who Dre Greenlaw is going to be. Is he going to be good enough to play alongside Fred Warner? And Fred Warner, by the way, was entering his second year. It's not as if he was all-pro Fred. You had questions all over the place. We think back at 2019 and think of it as this amazing team because, of course, they were, but we had no clue what we were in store for, what was in store for us in 2019, beginning the year. There's a reality, Dibs, where this year, and again, I get that it's not the likeliest scenario that you have a similar return on this year's draft and last year's draft, let's say the 2019 draft, but there's a world where Pearsall is healthy, has 1,000 yards. Renardo Green takes a step forward as your number 2 corner opposite Demo, and he feels like a piece for you for the next 7 years. Dominic Pooney continues to perform and entrenches himself as the right guard for a number of years going forward. Mykel Williams becomes the best opposite pass rusher to Nick Bosa they've had since he was drafted in 2019. Alfred Collins, who's likely going to start on the interior, handles himself maybe the way someone like Armstead did early in his career and becomes a longtime Niner. I know it's a lot of ifs there, Diz. My only point is there were so many ifs about 2019, and those ifs came true, and they became the best team in football. It's not out of the question that could happen again this year.
And I think if you look at just the roster of that team offensively versus the roster of this team, you would look at this team and say, yeah, I like their chances even more. And, if you go back to that year and you talk about them running the football, it was a 3-headed monster of Breida, Mostert, and Coleman Tevin Coleman.
Yeah.
Those were your three running backs, none of whom even got to 800 yards.
Moser kind of took over late in the year and became the guy.
He did.
Yeah.
He was the guy, but you look at the offensive line, and you had Laken Tomlinson, Michael Person, Weston Richburg was your center, Mike McGlinchey, as you mentioned, and Justin School. They, for the most part, Joe Staley played 41% of the snaps at tackle. I think he sustained an injury along the way, but that O-line is a lot like this O-line where, not many household names, and yet the Shanahan scheme, and you were able to run the ball more than you had to pass it, and you just went out there and you rocked teams.
No, so I guess the easy question, Dibs, because everything that I'm hearing Kyle Shanahan say, and everything that I'm feeling relies on the draft and relies on having to hit on your draft picks. And it seems like last year they hit on a lot of those picks. Jury, of course, is out on this year's picks. But the question becomes the only way, likely the only way for the 49ers to, as Kyle Shanahan said, start a different window. He said, no, the window isn't closed, but it's open, but it's a different window. We're starting a new window. This is an entirely different, there's some overlap, but it's a new grouping of players. This is a different window. Only way for you to open up this different window to the point where it's as wide as it was the last 5 years is to draft well. So the question at 888-957-9570 is, do you trust this group to draft well enough to keep it up? Because this is the only way that you can do that. When you have these gigantic contracts, do you trust them to draft well enough to get the job done? Do you have faith that Micah Williams and Alfred Collins will prove to be down in and down out starters for the Niners for years to come? Will Renardo Green take a step forward? When Mustafa comes back from injury, will he be good enough? I mean, it's going to be as simple as that. The draft is the lifeblood of NFL teams, especially ones that have all the contracts the Niners do.
Right.
It's as simple as draft well, you'll be good, and you can win a Super Bowl. Draft poorly, there's very little chance you can win a Super Bowl.
And that's the Baltimore model. If you look at their draft classes year over year, they do better than almost any team in football, and because of that, they're able to sustain being a very good team. And I think Pittsburgh has done a good job as well, where they're always a competitive team because they draft well. And now Green Bay, when you look at their offense especially and what they've put into their offense through the draft, they become a team that you can model. And if you would have asked me this question a year ago, I would be less bullish than I am now. But
I probably would have said, hell no.
Right, but coming off of last year, and you look at the 8 picks they made, and if you want to grade each pick, I mean, Pooney is an A.
Oh, yeah.
Renardo Green is probably an A- at the worst. Ricky Pearsall, TBD, but I think he's trending toward a high B. Mustafa is an A- as well. Garendo, probably a solid B. And so you go through all their picks, and just last year, they did very, very well. Now, 2023, not so much.
And 2022.
Right.
And 2021.
Well, and, there's hits in there. 2021 or 2022, they got a guy named Brock Purdy, so that's got to count for something.
2021, you got Diamador Lenore, and you got Hufanga, and you got Elijah Mitchell. Those are all late.
And Aaron Banks, who turned out to be, a starter for you. And so,
but also Trey Lance and Trey Sermon and Ambry Thomas.
And we can pick and pop the good versus the bad. I do think that last year makes me feel a little bit more confident.
Absolutely.
Because I'm with you. A year ago, I would have been like, no, heck no. I don't believe in their draftability, their ability to scout and find guys. And also, you have to look at the undrafted players that they're able to bring in and keep. And I think Jordan Mason is among them, where you found Jordan Mason, and he was a very good player. And I know you don't have him anymore.
Now
but
a Viking.
I do think
Jordan
that
Mason.
you get credit for that as well. Even though you didn't draft somebody, if you bring him in, you get credit for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, they have, of course, had some hits, but recently, of late, it's been a lot of high-profile misses. We were just making fun of Jake Moody, a third-round pick 2 years ago. Also, in that same third round 2 years ago, you drafted Cam Latu, who never played a game for you at tight end. So they've had some crazy, crazy bad misses. They should just avoid the third round. They drafted Dominic Pooney in the third round last year, and you had a couple of picks in the third round this year. But you go back to the third round, 2023, and 2022, and 2021, you have miss after miss after miss after miss after miss.
2019, Jalen Hurd, third rounder.
That's a good point, too.
I mean,
and they didn't have a third rounder in 2020. So
thank God.
Dominic Pooney just broke the curse of the third-round pick for the 49ers. Just some of the names.
Ty Davis-Price, Danny Gray. I'm looking at it too, Brandon. I mean,
Trey Sermon, Ambry Thomas. It's just okay. Kyle Shanahan, don't ever draft a running back in the third round. Just don't ever draft a running back in the third round ever again, and you will be fine. It's as simple as that.
Will Redmond back in 2016. That was pre-Shanahan. Will Redmond out of Mississippi State.
Oh, yes, of course.
You can go all the way back. Eli Harold in 2015 was a third rounder. And, you can play this game all you want. And you go pre-Shanahan, it becomes unfair. But I look at last year's draft, not this past draft, but last year, where they absolutely knocked it out of the park. Maybe they have figured out what exactly they want in the draft. So I'm hopeful that this past year that they got, of their 11 picks, if you get, 5 or 6 who can actually play and help you, that to me is a win.
Yeah, no. But I feel a lot of similarities between 2019 and what 2025 is. Of course, in 2019, you had the backdrop of being terrible, not just for a year or 2 years before that, but for a long time before that. And the Niners right now have the backdrop of a rough season, but being great for years leading up to this. So it's really difficult to, I think, take the history out of your brain when thinking about what 2025 is. But if you think of it in the context of what 2019 is, I think it makes a lot more sense. And the strategy and the plan becomes a lot clearer in my mind. What about you? 888-957-9570. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Dre in Lemoore is up next. Dre, you're on with Dibs and Grandy in for Willard. What's up?
Hey, guys. Interesting combo you got there. Now, this year's team compared to 2019, you guys are giving Debo a little bit too much credit in 2019. I don't remember him doing that much. He did a little bit. Now, Dre Greenlaw did start. I can't remember the name of the guy. He had like a crazy name that did start, and he got hurt. And then when Dre came in, he pretty much took over.
Yeah, Quan Alexander started alongside Fred to begin that year.
Yeah, it was Quan. And I remember I was kind of worried when he got hurt, but Dre really took over. That tackle on Sunday Night Football against Seattle, saved first place.
Yep.
Something special right there. Now, what the team has never recovered from is getting rid of Buckner. Buckner was a stud. Buckner alongside our guy from Ohio State, that would have just been a no-brainer for 10 years. I'd save a couple dollars on Armstead. That made no sense to me. And, hey, guys, if I could just bring up the other day, I heard you say it's better to have loved and lost than never loved at all. I'll never be able to give Craig for fumbling the three-peat, and I'll never be able to forgive Harbaugh for not giving that ball to Frank Gore after he just ran 36 yards to the 6-yard line. I would rather not love.
Wow. Okay, Dre. Appreciate the call. I disagree, but that's all right. I'd rather be on the doorstep and be heartbroken than never get my hopes up in the first place.
Yeah, that's real heartbreak. And, he mentioned two really tough ones, Roger Craig with the fumble and Harbaugh not giving the ball to Frank Gore. But ask a fan of, the Carolina Panthers, for example. You got the one trip to the Super Bowl and you lost, and there's not another one in sight. Or maybe the Arizona Cardinals, same thing. You've had the one
Minnesota
trip.
Vikings.
Right.
Yeah.
No, if you're old enough, you remember Minnesota and Fran Tarkenton being unable to win the Super Bowl. And so, yeah, you could pick a number of different fan bases who have never actually been there. Buffalo Bills, great example, where you got to 4 straight, you lost all 4. Maybe the Buffalo Bill fan would say, yeah, I'd rather not love having had that level of heartbreak 4 straight years.
It's also one thing, and appreciate the call, Dre. It's one thing to have the backdrop be, well, we just won the last 2 Super Bowls, and we came so close to a third in a row, and we didn't quite get it done. It's like a Warrior fan saying, man, 2019 in the finals, I'm just so, and obviously we were, but I'm just so heartbroken that Clay and KD went down with injuries and we didn't get the three-peat. Like, yeah, of course. But you say that in front of any other fan of any other NBA team, they're going to tell you to shut the hell up.
That's right.
You just won 2. What more do you possibly want?
It's greed is what it is. And, you won 2 and you had just won 1 prior to that. So you'd won 3 of the 4, and now you're going to cry over, a Toronto one that happened to get away. So I think it's fair to look at it from that standpoint. But, Dre, his feelings are real.
Yeah. And what Dre was talking about in terms of the DeForest Buckner miscue, I mean, that's well documented. The Niners probably made a mistake there. Now, it's important to remember the exact context of that, and they decided to trade Buckner because if they kept Buckner and paid him what they knew they were going to have to pay him, that meant saying bye to Armstead. It meant saying bye to, I believe at the time, also Jimmy Ward. And they also were not going to get the draft pick back that ultimately turned into Kinlaw. And I know Kinlaw was a failure, but you don't even have that swing in the first place. So I understood it in the moment. You just have to ultimately draft better, which brings us back to what we were talking about earlier. But, I mean, Dre is right. That Buckner decision and the execution that followed that decision, it set the Niners back. There is no doubt about it. Now it's just up to them to recover from that. One other piece where I think the Niners have deserved some criticism, Dibs, is their offensive line. And Kyle Shanahan on the TK show, which was released earlier today, you can find it wherever you get your podcasts, including on the free Odyssey app. Tim Kawakami asked Kyle Shanahan about the lack of investment in the offensive line this offseason. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about that.
Free agency is tough. And if we would have done that, not only would we have lost other guys, but we wouldn't have been able to re-sign Fred or Kittle. And it would have been tough with Brock. So it's like, oh man, but now we got to find one in the draft. All right, well, we also got to find a starting DN, a starting 3 technique, hopefully a nickel, maybe a safety. But we're getting a lineman. You look at it each round. And all right, we're in the 3rd round. What do we think of that O-lineman? Man, it's an out, maybe. What do we think of this nickel? What do we think of this D lineman? Man, this guy looks much more of a starter. This guy, we want him to be that, but he's not. And then the draft just pans out that way. And you get in this situation, and that's what happens. We're well aware of it. I think people underestimate our O-line. Mm-hmm. It's one of the, if you go from 2019 to 2024, we're number 1 team in the league in yards per play. Number 2 is Baltimore. Number 3 is Tampa. And number 4 is Green Bay, and Kansas City tied. And so all 4 of those are established Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And we've done it with 3 different guys in those times. Why have we been able to? Because we have a really good O-line, but we've spent our money and investments on a really good defense, on good skill players. Could we do that stuff if we didn't have a really good O-line? Not at all. But everyone sees our investments on it, and we made a big one with Trent. It was only a 4th-round pick, but we have financially. Jake Brindle, go study all the centers in the league. Jake's a hell of a player. Colton McKivitz, why did we cut him? Mm-hmm. He was on practice squad. Then we let a 1st-round pick go, who got, I think, like $17 million a year, who's a good player, who I really like. I love Mike McGlinchey, but we had to do that so we could sign some other players. How are we playing with Colton? He got cut. If anyone really studies Colton, Colton's a really good right tackle, and that's really helped us.
There's so much there from Kyle Shanahan. What is in my mind immediately, though, is how he ended that cut, which was study Jake Brendel, study Colton McKivitz. They're great centers and right tackles. Well, some of the best in the league. Yep. If you just were to study them, you'd know that.
And maybe we need to study it a little bit more, and we need to, start to break down the film a little bit more and do our homework. And I can't help but think about the 2019 year that we've been referencing throughout this conversation, and I mentioned it already, where you had Mostert and you had Coleman and Breida. That was your 3-headed monster at running back, and those 3 combined for 1,900 yards.
Pretty good.
Really good. And nobody would ever mistake Mostert, Breida, and Coleman for Christian McCaffrey or Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry, right?
But in the aggregate, Dibs.
Well, the aggregate, it's in defense of Kyle Shanahan and his offensive line. You can't have these 3 guys, Mostert, Breida, and Tevin Coleman, 3 guys who are not Hall of Fame backs, 3 guys who don't have breakaway speed, and who, I know that Breida the Cheetah and Mostert. They're both very fast, but these are guys who were Kyle Shanahan creations, and they had these kind of years because of Shanahan and the offensive line. So I do think it's fair to listen to Kyle and, kind of give him his propers, because in 2019, you were able to do good things offensively. Jimmy Garoppolo and a receiving core, as you mentioned, that wasn't elite. You had a rookie Deebo Samuel. You had 3 virtual no-names at running back, and you averaged 30 points a game. You got to have a good offensive line to be able to do that.
Yeah, you do, and but he laid out. Well, we have the best. What was the stat? Yards per play. Is that what he referenced?
Yep.
Best yards per play over the last however many years, and the teams that are right behind him are the teams with great quarterbacks. And he says you can't possibly do that unless you have a good offensive line. I guess I would argue that your offensive line can't be flat out terrible, and the Niners' offensive line, when healthy, hasn't ever been flat out terrible. I think they've generally been around middle of the pack. So much of their greatness offensively is credit to Kyle Shanahan, the play caller, for scheming things up and for the crazy amount of talent that they had offensively at running back, at wide receiver, at tight end, and as a result of Brock Purdy's contract being so cheap, your ability to have all of those guys. But the other line of thinking is you could still average a high number of yards per play if you had lesser talent at skill positions, but better talent between the tackles, or the tackles and between the tackles, your offensive line. Now, as far as the Niners go for this year, I have a hard time feeling the way Shanahan does, because the offensive line last year was pretty suspect, even when Trent Williams was playing, and they let a starter leave, and they made no intention of acquiring somebody else to fill in that hole. It's likely going to be Ben Bartch, who was on the team last year, that plays at left guard this year. We'll see how it all plays out. But it was a questionable offensive line last year, Dibs, and a backup last year is your solution. So unless you see a lot of jumps from those guys, which I suppose is possible, it's what I was talking about with the other positions, but you don't have a lot of draft picks who are waiting in the wakes. You have a lot of scrap heap guys that are there waiting in the wakes. Unless those guys take gigantic steps forward, I don't see how the offensive line improves upon what last year was.
But it comes down to the execution and also the scheme, and I don't know, maybe you need to do a little bit more homework and actually look at these guys. Just looking at Pro Football Focus from last year, they had Jake Brendel, the center, as the number 17 center in Pro Football.
Sounds about right to me.
Yeah, that's average. About dead center in the middle. And, Brendel was actually better at run blocking than pass blocking. He was a 71.6 in run blocking, which put him in, I think, 10th among run blocking centers. And so ultimately, that's what the Shanahan offense needs from the center, the guards, the tackles, all the rest of it. And I give Kyle credit for what he's been able to do offensively with a different group of offensive linemen. And this year, to your point, it's going to be even more of a challenge because, you lost Banks and you lost a good backup, and now you've got, I don't know if they're scrap heap guys, and, he went out and he was defending McKivitz, and, you lost McGlinchey and stuff, and, you had McKivitz, and he's gone in there, and, he thinks he's been great.
Well, it was funny how he defended McKivitz. He started off defending McKivitz by saying, and now McKivitz, we cut him. He went to the practice squad, and then we brought him back. Well, you cut him in the first place. He must have just transformed night and day from that moment to where they're comfortable making him the starting right tackle for not just 1 year, but for multiple years. And then what's in the back of everybody's mind is what happened in the Super Bowl. And you get down near the goal line, and your offensive line can't simply communicate, and you don't execute. And the best pass rusher on the opposing team gets a free run at Brock Purdy, and as a result, you kick a field goal, and as a result, you lose the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was Burford, right? The right guard.
Yes.
I think Burford was the one who made that mistake, but McKivitz he's had his struggles, and again, going to the Pro Football Focus ratings, and this is just a metric. Trent Williams was number 7 last year among tackles. Philadelphia had the number 1 and the number 5, by the way, which tells you what a really good offensive line looks like.
Yeah.
And you go down to number 34, Colton McKivitz, right behind, actually in a flat-footed tie with Mike McGlinchey. McGlinchey and McKivitz both had a 72.2, tied for 34th.
That's pretty funny.
So your replacement is basically the exact same guy that McGlinchey was in Denver.
That's pretty funny. So, I mean, the decision to let McGlinchey walk, that's a perfectly fine one. Like, he was making a lot of money. Like, I am not suggesting, Dibs, that the Niners should have paid Aaron Banks what Green Bay was offering him, that they should pay Jalen Moore what the Chiefs were offering him, that they should have paid McGlinchey what the Broncos were offering him a couple of years ago. I'm not saying that. Just that I think you could have used more draft capital on positions like this so you could have spots like you had in the 2022 season. You had drafted Aaron Banks. You drafted Aaron Banks in 2021. He sat behind Laken Tomlinson at left guard for a year. Laken Tomlinson, much like Aaron Banks this year, hit the free agent market, got a big offer from the Jets. Niners did not feel comfortable matching. So what happened then? The Niners start playing Aaron Banks. Now you get to a spot where, okay, Aaron Banks is going to hit the free agent market. We want him back, but not at the price he's likely going to get offered. So let's have somebody waiting in the wakes. Let's use a draft pick the year prior or the year of and have his replacement waiting. And my only argument is they haven't done that. Now, I could be proven wrong if Ben Bartch comes in and turns out to be really, really good. But if he's not, I think this point is an entirely fair one, that they miscalculated the need for these guys, and they didn't do it early enough to find replacements for when those guys hit the open market and leave, as has happened in years past with this very team.
It's a challenge, and just what Shanahan said in that sound clip you played, they were prioritizing defense, and I think they're right to do so, and the first 5 picks in this last draft were defense, and I do also look at Dominic Pooney last year, where he was the 86th pick overall, 3rd-round pick, and so you saw that player and you used that draft capital on a guy who, so far through 1 year, that looks like it's a great pick in the 3rd round. I like the player and I like the pick. And, you know, Shanahan was explaining that you get to a certain spot in the draft and you're not just going to take a guy because you think you have a positional need. If he's not going to be somebody who's good enough, then you go to a different position. Now, it's risky because all of us going into the draft last year were thinking you need a tackle of the future. Maybe that's what you do with the number 11 pick. Maybe you think about getting that, left tackle to replace Trent or somebody who can play right tackle now because McKivitz isn't that good. Well, they see things differently, and they're top 4 in yards per play and stuff, and so it's hard to look at it and really, I think, dispute it.
More Shanahan on the offensive line, and he's talking about what I just brought up, the Aaron Banks Laken Tomlinson decision back in 2022. Here's more Shanahan on their strategy on the offensive line.
Yeah, we lost Banks, just like we lost Laken. And everyone asked, how could we lose Laken for $16 million a year? Because I remember Branch saying in there, because Banks was a bust. I go, how's he a bust? He goes, well, he didn't play last year. I go, I know, Laken was in front of him. I think he'll play this year now. And we had a guy who came in that everyone thought was a bust because he didn't play as a rookie, because I guess second-round picks have to. He ended up being a hell of a player, one we'd have liked to keep. But he got about $18 million to go play guard. Yeah, we could have re-signed him. But then you see a lot of our players that we don't have. And that's why we want some guys that, Barch has been here these last 2 years. Zakel has been here these last 2 or 3 years. Zakel played some good stuff at the end of last year that he got an opportunity to because of injuries. Spencer Burford, who was a 4th-round pick a few years ago, he started half the year in our Super Bowl year. He's capable of being a guard. There are guys who can do it. I know we wanted to invest, but it didn't plan out that way. It wasn't the right decision based off of what our choices were. And that's why we have to keep working to get there, and we are there. We have a solid O-line. You get injuries and stuff, and good luck for anybody. Yep. I wish we had a 2nd-round pick there, like Banks, who didn't have to play till his 3rd year or 2nd year, whenever he did. I wish. We're not in that luxury. That's why we got to address it soon.
They do have to address it soon. And yeah, you don't have a 2nd-round pick waiting. You could have had a 3rd-round pick waiting. You made a 3rd-round pick on Jake Moody and Cam Latu, a kicker and a tight end. The kicker has been questionable so far in his career, and the tight end hasn't played a single snap for you. So, and I know we can pick and choose misses in every single draft. They had the opportunity to do it. They just thought it was worthwhile investing elsewhere. And that's fine. They've had a lot of success, but at some point the offensive line will come back to bite them. I just hope it does not happen this year. Ben Bartch better be good, is the point that I'm trying to make, Dibs. Otherwise, this feels like mismanagement.
Yes, and you also have Nick Zakelj and Spencer Burford drafted in 2022, and Kyle just said that in the clip where, sometimes you have a guy sit for a couple of years and stuff, and you think that maybe he can. You got to slip that in there. You hope that these guys who were drafted then, and Zakel's played a little bit, and Burford we mentioned before from the Super Bowl. These are guys who you drafted, you liked them then, and so now is going to be their time to step up and be depth pieces. And so now we're really going to get to see whether or not those draft picks that they actually did make, they invested in those players, and now they move up the depth chart, and now it's their time to get out there and play and stuff.
Well, my favorite thing was he brought up Nick Zakelj, I think, and he said, Nick Zakelj, he played some of the last year for us, and he showed some good stuff. Some good stuff.
He showed some good stuff.
He even said stuff when it wasn't in his normal context of just and stuff. He showed some good stuff.
Right, and this will be now his, fourth year? And so, you draft these guys, and sometimes it is a draft and stash or a draft and develop, and you're in a spot now where your offensive line is going to need Burford and Zakelj and Brendel and others to step up and be good.
I just don't have a lot of confidence that that's what's going to happen. Now, I mean, to their credit, they have always kind of had, Dibs, like a questionable offensive line. Like, it hasn't always been, it's not star power. You have a great left tackle, whether it was Staley or Trent, and then you just have a lot of other guys. And you've got two solid spots at left tackle and at right guard with Pooney, and then you've got a questions, in my opinion, elsewhere, but that's kind of how they've done it. We'll see if that's going to be good enough for them this year. But we got more to talk about, more Kyle Shanahan, plus some sound from Nick Bosa and George Kittle today at training camp as the Niners wrapped up day one, practice one of training camp. We can get to that when we come back and when we close out the show on this Wednesday. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We got about 10 more minutes left with you. You got a thought on day one of Niners training camp practice? Give us a call. Shoot us a text now, 888-957-9570. I want to play something from Nick Bosa and George Kittle before we get out of here today, Dibs. First of all, I wanted to ask you about this. I get these emails daily from The Athletic. And today they put out a little, not kind of a newsletter type thing, and they have this piece that goes out where it's called the Pulse Poll, and it's a specific article that they have on The Athletic, I think every single day. And the Pulse Poll today, Dibs, they asked their readers to vote on the most underrated NFL teams entering this coming season. And the Athletic readers voted the 49ers as the third most underrated team entering the season.
Underrated?
Yeah.
With a win total of 10.5? I don't know how you can be underrated unless they go out and they go 14-3 or 15-2. I don't find that becomes underrated. If you have a Vegas win total of 10.5, the expectation is 10 or 11. 10 might get you in the playoffs. 11, not most certainly, but most likely will. So if the Niners perform where Vegas expects them, and Vegas, and I'm saying that in general as the odds makers here, but if they win 10 or 11, that doesn't make them underrated to me at all.
The Broncos, the most underrated team, apparently.
I'll buy that.
The Bengals, second most underrated. Although the Bengals are embroiled in the biggest holdout in the NFL. Trey Hendrickson, and they had issues with Trey Hendrickson a long time ago. I don't know if you saw, but of course, report day was yesterday for the Bengals as well. As everyone else in the Bengals was reporting, Trey Hendrickson was posting on social media a picture of him in Florida. So he's not even anywhere near the state of Ohio. But the Bengals, apparently, the second most underrated team. The Niners, the third most. Then the Chargers, and then the Steelers. They round out your top 5 most underrated NFL team.
I like the Steelers, and I think the Chargers are one because everybody looks at Kansas City and thinks, well, they're just going to run roughshod over the division. I do think the Chargers, coming off of last year and the second year of Harbaugh, it does take time for a coach to remake an organization or a roster, rather, in his own image and the way he wants things to go. So I think the Chargers will be a little bit better. And Pittsburgh's an interesting one because Mike Tomlin, he never has losing seasons. And yet everybody looks at that division and thinks, okay, Baltimore and Cincinnati with all their shiny toys, and well, maybe Pittsburgh will be okay. But Pittsburgh is always, if not great, they're always good. He's never had a losing season, right, Mike Tomlin?
I don't think so. No, he's had 500 seasons.
Which is not a losing season.
Not a losing season.
And last year he gutted out a 9-8, and they were a playoff team. So I do think that they're one that really probably is underrated because everybody expects, well, this is the year. Pittsburgh's going to struggle, right? And then they just go out and they win 9 or 10 every year.
So does that mean you're a believer in Aaron Rodgers as quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Sure. I don't love Aaron Rodgers, but if he can be upright, I do think that Pittsburgh is a good enough team that even if Aaron Rodgers is not as good as he once was, as long as he doesn't turn the ball over a lot, and Aaron Rodgers, throughout his career, he's been very good about not turning the ball over, and Pittsburgh's defense, good enough. They've got a decent running game, if not better than decent. So, yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers actually might fit there.
We'll see. Time will tell. What about most overrated NFL teams? And this, again, courtesy of a poll The Athletic ran of their readers. Athletic readers, Dibs, believe the Packers are the most overrated team entering the season.
Interesting. I can see it, I guess, but I look at offensively, and they've got weapons all over the field, and the quarterback is still young and developing. I think Jordan Love is good. I like the coach, and I love the weapons, so I'm not sure if I buy that as overrated. I would put Detroit up there ahead of Green Bay as an overrated team.
The Lions did not appear in the top 5. The top 5, as voted on by Athletic readers: Packers number 1, Texans number 2, Commanders number 3, Vikings number 4, and Chiefs number 5.
Yeah, Vikings, I get
the Vikings.
We don't know about the quarterback, and they think he's going to be good. They drafted him and had him just chill because he got hurt, and now it's time for him to come out and play well for Minnesota. Kansas City makes perfect sense because everyone's going to want to hate on the Chiefs. I mean, I'm looking at my list here of Super Bowls, and I'm doing a little bit of a deep dive, and I'll have more on this tomorrow. But the idea, Evan kind of got me going on this. Evan Giddings filling in for Guru for the rest of the week.
Okay.
The idea of teams that make the playoffs don't necessarily have a chance to win the Super Bowl like a top-seeded team might, like the expectation. So if you limp in as a 6 or 7 seed, do you really have a shot to win the Super Bowl? So I'm taking a historical look at the seeds. What was the seed of the team in each conference that went to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl? So what percentage of conference representatives in the Super Bowl are the 1 seed? So I'm just kind of doing and I'm going to look at every Super Bowl. I'm going back. And it's a little different because it's been 5 years now since they went to a 7-team playoff format.
And only 1 bye at that point.
Right. The only team that gets a bye is the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And in those 5 years, Kansas City was a 1 seed this last year. They lost. The Niners were a 1 seed. They lost.
But they made it to the Super Bowl.
Correct. 2022, Kansas City and Philly were both 1 seeds.
They both went to the Super Bowl.
2021, neither 1 seed went. The Rams were a 4. Cincinnati was a 4. And then 2020, Tampa was a 5. And they beat Kansas City, who was the 1. So in just that small sample, half of the 1 seeds, 5 of 10, made it to the Super Bowl. So just a little look at, the 1 seed. And that's just when the 1 seed got the bye. The 2 seed used to also get a bye. Yeah. And, if you go way back and I'm looking at, the Dallas and Buffalo, 1993, both 1 seeds. So it seems like back in the day, the 1 seed had a much better track record of actually making it all the way to the Super Bowl than they do of late.
Yeah. The 1 seed's importance has been magnified now because you have a major leg up on everybody, not just seeds 3, 4, 5, and 6. You have a major leg up now on seeds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Right.
Because you're the only team that gets the bye.
And even at that, though, only half of the 1 seeds, since they went to that, have made it to the Super Bowl.
And even fewer, of course, have won the Super Bowl.
Right, only 1. Yeah. Kansas City over Philly, and they both were 1 seeds. Yeah. Back in 2022, the 2023 Super Bowl.
And who knows, if Purdy doesn't get hurt in the NFC Championship game, maybe the 1 seed Eagles are not even in the Super Bowl in the first place. So who the hell knows? But, interesting there. The biggest thing